In the apocalyptic world, the strong Jiang Zhaoyue was deceived by the system into the interstellar era, only to become a guide burdened with a bad reputation, soon to be exiled too. The terrifying silent city in her desperate situation, she activated the special guide factor hidden in the original host. This unique aura could simultaneously suppress both the madness value and the pollution value, immediately attracting the attention of various forces. The sentinels who had once looked at her with disdain all changed their attitudes. The commander built a defensive line for her with his strong arms. The black market lord displayed possessive obsession. The special envoy proposed an alliance with gourmet food as bait, and the material merchant presented her with rare resources from across the galaxy. Even the spiritual entities vied to curry favor with her, while the seemingly abstinent resource minister confined her in his arms in a secluded corner, a dangerous warning rolling in his throat. Jiang Zhaoyue stroked the suppressor around her neck and raised the corners of her lips amidst the wolves circling around her. This interstellar chess game was now to be played by her. Chapter 1. This crime is a bit wild, Your Excellency. The third princess. May we depart? The sarcastic voice instantly pulled Jiang Zhaoyue's thoughts back to reality. Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow and looked at the stunning man in front of her, dressed in strange light gold clothing. She secretly complained. The Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years. Yet I've become a princess? Could it be that my family has staged a comeback? Is this person in front of me a male concubine or a servant? The beautiful man in front of Jiang Zhaoyue narrowed his eyes slightly, obviously disliking the way she looked at him. A trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes behind his glasses as he brushed aside his long, wavy hair with his gloved fingers, his tone filled with disdain. Why don't you take one last? Look at Central District 3. After all, you'll never be able to return here again. These words hit Jiang Zhaoyue like a heavy hammer, causing her head to throb as the memories of the original host flooded into her mind like a revolving lantern. It turns out that third princess was merely a mocking nickname given to the original host by interstellar netizens that, in the interstellar era, princess had long become synonymous with being brainless, unable to take care of oneself, and disregarding the law. As the third daughter of Jiang Pharmaceutical, the original host was extremely spoiled and domineering. After awakening as an S-class guide at the age of 20, Jiang's company, relying on her qualifications, secured numerous orders from second-rate companies with the strength of a third-rate company. Thus, the entire Jiang family indulged the original host even more, leading her to become increasingly lawless. Consequently, the original host recklessly altered the formula of the suppressor, causing the deaths of a batch of sentinels who volunteered for clinical trials. The researcher who once stopped Jiang Zhaoyue from changing the medication finally stood up resolutely, released a video on the Star Network, and reported Jiang Zhaoyue by name. In an instant, videos of Jiang Zhaoyue claiming that low-level sentinels had weak combat abilities and did not deserve a guide's effort to help them manage their spiritual seas appeared on major interstellar websites like Mushrooms After Rain. Under public pressure, the Interstellar Federation immediately initiated an investigation, and within a month concluded that Jiang Zhaoyue was guilty of intentional murder, negligence, and wasting Alliance resources, among multiple charges. However, since the Interstellar Federation did not have the death penalty, they sentenced Jiang Zhaoyue to serve 700 years in Silent City. Not to mention that the lifespan of a guide is only a maximum of 200 years. Just saying, after watching this segment of memories, Jiang Zhaoyue felt her head throbbing. Even if S-class guides are rare and revered by ordinary people and sentinels, how could she easily enter a research institute and casually alter the suppressor formula? Isn't there something strange about this logic? In those videos, when did the original host say those things? Jiang Zhaoyue did not see any relevant memories in the original host's mind. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath and, as the beautiful sentinel suggested, turned back to take a deep look at the prosperous Central District 3 behind her. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoyue was willing to depart, the beautiful sentinel took out the suppressor and placed it around her neck. With a cold laugh, he said, "Instead of being a good S-class guide, you had to meddle in a field you're not good at, causing so many innocent sentinels to die. But it makes sense to you, a noble guide like yourself. We sentinels are merely expendables, unworthy of any human rights." Jiang Zhaoyue had no desire to argue with this sentinel. Instead, she boarded the magnetic levitation vehicle specifically for transporting prisoners and began to rest her eyes. In her mind, Jiang Zhaoyue questioned System 00544. You said I did good deeds in my previous life. So, you bound me and brought me to a beautiful world to enjoy a luxurious life. As long as I seriously complete the tasks, I would surely reach the pinnacle of my life and enjoy the happiness of a female protagonist in his own. But this is what I get? Going to prison to enjoy a luxurious life? Do I look that hungry? What kind of tasks must I do in prison? Serving time tasks? Your system really has a full set of tracks. System 00544 was silent for a moment. Host, you should think of the bright side. Inside Silent City, there are all the model brothers you used to love watching on a certain platform in your previous life. They're basically all model faces, and not to mention their figures are quite appealing. Should I send you their profiles? They really match your aesthetic. Jiang Zhaoyue swallowed but remained unmoved. Don't bring up useless things. Just tell me what tasks I need to do. My abilities are limited, and I don't want to waste our time on tasks I can't complete. Jiang Zhaoyue's impatience was evident on her face. Before the system could explain, the beautiful sentinel responsible for escorting Jiang Zhaoyue snorted lightly first. I advise you, third princess, it's one thing to be impatient with us and show a bad face. Once you get to Silent City, you'd better be more restrained. Another sentinel couldn't help but show a gloating expression. Sentinels in Silent City have high madness and pollution values, and no guide is willing to properly help them manage. They're spiritual seas, so their tempers are naturally much worse than ours. I heard you used to provide guidance to only one sentinel a week, and it was very perfunctory. Once you go to Silent City, you won't be able to enjoy that kind of high salary while just coasting along anymore. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoyue still had no reaction, the beautiful sentinel added, your serving time task stipulates that you must provide guidance to at least 4 A-class sentinels every day. Otherwise, you will face severe punishment. Of course, if you make a significant contribution, you can also leave Silent City early. The beautiful sentinel noticed Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly opened her eyes, her dark eyes looking directly at him. He pressed his lips together, feeling somewhat guilty as he said, the sentinels in Silent City are all high-level, many of whom are difficult to manage. They're the most unruly sentinels in the entire galaxy. The key is that their minds are not quite normal. Lower-level guides are unwilling to volunteer, let alone you, a rare S-class guide. If you want to suffer less, you'd better think carefully about what significant contribution opportunities there are. Jiang Zhaoyue responded indifferently. Thank you for informing me of the survival rules in Silent City. However, deep down, Jiang Zhaoyue was frantically calling out to the system. Try moving me. Come out. Does this wave-haired, leading sentinel know the original host? He has tried several times to provoke me, then dangles the condition of leaving Silent City in front of me. What does he want to induce the original host to reveal as a significant contribution? 00544 quickly responded. Host. The original host's death caused damage to the hippocampal neurons, hence the incomplete memories. Based on the available information, the original host had no direct interaction with this sentinel. The other party's inducement for you to submit a significant contribution may be related to the original host's mother. The original host's mother, as an S-class guide and researcher, dedicated her life to the Gene Activation Project, aiming to improve the imbalance ratio of guides to sentinels from 1:5,000 that once the research data she left behind is found and submitted, it will constitute a significant contribution. This is likely the true purpose of this sentinel approaching you repeatedly. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned. Looking at it this way, the original host's inexplicable crime became even more intriguing. Chapter 2. Pleasant cooperation. Jiang Zhaoyue curled her lips into a cold smile and negotiated with 00544 in her mind. You can say it's a mission. Also, find a way to return all my memories to me as soon as possible. 00544's tone was somewhat timid. Host. The mission objective is to extract information from the sentinels of Silent City to find the whereabouts of the original host's mother. The genetic research data she holds is crucial to the survival of the entire Interstellar Alliance. We must find her. Huh. Jiang Zhaoyue scoffed lightly. The survival of the Interstellar Alliance? What does that have to do with me? First, tell me, what benefits do I get after completing the mission? 00544 hurriedly replied, as long as you complete the mission, your mental capacity will increase, and I will gradually return your memories. Once the mission is completed, I can also send you back to your original world, and to the age you most want to start over. Jiang Zhaoyue fell into deep silence. Eventually, she nodded. All right then, may our partnership be pleasant. On the surface, Jiang Zhaoyue pretended to be indifferent, but she was very interested in the rewards promised by the system. In her few memories, there was a mother who loved her dearly, but it seemed her mother had passed away when she was very young. Completing the mission meant living another life and being reborn in her childhood with memories. That would mean she could save her mother. With this thought, Jiang Zhaoyue fell asleep with a smile. Meanwhile, the commander of District 13, Ran Yuan, glanced at the newly received Special Service Personnel Acceptance Order, chuckled, and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Interesting." Ran Yuan stood up and sent an order to his deputy commander, Bai Yu, to set up a top-notch counseling room. While he was pondering, he accidentally tapped a button that sent synchronized data to Lu Ran. Ran Yuan smiled slightly, shrugged, closed the holographic device, and concealed the malicious grin on his face as he continued to work. When a stunning sentinel woke Jiang Zhaoyue, her first reaction was to block with her left hand and reach for her right thigh with her right hand. In that moment, her eyes were filled with a fierce, killing intent. The stunning sentinel couldn't help but step back half a step, instinctively taking a defensive posture. But he quickly realized that Jiang Zhaoyue was merely an S-level guide, and no matter how high the level of a guide, in terms of physical ability, there was still a world of difference compared to a sentinel. So, he immediately relaxed his defensive posture and casually draped his arm over the back of the chair in front of Jiang Zhaoyue. "I'm Lucius, remember? I'm the sentinel leading your escort to Silent City. It seems you had another nightmare. Are you okay?" A hint of curiosity flashed beneath the sentinel's glasses. Jiang Zhaoyue's reactions along the way were completely different from what his data indicated. It was as if they were not the same person. Only then did Jiang Zhaoyue realize that she had bound to a system called 00544, which had sealed most of her memories and brought her across the stars. She took a deep breath, adjusted her sitting posture, and spoke with a raspy voice as if just waking up. "I'm fine. Have we arrived?" Lucius shook his head. "We're almost there. It should take another 30 minutes, but it seems your nightmare was quite severe. That's why I woke you." Jiang Zhaoyue touched her neck, which was slick with sticky sweat. However, she had no recollection of what kind of nightmare she had experienced. Lucius politely asked, "Would you like some water?" Jiang Zhaoyue shook her head and replied lightly, "I'll just nap a bit more. Wake me when we arrive." Lucius nodded, casting a deep glance at Jiang Zhaoyue, who had turned to Nestle in her seat to continue sleeping. He adjusted his light golden-fitted uniform and sat back down, waiting for the transport craft to land. As the hover vehicle emerged from the transport craft and headed towards Silent City, built from gray-black tempered rock, Jiang Zhaoyue felt as if she were sitting in the belly of a white and blue rice bug, rushing towards an incredibly fierce abyssal maw. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue's slightly furrowed brows, Lucius smiled subtly. "Yes, be afraid. Tremble. Only by breaking down Jiang Zhaoyue's defenses and extracting useful information could he have the chance to receive the gentle guidance of a guide for a high-level soothing." From the appearance of Silent City, it indeed matched its name. The 100-meter-high city walls stretched endlessly in the horizontal direction, disappearing from view. There were no residential or commercial areas on the roads outside the city, not even supply stores. Silent City stood alone, its appearance resembling a solitary island in the desert, perfectly embodying its name's essence. When the hover vehicle entered the city gates, Jiang Zhaoyue finally saw the hustle and bustle of human life. However, she quickly noticed that the people outside, upon seeing the incoming hover vehicle, had eyes filled with eagerness, malicious amusement, or glee at the prospect of destruction and plunder, along with a myriad of calculating looks. Jiang Zhaoyue held her forehead and couldn't help but ask 00544 in her mind, "You want me to extract information from this group of sentinels?" 00544 could only brace itself. "Yes. After all, your body's mother last appeared in Silent City." Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath in silence. Lucius tapped 3 times on the door handle of the vehicle, and the hover vehicle silently landed in front of the administrative building. As soon as Jiang Zhaoyue stepped out of the vehicle, her leather boots crunched on the cold, gleaming obsidian floor. The sentinels of District 13 stood like 2 living walls. Their black and purple combat suits clung to them like a second skin, the liquid metal fibers glinting dully in the sunlight. Those enhanced bodies caused the fabric to stretch, outlining the full muscular contours, with purple armor the shoulder plates marked with fine scratches from battles, and tactical belts at their waists creating a sharp inverted triangle. Every ergonomic cut screamed a silent aesthetic of violence. Their hair colors varied, with gold, red, silver, and gray shimmering like stardust in the sunlight, but the contemptuous cold light in their eyes was identical. Their frenzy levels hovered around the dangerous threshold of 85, and their violent aura made them appear like a pack of ferocious beasts chained up, measuring the distance too. Their prey with the scent of sentinels wafting from their nostrils, cedar, sandalwood, metallic gunpowder. Dozens of types of sentinel pheromones crashed in like sharp blades, causing Jiang Zhaoyue to instinctively hold her breath. These scents were not the ordinary release of sentinel pheromones, but a deliberate and unabashed provocation. Cedar's clarity hiding shards of ice, sandalwood's heaviness mixed with rust, and most stimulating for Jiang Zhaoyue was the scent of a sports, perfume-like pheromone reaching an invasive concentration. She didn't know that in the world of sentinels, this kind of unrestrained olfactory bombardment was akin to pressing a saliva-coated dagger to a guide's throat. That it was an extremely rude display. Chapter 3. Don't let them kill the guide. Lu Ran stood at the front of the line, his fiery red hair glowing like burning flames under the sunlight, with slightly curled tips. Adding a touch of unruliness, he possessed an incredibly strikingly handsome face, with deep-set eyes housing star-like pupils. His high nose had a slight hump, and his full, petal-like lips added a youthful spirit to his angular features. At this moment, a faint smile played at the corners of his lips, and his fair skin accentuated the brightness of his red lips even more. He stepped forward, his body wrapped in combat gear, exuding a sense of impending pressure, a unique aura that straddled the line between youthful exuberance and mature charm, making it hard to look away. The sentinels behind him simultaneously released a deterrent mental force. They had all seen the footage of Jiang Zhaoyue on the Star Network. The victim's family accused the third princess of the Central District of how she used guiding pheromones to whip the mental realm of the sentinels into shreds. They described how, in the guidance room, she forced the poor sentinels to the brink of madness before condescendingly calming their mental strength. At this moment, the sentinels of Silent City just wanted this greenhouse rose to know that there were no young master sentinels begging for guidance in Silent City. Their madness value was stained with the blood of the Zerg and pollution sources. Even if they were locked in this hellish place, it was not Jiang Zhaoyue who would define what rules were. They wanted Jiang Zhaoyue to understand that they were the rules. However, Jiang Zhaoyue merely stood there with her head bowed, her eyelashes casting trembling shadows on her eyelids. She was simply distinguishing the scents, and among the overwhelming scents, she caught a few strands of more pleasant sentinel pheromones. As her breathing fluctuated, her guiding pheromones wafted out like silken threads, weaving a dense net amidst the sharpness of the sentinel pheromones. In the pupils behind Lucius's glasses, the scene resembled a snake hissing before striking. Seemingly a weak counterattack, but in reality a double-edged sword. Any sentinel daring to touch with their mental strength would grasp a burning fuse, either being scorched back or pulled into her mental sea by her released pheromones. It seemed he had underestimated Jiang Zhaoyue. Lu Ran's Adam's apple rolled twice, but he smelled it. The rich allure of the orchid and her guiding pheromones contrasted beautifully with the transparent and moist scent of the white pear. This woman, exuding a dangerous yet intoxicating scent of guiding pheromones, was truly the third princess from the video who only screamed and smashed things. Beneath Lucius's gold-rimmed glasses, his brows slightly raised as he glanced at Jiang Zhaoyue, then at the group of sentinels in Silent City. A smirk unconsciously tugged at his lips. "All right, you will have plenty of time to get along. It's unnecessary to be so tense on the first meeting." Lucius had a look that implied, "Give me some face, just shake hands and make peace." Lu Ran looked at Lucius with cold eyes, almost saying, "What are you?" Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue tilted her head. "Is this the handover? What time is it now? Aren't there supposed to be 4 A-level sentinels to be guided every day? Where's my workplace?" Lucius widened his eyes. Was Jiang Zhaoyue conceding? Hadn't she just countered so boldly? Now this was yes. He realized all of Jiang Zhaoyue's assets had been penalized to the families of the deceased sentinels. Lucius nodded. "You do need to make money quickly. The Interstellar Federation will deduct the compensation for the deceased sentinel from your salary every month. The guidance fees for 4 A-level sentinels will all be deducted. If you want to save some pocket money, it's best to guide one more A-level sentinel every day. Lu Ran sneered. Lieutenant Lucius, you've handed her over to us in Silent City, so you shouldn't meddle in our affairs anymore, right? Lucius's expression turned cold, but the star-level badge on Lu Ran's shoulder was clearly one rank higher than his. Lucius could only force a smile as he unfastened the suppression ring around Jiang Zhaoyue's neck, saying coldly, "Then let Silent City handle everything. I'm just giving Jiang Zhaoyue a suggestion." Lu Ran gestured to another sentinel, who made a pleased gesture. "The serious offender has been received. From now on, let us in Silent City make arrangements. Lieutenant Lucius, we've prepared a welcome banquet for our colleagues from the far-off Central District. Why not join me?" Lucius walked away without looking back. After all, he still had to stay here for a few days before returning, and he was in no hurry to sow discord between Jiang Zhaoyue and Silent City. Jiang Zhaoyue stood there in a daze. 00544. Such an important matter? You didn't tell me? Are you crazy? I can be without anything, but I cannot be without money. You. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath. Calming her emotions, Lu Ran waved his hand at all the sentinels. Disperse. I'll take people to recognize the route. A sentinel hurriedly asked, "Captain, what about today's guidance quota for the guiding lady? Go order it on the light brain. Do I have to teach you this?" Lu Ran rolled his eyes directly. Lu Ran snapped his fingers, and a flashy, colorful red hover car stopped in front of the administrative building. Lu Ran extended his hand to Jiang Zhaoyue, raising an eyebrow. "Shall we go?" "Miss Guide, I'll take you to see where you will be working." Jiang Zhaoyue nodded, lightly resting her hand on Lu Ran's long fingers. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyue clearly felt more gazes directed at her. Some were predatory, some greedy, some fierce, and others filled with covetousness. Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't help but narrow her eyes. These dogs, could it be that they were treating her like a piece of fat meat? It was a bit frustrating, but if they came to dance in front of her, she was not a soft persimmon that wouldn't fight back. The sentinels of Silent City had been on the front lines for years. They exuded an untamed wildness and a fierce arrogance. They did not fear her bad reputation as a rare guide, but they would not tolerate her actually doing anything to them. Their goal was clear. They wanted the guidance of an S-level guide, and they wanted the S-level guide to obediently guide them. Don't even think about ruining their mental seas. They were not like those soft-hearted sentinels from the Central District. Baiyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Jiang Zhaoyue get into Lu Ran's extremely flashy hovercar. Baiyu's fingertips hovered half a centimeter from the window, his gray eyes reflecting the cold light of the data stream displayed on his right eye monocle. Letting Lu Ran, with a madness value of 89, come into contact with an S-level guide? He suddenly chuckled, his fingertips forming a small ice crystal on the window's surface. Colonel Runyuan's decisions are always full of artistry. Runyuan's pen suddenly stopped on a certain line of numbers. Deputy Commander Bai. Ranyuan removed his glasses. Your right eye's recorder needs maintenance. At the moment the sunlight was swallowed by the clouds, Baiyu's iris returned to a harmless light grade. He took half a step back, presenting a respectful nod. I'm just worried that Captain Lu might hurt our important asset in District 13. After all, everyone knows that the Central District has no reason to send precious S-level guides to cheapen us. What worries me more is that you might want to test the waters in reverse. If it goes too far, it won't end well. Suddenly, the sunlight was engulfed by the clouds. The office split into two realms of light and dark. Baiyu stood in the light cascade, his light gray hair floating, while Runyuan's outline completely dissolved in the shadows, leaving only the edges of his glasses occasionally flashing a cold light. Chapter 4. I'm afraid I'll make you feel good. Two stunningly handsome men, each with distinct styles, locked eyes, the surging emotions hidden beneath their gazes creating an invisible standoff. Curiosity leads you to look. Don't interfere with my work. However, Baiyu's worst fears were unfolding. Lu Ran sat beside Jiang Zhaoyue, his right thigh pressed against the outer side of her left thigh. Lu Ran's right leg felt like a piece of red-hot iron, capable of scorching her nerves even through 2 layers of fabric. This boundary-less proximity caused Jiang Zhaoyue to frown slightly. Yet, Lu Ran seemed oblivious to her discomfort. His blood-red pupils fixated on her. Stay away from me. Jiang Zhaoyue shifted to the right, towards the window, but ended up colliding with the semi-enclosed space created by his arm. His crimson eyes narrowed, and the movement of his tongue licking over his canine teeth carried a playful hint of a predator about to pounce. As he inhaled the sweet scents of ylang-ylang and white pear, a low rumble escaped his throat. Lu Ran sensed Jiang Zhaoyue's clear detachment and displeasure, forcing himself to suppress the painful urge that his sentinel instincts screamed to release. At that moment, he was already thinking, if he could pin Jiang Zhaoyue against the glass, bury his head in her neck, could he extract more guiding pheromones from her glands? If that wasn't enough, he had heard that guides also had a gland in their chest that stored a lot of guiding pheromones. However, Lu Ran restrained his wild instincts, gripping the armrest tightly, pulling back to a safer distance. Jiang Zhaoyue stared out at the cyberpunk and traditional Eve's mixed streets, but her mind was racing with thoughts of 00544. Is this dog constantly staring at me? It makes me feel like I'm prey being hunted by a beast. 00544 quickly took the opportunity to explain. This is due to the instincts of a critical value sentinel. A frenzy value between 85 to 89 is critical. Sentinels at this level are 10 times more sensitive to guiding pheromones than ordinary sentinels. Jiang Zhaoyue was puzzled. Can't he find other guide for guidance? In the entire Silent City District 13, with 60,000 sentinels, there are only 4 guides, and only you can guide Lu Ran. The other 3 guides are only A level at best, while Lu Ran is an S level sentinel, although guides can barely cross 1 to 2 levels to assist sentinels. Lu Ran dislikes the guiding pheromones of that A-level guide, so he would rather endure than go to them. Jiang Zhaoyue finally understood just how important the original owner's mother was to the entire star system, realizing the weight of those words. When she heard the ratio, it didn't seem significant, but when that ratio became a tangible workload in front of her, she immediately grasped the concept of empathy. 00544 continued to explain. The Sentinel Guide ratio in the entire Star Alliance is 5,000 to 1, or even worse. Most who awaken as guides are also B-level guides. However, the severe imbalance in the Sentinel Guide ratio means many Sentinels find it hard to find available guides, even if they have money. If Sentinels constantly suppress their frenzy values, their brains will remain in a state of constant pain, causing their emotions to become very agitated. That's why Lucius said the Sentinels in Silent City are mentally unstable. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the cyberpunk mixed European-style buildings before her and uncertainly asked 00544, I don't know how to operate this. If a Sentinel comes to me for guidance, what should I do? At that moment, large clouds drifted away from above, golden light spilled onto the ground, and the diverse flow of people and vehicles by the roadside no longer carried the despondency of a post-apocalyptic ruin. 00544 replied in a timely manner. I will guide you in your mind on how to operate. Also, if you use the right methods, you can quickly help restore the original owner's mental C. The original owner suffered significant damage to their mental C due to brain death and needs to be repaired before you can regain memories quickly. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue staring blankly out the window, Lu Ran couldn't help but want to look at him. The guiding pheromones on her felt too comfortable for him. Those pheromones even dulled the pain in his mental C, while Jiang Zhaoyue was busy learning more about this world from 00544. She suddenly felt a faint scent of sentinel pheromones, tinged with the aroma of red wine, wafting toward her. Instinctively, she reached out to strike. She disliked people who repeatedly failed to understand boundaries. Lu Ran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly caught her attacking hand with his large one. So, Jiang Zhaoyue really does like to hit sentinels? Lu Ran raised an eyebrow slightly, but the shadow in his blood-red pupils remained. Jiang Zhaoyue rarely encountered such a contradictory person. She began to observe Lu Ran closely. Because he was good-looking, she couldn't help but reach out to pinch his cheek. He instinctively recoiled slightly, but, seeing that she wasn't trying to hit him, allowed her to squeeze his cheek. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I'm afraid I'll make you feel good. I don't really want to reward you. Please maintain a certain distance from me. After pinching Lu Ran's cheek, Jiang Zhaoyue held his face with her thumb and index finger, pushing him away a bit. Lu Ran took a deep breath, looking pitiful as he gazed at Jiang Zhaoyue. Misguide. Can you guide me later? I've reached the critical value, which is why I can't help but be drawn to your guiding pheromones. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Lu Ran and had to admit that he was handsome, his voice a clear boyish tone, and when he laughed softly, it inexplicably carried a mix of desire and dominance. To be honest, a guy like him was someone she could only encounter up close on some app before. I could provide guidance, but you must not come close to me without my consent. Jiang Zhaoyue stated her bottom line plainly. Lu Ran blinked, his red pupils suddenly becoming clear and pure. Okay. Lu Ran propped his chin up, his gaze seemingly unable to be drawn away by anything else, fixated on Jiang Zhaoyue. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue struggled to ignore his penetrating gaze, diligently noting the shops along the street. It seemed that the guide's sister truly disliked sentinels. Lu Ran exerted all his effort to capture the guiding pheromones in the air with his sentinel pheromones, but the amount of guiding pheromones Jiang Zhaoyue released was decreasing. Jiang Zhaoyue chuckled lightly, turning back to pinch Lu Ran's cheek. What should I do to not be annoying? You keep testing my compliance. Do you really think I don't notice? Lu Ran was momentarily stunned, earnestly asking, what is a compliance test? Jiang Zhaoyue stared at Lu Ran, as if trying to discern the truth from the depths of his blood-red pupils. But after just a moment, she shifted her gaze away. I'll assume you don't know. I'm not interested and I don't care. I just want to familiarize myself with the area and do my job well. 00544 was anxious. Host, why aren't you entangling with Lu Ran the Sentinel? Don't forget our mission. What are you in such a hurry for? Do you think that if I'm kind and gentle to them and get close, they will truthfully tell me everything? Are you out of your mind? Don't interrupt. I have my own pace. Chapter 5. She takes a fancy at first sight. Lu Ran's expression darkened for a moment. Then he became aggrieved. I am an S-class sentinel, and suitable guides are few and far between. After matching, either the other party doesn't like my sentinel traits, or I don't like their guiding traits. Finally, I meet a guide like you who doesn't dislike my sentinel traits, and I am utterly fascinated by your guiding traits. I'm afraid that if I don't show you enough enthusiasm, you might run away. But when I am enthusiastic, you also want to run. Guide sister, please teach me what I should do. Lu Ran was speaking the truth. Since awakening as a sentinel at the age of 13, he, like all sentinels, began searching for a suitable guide. However, guides are inherently scarce, and some might make unreasonable demands because of his looks. He wasn't unwilling to pay for guidance, but he didn't want to be insulted either. Furthermore, if a sentinel has a negative feeling toward the guide, they cannot relax their mental barriers during guidance, leading to poor results and mental pain for the sentinel. Thus, Lu Ran had always relied on suppressants and tranquilizers to get through his manic episodes. When he had enough star coins, he would buy good suppressants and tranquilizers. When he didn't, he would buy average ones, enduring the discomfort as best as he could. But now he had the chance to experience the allure of guidance from a guide. How could he not be excited? Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Lu Ran with her clear black eyes and reached out to ruffle his fluffy red hair. She felt the hover car stop and casually said, "Take me to the guidance room. I will guide you." Jiang Zhaoyue didn't believe in love at first sight. She believed in attraction based on looks. Naturally, she found Lu Ran appealing because he was good-looking and wanted to tease him, to be close to him. However, if he played any emotional tricks, her interest would drop immediately. Lu Ran sensed Jiang Zhaoyue's distrust and silently reached out to tentatively hook her fingers that hung at her side. Jiang Zhaoyue swatted his hand away. "Are we going to guide? Lead the way." The hover car stopped in front of a row of two-story buildings in European style. The off-white and light gold exteriors made one feel comfortable and relaxed at first glance. Before Lu Ran could speak, Baiyu walked over, standing in the sunlight. His light gray, slightly curled long hair fell over his shoulders like satin woven from moonlight, the ends swaying gently at his waist. He wore a gold chain monocle over his right eye, behind which were light gray eyes filled with warmth. His features resembled that of a nobleman stepping out of a classical oil painting. The lines of his brow and nose were gentle yet striking. His pale pink lips always held a subtle curve, as if ready to say the most comforting words. A beauty mark at the corner of his left eye added a touch of earthly charm to his nearly divine face. When he raised his hand to adjust his glasses, the jade-like bones of his wrist peeked out from his snow-white sleeves, exuding an air of elegance. as sunlight filtered through his hair. He seemed like a page of an ancient book softened by the light. Even his shadow carried a poetic rhythm. Jiang Zhaoyue noticed that Baiyu had come out from one of the independent two-story buildings. "Hello, Guide Jiang Zhaoyue. My name is Baiyu. The guidance room is my masterpiece, and I will take you to see it now. If there is anything you are not satisfied with, please mention it, and I can make adjustments as soon as possible." Baiyu's voice was like a cello string wrapped in velvet, deep yet perfectly textured. When that slightly classical tone flowed from his throat, it was like aged wine sliding down the wall of a crystal glass, each note soaked in intoxicating elegance. Jiang Zhaoyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and she couldn't help but adjust her clothes. After being here for so long, she finally met someone who spoke to her normally, not sarcastically or with unpredictable moods. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded slightly. "Hello. Let's go. I need to start my work as soon as possible." Lu Ran felt that the moment Baiyu appeared, Jiang Zhaoyue's attention was completely drawn to him. It wasn't just a simple attraction. Jiang Zhaoyue seemed to like Baiyu a bit. Lu Ran's red eyes burned with anger. Baiyu naturally sensed Lu Ran's restless sentinel traits that were continuously leaking out. He couldn't help but smile and looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, leading her into a guidance room that resembled an independent villa. The hall was about 150 square meters, furnished with two half-moon-shaped red sofas and a table made from a single irregular piece of milky white stone. On the tray on the table were colorful interstellar candies. To the right of the main door was a self-service vending machine for suppressants, tranquilizers, and nutritional agents. Baiyu pointed to the elevator on the left for Jiang Zhaoyue. The layout of the rooms upstairs is the same as downstairs. Jiang Zhaoyue followed Baiyu to the right, where there were a total of 6 rooms in the corridor, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. The right side consisted of guidance rooms, while the left side had rest areas, in case a sentinel needed immediate rest after guidance. It was more convenient to go to the opposite side. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded. The first guidance room was one-on-one, and she had heard from 00544 that it was equipped with the most advanced detection devices on the market. The second guidance room could accommodate 3 sentinels simultaneously. The third room was even larger, resembling a small conference room. 3 guidance rooms, 3 sets of different equipment. Well done. Jiang Zhaoyue had a lot to do next. Just learning to master these things might take her 2 to 3 days. Baiyu looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, a gentle smile on his face. "Guide Jiang, do you want to take a look at the rest area?" Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback, but complied. The first room had a huge double bed, and basic facilities like a bathroom and refrigerator were all available. The second room was interesting. It had a bed even larger than the first. Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't help but wonder in her mind. The second guidance room is clearly for guiding 3 sentinels. Why is there only 1 bed in the rest area? 00544 replied. "Please don't ask me inappropriate questions. I'm still a clean system." Jiang Zhaoyue. What nonsense is this ghost system talking about? In the third room, the bed was, well, it could be called a Kong, an interstellar Kong? Jiang Zhaoyue nodded. "Okay, I understand. After you interstellar sentinels finish guidance, you like to sleep on big beds, and when there isn't enough space, you sleep on large Kangs like a communal bed. Very united and friendly. That's great." Baiyu looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, slightly taken aback by her innocent reaction. "How many sentinels does Guide Jiang plan to guide today? Then I will forcibly mark you." Lu Ran seized the opportunity and scoffed. "Deputy Commander Bai, is it appropriate to assign such heavy work to Guide Jiang, who just arrived today?" Jiang Zhaoyue pressed her lips together and gently tugged at Lu Ran's sleeve. She looked at the warm and handsome Baiyu. "I want to ask, after completing guidance for 4 A-class sentinels or 2 S-class sentinels, how many star coins can I earn for each additional A-class sentinel guided?" Lu Ran frowned and whispered to Jiang Zhaoyue, "Don't worry, I can support you." Jiang Zhaoyue smiled. She was really sensitive to such grand promises. Although she had no memories, her first reaction was that if someone liked her and spent money on her, that was fine. After all, she provided emotional value, and that was why others were willing to spend money on her. But she would never fully rely on others to support her. She must have her own money and not lose her ability to earn. In such a situation, when the unexpected comes, she also has the confidence to face it. Baiyu saw Jiang Zhaoyue staring at him with her almond-shaped eyes and still gently introduced to Jiang Zhaoyue. "In our silent city, District 13, We do not charge by the hour, which is somewhat different from other places. For guiding an A-level sentinel, you can earn 8,000 star coins for every point you reduce in their madness value. For guiding an S-level sentinel, you can earn 10,000 star coins for every point you reduce. For an SS-level sentinel, you can earn 20,000 star coins for every point you reduce. You need to guide 4 A-level sentinels every day, reducing their madness value by at least 3 points each to complete the task. Any excess will be converted into star coins and credited to your account. Baiyu noticed Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes brightening. He was momentarily puzzled. This Jiang guide seemed different from what was advertised on the Star Network. In fact, Jiang Zhaoyue wanted Baiyu and the others to notice that she was different from before, even if they thought she had gone through life's setbacks and had repented. That would be fine, because she couldn't act pitifully, begging for everyone's forgiveness. Lu Ran looked at Jiang Zhaoyue and sneered. Our sentinels in Silent City are not the same as the young masters in the Central District. Although we are not afraid of you whipping us, if you try to use your mental power to restrain our sentinels in Silent City, you better be prepared. Lu Ran's mouth curved into a bright but malicious smile, and he licked his pink tongue over his lips, whispering in Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, "But if you violently whip my mental C, I will forcibly mark you." Jiang Zhaoyue did not quite understand what Lu Ran meant by forcibly marking, so she hurriedly asked 00544, "What happens when a sentinel forcibly marks a guide?" 00544 was a bit angry. He dares. Forcibly marking a guide will trigger the guide's bonding heat. Once a guide triggers bonding heat, high-level calming agents won't work, and only bodily fluid exchange can resolve it. This situation violates the laws of the Interstellar Federation. Jiang Zhaoyue pursed her lips, and Baiyu, seeing her fall into silence, thought she perceived the sentinels of Silent City as lawless thugs, so he quickly explained, "Jiang Guide need not be afraid. If Lu Ran dares to act like that, we will surely punish him according to the rules of Silent City." When Jiang Zhaoyue looked up again, her face was filled with grievance, and her black eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Baiyu. "You sentinels in Silent City, you wouldn't all forcibly mark guides, would you?" Baiyu smiled gently, just about to comfort Jiang Zhaoyue, when Lu Ran angrily looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. "I just said, if you want to use your mental power to tear apart my mental C, I will severely mark you. If you don't harm my mental C, our sentinels in Silent City still respect guides." Jiang Zhaoyue pouted. She couldn't see how the sentinels of Silent City respected guides, just like the sentinels misunderstood her as a malicious garbage guide. Baiyu gestured. "I have prepared some high-level nutrient solutions for you. If you want to conduct more sessions, you should fill your stomach first." Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Baiyu with sparkling eyes, sincerely thanking him. Jiang Zhaoyue revealed a genuinely sweet smile, the small dimple at the corner of her mouth making her seem even sweeter, like a plump cherry. Baiyu shook his head slightly. "No need to be so courteous." Lu Ran's face darkened. He realized that no matter what he did to attract Jiang Zhaoyue's attention, she only liked him less. Lu Ran couldn't help but glare at Baiyu. "I don't have to flatter you." Baiyu's expression remained unchanged as he quietly accompanied Jiang Zhaoyue. While Jiang Zhaoyue drank the nutrient solution, she asked him some questions about life. Baiyu keenly noticed that Jiang Zhaoyue was particularly interested in food. He silently noted some of Jiang Zhaoyue's preferences while carefully observing her speech and behavior for detailed analysis. Lu Ran saw that Jiang Zhaoyue finished the nutrient solution but was still happily chatting with Baiyu, and he couldn't help but frown. Leaning closer to Jiang Zhaoyue, "Can we start guiding me now? I'll pay 3 times the star coins. Once you finish treating me today, you shouldn't have to guide anyone else." Jiang Zhaoyue's smile faded slightly, and she lifted her chin slightly. "Go wait for me in the guiding room." Lu Ran pouted, but obediently walked toward guiding room number 1. Jiang Zhaoyue then slightly nodded to Baiyu. "Please help me arrange for 4 A-level sentinels, or 2 S-level sentinels." Baiyu was slightly surprised, but nodded kindly, opening his holographic computer to begin filtering. When Jiang Zhaoyue walked into guiding room number 1, the sight before her made her pause. Lu Ran had already taken off his upper clothes, revealing his well-defined muscles. His tan skin glowed healthily under the lights, contrasting sharply with his dazzling red hair, both flamboyant and full of strength, with no hint of pallor. Lu Ran, seeing Jiang Zhaoyue looking at him, couldn't help but lower his gaze, his eyes inadvertently darting elsewhere. The boy's clear voice carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Didn't he take off my work pants too? Jiang Zhaoyue gasped, her eyes wide as she quickly asked 00544 in her mind. No, this is a formal treatment, right? Why do I need to take off my pants? 00544 hurriedly responded. Yes. Formal guides do not require sentinels to undress for mental guidance. This sentinel may have misunderstood you. Jiang Zhaoyue was afraid that if she was a moment too late, Lu Ran would unbutton his pants. She quickly shook her head. No need. Hurry and lie down on the guiding chair. We'll start immediately. Lu Ran was initially a bit nervous, but seeing Jiang Zhaoyue's reaction, he became more interested. He couldn't help but lick his back teeth, lying down on the guiding chair and stating his request. Guide sister, I don't know how to use the restraining straps. Chapter 7, be a little obedient. You can call me whatever you want. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, walked over to the guiding chair, and began to fasten the restraint straps on Lu Ran. Lu Ran suddenly sat up, leaned close to Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, and with a clear yet slightly hoarse voice asked, Sister Guide, can I call you Zhaoyue from now on? In the entire guidance room, there were only Jiang Zhaoyue and Lu Ran. This awkward, sunny boy with manic depressive tendencies repeatedly challenged her sensitive nerves by encroaching on her comfort zone in social interactions. Jiang Zhaoyue licked her lips, and when she turned to look at Lu Ran again, her almond-shaped eyes sparkled. Lu Ran was momentarily startled by Jiang Zhaoyue's sudden turn, and he instinctively shrank back. He had almost kissed Jiang Zhaoyue. How could she turn her head so suddenly without a sound? Jiang Zhaoyue now understood that Lu Ran was the kind of boy who was brash with his words, but not really malicious at heart. A clumsy big boy who wouldn't say sweet things. However, having such a childish younger brother like Lu Ran was really a bit tiresome for her. Jiang Zhaoyue reached out to pinch Lu Ran's chin, slowly leaning her face closer. Lu Ran's eyes widened in surprise, his cat-like red pupils shaking. Jiang Zhaoyue's face slowly magnified in front of him, getting closer and closer. She was going to kiss him. Lu Ran felt his heart race, his eyes slightly reddening with anxiety, and he even held his breath. Jiang Zhaoyue's red lips brushed against Lu Ran's cheek and reached his ear. She deliberately made her breathing clear and slightly heavy. The airflow stirred by her breaths brushed against Lu Ran's ear, making it visibly redden. Why do you want to call me Zhaoyue? If you behave a little better in the future, you can call me whatever you want. Jiang Zhaoyue smiled, pinched Lu Ran's hot earlobe, and softly said, cute. Lu Ran had never had such ambiguous contact with any woman in his life. His mind went blank, and he felt blood rushing to the places Jiang Zhaoyue had touched. In an instant, he felt both nervous and shy, a thin layer of pink appearing on his skin. After the teasing, Jiang Zhaoyue quickly returned to her professional demeanor. Without any emotional fluctuations, she began to work on restraining Lu Ran's thighs. As she held the restraint strap, the back of her hand accidentally brushed against Lu Ran's thigh, as if igniting an invisible flame on it. The guiding pheromones on Jiang Zhaoyue intensified, causing Lu Ran to grip the two hands that were originally supporting his upper body on either side of him tighter and tighter. Lu Ran's breathing became increasingly heavy and suppressed. After securing the restraint strap on Lu Ran's leg, Jiang Zhaoyue pushed gently on his pale chest. Lu Ran was gently pushed down onto the guiding chair by Jiang Zhaoyue, who had no aggressive intentions. When his head hit the soft guiding chair, his mind was still processing what had just happened. Lu Ran instinctively wanted to say something. It was then he realized how low and magnetic his voice sounded. But Jiang Zhaoyue seemed unaware of his unusual state and directly sat down on the guiding chair. Lu Ran clearly felt Jiang Zhaoyue's inner thigh pressing against his outer thigh. Jiang Zhaoyue's rounded peach-shaped bottom settled on his thigh. Lu Ran's lips moved, feeling a fire surge in his throat, as if it was melting away his vocal cords. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Zhaoyue, letting her grasp his wrist and bind the restraint strap to his 8-pack abs. Lu Ran tilted his head, staring at the door of the guidance room, which looked so white. Unfortunately, no matter how much Lu Ran tried to distract himself, he still felt Jiang Zhaoyue's slender fingers lightly glide over his abs. She slowly traced the contours of his muscles with her fingertips. Lu Ran felt his heart racing. It was as if he was about to lose control of his frenzy value. Just as he was about to cover his heart, Jiang Zhaoyue stepped down without any hesitation. She stood beside the guiding chair, blocking Lu Ran's line of sight. After securing the restraint strap on Lu Ran's chest, she asked him according to the 00544 protocol, "Do you want a sedative or a bite guard?" Lu Ran immediately reached out. "Just give me the bite guard." Jiang Zhaoyue gently tapped Lu Ran's palm with her delicate white hand. "I'll put it on you." Jiang Zhaoyue buckled Lu Ran's hand into a safety clip, fitted him with a newly unwrapped black bite guard, and then sat down in the guide chair next to the guiding chair. Jiang Zhaoyue glanced at Lu Ran's current state. The handsome boy with red hair and red eyes, his upper body bare, revealing beautiful muscle lines. He was biting down on the bite guard, looking at her with slightly reddened eyes. "TSK." Jiang Zhaoyue cleared her throat and issued a command to 00544. "Tell me what to do next." Following 00544's instructions, Jiang Zhaoyue slowly released her mental energy and the rich, guiding pheromones from her glands. Feeling Lu Ran's burning gaze, Jiang Zhaoyue deliberately ignored that sense of presence. Closing her eyes in concentration and feeling the sensation of her mental energy spreading out. The release of her mental energy gave Jiang Zhaoyue an inexplicable sense of familiarity. She couldn't help but think about why she felt so familiar with this, recalling some scenes from her previous life fighting zombies. But the more she thought, the more her head hurt. 00544 quickly reminded her, "Host, don't think about it anymore. As long as you guide the sentinels' mental sea, it will train your mental strength, allowing you to quickly regain your own memories." Jiang Zhaoyue hurriedly cleared her mind and, through the extension of her mental energy, touched Lu Ran's mental sea. Lu Ran's mental sea was a vibrant red, just like his hair and eyes. However, this red mental sea was a sphere, and the surface of the sphere was quite dirty. Following 00544's teachings, Jiang Zhaoyue slowly twisted her mental energy into several strands and gently swept across Lu Ran's mental sea sphere. Lu Ran's mental sea gradually started to relax, and a small opening appeared in it, from which a fiery red wolf with 3 flames on its forehead stealthily emerged. It cautiously approached Jiang Zhaoyue's mental strands, lightly pawing at them. Jiang Zhaoyue gently groomed the fiery red wolf with her mental strands. The guiding pheromones wrapped around the mental strands had an absolute purifying effect on the black and gray of the fiery red wolf. Jiang Zhaoyue patiently groomed the tangled fur of the fiery red wolf again and again. Soon, the wolf's fur became shiny and smooth. It happily whined, lying on the mental sea sphere, exposing its belly to Jiang Zhaoyue's mental strands in a playful manner. Jiang Zhaoyue found this little creature amusing and gave it a playful rub. After cleaning only 1/20th of the entire sphere, Jiang Zhaoyue felt extremely fatigued. She decided to stop while she was ahead. However, she found that Lu Ran, who was lying on the guiding chair, was completely flushed like a cooked shrimp. Lu Ran couldn't help but struggle continuously on the guiding chair. Jiang Zhaoyue furrowed her brows slightly and quickly called out to the system in her mind. 00544. "What is wrong with Lu Ran?" 00544 immediately replied. "Your guidance has reduced his pollution value. This has caused him to level up slightly and enter the heat phase." Chapter 8. She didn't expect you to have such a good figure. Jiang Zhaoyue let out a deep breath. Just as she was about to get up and call you, she heard Lu Ran struggle to squeeze out 2 words from his throat. "Don't. Go. Although she couldn't hear clearly, Jiang Zhaoyue guessed it should be "don't go." Jiang Zhaoyue pressed her lips together, watching Lu Ran's increasingly pained expression. Feeling a bit reluctant, Lu Ran was firmly restrained in the guiding chair, but his violent movements caused the high-intensity restraints to dig deeply into his skin, leaving red marks on his strong body. His red hair was already soaked with sweat, sticking messily to his pale forehead. Droplets of water continuously falling from the tips of his hair, sliding down his high nose bridge, and finally hanging precariously on the edge of the biting device. He was taut like a drawn bow, his muscle lines rising and falling with intense struggles, 8-pack abs covered with a layer of fine beads of sweat. glistening under the light with a damp sheen. As the restraints rubbed against his waist and abdomen, sweat pulled out several silver threads between leather and skin, only to be snapped by his sudden twisting of his waist and hips. Who? Who? A muffled groan escaped from behind the biting device, his Adam's apple rolling violently on his long neck. The muscles in his thighs slightly cramped from continuous exertion. But the more he struggled, the deeper the restraints dug in, leaving even more vivid marks on his milky white skin. When Jiang Zhaoyue's hand pressed against his sweaty chest, Lu Ran suddenly froze for a moment. He tilted his head back, his damp red hair flipping backward, revealing a pair of wolf-like bright eyes. Physiological tears mixed with sweat slid down from the corners of his eyes, but his red pupils locked onto her tightly, his pupils narrowing into thin vertical lines due to the bonding heat. Jiang Zhaoyue could clearly see the veins bulging in his tensed waist and abdomen, undulating with his rapid breathing, as if some ferocious beast was about to break free. "Zhao, you!" A hoarse voice squeezed out from the gap in the biting device, carrying a roughness burned by high temperatures. He suddenly pressed his forehead against her palm. Where their hot skin touched, a faint guiding factor was surging wildly through his veins. Jiang Zhaoyue gently stroked Lu Ran's red hair with her other hand. "I'll go call Baiyu. I can't handle the bonding heat situation. We need his help." After saying this, Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip and quickly left the guiding room. When Baiyu heard Jiang Zhaoyue's description, he couldn't help but frown, the usual warmth on his face disappearing. His handsome features took on a serious expression. Because only a mental imprint mark, or a rank upgrade, or a sudden drop of 20 points in a frenzy value would trigger bonding heat. In Baiyu's understanding, Lu Ran seemed to have just upgraded from an S-level sentinel to an S sentinel for a few months, and it wasn't time for him to upgrade yet. Moreover, Jiang Zhaoyue had only guided Lu Ran for 10 minutes, which shouldn't have caused a 20-point drop in his frenzy value. Then it must be the mental imprint mark. But since Baiyu had not seen the situation with his own eyes, he still couldn't jump to conclusions. After entering the guiding room, Baiyu saw Lu Ran struggling in pain, twisting continuously. Baiyu quickly walked to the testing device and immediately retrieved the data. Hiss! Even Baiyu, who usually presented a calm and steady image, couldn't help but gasp when he saw the change in the data. He completely ignored Lu Ran lying in the guiding chair and opened his light brain, quickly canceling the appointment request he had just made for 4 A-level sentinels. He replaced them with 2 S-level sentinels whose frenzy values were at the critical level. After arranging all this, he smelled a rich, sweet fragrance in the entire guiding room. Baiyu turned his head and saw Jiang Zhaoyue slightly bent over, standing in front of the brown guiding chair, her palm pressed against Lu Ran's neck. Lu Ran, whose veins were bulging and whose skin had an abnormal flush, gradually stopped struggling intensely. Baiyu finally figured out where the scent was coming from. It was the rich guiding factor emitted by Jiang Zhaoyue. This rich and alluring ylang-ylang scent contrasted with the transparent and moist pear aroma, deeply stimulating Baiyu's senses. Baiyu was increasingly drawn in by this fragrance, his long fingers unconsciously curling up. He bit the soft flesh inside his cheek, trying to wake himself up, not letting this intense, guiding factor cloud his mind. But in fact, Baiyu's temples were throbbing, and he could clearly feel his canine teeth itching, which was a primal reaction of a sentinel to high-matching guiding factors. His gaze had begun to turn aggressive, and he couldn't help but focus on Jiang Zhaoyue's slender waist. Baiyu then carefully observed the guide in front of him. Her high ponytail had some rebellious strands scattered at her temples. Those playful strands brushed slightly against her fair skin with her movements. The contrast between her snow-white skin and Lu Ran's flushed body made her fingertips, wrists, and earlobes appear tender and tempting, giving off a feeling that if one were to bite down, it would surely be soft, fragrant, and satisfyingly rich. Baiyu stood in front of the testing device, staring at Jiang Zhaoyue for a long time. Jiang Zhaoyue heard Lu Ran mumbling indistinctly behind the biting device and wanted to get a bit closer to hear his murmurs clearly. When Jiang Zhaoyue bent down again, a strand of hair fell onto Lu Ran's biting device. Baiyu suddenly realized that her nape glands were fully exposed near the frenzied sentinel's lips, and this realization made his pupils constrict. "Be careful." His arms moved faster than his thoughts, wrapping around her slim waist and pulling her abruptly away from the danger zone. Jiang Zhaoyue's back collided heavily against his chest, and through their close-fitting clothes, both could clearly feel each other's racing heartbeat. Jiang Zhaoyue was trapped in front of Baiyu, her back pressed tightly against his chest muscles and abs. She felt a bit flustered, not expecting that Baiyu, who looked so slender and thin, would have such a good figure. Do you know what you were doing? Baiyu slightly lowered his head, his warm and gentle voice carrying a hint of reproach, ringing in Jiang Zhaoyue's ear. Jiang Zhaoyue blinked and gently patted Baiyu's tense forearm. Only then did Baiyu release Jiang Zhaoyue, and, as he withdrew his right hand, his thumb lightly rubbed against his index finger as if savoring something. Lu Ran, being in the bonding heat, will unconsciously say some things. But if you get too close to him, you might be attacked. Do you understand? From now on, if any sentinel enters bonding heat after your guidance, you're not allowed to get close to them, Baiyu said firmly, rarely being so serious. He didn't even know if he was influenced by Jiang Zhaoyue's guiding factor or if he was genuinely worried about the safety of this unique guide, which made him so straightforward in his demands. Jiang Zhaoyue looked into Baiyu's silver-gray eyes, which were filled with seriousness and fear, and nodded. Thank you. I've never faced such a situation, so I didn't know what would happen. I will definitely listen to you carefully. Thank you very much. Baiyu was afraid that staying in the guiding room would cause him to lose control of his image due to the rich guiding factor. So he suggested waiting for the sentinel in the next room. Jiang Zhaoyue believed him and followed Baiyu out of guiding room 1. Baiyu took a few slow breaths of fresh air, returning to his usual warm demeanor, a faint smile on his lips as he gently asked Jiang Zhaoyue, Jiang Guide, do you know what changes occurred in Lu Ran's frenzy and pollution values after your guidance? Chapter 9. I am dirty. Jiang Zhaoyue shook her head, silently wondering if something had happened to 00544. The system had not responded yet, and Baiyu pulled up the information on the light brain for Jiang Zhaoyue to see. Lu Ran's frenzy value had dropped from 89 to 73, while the pollution value had decreased from 87 to 72. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue's confusion, Baiyu kindly and logically thought of a reason for her. I know you might not have provided much guidance to the sentinels in the past, which has led to your unclear understanding of the frenzy and pollution values. Jiang Zhaoyue pretended to be shy, but looked at Baiyu with curious eyes. Is there something wrong with my guidance? Baiyu shook his head, feeling increasingly suspicious about the Central District's decision to send Jiang Zhaoyue to Silent City. Noticing that Jiang Zhaoyue still didn't understand, Baiyu decided to clarify what he could. A frenzy value above 85 has reached a critical point, and reducing it from 89 to 73 has fully proven Jiang's extraordinary guidance ability. Moreover, pollution values are inherently difficult to eliminate. Yet Jiang had significantly reduced the pollution value of the Sentinel Lu Ran. I see your determination to start anew, but please pay close attention to your mental state. If your guidance leads to the contamination of your mental threads, it would be an irreparable loss for both you and the entire District 13. Jiang Zhaoyue was very touched by Baiyu's self-generated understanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it reasonably. She showed a relieved expression. You can understand my thoughts. I am truly moved. I want to get along well with everyone in this unfamiliar place. After all, I will be living here long-term. Baiyu could understand Jiang Zhaoyue's thoughts, but he was puzzled as to why she had not shown such strength before. He subtly suggested that Jiang Zhaoyue take a moment to rest while he opened his light brain to check Jiang Zhaoyue's past guidance records. Baiyu even wondered if Jiang Zhaoyue's constant insults and abuse towards sentinels were to cover up her own unique guiding qualities. When he checked Jiang Zhaoyue's parents' information, he discovered that her mother was a research guide, while her father had sacrificed early on. When Baiyu searched for Jiang Zhaoyue's mother's information on the Star Network, he found no results. When he checked the internal network for her mother's information, it showed insufficient permissions. Baiyu put away the light brain, becoming greatly interested in and curious about Jiang Zhaoyue. Baiyu smiled warmly and gently explained to Jiang Zhaoyue, 2 S-rank sentinels will come over shortly. However, you have already exceeded your workload for today. Do you want to continue? Jiang Zhaoyue nodded. Since they have already been scheduled, let them come. Baiyu pressed his lips together. But you must not take the risk of contaminating your mental threads when guiding the sentinels. Jiang Zhaoyue thanked Baiyu for his reminder, while scolding 00544 in her mind. Don't tell me you didn't know the original host mental C is very special. If it weren't for smart people filling in the gaps, I would have been in trouble. 00544 quickly planned a method. Sorry, host. I really didn't know your mental C would be this special. But it might be related to the attributes your soul carries. And it shouldn't be too much related to this body. Baiyu just checked your past guidance records. The original host had no issues when guiding sentinels. Jiang Zhaoyue narrowed her eyes, her guard against Baiyu rising again. Report. A low, hoarse voice sounded from outside the door. Baiyu opened the door and introduced Jiang Zhaoyue. This is my team member Diamond, an S-rank sentinel. Jiang Zhaoyue, you continue your work. I'll check on Captain Lu Ran's situation. After Baiyu left, Jiang Zhaoyue finally saw Diamond's face. He had the typical appearance of a Western brown-haired tough guy, with prominent bone structure, deep-set eyes, a high-nosed bridge, and full, rosy lips. Once the door was closed, Diamond stepped closer to Jiang Zhaoyue and pulled out a pile of items from his space button. He frowned, looking elsewhere, his voice not as loud and powerful as before, but quietly explaining, I don't really like using things that others have used, so I bought new ones. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the array of spiked whips, cross buckles, studded collars, barb binding ropes, feather sticks with hooks, clippers, and bell rings laid out before her. She didn't know how to react to these items, but internally, she was already freaking out. I'm dirty. What are these things? What do they mean? Huh? 00544 weakly responded. Maybe he learned about the original host preferences before he came? Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. Put these away. I'm no longer interested in such lowbrow tastes. Diamond instantly tensed up, his brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. Jiang Zhaoyue waved her hand. Don't worry, I'm not interested in abusing the mental C either. Your captain won't harm you. Diamond clenched his jaw tightly, then put everything away, appearing as if he was prepared to face death, removing his upper clothing. Sitting in the guidance chair, he looked like he was about to go to the guillotine. He bit his lip and began to bind his legs and waist. After quickly completing this, Diamond took a deep breath, lay back in the guidance chair, closed his eyes, and said, Let's go. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a toothache, but she held it in and silently stepped forward to perform the upper body cross-binding on Diamond. She noticed that Diamond was not unafraid. He was biting down on his fear, and goosebumps were all over his body. Looking at the goosebumps on his milky white skin, Jiang Zhaoyue wanted to laugh, but felt it was inappropriate, so she held it in. Sitting in the guidance chair, Jiang Zhaoyue directly unleashed her mental power and approached Diamond's mental C. Diamond's mental C wasn't as large as Lu Ran's, but it seemed to be filled with haphazard graffiti, with trees and flowers growing in crooked ways. Jiang Zhaoyue did not see Diamond's mental entity, so she followed what 00544 had told her and focused not on clearing the black dust, but on untangling some knots in the mental sea. Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads could only pick out the flower-like knots to untangle. After half a day of guidance, she realized that finding the knots in the messy mental sea was quite a big task. When Jiang Zhaoyue withdrew from the guidance, Diamond was flushed and hot all over, struggling violently in the guidance chair. Jiang Zhaoyue pressed her lips together, silently watching Diamond, whose veins were bulging, and asked 00544 in her mind, What explanation is there this time? Chapter 10. I'm not that familiar with you. 00544 is also confused. Host, let us just say, can you not be so selfless during the guidance? Usually, guides only provide guidance for about 5 minutes, but you insisted on giving someone 10 minutes. Although the reduction in pollution value wasn't significant, the frenzy value dropped directly by 20 points. Jiang Zhaoyue also felt innocent. When I was guiding Lu Ran, I clearly felt my energy was insufficient and stopped. You didn't tell me how long to guide, so I had to go by my instincts. Just as they were talking, Baiyu knocked on the door and walked in. Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly felt flustered and anxiously turned to look at Baiyu. Baiyu, seeing dimming also caught in the heat of fusion, fell into deep thought. He felt he must have been out of touch for too long. Aside from the mental resonance and mutual marking with sentinels, is the heat of fusion now so easily triggered? But Baiyu didn't show it on his face, maintaining a gentle smile as he walked over to the testing device to retrieve Diamond's data. The frenzy value dropped from 86 to 66. The pollution value dropped from 84 to 79. Bai Yu nodded. Thank you, Jiang Guide. Do you need to take a break? Jiang Zhaoyue sighed and nodded. A break would be good. I'll go check on Lu Ran. How is he doing now? Bai Yu gestured for her to follow and led Jiang Zhaoyue to guidance room number 1. Lu Ran had regained his senses, but still had to endure the aftershocks of the fusion heat. His red eyes shimmered as he looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, staring at her for a moment before turning away, not wanting her to see his weakest side. Bai Yu understood Lu Ran's emotions. But Jiang Zhaoyue did not pick up on Lu Ran's intention. She just thought Lu Ran still didn't tea like her. Jiang Zhaoyue pouted. Remember to settle the payment at the multiple you mentioned. Didn't he expect I could reduce your frenzy value by so much? Lu Ran, biting the mouthpiece, tried to speak but only managed to make muffled sounds, so he stopped arguing. Bai Yu noticed the affectionate and lingering gaze Lu Ran had on Jiang Zhaoyue and quickly stepped forward to block Lu Ran's view. There is also an S-level sentinel here. Once these 3 guidance sessions are completed today, the star coins will be directly credited to Jiang Guide's account. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes brightened, and she nodded in satisfaction. Then I'll hurry to finish the guidance for him. Jiang Zhaoyue turned and walked a few steps, as if suddenly remembering something. She awkwardly looked back at Bai Yu. Also, can you remind the sentinels coming for guidance not to bring strange things? I'm really not interested in whips and such anymore. Really? Bai Yu's lips quirked up slightly, and he nodded in promise. Okay, I will remind them. Sorry about that. Jiang Zhaoyue said nothing more and went to guidance room number 2. Bai Yu looked at Lu Ran while unfastening the mouthpiece and said, Ran Yuan is still waiting for you to report back. But can you still stand and report to him now? Lu Ran frowned and shot Bai Yu a glare. After Bai Yu unfastened all the restraints on him, Lu Ran got off the guidance chair. He felt his legs were so weak he could hardly stand and had to lean against the wall, his red eyes coldly staring at Bai Yu. No need to worry. I'm already S-level. Plus, both my frenzy and pollution values have dropped significantly. Deputy Commander Bai, you should worry about yourself. I heard you were allergic to most guide factors, and your frenzy value has been suppressed at the critical point for a long time, right? Bai Yu couldn't help but think of Jiang Zhaoyue's guide factor. He didn't find her scent repulsive at all. In fact, it easily stirred his sentinel factor, making him overly excited. Bai Yu clenched his fists at his side. He didn't like this feeling of losing control. He should take some time to check again and make another appointment for guidance. Seeing Bai Yu silent, Lu Ran thought he had hit a nerve and proudly raised his head. Zhaoyue had just arrived in Silent City, having traveled for 3 days. That guy Lucius certainly didn't let her rest well. You should arrange fewer sentinels for her. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow and ignored Lu Ran's presumptuous familiarity with Jiang Zhaoyue. He thought Jiang Zhaoyue seemed to dislike sentinels who lacked proper boundaries. He wouldn't advise Lu Ran on what was right. Let him continue to make mistakes and let Jiang Zhaoyue dislike him. Lu Ran, seeing Bai Yu's silence, found it even more intolerable that Bai Yu maintained his hypocritical smile, turned, and slowly walked out of guidance room number 1 while leaning against the wall. Bai Yu watched Lu Ran's departing figure, sitting in the guide chair, breathing in the lingering warm fragrance of the guide factor, mixed with the crisp sweetness of white pear. He sent a message to Ran Yuan. Jiang Zhaoyue is indeed somewhat different, but I believe you will make a decision beneficial to District 13 of Silent City. Far away in the administrative building, Ran Yuan, who was looking at pollution zone planning maps, received Bai Yu's message and raised an eyebrow. It seems the new guide Jiang Zhaoyue is quite interesting. The message from Ran Yuan made Bai Yu frown slightly. After thinking for a moment, he sent another message to Ran Yuan. Don't project your unpredictable attitude onto this matter. Once you meet Lu Ran, you'll understand how special she is. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Bai Yu had said so much. TSK. Our deputy commander Bai isn't developing feelings for guide Jiang Zhaoyue, is he? Bai Yu listened to Ran Yuan's voice message without responding, indicating he had read it but wouldn't reply. Unexpectedly, Ran Yuan sent another voice message. Oh, Deputy Commander Bai, don't you already have a prestigious fiancé? Are you looking to change your affections? Bai Yu's expression remained unchanged, but his aura became increasingly cold. I think Commander Ran Yuan and I aren't that familiar, right? Jiang Guide is just a valuable asset to District 13. I would appreciate it if Commander Ran Yuan didn't idly speculate about subordinates' romantic lives. That is a form of harassment. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow. Really? I don't believe it. Baiyu stood up, not willing to engage with Ran Yuan's thoughts. Baiyu glanced at the time on his device and, upon arriving at guidance room number 2, unsurprisingly discovered that the newly entered S-level sentinel had also entered the heat of fusion period. He looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, who wore a face of despair. She no longer wanted to speak and simply waved her hand for him to check the data on the testing device. Baiyu felt he had reached a state of calmness and had no doubts whatsoever. He suppressed the myriad questions in his mind, wearing a faintly indifferent smile, and opened the data on the testing device. The frenzy value dropped from 88 to 76, and the pollution value dropped from 85 to 79. There was clearly no problem, right? It was just a quality guidance session. So why did the Sentinel enter the heat of fusion again? Baiyu continued to scroll down the data, and then he saw the conclusion about the heat of fusion. Due to the S-level Sentinel advancing a small tier, the probability of triggering the heat of fusion was 89. 99. Baiyu looked at the data and couldn't help but blink. He thought, the people in the Central District must be sick, right? Otherwise, why would they send such a uniquely capable S-level guide to Silent City? Sending her to Silent City was one thing, but sending her to District 13 under Ran Yuan's jurisdiction? There must be a conspiracy. There definitely is a conspiracy. Chapter 11. The scruffy little fox Jiang Zhaoyue pressed her lips together and looked at Baiyu. The anxiety in her eyes resembled that of a child who had done something wrong. Baiyu's heart softened, and he hurriedly explained, "You don't need to be nervous. Our Silent City has never had an S-rank guide. They usually rely on suppressants and soothing agents to control their frenzy levels. Only when they have the opportunity to go on missions or when S-rank guides come for group guidance once a year can they lower their frenzy levels through guidance. So, after suppressing for too long, encountering you, who is eager to help, it's normal for them to enter a bonding heat." Baiyu believed in his own words and felt that Jiang Zhaoyue should believe them too. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded, revealing a fatigued expression. "Where will I stay tonight?" Baiyu maintained his gentlemanly elegance, extending his hand in a gesture of invitation. "I'll take you there. I'll come back later to unbind them. Your apartment is right below mine. In the future, if you have any questions or need help, just come upstairs to find me." Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and glanced at the 2 sentinels lying in the second guidance room, politely thanking Baiyu. "Thank you." Baiyu took Jiang Zhaoyue to the nearby apartment area, and she was generally satisfied with the overall environment. She looked at the sturdy, towering, mutated brown-green trees and the knee-high grass, feeling that this confinement wasn't so unbearable after all. Suddenly, a group of weary sentinels walked out from behind them, each bearing some injuries. However, they all exuded a strong sentinel aura, with broad shoulders and narrow waists, all over 1.8 meters tall. Dressed in standard combat uniforms and carrying various equipment, they walked with a swagger that radiated male hormones, coming closer from not far away. "Hey, did you hear? A new S-rank guide has arrived." "Yeah, my friends in that group are doing the reception today. I heard they're planning to give this delicate guide from the Central District a hard time. After all, those who are penalized don't deserve VIP treatment. TSK, aren't we all troublemakers who should have been penalized in the Central District? Just don't let your friend make the delicate guide cry. The star coins issued for this mission should be enough for 1 session of guidance. I'm planning to give it a try, but I saw the precautions posted in the 13th District Forum recommending that we bring our own props. Hurry up and snag a reservation spot. When I booked, I was already scheduled for 5 days later. You little rascal, you're quick." As this group of sentinels passed by, Jiang Zhaoyue pulled Baiyu aside. Using his figure to shield her own height of 168 centimeters, she secretly listened to their conversation. She looked at Baiyu in confusion. "I came up today and saw that Lu Ran and the others seemed to dislike me. Aren't these sentinels afraid of my notorious reputation?" Baiyu's warm and friendly demeanor revealed a subtle sadness that Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't quite understand. "Compared to your so-called infamy, they know that failing to undergo proper guidance and being unable to control their frenzy levels can lead to real death. So, what could be more terrifying than that?" Jiang Zhaoyue opened her mouth but said nothing, instead following Baiyu to the adjacent apartment building. Baiyu quietly reassured Jiang Zhaoyue. Lu ran, and the others showing their power in front of Lucius is to give him something to report back. Some people believe that sentinels should naturally belong to one camp, and this strange accusation against you isn't something everyone sees clearly. But if we welcome you too warmly, do you think you'll have an easy life afterward? Jiang Zhaoyue widened her almond-shaped eyes, looking at Bai Yu, whose silver-white hair was tied at the nape of his neck, and who wore a gentle smile. Bai Yu tilted his head slightly, curious. What? Do you think sentinels are all brawny idiots with simple minds? Do you think no one can see that it's strange for you to be penalized here? Jiang Zhaoyue pondered for a moment and shook her head. I just think everyone would have an attitude of sweeping their own snow in front of their door and not caring about the frost on others' roofs, which aligns more with their own interests. Bai Yu's eyebrows moved slightly, pretending to be nonchalant as he asked, "So, everything about you on the Star Network is fake, then?" Jiang Zhaoyue smiled, looking at Bai Yu. "Does it matter if it's true or false? As long as I'm really living beside you in the future, that's enough." She didn't know which things were real and which were fake. How could she answer? It was all just a game of guessing. Bai Yu didn't pursue the matter further, but nodded. "What you said makes sense." Just then, the elevator dinged, announcing their arrival at the 8th floor, perfectly ending their conversation. The corridor background color created a relaxed and warm atmosphere throughout the hallway. Bai Yu led Jiang Zhaoyue to the door of her assigned apartment. Standing at the door with great courtesy, he watched as Jiang Zhaoyue scanned her face to enter the apartment. "How is it? If there's anything you're not satisfied with, feel free to let me know." Bai Yu slightly leaned forward to ask. Jiang Zhaoyue surveyed the over 70 square meter apartment with a cozy living room setup, a cute and comfortable bedroom design, an open kitchen, and a separate bathroom. She hurriedly walked out, revealing a genuinely contented smile. "Thank you. I'm very satisfied. Did you arrange this?" Bai Yu nodded. "I just found the design plans online and had someone arrange the decoration according to that. I'm glad you like it." Bai Yu managed the sense of distance and propriety perfectly and immediately took his leave. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly had 00544 scan the room, finding no surveillance or listening devices. She then immediately let herself go and rushed to the bathroom. After washing up, Jiang Zhaoyue even clearly smelled the scent of her own guiding pheromones. Just as she was barefoot and wrapped in a towel, preparing to buy some daily necessities online, she heard a soft whimpering sound at the door. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned warily. 00544, what is at the door? There's no trafficking of guides happening here, right? 00544 nearly rolled its eyes. "Host, the interstellar era is different from your world. Trafficking guides is a serious crime. It's a crime that implicates the entire family. There's no death penalty in Interstellar, but there is a family implicating system. There's a gray-black scruffy little fox at the door. The detection system in the 13th district has been upgraded by the original host's mother. If there's nothing serious, I better not come out. Otherwise, I'm afraid they will detect me." Jiang Zhaoyue hurriedly dismissed 00544. She opened the door, and a puff of gray-black, fluffy fur dashed into her apartment. Jiang Zhaoyue closed the door, turned her head, and saw the ink-black fox sprawled comfortably on the soft sofa, sniffing around with its little nose. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly walked over, reaching under the little fox's armpits and picking it up. "You mustn't pee here." "No, you can't poop either." Chapter 12. Something's off. The little fox seemed to understand Jiang Zhaoyue's words, whining in a delicate manner to refute that it had no intention of causing chaos. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart softened instantly as she looked at the little creature and poked its tiny nose, asking, "Whose are you?" The little fox continued to whine. Jiang Zhaoyue picked up the little fox and walked back to the bathroom. However, she noticed that the little fox was very interested in her neck, constantly sniffing and licking it, making her neck feel itchy. In a joyful mood, Jiang Zhaoyue naturally released more guiding pheromones. As a result, under the influence of the pheromones, the black and gray fur around the little fox's nose actually turned into a small patch of white. Jiang Zhaoyue blinked and, like she was guiding a sentinel, released mental threads wrapped in pheromones, starting to groom the little fox's fur. After brushing it a dozen times, she realized, this is not a mixed fur ink fox at all. This is clearly a white fox. Jiang Zhaoyue sighed and muttered, "Whose spirit body are you? Just left here at my door. Isn't that taking advantage of me? So naughty." Saying this, She poked the little fox's nose again. The little fox's ash-gray eyes always gave Jiang Zhaoyue a sense of familiarity. She squinted her eyes, pressed the little fox down on the bed, and couldn't help but bite its ear. Your owner can't be by you, right? Huh? After being bitten, the little fox began to struggle gently, as if it wanted to refuse, but was also welcoming. However, its whimpering made it look even more aggrieved. Jiang Zhaoyue simply couldn't resist the little fox's pitiful whines. She directly cleaned off all the black and gray fur from the little fox. Holding the fragrant, soft little white fox, she pressed down its paws, buried her face in the soft fur of its belly, rubbed back and forth, and blew air against the little fox's belly as if blowing bubbles. The air blocked at Jiang Zhaoyue's mouth made a series of puff-puff sounds mimicking flatulence. But she was having so much fun and was very happy. She couldn't just let someone else take advantage of her mental guidance without getting to play with the spirit body. Could she? There's no way that could happen. While Jiang Zhaoyue was enjoying herself, Baiyu, the owner of the White Fox spirit body, was having a hard time. He arrived at the administrative building with the usual smile on his face and went to Ran Yuan's office. Ran Yuan was standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at the bustling sentinels and ordinary people. After being allowed into the office, Baiyu saw a silent Ran Yuan. You didn't just send Lu Ran to me to let me see his guidance results, did you? Ran Yuan had his hands in his pockets, his tall figure wrapped in a black shirt and trousers, which made his physique appear even more perfect. Baiyu frowned. Can you stop dragging everything into the realm of romantic relationships? Haven't you seen the data I sent you? Ran Yuan's lips curled into a smile. His narrow peach blossom eyes flashed mischievously but without a hint of grease. He quietly watched Baiyu rebut and couldn't help but pay more attention to Jiang Zhaoyue's name. Something's off. In the past, you would joke with me without being in a hurry to deny it. You would only give me that childish look. But today, you're different. Ran Yuan tilted his head, and a crisp sound crackled from his cervical vertebrae. Baiyu took a deep breath, closed his eyes for a moment, and when he looked at Ran Yuan again, his silver-gray pupils were illuminated by sunlight, showing a light gray hue. He smiled faintly. I find this kind of joke annoying. Ran Yuan spread his hands and shrugged slightly. All right, my fault. But is this Jiang Zhaoyue really that special? Why are you so concerned? Baiyu pulled up the data on his holographic computer, but Ran Yuan waved his hand. I've seen it. The data is too limited, only 3 cases. It can only be said that she has been conscientious in guiding the sentinels. And since we haven't had a high-level guide in District 13 for a long time, it has led to the pairing enthusiasm of Lu Ran and Dimon. Baiyu frowned. Are you serious? Isn't Lu Ran enough to prove Jiang Zhaoyue's uniqueness? How long has it been since Lu Ran was promoted? After being guided by Jiang Zhaoyue, he could be promoted another small level. The key is that she can significantly reduce pollution levels. Ran Yuan, don't play coy with me on this matter. If you want Jiang Zhaoyue, this S-level guide, to stay in District 13, you need to help me cover up her ability to significantly reduce pollution levels. Ran Yuan sat on the sofa, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, but you should know this can't be hidden forever. Baiyu suddenly frowned slightly. He felt that the spirit body he left at Jiang Zhaoyue's door had been guided, but he forced himself to suppress the tingling sensation coming from his mental sea and looked seriously at Ran Yuan. It's fine. Let's see how long we could delay this. It seemed like Baiyu felt that this pleasant, tingling sensation was coming in waves, and he quickly closed his mouth, afraid of making an embarrassing sound. Ran Yuan frowned slightly, watching Baiyu sitting on the sofa with his fingers involuntarily forming a fist, and pulled up his holographic computer. Baiyu suddenly pressed down on the restraint bracelet on his wrist, his silver-gray eyes looking at Ran Yuan with great restraint, gasping, Don't look yet. Ran Yuan immediately stood up, walked around to the display cabinet behind the sofa, and pretended to be a bit scared. If you like male sentinels, I can recommend a few peers to you. Joking aside, you should know I like women, right? Baiyu gritted his teeth and struggled to get up. Just as he was about to take his leave, he felt Jiang Zhaoyue biting his ear. Baiyu couldn't help but let out a muffled sound, almost collapsing to the ground. Ran Yuan had no intention of helping him. Instead, he took a few steps back. Hey, if you want to go in a heat, just go back. I'll give you a break, all right? Hurry up and go. Baiyu's long, perfect fingers pressed hard against the leather sofa. The veins on the back of his hand stood out against his fair skin. He couldn't even say a complete sentence, and with the speed of a double S-level sentinel, he flung open the office door and darted out like a cheetah. Ran Yuan crossed his arms and stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching Bai Yu get into the maglev car, pondering as he stroked his jawline. Interesting. It seems Bai Yu is going to be in trouble this time, Ran Yuan muttered gleefully. When Bai Yu rang the doorbell at Jiang Zhaoyue's house, his skin was completely flushed. The moment Jiang Zhaoyue opened the door, Bai Yu stumbled and hung onto her. She was wearing a white shirt she had just received and thought it was another express delivery from the Star Network, only to find it was Bai Yu. Jiang Zhaoyue exerted a lot of effort to drag Bai Yu to the sofa, but his hands were wrapped around her neck and unwilling to let go. Jiang Zhaoyue patted Bai Yu's arm. Let go. You seem to have a fever. I'll go get you some medicine from the Star Network. Bai Yu used all his willpower to release his hands, collapsing onto Jiang Zhaoyue's sofa. His clear fox-like eyes were now filled with allure, and the tear mole under his left eye added a sense of fragility. He said in a voice as soft as a whisper, "No, it's fine, I've taken the suppressants." Chapter 13. Her guide's obsession with his sentinel pheromones, Jiang Zhaoyue, was about to turn around when she was suddenly pulled into a 1-meter-wide sofa by Bai Yu. She didn't even see what happened and was pressed into the sofa by Bai Yu. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes widened as her right arm was grabbed by Bai Yu, and she gently pushed his shoulder with her left hand, saying, "Calm down, Deputy Commander Bai." Bai Yu's breath sprayed against Jiang Zhaoyue's cheek, filled with the woody amber scent of sentinel pheromones, overwhelming her senses. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her guide pheromones make her neck slightly warm. Unlike Lu Ran's faint sentinel pheromones, Bai Yu's double S-grade sentinel pheromones had a crushingly aggressive nature, like a beast holding its prey by the neck, instantly causing her skin to flush. Jiang Zhaoyue immediately felt something was wrong, pulled her right hand back, and pushed Bai Yu hard. Bai Yu lowered his gaze to Jiang Zhaoyue, his aggressive eyes resembling a cheetah looking down at its prey, ferocious and predatory. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was about to maintain a cold expression, Bai Yu wrapped one arm around her waist and held her wrists with the other, placing them above her head. His breath grew hotter, and just when Jiang Zhaoyue was about to use her head to knock some sense into him, his gaze cleared and his fingers unconsciously curled near her lips, almost wanting to greedily touch the softness there. Bai Yu released Jiang Zhaoyue and immediately took out a portable restraint band, binding himself up. The metallic clinking of the buckles around his wrists caught Jiang Zhaoyue's attention, and she noticed several fading old marks on his forearm. His skillful and fluid movements indicated that Bai Yu often treated himself this way. Bound up, Bai Yu fell into the single sofa, his whole body taut like a drawn bowstring. Waves of heat surged through him, making his back tremble as if fine needles were pricking at his marrow, causing his knuckles to turn white as he gripped the sofa armrest tightly. He clenched his teeth, his throat rolling, and despite his efforts, a muffled groan escaped his lips, accompanied by heavy, labored breaths that echoed clearly in the quiet room. He leaned back against the sofa, his neck sharp and defined, cold sweat trickling down his jaw to splash on his collarbone. Although he was tied tightly, the restlessness within him surged violently. Jiang Zhaoyue stood up, her brows furrowed, watching Bai Yu bite his porcelain white hand until it bled, unable to resist looking for bandages. Bai Yu curled up on the sofa, his hair damp against his forehead, his cheeks and neck revealing a disheveled and broken expression. "Don't come over." I'm scared. He bit down hard on his lower lip, letting out muffled groans and heavy breaths. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Bai Yu's art-like right hand, now mangled and bloody. Unable to help herself, she asked in her mind, 00544. Didn't you say that exchanging bodily fluids can suppress the heat of bonding? 00544 was silent for a moment. Yes. Then if my saliva touches Bai Yu's blood, does that count as exchanging bodily fluids? 00544. Yes. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly stepped forward. When she saw Bai Yu's porcelain white hand, bitten to a pulp, her guide pheromones instinctively drove her actions before her rationality kicked in. And by the time she realized it, the metallic sweet taste had already flooded her tongue. Bai Yu frowned, having just reminded Jiang Zhaoyue today that sentinels in the heat of bonding were terrifying. He had taught her not to approach sentinels during this period for any reason. Bai Yu tried to pull his hand back twice, but failed, allowing Jiang Zhaoyue to take his bleeding fingertip into her mouth. Jiang Zhaoyue tasted the metallic sweetness, watching as Baiyu slowly regained his clarity. His chest heaved violently, still struggling to endure the changes brought on by his slight elevation. But he could clearly feel that the pain in his body seemed to have lessened. The veins on Baiyu's face gradually calmed, and he felt Jiang Zhaoyue's tongue gently wrap around the exposed flesh of his injury, while the redness on his body lingered. Baiyu originally focused on Jiang Zhaoyue's elongated eyes, but then looked elsewhere, his drooping eyelids hiding the emotions beneath. Seeing that, Baiyu was no longer struggling violently. Jiang Zhaoyue released his hand. When she let go of his fingers, there was still a glimmer of wetness on Baiyu's fingertip. He abruptly turned his face away, exposing his flushed ears completely to her gaze. Baiyu also noticed out of the corner of his eye that Jiang Zhaoyue seemed a bit flushed as well. Her guide pheromones appear to be very fond of his sentinel pheromones. Moreover, she seemed to really enjoy hearing his suppressed, broken gasps. Baiyu continued to breathe slightly heavier without revealing his emotions. Jiang Zhaoyue stepped aside, leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, biting her lower lip to calm her emotions. Baiyu guessed correctly. The guide pheromones within her body truly adored his sentinel pheromones. Baiyu's sentinel pheromones were like a perfectly shaped hand, stroking her guide pheromones, which instantly reacted like an overly excited husky, wildly wagging its tongue in the sea of consciousness, eager to lick every bit of Baiyu's sentinel pheromones inside and out. The image was so shameful that her temples throbbed. Baiyu noticed Jiang Zhaoyue's face turning pink, her throat swallowing several times, and finally said to her, "Can you help me untie the restraint band? I should go back now. I'm afraid I'll still feel the remnants of the bonding heat." "Thank you for today." Jiang Zhaoyue stood still, looking at him with suspicion. "So soon? Are you sure you're okay?" Baiyu looked away, his long neck's Adam's apple bobbing slightly, his bound hands preventing him from concealing his expression, only relieved that his flushed face had already been stained by the bonding heat. Those alluring thoughts about Jiang Zhaoyue were now silently burning beneath his skin, coursing through his veins. He felt a bit better now, but he couldn't guarantee he would maintain his rationality for long. However, he couldn't express these thoughts to Jiang Zhaoyue, only letting out a low mm. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip, holding her breath as she approached Baiyu. Baiyu tried to turn his head away, not focusing on Jiang Zhaoyue's shirt. But because of this, Baiyu could more clearly perceive the heat ignited by her fingertips as she untied the restraint band. Baiyu's breath began to quicken again. Yet, he fought with all his might to suppress his body's desire for Jiang Zhaoyue's guide pheromones. When Jiang Zhaoyue completely untied the restraints on him, he immediately stood up and picked up the little white fox sprawled on Jiang Zhaoyue's bed. He nodded at Jiang Zhaoyue and quickly left her home. The moment the door locked with a click, Baiyu's back slammed heavily against the corridor wall. Meanwhile, inside the room, just a door away, Jiang Zhaoyue finally slumped to the ground, both of them exhaling trembling breaths simultaneously through the wall. "Baiyu, why is she avoiding me?" Baiyu didn't dare linger at Jiang Zhaoyue's door for long. After a moment of calming down, he quickly returned to his home. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message in the family group. "Please clarify the rumors about me having a fiancé. I found an amazing guide. Her guide pheromones are very special. I believe that once her guide level rises, she can likely help my elder brother restore his mental sea. Therefore, I don't want any more baseless rumors to hinder my approach to her." The Bai family knew Baiyu well. He was not one to act impulsively. They all inquired about the details of this guide. However, Baiyu only mentioned that when the time was right, he would bring this guide home. Meanwhile, 00544, seeing Jiang Zhaoyue still calming her emotions, directly synchronized Baiyu's conversation with his family to Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue sat on the ground, silently watching the conversation between Baiyu and his family. The pink hue from her ears to her neck faded completely, and her lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. She calmly got up to tidy the room, while 00544 explained to Jiang Zhaoyue in a very accommodating manner, "I was just afraid you might be deceived. I'm sorry for making you sad." Jiang Zhaoyue's voice was unusually calm. 00544, "You did well. My first encounter with the mutual attraction between guide pheromones and sentinel pheromones naturally made me mistake this attraction for affection. Since both of us have ulterior motives, let's rely on our own abilities. Let's see who can achieve their goals unscathed. In just 2 days, Jiang Zhaoyue mastered the use of guide pheromones and psychic energy to perfection. Any sentinel she guided would inevitably fall into the reputation of combining heat, and this fame spread. However, there were even more sentinels wanting to make appointments. They wished Jiang Zhaoyue could guide several sentinels every day, because what was so scary about combining heat for them? The drastic decrease in frenzy values and pollution values was the most important thing in their eyes. That day, Jiang Zhaoyue guided 6 S-grade sentinels and returned home exhausted, feeling like she hadn't eaten all day. However, she saw Lu Ran waiting for her downstairs in the apartment building. The red-haired, red-eyed Lu Ran stood in the sunset, looking like a cheerful boy bathed in firelight. I just returned from a mission the day before yesterday, and came to find you today. That day you helped me advance, and I haven't properly thanked you. May I have the honor of treating you to dinner today? I know a particularly good restaurant and want to take you there. Lu Ran's bright red eyes sparkled as he looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue was somewhat astonished. She had been subtly avoiding contact with Baiyu these past 2 days and was originally thinking of finding an excuse to trouble him today, to pull his thoughts a bit. But that would be a rather low-level tactic, right? Jiang Zhaoyue slightly raised her head, seemingly looking at the tall Lu Ran. But in reality, her peripheral vision was searching for the white figure above her home. Huh, it seems he is watering the flowers? Is he really just watering the flowers? The smile on her lips grew wider as Jiang Zhaoyue tilted her head slightly, revealing a pair of small dimples to Lu Ran. Sure, then please take me there. Lu Ran's mouth almost stretched to his ears, and a slight blush appeared on his fair cheeks. He quickly walked to Jiang Zhaoyue's side, walking alongside her, and asked about her recent situation. Are you adapting well these past 2 days? I heard you took on a lot of guiding work. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded. If I want to live well here, I have to work hard, right? She couldn't help but glance at Lu Ran. To avoid encountering more people who speak to me in a weird tone, I definitely can't handle that. Lu Ran recalled what he had said the first day he met Jiang Zhaoyue and couldn't help but touch his nose. I had my reasons for saying those things. Jiang Zhaoyue waved her hand. I know. Deputy Commander Bai has already told me. Lu Ran was surprised and widened his eyes. He actually spoke up for me? Really? Don't treat me like a child. Jiang Zhaoyue rolled her eyes at Lu Ran, dismissively saying, Okay, I was lying to you. Lu Ran suddenly leaned closer to Jiang Zhaoyue. Then if you're willing to put in the effort to lie to me, it must mean you care about me and like me, right? Jiang Zhaoyue was taken aback, slightly opening her lips and slowly turned her head, momentarily staring blankly at Lu Ran. Lu Ran's ears turned red, and he gently nudged Jiang Zhaoyue with his elbow. Why do you only lie to me and not to others, right? Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath. Lu Ran, the thing is, I didn't lie to you. Lu Ran pouted and muttered. It would be better if you lied to me. But his eyes suddenly brightened. Look, you might not always tell the truth to others, but you never lie to me. So you must like me, right? You wouldn't even want to lie to me. Jiang Zhaoyue was shocked, and her gaze towards Lu Ran turned respectful. What kind of imaginative person is this? No matter what he says, he can justify it, right? Good. The dusk stretched their shadows long. Jiang Zhaoyue and Lu Ran walked side by side on the sunlit path, and she smiled as she took the iced drink Lu Ran handed her, their fingertips accidentally brushing against each other's hands. At that moment, Lu Ran stared at Jiang Zhaoyue's silly smile and click. Baiyu, who was watering flowers upstairs, crushed a piece of ceramic soil from the edge of a flower pot. He stood on the 3rd-floor balcony, still holding the watering can. The water had long overflowed the edge of the flower pot, flowing down the shelf and pooling on the floor, forming a small puddle on the tiles. He stared at the puddle for 3 seconds before suddenly slamming the can down heavily on the shelf. I watered too much, he muttered to himself, and as he turned around, the flower pot, lacking support on one side, toppled over with a crash, just like the inexplicable pain of a crack opening somewhere in his heart. Baiyu didn't understand why Jiang Zhaoyue had been distancing herself from him and avoiding him these past 2 days. He clearly remembered that day when she stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, her eyes filled with the same longing as his. She wanted to get closer to him. Why had it changed overnight? Was he too reckless? Did it make her feel disrespected? Bai Yu threw the remnants of the flower pot into the trash bag, sat silently on the sofa for a long time, and decided to go downstairs to throw out the garbage. The white fox took advantage of the gap and darted out of the room, but Bai Yu merely gave it a casual glance before closing the door. The place Lu ran took Jiang Zhaoyue to was called Lu's Private Kitchen, and the restaurant had an elegant environment. Lu Ran very gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Jiang Zhaoyue, and once she was seated, he sat down across from her, leaning on his chin under the beige light. His crimson eyes took on a warm orange hue. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue order quickly, Lu Ran asked, "Don't you like eating steak and the like?" Jiang Zhaoyue thought for a moment and nodded. "I prefer stir-fried dishes." She leaned forward, lowering her voice to Lu Ran. "I always feel that frying steak is similar to nutritional supplements." Lu Ran also leaned forward, lowering his voice to reply to Jiang Zhaoyue. "Then next time, I'll take you to eat stir-fried dishes." Lu Ran secretly felt pleased. Now he could continue to ask Jiang Zhaoyue out, clever as I am. I'm really great. Chapter 15. How come you've even thought of the child's name? Jiang Zhaoyue propped her chin up, looking at Lu Ran. I've noticed that many male sentinels pair up with female sentinels. Why haven't you found a partner? Lu Ran's gaze towards Jiang Zhaoyue brightened, as if a sky full of stars were reflected in his eyes. If he had a tail, Lu Ran might be able to wag it like a propeller. Did Jiang Zhaoyue check his profile? Zhaoyue must like him too. It's settled. Otherwise, why would she pay attention to his profile, with the partners section marked as none? They must be mutually pursuing each other. Lu Ran suppressed the thumping heartbeat in his chest, cleared his throat, and with a clear voice that carried a hint of joy said, I've never liked anyone before. Jiang Zhaoyue asked curiously, do you have someone you like now? When you meet someone you like, do you directly apply for genetic matching? Or do you pursue each other first, and after confirming the relationship, then apply for genetic matching? Lu Ran's ears turned red. He was extremely grateful that his hair was a bit long, which would prevent Jiang Zhaoyue from seeing his embarrassment. He lowered his eyes, not daring to look Jiang Zhaoyue in the eye, only staring at her slender fingers. When you meet someone you like, you definitely have to pursue them first. After confirming the relationship, it might take some time to date, but some people, after liking each other, will apply for genetic matching first. This way, the genes tested 1T produce a second generation with genetic collapse, and they can continue dating without worrying about having children later. Lu Ran sneakily glanced up and saw Jiang Zhaoyue looking at him the whole time. He hurriedly looked at the edge of the table, then at the glass vase with flowers, just not daring to meet Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes. His throat bobbed like a trapped marble, and his nails unconsciously scratched the tabletop, leaving a few white marks. When he finally lifted his lashes, the golden shimmer in his pupils almost burned Jiang Zhaoyue's skin. It was a sign of a sentinel losing control of their emotions. He swallowed hard, suppressed his feelings, gathered his courage, and lifted his eyelids to look at Jiang Zhaoyue. But I can date for as long as I want. We could apply for genetic matching the day after confirming our relationship. Or, if you want to do the genetic matching with me first, then consider whether to accept my pursuit. That's fine too. The flush on Lu Ran's cheeks was as obvious as if he had been drinking, and his voice became lower. The child can take your surname, but can we have a child's name that includes my character, Ran? Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes widened. No way. They just met a few days ago and had a meal together today, right? And now he has even thought of the child's name? Whether it was the influence of the red wine chocolate scent suddenly released by Lu Ran or the heat from his burning gaze making her tongue numb, Jiang Zhaoyue unconsciously rubbed the groove of the knife with her fingertip, the sound of her nails scraping through the groove oddly matching the rhythm of her suddenly racing heartbeat. She thought Lu Ran should have some sort of dependency disorder like the sentinels mentioned online. Some sentinels mistake the relaxation after guidance for affection, and then mistakenly believe it's love. Jiang Zhaoyue thought this and voiced it. Lu Ran quickly waved his hand to clarify. No, according to what you said, if I drink a sedative, it would lower my frenzy value. So I should like the sedative. But I don't like it. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the steak being served and didn't continue the topic with Lu Ran. Instead, while cutting the steak, she asked, if I can't find information on the Star Network, where should I inquire? Lu Ran quickly finished cutting his steak, and upon hearing Jiang Zhaoyue's question, he paused. He picked up his cut steak and swapped it with Jiang Zhaoyue's. He then picked up the 2 pieces of steak she had cut and continued to slice. You can ask me any questions, whatever you want to know. I will tell you. Jiang Zhaoyue pouted slightly, forked a piece of steak into her mouth, and, after finishing, she said, "Is there an organization in Silent City that specializes in selling information? If even you don't know about it, where should I inquire?" Lu Ran calmed down, pursed his lips, and remained silent. Jiang Zhaoyue sighed. "See, you say you like me, yet there are things you can't tell me. I'm not asking you about the secrets of Silent City. I'm just asking if there is an organization that sells information. TSK, 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 men." Lu Ran frowned slightly, although his expression wanted to urgently defend himself to Jiang Zhaoyue. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "I'm not telling you because I'm afraid you'll actually go." Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly became interested, looking at Lu Ran with curiosity. "Is it a place I can't go?" Lu Ran frowned and nodded. "Every district in Silent City has an underground black market, and there's even one in the Central District. But the black market in Silent City is more chaotic than the Central District." Jiang Zhaoyue's almond-shaped eyes sparkled as she looked at Lu Ran, eagerly waiting for him to continue. Lu Ran, seeing Jiang Zhaoyue looking at him like a curious child, couldn't bear to disappoint her, so he explained the situation of the underground black market. The underground black market is a mix of people, filled with ordinary folks and low-level sentinels. Due to Silent City being adjacent to the polluted area, going out is almost like asking for death. To quickly accumulate wealth in exchange for materials that can raise their levels, these people can only rely on underground fighting to survive. Such an environment breeds extreme chaos and violence. More dangerously, illegal guiding substances are secretly circulated there. There was once a guide who entered the black market to procure special suppressants, but never made it out again. Lu Ran suddenly grabbed her hand holding the knife. The sentinel's body temperature felt like a hot iron, burning through her hand to her heart. "Promise me, don't go. Previously, we rescued a noble guy from the black market, but when we found him, he was covered in blood. If you have any information you want to inquire about, just ask me. I can help you find out, but please, don't go looking for the underground black market yourself." Jiang Zhaoyue nodded solemnly. "I'm just curious. You said it's so terrifying there. How could I possibly go?" After finishing their meal, Lu Ran and Jiang Zhaoyue walked back to her community, stepping on the shadows of the streetlights, bickering like two children who never grew up. Lu Ran walked slower and slower, and in the end, he needed Jiang Zhaoyue to pull his sleeve for him to be willing to move forward. Lu Ran's spiritual entity, the Crimson Flame Wolf, transformed into its juvenile form. A round ball suddenly pounced at Jiang Zhaoyue's feet, biting her wide-leg pants, unwilling to let her move forward. The cub's milk teeth couldn't even bite through the fabric and instead ended up sneezing due to its clumsiness. Lu Ran suddenly knelt on one knee, pretending to scold his spiritual entity to buy some time. Jiang Zhaoyue thought Lu Ran like this was actually quite cute. He wasn't as annoying as on the first day they met. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was about to speak, a ball of white fluff suddenly darted out from the shadows, blocking the space between her and the Crimson Flame Wolf, bursting out its fur and emitting a sharp warning sound. "Ha!" Chapter 16. She doesn't like me. Jiang Zhaoyue hurriedly picked up the little wolf cub, frowning as she looked at the fluffy creature that had jumped out. Bai Yu, who empathized with the white fox, was stunned, and Jiang Zhaoyue glared at him for Lu Ran. Did she scare him? The little white fox looked at Jiang Zhaoyue protecting the little wolf cub and immediately became unwilling. Woo! The little white fox suddenly flattened its ears, its paws anxiously scratching the ground, turning like a crumpled snowball, emitting a whimper unique to younglings from throat. Lu Ran immediately recognized this as the spiritual entity of Vice Commander Bai. But how could this be the spiritual entity of an S-class sentinel? It was clearly a 3-year-old child who had lost its candy. Lu Ran's expression instantly froze. His already outstanding bone structure cast sharp shadows under the streetlight. The red pupils embedded in his deep eye sockets resembled 2 frozen blood diamonds. The high ridge of his nose descended directly from the brow bone, but in the middle, it had a slight hump which should have been a soft curve, yet at this moment made his whole face exude a predator's oppressive aura, especially when those full lips were pressed into a straight line. The youthful aura was crushed into a dangerous signal. Jiang Zhaoyue rubbed the head of the red-haired fire wolf cub, gave its cheek a kiss, and then handed the little wolf cub back to Lu Ran. Where was the cold demeanor he had just now? He was completely stunned, as he empathized with his spiritual entity and naturally felt. Jiang Zhaoyue had kissed his cheek. "I'll head back first. You should go back and rest early too." Jiang Zhaoyue smiled as she said this, bending down to pick up the little white fox and walk towards the apartment lobby. Leaving Lu Ran standing alone in the evening breeze, turned into a statue. Upon returning home with Bayu's spiritual entity, Jiang Zhaoyue placed it on the ground. She knew that sentinels had empathy with their spiritual entities and that the level of the sentinel determined the extent of that empathy. However, she was not clear about what that feeling was. She was not a sentinel. Therefore, she felt no psychological burden regarding this. At this moment, Bayu was sitting on the sofa in Jiang Zhaoyue's apartment upstairs, waiting and waiting, but Jiang Zhaoyue did not come and knock on the door. He thought Jiang Zhaoyue would bring the white fox over. After waiting for a long time, he decided to use empathy to see what Jiang Zhaoyue was doing through the little white fox's eyes. As a result, through the perspective of the white fox, he saw Jiang Zhaoyue wrapped in a bath towel, entering the bathroom. Bayu immediately closed his eyes, but he could still hear Jiang Zhaoyue humming a song. Starting her bath, he could almost guess the alluring lines of Jiang Zhaoyue's body just from the sound of the water droplets. Bayu immediately stopped the empathy transmission. He sat on the sofa, his jade-like yet heroic face flushed with embarrassment. He heard his heart pounding in his chest, and his mind was filled with images of Jiang Zhaoyue wrapped in a bath towel, her fair skin, rounded shoulders, long neck, perfect curves, and straight long legs. Bayu supported his elbows on his knees, pinching his temples with his thumb and middle finger. He wondered how it had come to this. He had never felt any desire stirred by any opposite sex before. It must be the guide factor. He forced himself to recall the shining eyes Jiang Zhaoyue had when looking at Lu Ran. That was the expression one should have in front of someone they liked. But when the image of water droplets falling from the edge of her bath towel appeared in his mind, all rational analysis turned into a lump in his throat. Bayu dismissed the enchanting thoughts in his mind, calmed down, and analyzed that Jiang Zhaoyue probably did not like him. If she did, why would she keep avoiding him? Since she didn't like him, then forget it. Fortunately, nothing had begun. As for helping his brother repair his spiritual sea, that would have to wait until Jiang Zhaoyue became a 2S class guide before he could be sure. By then, he would just hire her with a high amount of star coins. Bayu took a deep breath and decided not to think about these things anymore. But just as he got up, he heard someone ring the doorbell. The corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted into a barely noticeable arc. But when he opened the door, the gentle expression in his eyes instantly turned cold. "Captain Lu, what brings you here at this late hour?" Lu Ran raised an eyebrow, sniffing the sentinel factor in the air, slightly frowning. He did not detect a trace of Jiang Zhaoyue's guide factor. "I want to move to this apartment," Lu Ran said. Bayu keenly sensed Lu Ran's thoughts, a cold smile on his lips. "It's all full. How can you move in?" Lu Ran pouted. "Then forget it. I'll leave." As Bayu closed the door, his fingers involuntarily curled into a fist. He leaned against the door, unable to suppress his heavy breathing. He was uncertain whether Jiang Zhaoyue was doing it on purpose. From his observations, Jiang Zhaoyue had rarely guided sentinels before. She had basically forgotten some related knowledge. He also dared not tell Jiang Zhaoyue that sentinels had empathy with their spiritual entities, since he was already a 2S class sentinel and had broken through to 2S. His sensitivity to his own spiritual entity would be even sharper. He was afraid that if he said it, Jiang Zhaoyue would no longer treat his white fox like this. Bayu staggered to his bed, and the moment he fell onto the bed, he entered empathy again. Jiang Zhaoyue felt that she hadn't done anything excessive. She had just rubbed the little fox's face, nibbled its ear, and buried her face in the little fox's belly. When Bayu looked at Jiang Zhaoyue through the fox's eyes, she had already turned around to prepare to turn off the lights. Jiang Zhaoyue suspected that there might be something wrong with Bayu's spiritual sea, which is why she kept the little fox outside. But if Bayu did not take the initiative, she would not take the initiative to care for him. She had no altruistic tendencies to save others from peril. She was just a somewhat selfish, ordinary person. When Jiang Zhaoyue turned around to go to bed, Bayu felt the little fox turn over from Jiang Zhaoyue's body, burrow under the blanket, and nestle its little head under her arm, pressing against her chest. Yu's eyes widened. What was his spiritual entity doing? He hurriedly cut off the empathy. He absolutely could not let Jiang Zhaoyue know that he could clearly know what the little fox was doing through empathy. Otherwise, he would have no reputation left in his life. Yu clutched the blanket, lying on the bed, unable to fall asleep for a long time. As soon as he closed his eyes, he thought about the perspective from earlier. He burrowed under the blanket, then nudged Jiang Zhaoyue's arm with his head. Yu covered his wildly beating heart. His soft, slightly curled, long hair spread loosely on the pillow behind him. And the beauty mark under his left eye looked particularly enchanting in the moonlight. He could not indulge himself in thinking about Jiang Zhaoyue anymore. He immediately turned on his light brain and asked Ran Yuan. Jiang Zhaoyue has been working for a few days. From my observations these days, she really wants to integrate into District 13. However, Lucius is inciting our district's A-class sentinels to harbor hostility towards Jiang Zhaoyue. How should this matter be handled? Ran Yuan? Yu quickly replied. I want to discuss with Jiang Zhaoyue tomorrow to see if she can agree to organize a collective guidance for A-class sentinels once a week. If that is not possible, once every 2 weeks is also fine. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by me. That day, I canceled the appointment for A-class sentinels in Lu Ran's team. It was indeed a bit reckless, and I was wrong to do that. Suddenly, a communication request popped up on the light brain. After Yu connected, Ran Yuan appeared in the projection with an unkempt appearance, looking annoyed. Yu, your brain must have been parasitized by the Zerg. Otherwise, why would you discuss A-class sentinel scheduling with me at 1 in the morning? Do I look like someone who is dedicated to my job? The question mark I sent doesn't mean I'm asking how you plan to handle it. It means I'm telling you. It's nighttime rest time. Who reports work to their boss when they're supposed to be resting at night? Are you out of your mind? Chapter 17. Yu, come with me. I'll take you to see something fun. Yu's cheeks instantly flushed red, and the beauty mark under his left eye appeared particularly alluring. He was momentarily flustered, but pretended to be calm and nodded. I understand. Ran Yuan was instantly alert, but when he sat up, Yu had already hung up their video call. Seeing the video disconnected, Ran Yuan immediately put away his sleepy demeanor. He got up, tied the silk robe around his waist, glanced at the clothes he had just taken off at the foot of the bed, and said to the person standing in the shadows, "Go check what's going on with Yu these days. He is either distracted or having a nervous breakdown in the middle of the night." The person in the shadows was silent for a moment before asking, "Boss, does this vice commander have someone he likes?" Ran Yuan was taken aback, then scoffed. A person like him, whose mind is only filled with schemes, could have someone he likes? Now I'm curious. Whoever can make him like them must be quite interesting. If they're too innocent, it would be boring. If they're too scheming, he would see through them. After a moment of silence, Ran Yuan instructed, "Go investigate. Also, look into Lucius, who came from the Central District, and see what other motives he has for stirring up hostility among the sentinels towards the guides." Meanwhile, the reason Yu hung up the video call was simply that he had keenly sensed that Jiang Zhaoyue had kissed him. When Jiang Zhaoyue woke up groggy, she rolled over and pressed against the little fox, which immediately began to whimper. Jiang Zhaoyue opened her eyes hazily, rubbed the little fox's head, picked it up, kissed its mouth, set it down by the bed, and turned back to sleep. What Yu felt was that light, fleeting kiss, which was the most unintentional flirtation and made one's heart race. Yu lay on the bed, his right hand resting on his forehead, while his left hand stretched out, leaving an empty space beside him. He knew that Jiang Zhaoyue was right below him, lying directly underneath, curled up on the left side of the bed. Yu chuckled softly, which sounded particularly eerie in the quiet room. He never expected his self-control to be this weak. He got up, took off his white nightgown, glanced at his abnormality, and walked into the bathroom. When Jiang Zhaoyue woke up again from a nightmare, the sky was overcast, making it hard to tell what time it was. Although her mental strength had improved slightly after days of guidance from the Sentinel, she could only recall a few fragmented memories, which served as proof of her transaction with the system and her voluntary arrival in this world. At this moment, her mental strength was insufficient even to remember a complete nightmare. Sighing, Jiang Zhaoyue got up, looked at the little fox still sound asleep, and decided not to wake it. Instead, she opened her light brain to check the time and went into the bathroom to shower and freshen up. Jiang Zhaoyue dressed in a cinnamon-colored sports outfit, preparing to check out the gym in the apartment building. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue closed the door, the little white fox, who had been in a sleeping position, opened its eyes. When the elevator doors dinged open, Jiang Zhaoyue saw Baiyu, who was wearing a white shoulder-length sports tank top and gray shorts. His eyes were crescent-shaped and frosty, with the inner corners slightly drooping, always carrying a hint of gentleness when looking at others. His eyelashes cast a gray shadow on his pale skin, resembling snow-covered crow feathers, and his pupils were a silvery gray like cosmic dust, which would reflect a gray-blue tone reminiscent of polar ice when gazed upon for too long. The beauty mark under his left eye added a touch of warmth to his otherwise cold demeanor. His nose was as sleek as aerospace alloy, with a subtle upward curve at the tip, making his features gentle yet heroic. His lips were as pale as diluted cherry blossom juice, with a tiny vertical line at the center of the lower lip. Encountering such a stunning sight early in the morning, Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily stunned before smiling and nodding at him, saying good morning. Baiyu seemed unaware of Jiang Zhaoyue's polite detachment and gently asked, "Are you going to the gym or to the virtual training room?" Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes lit up with curiosity. "Virtual training room? Can I go too?" Baiyu smiled warmly. "Of course. If you want to take a look, I can take you inside. As long as we register your personal information, you can come and go freely from now on." Jiang Zhaoyue immediately flashed a sweet smile. "Then please take me, Vice Commander Bai." Baiyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he woke up early. He had immediately started preparing when he saw Jiang Zhaoyue taking out her sportswear from the little fox's perspective. As Jiang Zhaoyue approached the training building, she was stopped in her tracks by a wave of heat. Groups of sentinels were casually walking out of the hall, their combat uniforms loosely unbuttoned, the rising heat mingling with pheromones in the morning light. They still had beads of sweat on their necks, which rolled down to their collarbones with each swaying step. It was unclear who yawned first, but this group of beasts, having just finished their morning training, slowly dispersed, each step radiating a lazy satisfaction, yet still unable to hide the dangerous aura emanating from their very beings. Their hot and restless sentinel pheromones surged towards Jiang Zhaoyue like a beastly roar, causing her to instinctively release a large amount of guide pheromones. Her neck stiffened as she moved a little closer to Baiyu, avoiding eye contact. Baiyu, who had been frowning slightly and was about to reprimand these sentinels, sensed Jiang Zhaoyue unconsciously moving closer to him. He instinctively reached out to protect her, stepping to her right side and releasing his own sentinel pheromones to shield her from the chaotic and restless pheromones of the sentinels. The sentinels, however, keenly sensed the large amount of guide pheromones released by Jiang Zhaoyue and quickly focused on her, halting just outside the training building, their eyes fixed on her as she entered. If it weren't for the chaotic pheromones, the robust physiques of these sentinels would indeed be a striking sight. Jiang Zhaoyue managed to keep her composure, not wanting to show her nervousness. After setting up her own ID account, she cleared her throat and followed Baiyu upstairs. The first floor housed the bathrooms, with the larger male bathroom on the left and the smaller female bathroom on the right. As the proportion of female sentinels was not very high, Baiyu stood beside Jiang Zhaoyue, his voice soft as water, patiently explaining everything to her. The second floor was for strength training. As Jiang Zhaoyue followed Baiyu there, she discovered many of the equipment were things she had never seen before. The 3rd to 12th floors were all holographic brain simulation training rooms. Baiyu showed Jiang Zhaoyue around the 3rd floor, continuing to explain, "Because there are too many people, there are quite a few simulation training rooms. Shall I take you to experience it?" Jiang Zhaoyue felt as if she was not unfamiliar with killing at all. Her instincts were constantly urging her to try, to go in and show her skills. But on the surface, Jiang Zhaoyue shyly smiled, nodding with curiosity as she followed Baiyu into an empty holographic brain simulation training room. Chapter 18. The man in combat is indeed handsome, wearing a holographic helmet. Jiang Zhaoyue finally saw the so-called pollution source and mutated organisms as she entered the arena. The radiation from the mineral mountains and the harsh environment caused these plants and animals to mutate. Those carrying a large number of infectious agents are referred to as pollution sources, while those slightly affected by radiation resulting in deformed growth and carrying a small number of infectious agents, are called mutated organisms. Entering the holographic scene felt like playing a game, where she could choose her equipment from the armory. Jiang Zhaoyue selected a thick protective armor. Then she realized why the sentinels wore lightweight armor. The thick armor was heavy. She instantly felt as if she had been compressed down. She quickly switched to the standard black lightweight protective vest worn by the sentinels. The special fiber material of the training uniform made the weight almost negligible, as if she was just wearing an ordinary tank top. Next, from the dazzling array of weapons in the armory, she immediately set her eyes on an old-style electromagnetic gun. Her subconscious told her that she would be able to use this gun the moment she picked it up, how to pull the safety, how to unlock it with her fingerprint, aim, shoot. Her mind instantly knew how to operate it. Jiang Zhaoyue lowered her eyelids and discreetly switched to the latest energy gun. In her cold weapon selection, she also chose a Tang broadsword. Baiyu stood next to her, selecting a saber that was a good 10 centimeters taller than Jiang Zhaoyue, which was completely inconsistent with his temperament. He was also holding an older model of a fully silver-gray energy gun in his right hand. He kindly asked Jiang Zhaoyue, "Do you need me to demonstrate how to train?" Jiang Zhaoyue thought for a moment and nodded. Baiyu explained, "Then you can choose to observe. When you want to join the battle, just click to join." Following Baiyu's instructions, Jiang Zhaoyue made her selections and automatically stepped aside. Soon, in the holographic imagery, they found themselves deep in a forest. At first, there were sounds of insects and birds around. However, it quickly became quiet enough that she could hear her own breathing. Suddenly, black shadows leaped up from all around. Before Jiang Zhaoyue could see what they were, Baiyu, with both hands on the gun, fired several shots, and a few black mutated organisms fell from the air to the ground. Some were animals mutated by radiation, while others were half-vines. More mutated organisms and pollution sources surged forward, charging directly at Baiyu. Baiyu immediately put away the energy gun into his spatial button and took out a saber that was nearly 8 meters long. He held the saber diagonally across his chest, his knuckles turning white from the force. The sentinel substance formed a translucent protective film on his body, refracting the eerie light in the ruins. A decaying, giant, mutated beast roared as it pounced, its slime dripping onto the ground with a sizzling sound. With a light push of his toes, he leaped into the air, his figure agile like a hawk. The saber cut through the air with a sharp arc, the blade precisely slicing into the joints of the mutated beast. Using the momentum of his fall, with his arm muscles taut, he severed its forelimb in one stroke. The stench of black blood splattered, but was all blocked by the sentinel's barrier. As he landed, his knees bent to absorb the impact, and he swept his saber horizontally, cutting down the mutated vines that had ambushed him. Sparks flew as the blade collided with the vines, and he sidestepped to avoid the splattering poisonous thorns, countering with a strike aimed directly at the mutated beast's throat. The saber made a dull, thudding sound as it penetrated flesh, warm blood splattering onto his cold, stern face. Yet it did not diminish his imposing presence. In the instant the battle ended, he slowly sheathed his saber, his movements sharp and elegant. The sentinel's barrier gradually dissipated, revealing his slightly heaving chest from exertion. Sweat dripped from his chin, soaking the collar of his uniform, glistening under the dim light created by the hologram. When his smiling eyes turned to the stunned Jiang Zhaoyue, even the wind in the ruins seemed to hold its breath. Only then did Jiang Zhaoyue realize what Baiyu was like when he entered battle. "Do you want to try?" Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and selected to start in the holographic imagery. Her fingertips trembled slightly on the trigger of the energy gun, the light in the holographic training room casting her profile in shadow. Her body shivered slightly, as if afraid. Soon, mutated organisms roared and surged in from all directions. The first bullet grazed the ear of the nearest mutated organism, exploding a blue-purple spark that vanished into the silent forest. "Xiaoyu, aim for the core area." Baiyu's voice came from behind, carrying just the right amount of gentle encouragement. She bit her lip, but her second shot missed even more spectacularly, the energy beam barely grazing the scales of the mutated organism. She caught a glimpse of Baiyu standing with his hands behind his back, his moon-white training uniform glowing coldly amidst the data stream. When the third mutated organism lunged at her, she suddenly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the trembling of her fingers miraculously ceased. Muscle memory took over her body. The energy gun spun in her palm, each shot precisely hitting the glowing core 20 meters away. When the roar of the seventh mutated organism abruptly ceased, the nearest one had already lunged within 3 steps of her. The sound of the Tang broadsword being drawn cut through the air, the blade like lightning, severing the claws and diagonally slicing into the chest cavity. The simulated blood splattering onto Jiang Zhaoyue's face, blooming like a captivating flower. The foul breath of another mutated organism was already spraying on her neck. The sharp sound of its claws slicing through the air, but Jiang Zhaoyue saw in the beast's pupils not the panic of the present moment, but her own reflection, a girl gripping a blood-stained Tang broadsword amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. The warm sensation of the blade, splitting the mutated beast's skull, overlapped with the cold data stream of the holographic projection, and she could even smell the rusty scent from her memories. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue stunned with fear, Baiyu swiftly shielded her, his long moon-white training uniform sweeping past her hair. The saber in his hand traced an elegant arc, and the mutated organism turned to dust in the data stream. Jiang Zhaoyue staggered and supported herself on his shoulder, her fingertips touching the taut muscles beneath his shoulder armor, overlapping with the memory of someone who had protected her. He brushed away the residual data blood from his blade, took a deep breath to calm his breathing, and then turned to look at Jiang Zhaoyue. The fierce gaze he had just a moment ago transformed into a spring-like worry. "Are you okay?" Baiyu's fingertips lightly brushed over her reddened ear tips, his movement as natural as if he were wiping a dusty petal. In his silver-gray pupils reflected her slightly trembling eyelashes. Yet they curved into a gentle arc when she looked up. "It's normal to be nervous during your first real combat training. Your progress has been very quick." Jiang Zhaoyue looked down at her trembling fingertips, but her palm had already formed crescent-shaped nail imprints. The lights in the holographic room gradually dimmed, and Baiyu, lost in thought, considered. Her shooting and sword skills do not seem like responses a novice could produce. But he had already reviewed her data. How could she have so many secrets? Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue distracted, Baiyu did not ask. He simply gently embraced her, stroking her back. "Don't be afraid. There are no more mutated organisms. They were all fake." But in Baiyu's heart, he thought, "I really want to uncover all of Xiaoyu's secrets." Chapter 19. Boss, someone is trying to steal your girl. Jiang Zhaoyue was not afraid. Her fingers trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the memory fragments that had suddenly surfaced in her mind during the crisis. The lingering phantom pain was from the recoil of a shotgun in her memories, the sensation of a zombie's skull shattering under military boots. She suddenly felt like laughing out loud. Those things that had awakened her, but she couldn't remember, were not nightmares. They were the metals she had carved into her soul. She had come from the apocalypse. This realization filled Jiang Zhaoyue with immense excitement. She was so powerful, so cool, so charming, so beautiful. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Zhaoyue slowly raised her head, and her entire demeanor changed. Baiyu's pupils slightly dilated. Jiang Zhaoyue seemed like a precious sword that had accidentally fallen from a museum into their midst. The intricate and mysterious patterns engraved on the scabbard made him unable to resist, wanting to explore further. Now, she resembled a sword that had already been unsheathed, sharp enough to captivate anyone's gaze. Seeing Baiyu's slightly startled expression, Jiang Zhaoyue quickly reined her aura and smiled sweetly. "Thank you for the encouragement, Deputy Commander Bai. I'm not afraid anymore." Was it an illusion? Baiyu pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth. The rusty taste of the guide's pheromones still lingered between his teeth. The Jiang Zhaoyue, who seemed capable of tearing apart mutated beings with her bare hands, was now looking at him with the most innocent eyes. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't give Baiyu more time to ponder her sudden change in demeanor. She hooked her arm through his and walked toward the simulation training room. "There are so many machines on the second floor that I haven't seen before. Can you teach me how to use them?" A person cannot be without a past and self-awareness. At least for Jiang Zhaoyue, once she recognized her past strength, she would be filled with confidence from the core of her being. Baiyu was pulled along by Jiang Zhaoyue, his gaze uncontrollably falling on the wrist she was holding. The scent of pear and orchid from her skin, mingled with the guide's pheromones, made his canine teeth itch slightly. He gritted his molars, his Adam's apple bobbing violently. The small red mole on her wrist seemed to magnify in his sight, like a drop of blood on the snow, tempting him to grab that slender wrist and stroke it with his fingertips. The guide's pheromones grew more intense. Bayou's sentinel instincts completely betrayed his rationality, instinctively pursuing and intertwining with her, like a parched traveler in the desert finally finding an oasis, greedily absorbing every drop of sweetness. The vine-like desire grew wildly in his veins, every inch of skin quivering in response to this unexpected compatibility. This was too dangerous. The remaining rationality in Bayou's mind sounded a sharp alarm, but his body seemed enchanted, allowing her scent to permeate every cell. Bayou was thus led by Jiang Zhaoyue to the second floor. Upon entering, the vast 600-square-meter gym was filled with sentinels training vigorously. One sentinel, with a column of Interstellar script tattooed on his pale neck, wore a black sleeveless shirt and sat on a rowing machine, doing aerobic exercises. Several others, bare-chested and in work pants, were doing push-ups face-to-face. When they got up, everyone would quickly high-five with one hand, letting out a hey, before continuing to press down and do push-ups. There were also those with their legs hooked onto a rack, their upper bodies suspended, energetically spinning a 20-kilogram hula hoop. Jiang Zhaoyue silently commented, "Standing there, holding dumbbells, is just ordinary. With a figure like that and a nice face, there's certainly not someone you could see everywhere." There were also beauties in short tank tops, with smooth lines and toned muscles. Each one was over 175 meters tall, exuding a mature charm. They were either building muscles or practicing boxing with gloves. When sweat dripped from their bodies, flowing along their muscle lines, it hit the ground like shattered diamonds. Jiang Zhaoyue let go of Bayou's hand and covered her heart. She almost shouted, "Sister, kill me." It turned out she didn't just like looking at handsome men. She was purely lustful. Bayou's expression couldn't simply be described as bad. It was very hard to look at. Jiang Zhaoyue was still wondering if, as a guide on the second floor, all these sentinels would stare at her. But that didn't happen. Everyone was busy training. Bayou pointed to a few machines not far away. "If you want to do aerobic training, the stair climber is more suitable for you. Or the elliptical machine is fine too." When Jiang Zhaoyue looked in the direction Bayou pointed, she suddenly felt several gazes fixed on her. When she turned back to look, she scanned the area and found nothing unusual. Bayou turned his head, casting a faint glance at the male and female sentinels who were staring at them. The murderous intent in their eyes was unabashed, causing the gym to seem to pause for a moment. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was about to turn around to see what was happening, the gym returned to the sounds of machines clanking. Bayou looked at Jiang Zhaoyue gently and asked softly, "Do you want to do aerobic training or strength training?" Jiang Zhaoyue thought for a moment. "Strength training, I think my endurance is weak, and I should enhance my physique to help more sentinels every day." Bayou frowned slightly. "To enhance endurance, you should actually start with aerobic exercises." "But if you," Jiang Zhaoyue quickly said, "then let's start with aerobic exercises. I'll follow your lead." Bayou looked around. It seemed like the sentinels were getting closer to them the more they trained. Just a moment ago, there were only a few doing aerobic exercises, and now, halfway through strength training, they all ran over to do aerobic exercises. Bayou looked down at Jiang Zhaoyue's increasingly flushed face, pursed his lips, and nodded. "Then you can start. Begin with 20 minutes. Add a minute every day until you reach 40 minutes, which will be just right." Jiang Zhaoyue stepped onto the elliptical machine, and Bayou stood beside her, slightly looking up at her. "If you feel uncomfortable, just call me. I'll go get you a bottle of water." Jiang Zhaoyue didn't quite understand, but still thanked Bayou. However, by the 6th minute on the elliptical machine, Jiang Zhaoyue began to breathe rapidly. By the 8th minute, she felt a heat surging through her veins, as if it were going to consume her. She turned her head, her pale little face already flushed, her apricot eyes glistening as she looked at Bayou. "Bayou." Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't believe that such soft, spoiled-sounding words came from her lips. Bayou hurried over, holding Jiang Zhaoyue's soft waist with both hands, lifting her off the elliptical machine. Jiang Zhaoyue leaned her head against Bayou's chest, feeling weak all over. "What's going on?" Bayou sighed slightly. "There are too many exercising sentinels, and their pheromones will unconsciously dissipate continuously. Although the gym has ventilation fans to extract pheromones, they might not be powerful enough. So I said, if you feel uncomfortable, let me know immediately. A sentinel from the Luran team took a dynamic picture of Baiyu gently supporting Jiang Zhaoyue's waist and posted it on Luran's light brain, adding, "Boss, is Deputy Commander by trying to steal your girl?" Chapter 20. You smell so good. Jiang Zhaoyue grabbed the hem of Baiyu's fitted clothing, and when she looked up, she resembled a soft bun. Take me back. I'm feeling unwell. Baiyu's throat involuntarily rolled as he raised his long hand to gently brush aside the strands of hair on Jiang Zhaoyue's face. Inhaling the scent of ylang-ylang and white pear that Jiang Zhaoyue continuously emitted, his low voice was like a siren's allure. Hold me tight. Before Jiang Zhaoyue could react, Baiyu slightly leaned down and scooped her up one-handed from her knee. He held her like a child, lifting Jiang Zhaoyue into his arms. Jiang Zhaoyue curled up against Baiyu, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. She lowered her head, breathing even closer to the nape of Baiyu's neck. Baiyu looked expressionless, with his left hand holding Jiang Zhaoyue and his right hand gripping a bottle of functional water. However, upon closer inspection, it was easy to see that Baiyu's breathing was heavy, and his Adam's apple had involuntarily rolled several times. The hand holding Jiang Zhaoyue had turned a pale pink at the knuckles. The long fingers gripping the functional water were strained, making the veins on the back of his hand distinctly visible. Baiyu, you smell so good. Why are you so fragrant? Jiang Zhaoyue seemed completely unaware of her actions, murmuring inquisitively in Baiyu's ear while sniffing the woody amber scent of his emitting pheromones like an animal. No matter how strong Baiyu's willpower was, he found it hard to resist being teased by Jiang Zhaoyue, who was releasing a large amount of guiding pheromones. He couldn't help but let out a slight gasp, softly coaxing her. Be good, Zhaoyue. Don't mess around. I'll take you home soon. But Jiang Zhaoyue seemed not to hear, rubbing her nose against the side of Baiyu's neck and her lips brushing against the veins at his neck. Jiang Zhaoyue sniffed, and the warmth of her breath continued to tease Baiyu's sensitive nerves. When Baiyu finally reached the apartment building with Jiang Zhaoyue in his arms, she unexpectedly extended her tongue and gently licked the gland emitting pheromones on Baiyu's neck. Baiyu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, his voice deep and restrained, seemingly pleasing Jiang Zhaoyue. She couldn't help but lean closer to his ear, whispering delicately, "Sounds nice, and what you all doing?" A clear, youthful voice interrupted Jiang Zhaoyue, a bit hurriedly. Jiang Zhaoyue's face was still flushed, her eyes somewhat dazed and confused. She peeked out from Baiyu's arms and smiled broadly at Luran. Baiyu, feeling nervous, wrapped his arm around Jiang Zhaoyue's waist with the hand holding the water bottle, suppressing his displeasure as he looked at Luran. Luran licked his small tiger teeth, calming his breath before walking briskly toward Jiang Zhaoyue. He opened his arms to her, turning to Baiyu with his light gray eyes. I'll take care of Zhaoyue. However, Baiyu continued to walk into the apartment lobby, still holding Jiang Zhaoyue. No need. We're almost home. Luran frowned, quickly stepping in front of Baiyu. Didn't you see Zhaoyue just now wanted me to carry her? Baiyu's tone was steady, as if the one feeling intense displeasure inside wasn't him. Zhaoyue is currently influenced by the pheromones and doesn't know what she is doing. Luran scoffed. Vice Commander Bai, I hate your hypocritical, sanctimonious demeanor. Don't treat me like a child. Just because I'm 5 years younger than you doesn't mean I'm 50 IQ points lower. Zhaoyue is acting on instinct. What she clearly wants is me. Luran blocked Baiyu's path, trying to reach for Jiang Zhaoyue in Baiyu's arms. But Baiyu tightened his hold on Jiang Zhaoyue, looking at Luran expressionlessly with a cold smile. Captain Lu, do you think I would hand over a guide without self-awareness to a sentinel who likes her? Saying this, Baiyu made a quick feint, tricking Luran, and entered the elevator. Luran was furious, but turned around and entered the elevator before the doors closed. Just as Luran was about to reach out, Baiyu pressed his right hand to his lips. Shoo, she seems to be asleep. Luran frowned, focusing his mind to listen, and heard Jiang Zhaoyue's steady breathing, slightly elongated. Baiyu speculated that Jiang Zhaoyue must have unconsciously captured a lot of sentinel pheromones while exercising. Under the influence of various sentinel pheromones, she nearly fell into a heat. Fortunately, they left early, If they stayed a bit longer, Jiang Zhaoyue might have caused a scene. Now, Jiang Zhaoyue's exceptionally active guiding pheromones had finally stabilized, causing her to expend too much energy and fall into a brief slumber. Lu Ran looked at the floor, unable to suppress a low protest. Why take her to your home? Baiyu glanced at Lu Ran, maintaining a polite smile, and answered in a hushed voice. Given her current state, are you sure you want to wake her up to open the door? Lu Ran pressed his lips together. Considering that he was right there, Baiyu probably wouldn't do anything excessive. However, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Unable to help but asked quietly, why were you with her this morning? Baiyu glanced at Lu Ran, but did not answer his question. Instead, as the elevator door chimed, he directly carried Jiang Zhaoyue out of the elevator. As he entered the room with Jiang Zhaoyue, he couldn't help but turn to Lu Ran and remind him, change your shoes. He took off his shoes, the white socks stepping on the light blue carpet, and directly carried Jiang Zhaoyue back to his bedroom. Lu Ran's eyes widened, and he quickly followed in a low voice. What are you doing? Baiyu held Jiang Zhaoyue like a child, one arm supporting her thighs and the other supporting her head and neck, gently placing her on his own bed. Jiang Zhaoyue, dressed in a cinnamon-colored sports outfit, sank into Baiyu's gray-blue large bed, peacefully sleeping, even contentedly rubbing against Baiyu's soft blanket. Lu Ran, barefoot, hurried in, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue's sleeping figure, then at Baiyu, who had his brows lowered and was gazing at Jiang Zhaoyue. Come out. I need to talk to you. Baiyu glanced at Lu Ran, gently pressing a button on the touch screen by the door frame. And the 1.8-meter-wide blue curtain that separated the living room from the bedroom slowly closed. Jiang Zhaoyue sighed in relief, the serene smile at the corner of her mouth unchanged. She couldn't help but ask 00544 at her heart. If I induce a heat, can I level up? 00544 rolled its eyes. Host. The chaotic influence of sentinel pheromones leading to the induction of guiding heat will not allow the guide to level up. That's good. Jiang Zhaoyue felt relieved. At first, she had indeed almost triggered a heat. However, by the time they reached the apartment building, she had already calmed down. The subsequent events were just a means to stimulate Baiyu. Didn't he say he wanted to use emotions to make her willingly invest her thoughts, risking mental pollution to save his brother? She wanted to see who would fall first. Chapter 21. A little Shura field. Baiyu looked at Lu Ran, who stood by the coffee table with his hands in his pockets, and walked over to the open kitchen to pour him a glass of water. Lu Ran took the water and looked at Baiyu, saying, Zhaoyue is not suitable for you. Don't develop feelings for her. The smile on Baiyu's lips remained unchanged, and he looked at Lu Ran with stable emotions, his attitude akin to coaxing a child. Oh, why not? Lu Ran placed the cup on the coffee table, crossed his arms, and looked at Baiyu seriously. You may not have noticed, but Zhaoyue is actually very innocent. Her little thoughts are quite easy to understand. And your thoughts are too heavy. If you're not suitable for Zhaoyue, then don't get close to her. It will hurt her. Baiyu's smile curled at the corners, his silver-white, slightly curled, long hair lazily tied at the nape of his neck. He stood with his back to the floor-to-ceiling window, the rising sun casting a beam of light that outlined his profile with a sense of unworldly purity. However, his words contrasted sharply with his outward appearance. How do you know I am not suitable for her? And how do you know I will hurt her? Lu Ran frowned, his fiery red hair and blood-colored pupils appearing particularly vibrant in the faint morning light. You just see her S-class guiding ability. But you don't need to deceive her with emotions. She will wholeheartedly guide the sentinels of Silent City. I don't know how those videos on StarNet came about, but from what I see with my own eyes, Zhaoyue is not the kind of person they say she is. You just want to use her to guide more sentinels, help you win them over, and then get Commander Ranyuan out of the way so you can take his position. I won't let you succeed. Baiyu's smile remained unchanged, and even a hint of amusement spread in his eyes. Get rid of Ranyuan? Any commander from any district in Silent City can be replaced, but Ranyuan is impossible. However, Baiyu was too lazy to explain to Lu Ran. He simply looked at him as one would at a child throwing a tantrum. Lu Ran, believing that Baiyu was struck by his words and didn't know how to refute him, nodded irritably. Fine. You want to use your old man tricks to seduce Zhaoyue, right? All right. I will keep an eye on Zhaoyue, and let her be deceived by you. Baiyu's smile turned a bit colder. He had already thought of a way to deal with this. But he wouldn't be like Lu Ran, a child with little cunning, who would declare everything and show all emotions on his face. Just then, Jiang Zhaoyue pretended to just wake up and said, "Huh?" Baiyu then opened the curtain. Lu Ran rushed ahead of Baiyu and arrived in front of Jiang Zhaoyue in a few quick steps. He reached out, explained her situation to her while holding her hand, and gently pulled her up. "From now on, if you want to work out, come to my place. My apartment has some basic fitness equipment." Baiyu smiled as he looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. "You can also work out in the single gym in the apartment, where the 13th floor of the training building also has a single gym. They are all independent rooms, available for one person only. It just requires spending some merit points." Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Baiyu in confusion. "Merit points?" Lu Ran quickly interjected. "It's just that beyond the daily specified quota for guiding the frenzy value. For every 10 points of frenzy value you eliminate from Sentinel, you will accumulate 1 merit point. This merit point system is unique to Silent City and has nothing to do with your salary. Using a single gym for 1 hour a day costs 1 merit point." Jiang Zhaoyue frowned slightly. "Can this merit point be exchanged for other things?" Lu Ran once again jumped in before Baiyu could speak, sharing the Merit Point Exchange Mall app from his light brain with Jiang Zhaoyue. "There are many things you can exchange for. Probably the most needed one for you is the special suppressive agent for guiding when you level up." However, when Jiang Zhaoyue opened the Silent City Merit Point Exchange Mall, the first thing that caught her interest was the suppressive agent for guiding. This agent can completely suppress the guiding aura for 4 hours. And this suppressive agent is not expensive, only 19 merit points per bottle. She only needs 12 more merit points to buy one. She decided to work hard to get back to her physical fitness level from the apocalypse during this time, and then get this suppressive agent to check out the black market. After making up her mind, she looked at Lu Ran and Baiyu. "Then I'll just buy some fitness equipment suitable for me to work out at home. I can also run in the community for cardio. Purely natural. Pretty good." Lu Ran directly bought a bottle of high-level special suppressive agent for guide from the Merit Point Exchange Mall, with the delivery address being Jiang Zhaoyue's apartment. "You don't have to save money. I'll buy it for you. I'm different from those old men who have too many tricks up their sleeves. My heart is with you, so I'm willing to let you spend my money." While Lu Ran spoke sweet words, he didn't dare to look Jiang Zhaoyue in the eye and kept glancing around. Jiang Zhaoyue noticed Lu Ran's cheeks turning crimson and couldn't help but reach out to pinch his fair cheek. "Sure enough, your face is so hot," Jiang Zhaoyue said with a smile in her eyes. Lu Ran covered his face, frowning, and grumbled fiercely. "If you touch me, you have to take responsibility." Baiyu's smile grew even colder. Jiang Zhaoyue had just done that to him, and now she was flirting with another sentinel in front of him? Baiyu took a deep breath and looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. "Last night, Commander Ranyuan asked me to discuss with you whether you could try to conduct group guidance for A-level sentinels." Lu Ran narrowed his eyes, pursed his lips, and said nothing. Baiyu, this older man, really knows how to seize the opportunity to attract Zhaoyue's attention. Jiang Zhaoyue, curious and having never tried it, said, "I can give it a try. How about arranging 3 A-level sentinels this afternoon?" Then she added, "If I finish my work a few days in advance, can I have a day off?" Baiyu's light smile carried some sincerity. "Of course. As long as you complete your weekly workload and don't want to earn more money, you can apply for a break anytime. I will help you arrange everything. You just need to enjoy your vacation." Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue thanking Baiyu, Lu Ran quickly suggested, "You were just triggered by the early signs of combining heat and must have consumed a lot of energy. I'll take you to have breakfast. I know a breakfast place that's really delicious." Baiyu's smile cooled a few degrees. The bread on his table was so obvious, enough for Jiang Zhaoyue and himself. This kid was doing it on purpose, right? Jiang Zhaoyue noticed Baiyu's subtle change in expression and nodded happily, turning to Baiyu again to say thank you. "Thank you for taking me to see the world today and bringing me back safely. I'll treat you to a meal another day." Baiyu had no choice but to watch as Lu Ran pulled Jiang Zhaoyue away, and despite feeling very unhappy, he still responded with a smile. "Okay." Chapter 22, is that correct? In the tranquil city of June, the weather was just right with a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. When Lu Ran escorted Jiang Zhaoyue to the villa gate of the counseling room, he saw a tall S-class sentinel waiting at the door. He had a face that was hard to forget. His ice-blue eyes were as cold and clear as a polar glacier, slightly narrowed with a hint of dangerous allure. Underneath his thick sword-like eyebrows was a high nose that resembled a sculpture, making his profile look exquisitely noble. His lips were full, with the corners naturally turned up, carrying a mocking expression when not smiling, but becoming charmingly roguelike when he did. His jawline was sharp, complemented by a slight stubble that added to his mature charm. Standing at about 186 centimeters, he had a long and lean physique like a cheetah, with firm but not exaggerated muscles. His tan skin radiated a healthy glow under the sun, exuding an aura of elegance mixed with wildness. Most striking was his unique temperament, which had a kind of alluring charm that was both righteous and wicked, his playful gaze hiding sharpness. Coupled with the calmness of a mature man and the playful smile of youth, Lu Ran had a smirk on his face, knowing that Bai Yu had no way to deal with him. So he let his team member seduce Jiang Zhaoyue, right? If Bai Yu knew what Lu Ran was thinking, he might assign even more tasks to his team. Jiang Zhaoyue was slightly curious and looked at Diamond. Diamond, do you need something? Why aren't you going inside to wait? Diamond's expression was a bit embarrassed. I have been promoted from an S-Class Sentinel to an S-Class Sentinel. Also, I apologize for the misunderstandings created by other Sentinels on the forum about the Tranquil City. Jiang Zhaoyue looked puzzled, and Lu Ran quickly opened the forum on the Star Network. His expression first darkened. Then he blinked and pursed his lips, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue, because this guy bought a lot of strange things online and came to you for mental counseling. Everyone thought you still liked these things. After Bai's deputy commander took control of this matter, they have started using code words to refer to you and discuss it. Although this guy cleared things up for you, many Sentinels still don't believe it. They think you're a very picky guide who only uses these things on those you're interested in. Jiang Zhaoyue was confused. Huh? Who am I? Where am I? What things? Can you explain? Diamond's ice-blue eyes looked at Jiang Zhaoyue appealingly, and he transferred her 120,000 star coins to prove that you really have no interest in these matters. I came up with a way. Jiang Zhaoyue narrowed her eyes and looked down at the additional 120,000 star coins in her light brain, feeling an ominous premonition. Sure enough, Diamond's next sentence made her understand what it meant to be blown away. We made a bet, and I bet every time that you wouldn't use any special props. I won every time. This is the money I won, so I give it all to you. Every time I won, I would clarify to them that you're not a guide who whips or abuses Sentinels. But they still don't believe it. I'm sorry, I tried my best. Jiang Zhaoyue was at a loss for words. The last time she felt this speechless was when Diamond pulled out a bunch of things. This guy really knows how to make people speechless. If he tried so hard, it would be better if he didn't try at all. Jiang Zhaoyue closed her eyes and then heard Diamond recommend. Actually, Jiang Zhaoyue, you can also join this betting. They also bet on whether you would counsel a Sentinel and whether that Sentinel would enter the bonding heat. There are many big bets about you. Lu Ran frowned and was about to speak to chase Diamond away when he heard Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes light up. Really? Let me take a look. Diamond hurriedly opened the light brain, visible to everyone, and began introducing several big bets to Jiang Zhaoyue. She found that the posts about her had quite a high level of attention. Many Sentinels and ordinary people had made a lot of star coins from her big bets. Jiang Zhaoyue thought for a moment and nodded. Thank you. I need to go to work now. Do you want to come in and sit? Diamond's ice-blue eyes brightened. Just as he was about to nod in agreement, Lu Ran coldly interjected. I heard that Bai's deputy commander hasn't taken you out on missions for a long time, and your team's mission rate has dropped. It turns out you aren't making money from missions, but are studying small tricks instead. I should give the commander a piece of advice. Diamond pursed his lips, glanced deeply at Lu Ran, and had to apologize to Jiang Zhaoyue. Sorry, Jiang Zhaoyue. I just remembered that we have a mission tomorrow, so I need to go back and prepare. Jiang Zhaoyue shot Lu Ran a glare before waving to Diamond. Be careful on your mission. I wish you safety and success. Lu Ran had his hands in his pockets, slightly curling his lips, turning to block Jiang Zhaoyue's view of Diamond's retreating figure. Jiang Zhaoyue finally couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Lu Ran hard on the chest. What are you doing? You just want to be friends with me. I will be living in the Tranquil City in the future, and I need a normal social circle. The key point was that she had tasks to complete. If she didn't quickly get to know more people, how could she find out about the original owner's mother's whereabouts? Lu Ran gently held Jiang Zhaoyue's hand. rubbing his thumb over her palm. His red eyes filled with concern as he looked at the slightly furrowed brow of Jiang Zhaoyue. "Does your hand hurt?" Jiang Zhaoyue shot Lu Ran a glare, pulled her hand back, and turned to walk towards the villa. While Jiang Zhaoyue was counseling the sentinels, Lu Ran was studying the posts on the forum. He discovered that several anonymous accounts were stirring up the sentinels' emotions, seemingly trying to incite dissatisfaction among the A-class sentinels towards Jiang Zhaoyue. He squinted and directly called one of his team members through voice communication. The first person who said Jiang Zhaoyue looks down on sentinels below S-class was it Lucius? Lu Ran's A-class sentinel member was taken aback at first, then after thinking it over, nodded in acknowledgement. "How did you know, Captain?" "Today Jiang Zhaoyue is going to arrange a group counseling session for 3 A-class sentinels. I'll try to help you out. Don't let yourself be used as a pawn again. Use your brain more often. Otherwise, when you group up for missions with others, you won't even know how you died." That sentinel wasn't dumb either. After a moment of realization, he understood that Lucius's words were actually inciting their dissatisfaction towards Jiang Zhaoyue. After all, there were 60,000 sentinels in District 13, and more than 20,000 of them were A-class sentinels. The remaining more than 20,000 were B and C-class sentinels. There were fewer than 5,000 sentinels above S-class in the entire District 13. If sentinels below A-class all held negative feelings towards Jiang Zhaoyue, it was possible that some fool would do something to Jiang Zhaoyue. One must know that sentinels with a critical value might not sleep well for whole nights. Their mental seas would feel like being pricked by needles. Their tempers would flare up. If over 50,000 people hated Jiang Zhaoyue, and one of them didn't get timely counseling and was in a bad mood, they might kill the weak guide. It wasn't impossible. That sentinel gasped and quickly stood at attention and saluted. "Thank you, Captain Lu. I will go talk to the other A-class sentinels about this." Lu Ran was silent for a moment. People are more willing to believe what they see with their own eyes, so there's no need to emphasize it too much. Next, Zhaoyue plans to attempt group counseling for around 10 A-class sentinels. You can give me the names of the sentinels who have more opinions about her, and I will see if I can arrange for 1 or 2 of them to experience Zhaoyue's counseling personally. Chapter 23. Are you worried about me? Lu Ran hung up the communicator and saw Jiang Zhaoyue still busy, so he called Baiyu. Lu Ran lazily sank into the crescent-shaped crimson sofa. His tall frame of 188 meters made the 8-person sofa look small. He casually rested his elbow on the back of the sofa, his long fingers tapping the leather armrest, speaking with an undeniable authority. Finally got through. "Deputy Commander Bai, for the 3 A-level sentry spots to be arranged today, how about we consider the A-level sentry that was swapped out from my team last time?" Baiyu, with his ever-present smile, immediately gave Lu Ran the answer he wanted. "Okay." Ran Yuan watched as Baiyu hung up the communicator and pushed a steaming cup of tea in front of him, unable to help but chuckle. If Lu Ran knew you were scheming to send him out to lead the team, he wouldn't be so pleasant in his conversation with you. Sunlight poured in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a faint halo over Baiyu's silver-gray eyes. He wore a warm smile and rarely showed some approval towards Lu Ran. The capable should do more. Since he is so capable, it's a good thing for him to gain more experience. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, looking amused, but remained silent. After Jiang Zhaoyue finished guiding the 3rd S-level sentry of the day, Lu Ran entered her guidance room. He lifted the thermos in his hand. "I ordered takeout. You should try this soup from the place I called." Jiang Zhaoyue smelled something resembling a black-boned chicken herbal soup, and her appetite was immediately aroused. She quickly got up and followed Lu Ran to the hall. Lu Ran couldn't help but sit very close to Jiang Zhaoyue, his thigh almost pressed against hers. This caused Jiang Zhaoyue to frown slightly and shift to the side. "You're like a furnace, too hot. Don't sit so close to me." Lu Ran lowered his eyelashes, rarely putting away his flamboyant demeanor, his gaze softening as it enveloped Jiang Zhaoyue. He had figured out that acting domineering towards Jiang Zhaoyue was completely ineffective. She would only turn cold and walk away. Now Lu Ran had learned his lesson, taking the opportunity when no one was around to temporarily set aside even the most precious pride of youth. He gazed at her, afraid of being kicked out. Jiang Zhaoyue hurriedly picked up a piece of chicken for him. "Eat quickly. After we finish, I have group guidance to do this afternoon. I need to familiarize myself with the testing instruments and other equipment. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue serving him food, Lu Ran's fiery eyes lit up. He quickly obediently drank the soup and ate. The equipment in the group guidance room was somewhat different from that in the individual guidance room. Jiang Zhaoyue was carefully studying these devices while comparing them with the videos she found on the communicator. Lu Ran, with his arms crossed, leaned against the doorframe. Watching Jiang Zhaoyue's serious expression, unable to resist poking his tiger teeth with his tongue, his sentry instinctively surged out, capturing the scattered guide pheromones in the air. Just as Lu Ran was intently staring at Jiang Zhaoyue, Baiyu arrived with 3 A-level sentries. One of the straightforward, loud-voiced sentries saluted Lu Ran. "Boss." "Thank you, boss." Lu Ran was startled by the sudden greeting and angrily exited the guidance room, turning to face the 3 sentries, 2 men and 1 woman. He looked them over, assessing their ranks. A-level, A-level, A-level. Lu Ran nodded at the sentries from his team and turned to Baiyu, raising an eyebrow. Are these 3 prone to getting lost? Do they need Deputy Commander Bai to personally bring them here? Baiyu's faint smile remained unchanged, his warm voice sounding pleasant. I need to observe whether Xiao you can handle guiding 3 A-level sentries without too much difficulty. Only then can I consider whether to arrange a group guidance session of more than 10 people for her. Baiyu hadn't expected Lu Ran to be so idle, staying by Jiang Zhaoyue's side all morning. Didn't he have his own life? Thus, Baiyu's smile remained unchanged as he looked at Lu Ran. What about you? Captain Lu, didn't you hold a meeting for your team members today to summarize the mistakes from the last mission? I heard that. According to the accompanying recording device analysis, 3 members from Team 7 Shun-Ti have been injured at all. Lu Ran frowned. He disliked others interfering with his work. His red eyes held a hint of anger as he looked at Baiyu. Everyone's on-site response can't be like a cold machine. This time they got injured, and they'll know where their shortcomings are. Our Team 7 isn't as idle as Deputy Commander Bai's Team 3. Our members have their own plans, unlike Baiyu's Team 3, which seemed to have the luxury to gamble daily. Baiyu's brows slightly furrowed, but his smile deepened. I guess I was meddling too much. I'll make sure the members of Team 3 learn well from Team 7. Jiang Zhaoyue ignored the tense atmosphere between the two and, upon hearing Baiyu's voice from the second guidance room, quickly walked out. Deputy Commander Bai. Baiyu couldn't help but interrupt Jiang Zhaoyue. No need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. Jiang Zhaoyue opened her mouth, and Baiyu's gaze held a hint of undeniable aggression. She slightly tilted her head, revealing her sweet dimples, and smiled. Okay, Baiyu. I have a few questions about the equipment I want to ask you. Baiyu glanced at Lu Ran, who was blocking the doorway, slightly moved to the side, and followed Jiang Zhaoyue into the guidance room. Lu Ran stood at the door, his jaw muscles clenching. The 3 A-level sentries at the door were frozen in place, overwhelmed by Lu Ran's sudden outburst of anger. Inside the guidance room, Jiang Zhaoyue pointed at 3 data testing devices. When I release my mental power simultaneously, if I turn on these 3 devices, will the guiding pheromones they release accurately assist my mental power in entering the mental seas of the 3 sentries? Baiyu stood behind Jiang Zhaoyue, his chest only 0.1 centimeters away from her back. Jiang Zhaoyue could even distinctly feel the heat radiating from Baiyu behind her. He slightly leaned forward, his head next to Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, the woody amber scent of sentry pheromones emanating from his neck intentionally or unintentionally teasing the guide pheromones at the side of her neck. He pretended to seriously glance at the touch panels on the devices before speaking in a soft, slightly husky voice that had a hint of allure in Jiang Zhaoyue's ear. Yes, that's right. In a moment, you just need to focus on dividing your mental power into 3 parts. Don't worry, I'll always be here with you. Jiang Zhaoyue slightly turned her head to look at Baiyu's profile. Are you worried about me? Baiyu suddenly turned his head, his warm breath unexpectedly brushing against the corner of Jiang Zhaoyue's lips. The two froze, so close that even the flutter of their eyelashes was clearly discernible. They could distinctly hear each other's shallow breaths intertwining, yet it felt as though they were separated by an entire galaxy, neither willing to break the 1 centimeter balance nor to take a step back. Chapter 24. She really doesn't have that habit. Outside the guidance room, The sound of footsteps stepping into the inner room could be heard. Bai smiled gently, and his soft voice gradually echoed. I'm worried about you. I want to see you to assess whether we should arrange group guidance for you in 2 days and how many sentinels would be appropriate. After speaking, Bai stood up and looked at the 4 people walking in from the outer room. Jiang Zhaoyue's ear tips turned red as she lowered her eyes, secretly cursing Bai for being so unprincipled. How could he hit her with such a beauty strike? Lu Ran looked at Bai, then at Jiang Zhaoyue, who was staring at the equipment with her head down, feeling that something was a bit off, but he couldn't pinpoint what the problem was. Bai glanced at the 3 people behind Lu Ran, one of whom was a male sentinel dressed in punk-style clothes. You all go outside and take off your tops before coming in. Take off your studded pants too, otherwise the restraint straps might get torn. Jiang Zhaoyue finally understood why the sentinels automatically took off their tops when they came to the guidance room. It turned out that when they struggled fiercely, the buckles and such on their clothes could become dangerous items. Bai walked towards Lu Ran. Let us wait for Zhaoyue outside. The multi-person guidance room was divided into an inner and an outer area, with the outer area being about 10 square meters. The inner area was approximately 40 square meters. There was a half-glass wall between the inner and outer areas, allowing people in the outer area to fully observe the situation of the guides and sentinels in the inner area. The 3 sentinels revealed their toned muscles as they walked barefoot into the inner guidance room. Jiang Zhaoyue noticed that the only female sentinel in the inner room was about 8 meters tall, with bronze skin, a pair of narrow peach blossom eyes embedded with golden pupils, a strikingly upright nose, and full petal-like lips coated with a muted red lip gloss. The sentinel sister smiled at Jiang Zhaoyue, who couldn't help but widen her eyes and look away. Oh my God, her heart just raced for a moment, right? No, she can't be this lecherous. Zhaoyue guide, a deep and magnetic voice suddenly rang out, making Jiang Zhaoyue's throat involuntarily roll. She turned to see the female sentinel leaning against the guidance desk, her black tactical vest outlining her slender waist, with abdominal muscles subtly visible in the light. Hey, yes. Jiang Zhaoyue jogged over, her combat boots making urgent sounds on the floor. Can you help me? Does Christina need my help to tie the restraint straps? Bai smiled slightly. His voice, like a bucket of ice water, suddenly poured down. Bai's handsome and elegant figure had unknowingly stood at the doorframe, his long fingers casually adjusting his leather gloves, his silver-gray eyes coldly looking at Christina. The sunlight slanted in from behind him, casting a sharp shadow on the floor. The temperature in the entire guidance room seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The 3 sentinels, who had been restless, suddenly fell silent, each of them quickly lowering their heads to tie their restraint straps, the sound of metal buckles clinking echoing through the room. Lu Ran leaned against the other side of the doorframe, his red pupils narrowing dangerously like a cheetah ready to pounce. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her ears burning. Not knowing if they were red, she cleared her throat, adjusted the equipment, sat in the guiding chair, and turned her head. Close the door. I'm going to start. Bai pressed a button on the touchscreen on the wall, and the pressure door slowly moved to the left from the wall. With a hissing sound, the inner and outer areas were completely isolated. Jiang Zhaoyue held her breath and concentrated, extending her mental power according to the methods she found on her light brain. She instantly felt the effects of the auxiliary guide substance and could naturally divide her mental threads into 3 strands. This feeling was wonderful, like looking through a kaleidoscope. The 3 strands of mental threads touched the mental seas of the 3 sentinels. What dirty mental sea! These 3 mental sea spheres were one with a faint orange-red base color, one a blue sphere, and one that was hard to make out, possibly dark green. Jiang Zhaoyue hurriedly released a large amount of guiding substance, wrapping it around her mental threads to start cleaning the mental seas of the 3 sentinels. The first to emerge from the mental body was an A-class male sentinel. After all, the attraction of an S-class guiding substance to an A-class sentinel could be described as deadly. Next was an A-class team member from the 7th team. Jiang Zhaoyue was still thinking that Christina seemed interested in her, but in her heart, she was still quite guarded. Unexpectedly, she brushed past a soft thing with her mental threads. And only then did she realize that Christina's mental body might have been waiting in the mental sea all along. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't mind not looking. But when she did, she was startled. She was really afraid of snakes. And this was a black and gold interspersed Zhoushan cobra. Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly tensed up, and the three sentinels suffered for it. Her mental threads suddenly became incredibly resilient, directly injuring the mental bodies of the three sentinels. The Zhoushan cobra couldn't help but open its mouth, then lowered its head in grievance, crawling on the ground. The other two sentinels also couldn't help but recall the rumors about Jiang Zhaoyue. They felt a bit regretful, but there was nothing they could do. They could only let their mental bodies crawl before Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue's nerve endings suddenly tightened as she sensed the tremors of the three sentinels' mental bodies submitting. The A-class Sentinel's snow wolf scratched the ground, whimpering as if begging for mercy. Christina's Zhoushan cobra even pressed its head against her mental thread, looking very aggrieved. The most resistant was the lynx of the 7th team, its vertical pupils flashing with humiliation. Jiang Zhaoyue also seemed to recall the well-known rumors about her peculiar habit on the Star Network. Her mental threads panicked. No, you've misunderstood. It's not like that. Meanwhile, Baiyu and Lu Ran, who were observing from the outer area, both noticed something was off at the same time. Baiyu frowned, his pupils slightly contracting, his long fingers, wrapped in gloves, gently tapping on the glass. It's only been 2 minutes. Why are the three sentinels already frowning? Moreover, Jiang Zhaoyue's forehead had started to bead with fine sweat. But the data showed no problems at all. Lu Ran couldn't help but be the first to ask. Could it be that Zhaoyue has already exhausted herself after guiding 3 S-class sentinels today? Baiyu frowned slightly. Let us wait a bit longer. If there are no abnormalities in the data, rushing in to interrupt their guidance will cause mental harm to both the guide and the sentinels. Lu Ran's brow furrowed, his fingers curling, his red lips pressed tightly together, having to suppress his anxiety and quietly wait outside the glass wall. On Jiang Zhaoyue's side, in order to express her apology, she increased the guiding substance for the 3 strands of mental threads and thickened the mental threads. She began to guide the 3 sentinels more gently. She even seriously cleaned the mental bodies of the 3 sentinels with her mental threads. Jiang Zhaoyue diligently sorted out the blockages in the mental seas of the 3 sentinels until she was exhausted. And only then did she let out a heavy breath and withdraw from the mental seas of the 3 sentinels. She slumped in the guiding chair, drenched in sweat, her fingers so tired that she could barely lift them, trembling slightly, her vision starting to blur. It's over. She didn't even have the strength to open the door. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was thinking this, she heard the sound that only occurs when the pressure door opens. Just as her vision darkened, she was lifted into a warm embrace. Chapter 25. Lying in Lu Ran's arms, she called out Baiyu. Jiang Zhaoyue smelled a strong woody amber scent of sentinel pheromones. Baiyu looked at Jiang Zhaoyue nervously, ready to turn and take her to the nearby lounge. Lu Ran stepped in front of Baiyu, pointing at the 3 sentinels with anxious red eyes. They're all in a bonding heat, and the situation is not right. I've never dealt with this before. You handle it better. I really don't understand. Just let me take Zhaoyue. Baiyu's expression was rarely dark, his brows tightly furrowed, his silver gray, elongated peach blossom eyes staring deeply at Lu Ran. But he clenched his jaw and handed Jiang Zhaoyue, whom he was holding, over to Lu Ran. Walking over to the testing device, Lu Ran held the fragrant and soft Jiang Zhaoyue, a proud smile on his lips, and walked into the lounge. He gently placed Jiang Zhaoyue on the bed and touched her forehead. Lu Ran's expression changed from one of tender affection to nervousness. He anxiously placed 2 fingers on Jiang Zhaoyue's carotid artery, feeling her pulse was weak, but still steady and slow, and he was no longer as scared as before. Lu Ran thought Jiang Zhaoyue would also fall into bonding heat, but it turned out she just fainted from exhaustion. He sat on the edge of the bed holding Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, his brow slightly furrowed. Next time, don't push yourself so hard, okay? I'll take care of you. I'll work hard on missions, earn more star coins, and I can support you. When Lu Ran brought Jiang Zhaoyue's delicate hand to his lips, her stomach let out a growl, a pitiful sound. Lu Ran's eyes widened suddenly. His slightly curled red hair perked up adorably. He fumbled to pull out a high-grade nutrient solution, scratching his head as he picked a fruit flavor, opened the soft tube, and held it to Jiang Zhaoyue's pale lips. Just drink a little. His voice was tight, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the tube. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyelashes fluttered, and she drowsily took the tube into her mouth, making small, animal-like swallowing sounds. Lu Ran's breath caught, and he immediately supported her neck, pulling her into his arms. The girl's thin back pressed against his heaving chest. He didn't dare to fully press his palm against her, only using his fingertips to gently protect her throat, afraid the nutrient solution would go down the wrong pipe. Thank you, Baiyu. Jiang Zhaoyue's hoarse voice was like a dull knife scraping against his eardrums, causing Lu Ran's muscles to tense instantly. The person in his arms was still unknowingly nuzzling against his neck, the faint sense of white pear and ylang-ylang pheromones intertwining in her hair, continuously burrowing into his collar. Lu Ran's arms were stiff as he continued to feed her, the veins on the back of his hands bulging, but he controlled the flow of the nutrient solution perfectly. The glass tube reflected his taut jawline, and his usually rebellious red eyes were now swirling with suppressed emotions. When Lu Ran looked down at Jiang Zhaoyue, he resembled a wet stray dog. But when he thought of Baiyu, a repressed fire ignited deep within his pupils. After Jiang Zhaoyue finished an entire tube of nutrient solution, she wanted to sit up. She had just smelled Lu Ran's sentinel pheromone scent of red wine and chocolate. She had actually called Lu Ran Baiyu. Lu Ran's deep voice sounded above Jiang Zhaoyue's head. Full? Do you want more? Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily stunned, looking up at Lu Ran behind her. She pretended to relax and shifted her butt back, finding a comfortable position in Lu Ran's arms, then casually leaned against his chest, opened her palm, and squeezed it, signaling Lu Ran to get her another tube of nutrient solution. Lu Ran suddenly felt overjoyed, taking out a nutrient solution for Jiang Zhaoyue from his space button, half pouting, half complaining. So, you know it's me and not Deputy Commander Bai, and you relax this much? Do you think I'm a chair? Adjusting your position too? He handed her a mango-flavored tube and another tube with peanut, walnut, and almond flavors. Jiang Zhaoyue tilted her little face, accidentally rubbing her forehead against Lu Ran's chin. Right? Then should I get up? After all, you want to see me shy in Deputy Commander Bai's arms. So I'll go to him, Lu Ran directly pinched Jiang Zhaoyue's lower lip, shaping it like a bird's beak. He didn't want to hear her say such heart-stabbing words anymore. Jiang Zhaoyue gently patted Lu Ran's hand. Hey, you pinched me too hard. Only then did Lu Ran let go, his face stern. If you mention other sentinels in front of me again, I'll be angry. Lu Ran knew that if he threatened Jiang Zhaoyue, saying he would kiss her, bite her, or deal with her, Jiang Zhaoyue would just ignore him. He had no other way to express himself but to say such childish things. Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow, turned around, and pinched Lu Ran's face. Oh, if I don't say it, then I can think about it. Lu Ran's chest heaved with anger. You. Jiang Zhaoyue nuzzled against Lu Ran, using his hand to open the nutrient solution and took a sip. Ah, the peanut flavor is delicious. I'm alive again. Seeing that Lu Ran still turned his face away from her, she changed the subject. So what happened to those 3 sentinels? Lu Ran frowned, his expression becoming serious. I'm not sure. It seems they entered a bonding heat period triggered by advancement. Jiang Zhaoyue felt curious from Lu Ran's words. I've read the data on the light brain. ISNT, a sentinel's bonding heat characterized by intense pain and red skin. But how can you tell this is bonding heat caused by advancement, and not from an energy threshold fluctuation exceeding 20 points? What is the difference? Why can't I tell it all? Lu Ran explained while assisting Jiang Zhaoyue with the nutrient solution. You can sense it from the sentinel pheromones. The sentinel pheromones are unusually active, but if they're not trying to grab onto the guiding pheromones, it's bonding heat from advancement. If the sentinel pheromones are active but desperately trying to grab guiding pheromones, that's the threshold fluctuation exceeding 20 points. But their sentinel pheromones are very chaotic. Jiang Zhaoyue finished the peanut-flavored nutrient solution in one breath and sat up, feeling a bit dizzy. She rubbed her temples and extended her hand to Lu Ran. Help me to the guidance room. I want to take a look. Lu Ran frowned, tightly pursing his lips, and after helping Jiang Zhaoyue up, he firmly held her delicate hand. You guided them for 10 minutes. Some of your mental energy has been depleted. How about you sit here, and I'll check the situation over there and come back to tell you. Jiang Zhaoyue shook her head firmly. As a guide, if the sentinels I guided have a problem, and I don't know the specifics, what does that mean? I must go see it to clarify whether my operation caused it. Lu Ran was puzzled, but still supported Jiang Zhaoyue to the guidance room. Baiyu had already gone to the lounge when Jiang Zhaoyue mistook Lu Ran for him. He originally couldn't suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. But when he saw Lu Ran wrapping his arm around Jiang Zhaoyue's waist as they walked in, his fingers curled slightly, and his expression suddenly turned cold. Chapter 26. Subtle connections. Baiyu's outstretched hand froze in the backlight. Like the male protagonist in a shoujo manga, with a close-up of his uniform's waist-cinching design that exaggerated the broad shoulders and narrow waist ratio to an almost dreamlike state. His silver-gray eyelashes contained 2 pools of cool star rivers. Even the wrist bone exposed at the cuff seemed meticulously measured with a ruler. Each line so perfect it made one doubt whether it was a holographic projection. Lu Ran's red hair glowed like a wild flame under the light. He suddenly tightened the hand resting at Jiang Zhaoyue's waist, his knuckles pressing against her skin beneath the fabric, warming it slightly. His usually sunny smile now bore sharp angles. His canine teeth subtly grinding against his lower lip like a young lion marking territory. With the tousled hair at the back of his neck seemingly written with the words "Do not touch." Baiyu's silver-gray pupils slightly constricted. The 2S level pressure sweeping through the room like an Arctic cold wave. The metallic shell of the detection device emitted a creaking sound under the overwhelming burden. And the monitoring screen on the wall suddenly erupted with a few sparks, a testament to the precision instrument's inability to withstand the mental pressure of a high-level sentinel. Lu Ran's red hair was pressed against the back of his neck by an invisible force, and his S-level instincts caused his canines to uncontrollably elongate. He resembled an enraged young wolf king, the wine-chocolate-flavored sentinel fiercely resisting the cedar-scented oppression, but in the moment of clash, he was crushed into a fine mental turbulence. Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly slapped away Lu Ran's hand, the force not heavy, but carrying an undeniable meaning. As she stepped forward, her heels crunched over a few fallen shards of the monitoring screen, the sound like hitting the pause button. The holographic data stream, suspended in the air, suddenly stagnated. The lights distorted by mental energy, slowly restoring behind her, like silk smoothed by an invisible hand. Baiyu's silver hair was lifted by the airflow as Jiang Zhaoyue passed by, while Lu Ran's red pupils suddenly contracted into slits, yet she didn't even flutter her eyelashes. As if the crackling mental energy clash in the air moments ago was merely a holographic projection. Jiang Zhaoyue focused on the data on the detection device, completely ignoring the 2. Baiyu elegantly adjusted the non-existent wrinkles of his cuffs, while Lu Ran's combat suit was already soaked with cold sweat. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned. The data for the 3 of them. The frenzy value has decreased by over 20 thresholds, and the pollution value has also dropped by around 18 thresholds. They have all leveled up. So, are they now in a dual combination heat? Baiyu nodded. Can you conveniently tell me why you gave them an extra 5 minutes of guidance when you promised 5 minutes? Jiang Zhaoyue recounted how she had been frightened by Christina's spiritual entity, failed to control her mental threads, and accidentally injured their spiritual entities. Baiyu took a deep breath, sitting beside the guide chair, and rubbed his forehead. So, to apologize to them, you desperately released all your mental threads, providing them with your utmost guidance. And that's why. It turned out like this. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip and nodded, standing there with her toes slightly turned inward, looking much like a child who had done something wrong. Baiyu, smelling the scent of white pear and ylang-ylang emanating from Jiang Zhaoyue, almost couldn't help but go over and hug her to comfort her. But he restrained his impulse and looked at Lu Ran, who was about to go over to hug Jiang Zhaoyue. Team leader Lu, it's better if you listen seriously to me and Xiaoyu discussing work. Don't disturb us. Then, Baiyu turned to Jiang Zhaoyue, a warm smile on his lips. Xiaoyu, what do you think? What could Jiang Zhaoyue say? She could say, no, when I'm working, I just want to follow what Sister Chishu said, to hang out with a few handsome men to pass the time. But of course, she couldn't say that. So, Jiang Zhaoyue quickly nodded at Baiyu. However, she stretched out her little hand behind her back, waving it at the dejected and wronged Lu Ran, signaling him to sit down first. Bai Yu's narrow, peach blossom-shaped eyes coldly watched the little gesture Jiang Zhaoyue made towards Lu Ran. How nice. Treat him like he's dead. Right in front of him, flirty with another sentinel, subtly connecting. Bai Yu's chest visibly heaved twice, but he quickly suppressed the surging emotions within him. Bai Yu lowered his head to open his light brain, sending Jiang Zhaoyue a list. In the future, when I let the sentinels come for guidance, I will make sure they report clearly what their spiritual entities are. If there's a spiritual entity that you're afraid of, you can refuse to receive that sentinel, or request that the sentinel not release their spiritual entity during the guidance. Do you think that's okay? Jiang Zhaoyue thought for a moment and obediently nodded. Come sit here. Bai Yu pointed to the guide chair beside him. The list I sent you is for the A-level sentinels coming for guidance the day after tomorrow. Jiang Zhaoyue walked over nonchalantly, but Lu Ran couldn't help but snort coldly. He realized that Bai Yu had long wanted Jiang Zhaoyue to sit beside him. He really hated Bai Yu's cunning tactics. Jiang Zhaoyue naturally noticed this too, but it was just a seat. Calling her over, who would feel uncomfortable. As she walked over, the wind from her ponytail carried the scent of white pear and ylang ylang, sticking to the air like melted honey. Lu Ran's Adam's apple rolled uncontrollably, his tongue tasting a sweet flavor like an illusion, while Bai Yu's cufflinks had long been gripped to a hotness. That metallic warmth was the only thing he could grasp to stay awake. This vibrant, guiding essence was simply a deadly temptation for sentinels. Bai Yu's neatly trimmed nails suddenly sank into his palm, the pain briefly causing his pupils to lose focus. When he looked up again, that moment of loss of control had been crushed into a perfect arc at the corner of his mouth, like a lake refreezing after a blizzard. She opened her light brain, pointing at the list of over 30 people. The day after tomorrow, do I have to guide so many people? Bai Yu shook his head. You can select 10 sentinels from it. Jiang Zhaoyue pondered Bai Yu's intentions in her heart. However, no matter what Bai Yu's intentions were, she acted as if she knew nothing. Jiang Zhaoyue directly selected 10 sentinels. Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, somewhat curious. Can you tell me why you chose them? There are still the spiritual entities you're afraid of. Rattlesnake, colorful cuttlefish. Jiang Zhaoyue shrugged. Since I came to Silent City, I have only known you and Team Leader Lu, and the only one I've spoken to a few times during guidance is Demo. So for this guidance quota, I specifically selected one A-level sentinel from Commander Bai's 3rd team and one from Team Leader Lu's 7th team. She turned the light screen towards Bai Yu, the information of the 10 sentinels neatly arranged. However, considering the coordination issues with other teams, I decided to draw one person from each team from 1 to 10. For the teams that weren't selected this time, we can choose their members next week during the collective guidance. What do you think? The smile at the corner of Bai Yu's lips deepened, a glint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Jiang Zhaoyue's handling methods were so smooth and comprehensive, completely different from the arrogant and domineering image in those maliciously edited videos on the Star Network. The sense of incongruity only heightened his curiosity. Just as Bai Yu was formulating the guidance list for Jiang Zhaoyue for the upcoming week, Christina was the first to awaken. Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip, blinking at Christina, apologetically saying, I'm sorry. I was too nervous back then. Christina tried to calm her breathing, and when the robot released the restraints on her mouth, she weakly said, It's okay. I later realized that you might be particularly afraid of snakes, so you were frightened by my spiritual entity. Once Christina regained her composure, she suddenly tore off the remaining restraints, her bronze skin still glistening with a thin layer of sweat from the guidance. She grabbed Jiang Zhaoyue's hand and pressed it against her heart, her golden pupils shining brilliantly. Little guide, you can feel it here. Her palm pressed against the rapidly beating heart. Every beat is calling your name. As she lowered her head, her high ponytail brushed against Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, carrying the vibrant scent of lemongrass and the essence of a sentinel. I jumped straight from A-level to A-level, breaking a 2-year bottleneck. Her voice suddenly choked, her fingertips lightly tracing the inner side of Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist. From now on, my life belongs to you. When 2 waves of double S-level pressure suddenly surged, Christina didn't even let go. She simply broke into a wild and exuberant smile. Chapter 27. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Zhaoyue always thought of herself as a straight woman. but the way Christina smiled playfully with such wildness. Wow, so handsome. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her heart flutter as if something had lightly bumped into it. That soft laugh had a slightly hoarse, magnetic quality that made her ears inexplicably warm. Christina casually brushed aside her sweaty bangs, revealing her sharply defined jawline and the slight curve of her lips. Jiang Zhaoyue felt as though her gaze was glued to her, unable to look away. However, Bai Yuanti gave Jiang Zhaoyue a chance to continue her infatuation. He stood up and walked over to her side. His tone was gentle, but his actions carried an undeniable authority, his tall figure intentionally blocking Jiang Zhaoyue's view of Christina. He lightly placed his palm on Jiang Zhaoyue's slightly cool shoulder, carrying a subtle warning as he looked at Christina. Christina, if you take one more step, congratulations. Hurry up and get dressed. Don't catch a cold. Christina looked at the smile on Bai's lips, wanting to speak, but found his words impeccable and impossible to refute. She glanced at Bai's hand resting on Jiang Zhaoyue's shoulder, a glimmer of understanding and amusement flashing in her eyes. Her red lips moving to form a slightly provocative curve, just as she was about to use Jiang Zhaoyue's hand to stand up. Bai's voice interjected smoothly. Jiang Zhaoyue is too weak to support you. His tone was not loud, but it clearly cut in, and he effortlessly took hold of Jiang Zhaoyue's delicate wrist, his movements so natural they seemed preordained. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her wrist warm up as she was gently pulled away from Christina's direction by an irresistible force. How about I help you? Bai turned to Christina, his smile still perfect, but his eyes were calm and unruffled. At that moment, Bai received a deadly glare from both Jiang Zhaoyue and Christina. Jiang Zhaoyue did not like the term weak being used to describe her. She stubbornly thought to herself that she would return to her glorious moments from memory sooner or later, and then she would pin Bai down and ask him who was weak. As for Christina, she didn't like Bai interfering with her normal interaction with Jiang Zhaoyue. Christina didn't say anything but pushed herself up from the ground, inadvertently pulling at her injury, letting out a slight hiss, her body swaying a bit. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively wanted to withdraw her hand from Bai's grip to help her, but Bai tightened his hold just enough to prevent her from breaking free. She could only watch as the deep and shallow bruises created by the restraints on Christina's body became particularly glaring under the light. Unable to help but voice her genuine concern. Does it hurt? Lu Ran didn't wait for Christina to reply and interjected as he walked over. We've all made it through this heat together. What is the big deal? You haven't even broken the skin. He boldly stepped in between Jiang Zhaoyue and Christina, his broad back almost completely blocking Jiang Zhaoyue's view. His red hair, blazing like a burning flame, radiating presence. He looked down at Jiang Zhaoyue with eager eyes. Jiang Zhaoyue stared speechlessly at this suddenly appeared wall of a person. He looked like a large dog guarding food. She tried to tilt her head to look past Lu Ran at Christina, but he accurately caught her movement. Lu Ran grinned at Jiang Zhaoyue, his white teeth showing, youthful pride shining through. You must be hungry, right? How about I take you to eat some stir-fried dishes? Didn't you say you liked stir-fried dishes last time? I know a place that makes it really delicious. I guarantee it'll suit your taste. He deliberately softened his tone, sounding a bit coaxing. Not that Jiang Zhaoyue was craving food, but since Lu Ran mentioned it, after a busy day, she indeed felt empty and needed to treat herself. Her stomach conveniently let out a faint protest, drawing her attention away from the handsome man and beautiful woman. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded at Lu Ran. Sure, I'm a bit hungry. Lu Ran's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had received a great permission, and he immediately, very naturally, reached out to take Jiang Zhaoyue's hand. Jiang Zhaoyue could clearly feel the heat of Lu Ran's long fingers wrapping around her cool hand, that warmth seemingly scorching right up to her wrist pulse. More noticeably, his fingertips trembled slightly the moment they touched her skin, and then he held her tightly, as if he had grasped a long-lost treasure. The corners of Lu Ran's mouth lifted high when he held Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, pure joy and pride unable to be hidden. At that moment, he only had one thought in his mind. Let us go. Hurry and leave this troublesome place. To avoid Bai, that sly old man, stirring up more trouble. But Lu Ran hadn't taken Jiang Zhaoyue out of the counseling room, yet when Bai's clear voice rang out again. like ice-cold water being thrown down. Why don't we all go together? He walked closer, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ran's suddenly stiff back, landing on Jiang Zhaoyue's face. His smile warm and proper. Perfect, we can finalize next week's counseling appointment list early. That way, the teams that weren't selected this time won't have any complaints, and it will save Xiaoyu trouble in the future. More people make it livelier, don't you think? The last sentence seemed like an afterthought, but it carried an undeniable tone. Lu Ren immediately became unhappy. He turned sharply, his red eyes burning with fury, staring fiercely at Baiyu. The intense anger was almost palpable, making his flaming red hair seem to dance wildly in an invisible energy field, like a lion's mane in a rage. "By you!" he nearly ground out through clenched teeth. Just then, at this tense moment, Christina, who had quickly put on her clothes outside, moved like an elegant and keen leopard, accurately seizing the opportunity. She lightly walked to Jiang Zhaoyue's side, very naturally nudging her shoulder, while lowering her voice, sounding a bit affectionate and conspiratorial. "Xiaoyu, I noticed your counseling room seems to lack an assistant specifically handling appointment lists. Is Baiyu managing all this himself?" As soon as Jiang Zhaoyue heard this, she realized that it was indeed not a long-term solution, so she nodded. "Yes, since I'm not familiar with these matters. I've been troubling Vice Commander Bai to handle them for the past few days." Upon hearing this, Lu Ren immediately seized the opening, forcibly suppressing his anger towards Baiyu. Turning to Jiang Zhaoyue, his voice unintentionally rising a few pitches. "Zhaoyue, we can learn from other guides. Can't we just find one or two reliable, ordinary people to help? Why trouble Vice Commander Bai every time?" He asked the Vice Commander. "How many important matters does he have to deal with every day? Right, Vice Commander Bai?" The last sentence, Lu Ren deliberately directed a challenging look at Baiyu. Before Jiang Zhaoyue could respond to Lu Ren, Baiyu had already stepped into the outer room, standing firm, his hands casually tucked into his uniform pants pockets. His demeanor calm, his tone steady, yet carrying an undeniable sense of control. Xiaoyu has only been in Silent City for a few days. She is still unfamiliar with all the affairs and the complex relationships between teams. The choice of assistants concerns the daily work and safety of the guide, and carelessness is unacceptable. Once I help Xiaoyu sort out the entire process, precautions, and potential conflicts, I will naturally arrange the most suitable and reliable assistants for her. It's still too early now. He glanced indifferently at Lu Ren and Christina, as if to say, "What's the rush? I have my arrangements." Chapter 28, Stolen Home. Lu Ren took a big step and squeezed beside Baiyu, using body language to express his strong intention to keep a distance from Jiang Zhaoyue. He would rather Jiang Zhaoyue be accompanied by his rival, Christina, than let Baiyu, this old fox, get any closer to Jiang Zhaoyue. Deputy Commander Bai was right. "You are a good person who gets personally involved," he said sarcastically, "but you don't have to worry about Zhaoyue's matters anymore. I can take care of her." He patted his chest and then spoke rapidly, deliberately raising his voice to count on his fingers. "Isn't it just that the members of Team 4 and our Team 7 don't get along and fight when they meet? Team 8 and Team 9 are sworn enemies with Teams 3 and 12, so they can't be scheduled on the same day to avoid them fighting at your door? And those few stubborn teams need to be staggered in time to prevent them from meeting in the waiting area. These small matters, I know them well. I guarantee to arrange everything properly for Zhaoyu. Right, Zhaoyu?" He eagerly sought Jiang Zhaoyue's approval. Seeing this, Christina immediately seized the perfect opportunity to interrupt Baiyu, who was entangled with Lu Ren. She leaned slightly closer to Jiang Zhaoyue and quickly whispered in a volume only the two of them could hear. "Xiaoyu, my sister is in the city. She has a great personality, is attentive and quick, and has grown up in Silent City. She knows all the ins and outs of these teams better than anyone. It would be perfect for her to help you handle these trivial matters." Her eyes were sincere, carrying a hint of a sister's earnest wish for her sister's future. "I just want her to have a decent working environment. If she gets lucky and meets a reliable sentinel here, that would be her fortune. At the very least, she can earn a good salary on her own and support herself. Can you give her a 1-month trial period? You can meet her with me right now. Just hearing me talk isn't enough. You should see if you get along." Jiang Zhaoyue was touched by Christina's genuine and pragmatic reasoning, especially upon hearing about the decent salary and self-sufficiency. which struck at the core of her own efforts to earn money. She glanced back at Bai Yu and Lu Ran, who were still at loggerheads, one trying to reason and the other completely ignoring him. Oh my god, how did these two get into it again? Jiang Zhaoyue felt that if she didn't run now, she would definitely be pulled into this battlefield soon. All right, Jiang Zhaoyue decisively nodded, lowering her voice a bit and sounding a bit lighthearted as if about to escape the battlefield. Since they said that the assistant salary is half from Silent City and half based on the number of sentinels I guide, then let her come. However, it might be very tiring here, because I like making money. After saying that, she revealed a troubled expression to Christina, glancing back and lowering her voice even further. I really want to meet your sister now, but how we get there? Christina's eyes sparkled with joy, and she immediately lowered her voice. Great. My sister is just in the next block. Do you see that black energy vehicle at the villa's entrance? Let me take you for a ride, how about that? She almost wrapped her arm around Jiang Zhaoyue's and quickly led her out of the villa, leaving the two men behind who were still arguing. Jiang Zhaoyue glanced back. Team Lu, Bai Yu's voice remained steady. But beneath that gentle facade lay a chilling coldness as he stared at Lu Ran's tightly clenched fist. Don't you think it's disrespectful to Jiang Yu's personal will and abilities to involve yourself in her matters? Big or small, even making decisions for her? She is an independent guide, not anyone's subordinate. He deliberately emphasized independent and subordinate because, from his observation, Jiang Zhaoyue was a woman who disliked having decisions imposed on her. Lu Ran finally snapped like a lion whose tail had been stepped on, abruptly shaking off Bai Yu's arm. His burning red eyes fixed firmly on Bai Yu, his voice low and strained with suppressed rage. Deputy Commander Bai, are you really blind or just playing dumb? Can't you see my relationship with Zhaoyue? His chest heaved as he pointed to where Jiang Zhaoyue had stood before. The two of us, we have dinner together every night. She only wants me to hold her hand. Do you understand what that means? He stepped forward, exuding pressure. I really don't understand you. Why do you have to use your damn position to intrude on our Zhaoyue? What do you really want? Just as the two were still at odds, like an elegant and calm white fox holding down a snarling red-haired puppy. Buzz. Christina leaned forward, perched on a sleek black energy vehicle, zipping past the villa's front door. She extended her left hand, adorned with a half-gloved finger, and blew a whistle to Bai Yu and Lu Ran, tossing them a flying kiss. Thanks. The key point was, behind Christina, tightly hugging her waist, was Jiang Zhaoyue. Lu Ran was utterly furious. He vented his frustration by punching and kicking at the air. Bai Yu still wore a smile on his face. After all, he could take down the sentinel closest to Jiang Zhaoyue, just as he could take down a second one. Christina had set a large table of dishes, but her expression changed slightly as she said to Jiang Zhaoyue, "There's a situation with my sister, so I need to make a call. You can start eating." Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and waved her hand to signal her to go ahead. Jiang Zhaoyue lowered her head. Busy collecting her winnings from the bet she made that she could promote 3 sentinels. Suddenly, someone sat down across from her. The other person looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, then glanced down at the number plate in hand, unable to help but frown. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't even have time to carefully examine the other person's stunning appearance before he directly grabbed a plate and began taking food from in front of her. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the person in disbelief. No matter how good-looking he was, he shouldn't be Christina's sister, right? After all, the person across from her was clearly a male sentinel. His face was like a meticulously crafted work of art, with features that were flawless. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, sharp yet soft, adding a touch of heroism to his appearance. His eyes were the most striking part of his looks, blue gold like precious gems. Coupled with his pale, blue wolf-tail hairstyle, it made his fair skin look even more like flawless porcelain. He picked up a piece of stir-fried small fish and noticed Jiang Zhaoyue staring at him with a slight frown while eating. So he specifically picked up a piece of the small fish and handed it to Jiang Zhaoyue, quickly stuffing it into her mouth. Want to eat? Grab it yourself. Why are you staring at me? Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, her temper rising instantly. She was already very hungry after guiding 3 sentinels. Out of politeness, she hadn't touched her chopsticks, waiting for Christina to come. How could Christina have such an uncultured friend? It made her furious. Jiang Zhaoyue directly picked up her chopsticks and started a speed-eating contest with the sentinel across from her. Anything was fair game, but stealing food was definitely not. Chapter 29. Take another look, and I'll eat you up. Jiang Zhaoyue's chopsticks moved like a whirlwind, precisely intercepting the attempts of the pink and blue wolf-tailed creature across from her as it reached for every dish. The opponent was clearly not an ordinary foe. The blue-golden eyes sparkled with cunning and mischief, moving swiftly and elegantly. Each time Jiang Zhaoyue was about to grab her desired dish, the creature would snatch the food away just a moment before her, deliberately waving it in front of her eyes before stuffing it into its own mouth. This grilled star beast rib is cooked just right, Lylon mumbled, provocatively waving a piece of meat in front of Jiang Zhaoyue's nose, then proudly eating it. Put down that truffle mushroom. Jiang Zhaoyue gritted her teeth, her chopsticks clapping against Lylon's as he reached for the mushroom plate. After directing 3 sentinels, she was exhausted, and her hunger felt like a raging fire. Yet, she encountered this unreasonable, handsy beauty. Want to eat? Lylon raised an eyebrow, the blue-golden gems of his eyes forming a wicked arc as he picked up a fragrant mushroom and deliberately moved it slowly toward Jiang Zhaoyue's lips. Just as she was about to open her mouth, he flicked his wrist, smoothly sending it into his own mouth. TSK, so fresh. Too bad, you can't have any. You. Jiang Zhaoyue was so furious she almost snapped her chopsticks. Deciding to abandon all decorum, she switched to an indiscriminate food-snatching mode. Who cared about image or manners in the face of hunger and deliberate provocation? 2 pairs of chopsticks clashed over the table of delicacies, moving so fast they almost left afterimages. The dining table instantly transformed into a smoke-free battlefield, with a single goal: to stuff food into their own mouths and thwart the other's success. The most intense standoff occurred over a plate of bright red, richly sauced eel. Both of them almost simultaneously pressed their chopsticks onto the same piece of the fattest eel section. I'm the guest. Jiang Zhaoyue glared. So what? In front of food, strength speaks. Lylon refused to budge, a playful smile on his lips. For pairs of eyes clashed fiercely in the air, sparks flying, while the innocent eel beneath the chopsticks bore the pressure from both sides, nearly having its sauce squeezed out. Just at that tense moment, Captain Christina, a young girl with European features and an Eastern complexion, stood beside the table, her face delicate and her demeanor gentle, with a hint of timidity in her eyes. Christina looked at the absurd scene before her mouth slightly agape, her eyes almost popping out. Her sister, Anna, nervously tugged at her sleeve. Hearing the voice, Lylon's blue-golden eyes flashed with surprise. He quickly glanced at Christina and the unfamiliar girl beside her, then looked at his own seat and the dishes on the table that were clearly not his style. For instance, the vividly colored vegetable salad. How could the young Master Lylon possibly order this? In a flash, he understood. He had walked to the wrong table. He had eaten the food ordered by others and was fighting with them over it. An extremely subtle sense of embarrassment crept up his heart, but it was immediately suppressed by Lylon's strong pride. He swiftly released his hold on the eel with his chopsticks, moving as if he was merely shifting to a smaller target. Lylon elegantly leaned back in his chair, chin slightly raised, speaking to Christina with an air of nonchalance, tinged with a patronizing tone. Oh, Christina, you're here. His gaze swept over the dishes on the table. I was hungry, and seeing this space empty, I just ate a bit. After all, the dishes I ordered should be similar to yours. He waved his hand casually, as if swatting away a non-existent fly. When my dishes arrive, you can have my portion. As soon as he finished speaking, a round-headed, rotund delivery robot glided to the table, emitting a pleasant electronic voice. Respected Mr. Lylon, your orders of deep-sea ice crystal bluefin sashimi platter, truffle foie gras baked star clam, traditional slow-simmered star moon ginseng soup, and flame lava, chocolate lava cake are ready. Should I deliver them to this location? Lylon nodded with restrained elegance. Yes, just put them here. He raised his chin slightly at Christina and Jiang Zhaoyue, his posture arrogant. These are for you. Give them a try. They're more, distinctive than what you ordered. The robot adeptly placed 4 exquisitely arranged, high-value dishes on the table. However, whether it was the ice crystal-like bluefin sashimi, the gold-flaked foie gras star clam, or the strangely fragrant ginseng soup, They stood in stark contrast to Christina's earlier orders of home-style dishes like stir-fried, small black fish, sauced eel, and grilled ribs, which had already been fought over. Christina looked at these four more distinctive dishes, then at her own, which appeared somewhat messy from the tussle. She pursed her lips, her expression difficult to describe. Jiang Zhaoyue crossed her arms and leaned back in her chair. The earlier anger from the food fight replaced by a sense of amusement at the spectacle. She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over Lylon's feigned calm face, then landing on the four dishes just delivered by the robot, which completely contradicted Lylon's description. Finally settling on the menu projection of Christina's order, clearly listing stir-fried, small black fish and sauced eel, among others. A clear, teasing smile slowly crept onto her lips, her voice crisp and unabashedly mocking. "Captain Lylon, right? The dishes I ordered should be similar to yours?" She extended her slender finger, first pointing at the much-fought-over sauced eel, then at the deep-sea ice crystal bluefin sashimi platter just placed down by the robot. Sauced eel versus sashimi? And this? She pointed to the colorful vegetable salad and the shimmering foie gras star clam Christina had ordered, raising an eyebrow mockingly. Vegetable salad versus foie gras star clam? She leaned slightly forward, her teasing gaze fixed on Lylon's increasingly flickering blue-golden eyes, her smile bright. Yet her tone carried an undeniable certainty. "I think it's not that the dishes are all similar, but rather that you, Captain, have sat at the wrong table, taken someone else's food, and are brazenly eating it." She paused, enjoying the effort Lylon put into maintaining his pride while masking a hint of embarrassment. Then leisurely added, "You've eaten it, so what? It's not a big deal. But next time, if you accidentally occupy someone else's seat and move their chopsticks." She pointedly glanced at the plates that had been most fiercely fought over. "Just apologize properly. Say sorry, I mistook the table. Wouldn't that be enough? Why must you act all I'm graciously letting you eat? Isn't that ridiculous, Captain Lylon?" Jiang Zhaoyue pouted deliberately, mimicking Lylon's tone when he snatched her food, still not giving you any. She elongated the last phrase, laden with mockery, like a feather that precisely tickled Lylon's prideful yet sensitive ego. A subtle blush instantly crept onto Lylon's exquisitely beautiful face. In his blue-golden eyes, embarrassment and a fleeting sense of being exposed flashed by, quickly overshadowed by a stronger pride. He snorted coldly, about to retort, but found his resolve faltering under Jiang Zhaoyue's insightful, teasing gaze. Christina, listening nearby, felt a chill run down her spine. On one side was her proud boss from the Central District, and on the other was her precious guide whom she had finally managed to recruit, whose temper was clearly not very good. She felt a headache beginning to throb. Anna didn't dare to make a sound, hiding behind her sister, revealing only a pair of timid, curious eyes as she secretly observed the astonishingly handsome guy with pink and blue wolf-tail hair, as well as the beautiful guide sister who dared to confront him. The atmosphere at their table fell into a subtle and awkward silence due to the sudden revelation of identities and Jiang Zhaoyue's sharp and straightforward demand for an apology. Lylon crossed her arms, her lower lip slightly pouting a few millimeters, and her almond-shaped eyes glaring angrily at Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow. "Still looking? If you keep looking, I'll eat you." Chapter 30. "I'll apologize when my sister eats me." Leland felt as if he had been struck by an invisible force carrying a high-voltage current, his whole body stiffening suddenly. Jiang Zhaoyue's half-joking, half-threatening remark, "Look again? I'll eat you," hit him like a small stone accurately thrown into his heart lake, instantly disturbing all the bravado he had been trying to maintain. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a domineering tone. Yet, he didn't know why he didn't dislike it at all. Instead, he was a bit curious about how she intended to eat him. He almost instinctively looked away, not daring to meet those beautiful eyes that held a teasing and oppressive gaze. A wave of heat surged from the back of his ears, quickly spreading and dyeing his fair skin a shameful crimson. Even his thin eyelids were not spared, revealing a faint pink hue. He subconsciously licked his slightly dry lips, his voice several degrees lower than before, carrying a sense of panic he wasn't even aware of, his gaze drifting uncertainly to the corner of the table or the ceiling, but he didn't dare look at Jiang Zhaoyue. I'm 24 this year. You must be the new S-rank guide, right? How old are you this year? Where could one still see his haughty demeanor of a second-generation rich kid? Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Leland, who had instantly transformed from a puffed-up lion into a timid cat, and thought he was a bit cute. But after carefully considering Leland's words, she couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows, which then arched high with full provocation and confusion. What a coincidence, I'm also 24. So what? She leaned slightly forward, her gaze locking onto Leland's evasive eyes, as if it were a solid entity. Don't try to change the subject, young master. What does your age have to do with the fact that you must apologize to us? She deliberately emphasized the word must and continued to ask, what's wrong? In your Central District's rules, does being older mean you don't have to reason or apologize? Leland's cheeks turned crimson. The appearance of the guide seemed rather young, and he had thought the guide lady wasn't at an age where she could be in a relationship. Didn't he have to solve the previous issue before addressing the apology? He cleared his throat with great effort, his voice sounding unusually abrupt in the overly quiet air, as if trying to cover up his current embarrassment. With his eyes downcast, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath them, his voice carried a hint of desperate resignation as he asked then, what month were you born in? I was born in March. Jiang Zhaoyue's cat-like eyes narrowed dangerously, the corners of her lips curling into a grin that could only be described as wicked. She always felt she might have guessed right. In some places, the custom could indeed be that older people don't apologize for wrongdoings to younger ones. Jiang Zhaoyue leisurely crossed her arms, not willing to back down, and lied outright. Oh? February. What a coincidence. She deliberately elongated the word coincidence, enjoying the widening eyes of the other party. Good. According to the rules, call me sister. She paused, her voice suddenly turning resolute and carrying an undeniable pressure, pointing directly to the core. Now apologize to sister. Christine watched in shock, feeling as if she wasn't dealing with a misunderstanding over a wrong dish, but had stumbled into some strange idol drama set. She silently held her breath, wishing she could shrink into a ball of air. This scene shifted from a tense confrontation of status to an absurd dynamic of who was older calling the other sister, completely out of line. She stole a glance at Anna beside her, who was equally petrified, daring only to peek out from behind her sister's shoulder with wide eyes full of shock and curiosity. The sisters reached a silent consensus. This new guide sister was quite capable. In just one meal, she managed to put their boss Leland, who usually looked down on everyone in Silent City's District 13, into a position where he was completely at her mercy. Was this right? Leland's face was completely flushed from the back of his ears down to his neck. Even the dyed pink strands of his hair seemed to glow a bit brighter. The word sister felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, stuck in his throat. He opened his mouth, struggling under Jiang Zhaoyue's oppressive gaze for a full 3 seconds. Sister, should I apologize to you now, or wait until you eat me before I apologize? The air instantly froze. Jiang Zhaoyue nearly choked on the water she had just taken a sip of. Cough, cough, cough. Was it that she couldn't keep up with Leland's train of thought? How could a joking remark lead to this? No wonder he kept asking about age and blushing. It turned out she had misunderstood. Perhaps there was no saying that older people didn't have to apologize. He was probably just wondering if she was at the right age to eat him. Jiang Zhaoyue propped her elbow on the table, hand on her forehead, waving her hand. Just apologize, just apologize. I want to eat you. I want to eat you. Don't be afraid. After saying this, she wanted to cover her mouth. What was she saying? Talking to a silly and cute person really made one feel like they were getting silly too, right? It definitely wasn't her problem. When Leland took the opportunity to sit beside Jiang Zhaoyue, he froze for a moment. Even his hand that was going to pat her back stopped. How could he still not keep his word? No one had been as straightforward with him as Jiang Zhaoyue. So, Jiang Zhaoyue probably didn't know about the Nix's family behind him. She simply wanted to eat him. It must be that there were outsiders present, and that's why she was embarrassed. Leland shot a glare at Christine and Anna, then gently patted Jiang Zhaoyue's back. Sister probably didn't eat enough just now, right? I added a few more dishes. Jiang Zhaoyue widened her eyes, her neck stiffly turning to look at Leland, questioning with her eyes. Wait, buddy, why aren't you leaving? You're not still hungry, are you? As a result, when she looked at Leland, he turned his gaze away, his ears and cheeks flushing red, even hints of pink appearing at his collarbone. Jiang Zhaoyue thought that since he had added dishes, the host Christine hadn't said anything, so she couldn't ask others to leave. So, Jiang Zhaoyue cleared her throat. Just as she was about to say something, she heard Christine introducing Jiang Zhaoyue. Little you, this is my sister Anna. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly busied herself, looking seriously at Anna. Anna hurriedly stood up from her seat, causing the chair to emit a screeching noise. Leland quickly covered Jiang Zhaoyue's ears, frowning as he complained. How can you be so careless? What if you hurt sister's ears? Christine looked dumbfounded. What could hurt someone's ears? Did she hear it wrong? Christine blinked, unsure of what to say. She might as well just eat. Anna's courage, which had just been built up, was scattered by Leland. She nervously bit her lip, her right thumb digging into the non-existent dust on her left thumb's nail. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned, patting Leland's hand. Don't be harsh on Anna. She might be my assistant in the guidance room in the future. Leland murmured softly. Sister is mean to me. Jiang Zhaoyue face-palmed. She still enjoyed watching Leland flaunt the meat he picked up with chopsticks, showing off in front of her, while cheekily saying he wouldn't let her eat it with that rebellious look. Seeing the atmosphere cool down, Leland subtly moved his chair a bit closer to Jiang Zhaoyue. He stopped at a distance he felt wouldn't provoke her dislike, taking the opportunity to shoot a glare at Anna, signaling her to speak up. Anna immediately picked up on Leland's signal and diverted Jiang Zhaoyue's attention. Jiang Zhaoyue's sister, I'm 21 this year. Although I'm an ordinary person, I grew up in District 13. I have a certain understanding of the love-hate relationships among the teams in District 13 of Silent City. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly reached out to Anna and pressed her hand down. Sit down and talk. Let's eat while we chat. Don't be so reserved. We could just chat like friends. I just need a general idea about you. While Anna was speaking just now, Leland had already moved his chair closer to Jiang Zhaoyue. He lowered his voice and said to her, This Anna looks like she has a lot of schemes. Don't be fooled by her appearance. The fact that she didn't call you guide miss right away and instead called you sister is just a way to lower your psychological defenses. Jiang Zhaoyue turned her head and gave Leland a cold stare. Anna looked at Leland in disbelief. She had just helped him attract Jiang Zhaoyue's attention. Leland actually turned around and exposed her little schemes. What kind of dog is this? Really a dog? Seeing that Jiang Zhaoyue was unhappy, Leland slightly turned his head. Not daring to look at her, fumbled around on the table for a long time, got the chopsticks, and stole a glance at Jiang Zhaoyue, who was still staring at him. You all chat. I won't disturb you, sister. I'll serve you some food. Chapter 31. My sister cares for me. Jiang Zhaoyue shot a sulky glance at Leland and knocked on the star shell he had clamped on her plate. You eat it yourself. Don't worry about me. I want to chat with Anna. Leland obediently pursed his lips, his cheeks turning red. Okay, sister. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't understand. She hadn't done anything or said anything, right? Why was this pink-haired little tsundere blushing again? Leland only heard the first half of her sentence. He thought Jiang Zhaoyue was being considerate, caring that he hadn't had enough to eat. She felt sorry for him and encouraged him to eat more. He heard the second half, but he thought it wasn't important. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a little cramped and wanted to move her chair back a bit, but when she shifted slightly, she realized she was already at the edge of the table. She looked at Leland, who was trying to move his chair closer to her, and frowned. Move over that way a bit. Look where you're squeezing me. Leland adjusted his chair, sticking his butt out, and had to shift a little to the left. He looked at Jiang Zhaoyue and saw her frowning, giving him a fierce look. Leland had no choice but to move another 10 centimeters to the left. Jiang Zhaoyue closed her eyes and had to move her chair closer to Leland, placing it right next to his so he couldn't secretly squeeze closer to her anymore. Leland was particularly happy to see Jiang Zhaoyue sitting close to him, and his face turned even redder. In Leland's eyes, Jiang Zhaoyue sitting so close was because he had already taken the initiative. So now she was taking the initiative to express her affection and wanting to be close to him. Jiang Zhaoyue ignored this strange guy who blushed at the drop of a hat and turned her attention to Anna. Anna quickly put away her amused expression and seriously introduced herself to Jiang Zhaoyue. After getting a preliminary understanding of Anna's personality, Jiang Zhaoyue directly asked, I have a good relationship with the captain of Team 3, who is also the deputy commander by Silent City, because he lives above me. Lylon's hand, which was secretly serving Jiang Zhaoyue food, paused. He frowned slightly, and a fleeting hint of ferocity flashed in his blue-gold almond-shaped eyes. I also have a decent relationship with Captain Lu Ran of Team 7, because he was the one who welcomed me on my first day in Silent City. Lylon pursed his pink lips, already feeling a bit unhappy. Jiang Zhaoyue rested her chin on her hand and looked at Anna. Let us say you come to work tomorrow. And on tomorrow's appointment list, there is a sentinel from Team 4 in the morning and a sentinel from Team 8 in the afternoon. At 11 in the morning, Deputy Commander Bai asks you to help prioritize a sentinel, while Captain Lu Ran from Team 7 tells you that one of his teammates is about to exceed the critical value and go berserk. How would you arrange it? Anna blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering like a fan, and she sat up straight seriously. I would first confirm the level of the sentinel that Deputy Commander Bai and Captain Lu Ran want to prioritize. If they are both below S level, I would coordinate for them to first seek guidance from an A level guide. If they are above S level, I would contact you to confirm. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and listened quietly to what Anna said next. Then I would arrange for the sentinel from Team 3 to prioritize in the morning and schedule the sentinel from Team 7 for the first slot in the afternoon. Anna's answer differed somewhat from Jiang Zhaoyue's thoughts. She couldn't help but curiously ask, why not prioritize the Team 7 sentinel? Anna pursed her lips. If Team 7 sentinel is prioritized in the morning and encounters a real fire with Team 4 sentinel, their emotions could lead to an uncontrollable increase in their berserk value. That would be dangerous for all of us. Besides, by the time we received this information, it was already 11 o'clock, and there was only an hour left until the morning session ended. It's better to endure and ensure everyone's safety. Jiang Zhaoyue raised her eyebrows and nodded. Okay, you can start tomorrow. When Jiang Zhaoyue looked down again, she saw a mountain of plates piled up. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise and look at Lylon speechlessly. Lylon's cheeks were flushed, and he lowered his head to serve himself food, weakly defending himself. Sister, I'm taking care of myself. I've eaten quite a bit. You don't have to worry about me not being full. Jiang Zhaoyue pursed her lips. Fine, this child lives in his own spiritual world. Let us just leave it be. The meal was barely enjoyable, and as they walked out of the restaurant, Lylon spoke up first. Sister, look, Christina is going to send her sister home. Why don't I send you home instead? Christina was about to say her energy vehicle was big enough to take Zhaoyue, but when she saw Lylon suddenly staring at her with a sharp gaze, she pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. As long as Jiang Zhaoyue asked her to send her back, she would risk being dealt with by Lylon to do so. Jiang Zhaoyue naturally noticed Lylon's subtle threat and directly reached out to tug at Lylon. What are you looking at? Lylon quickly turned red, lowered his head to look at his shoes, his left foot standing steadily while his right foot kept fidgeting. I won't look around anymore, sister. I only like to look at you. Huh? Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily stunned. Christina couldn't help but roll her eyes. Anna turned her head and quietly retched into the air. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath. Fine, fine, this kid has already been completely smitten by her. Jiang Zhaoyue waved at Christina. Be careful on the way. I'll have Lylon take me home. Christina pursed her lips, thought for a moment, then put on her helmet. As she bent down to ride her energy vehicle, she waved a goodbye gesture with 2 fingers from her helmet. With a roar, she sped away like a black leopard, carrying Anna with her. Soon, a sleek-looking gray-blue hovercar with pink accents drove itself in front of Jiang Zhaoyue and Lylon. The door opened automatically, and Lylon, with a gentlemanly gesture, extended his hand to Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue climbed into the hovercar, and Lylon's hand remained at the door edge, worried she might bump her head. Lylon's hovercar looked even more luxurious on the inside than on the outside. The beige-brown luxury recliner automatically adjusted to fit the body's movements. When someone wanted to lie down, all they had to do was apply a little pressure to the backrest, and it would recline automatically. Soft light illuminated Jiang Zhaoyue's profile as she studied the seat like a country bumpkin seeing the world for the first time. Her slightly furrowed brow and eyes, sparkling with curiosity, created a picture that Lylon couldn't take his eyes off. Lylon intertwined his fingers under his chin, his bright almond eyes fixed on Jiang Zhaoyue. a hint of pride and satisfaction forming a subtle smile on his lips without him realizing it. He was so focused that when Jiang Zhaoyue turned her head, the lingering look of curiosity and a touch of embarrassment from being watched made her cheeks and ears flush a charming red. Feeling uncomfortable under his gaze, Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't help but glare at him, feeling awkward. "What are you looking at?" Lylon S. Adams' apple moved slightly, his gaze lingering on her reddened ears. His voice softer than usual, carrying a barely noticeable huskiness. "It's nothing. I just think, sister, you look beautiful when you blush." Chapter 32, Woohoo Shura Field. Jiang Zhaoyue squinted her eyes, suppressing the blush on her ears. Her right elbow rested on the armrest of the chair, supporting her chin with one hand as she looked at Lylon. "You're quite good with sweet talk. You've had a lot of girlfriends, haven't you?" Lylon shyly glanced away, her lower lip slightly pouting as she defiantly retorted, "I haven't dated anyone. I'm not unpopular. I'm just keeping myself clean. I'm very pure. I prefer quality over quantity." Jiang Zhaoyue pursed her lips and pinched Lylon's smooth, delicate cheek. "Really? Are you that well-behaved?" Lylon's eyes widened as she looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, then began to dart her gaze around, not daring to meet her eyes. Don't do that. Sister, you've touched me. You have to take responsibility, you know? If you do this to me, you can't do it to others." Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow, sitting up straight and leaning back in her chair, her lazy and light voice instantly making Lylon feel wronged. "Oh, then I won't do this to you in the future. I didn't know before. Ignorance is bliss." Lylon pouted, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue with a face full of grievance. But Jiang Zhaoyue simply closed her eyes, waiting for the hover car to arrive at her residential community. Lylon's seat slid directly over to Jiang Zhaoyue's side. He extended his long, slender, pale fingers and gently pinched Jiang Zhaoyue's fingers, placing her small hand in his left palm. "Sister, when you want to take responsibility, can you take responsibility for me then? Is that okay?" Lylon saw Jiang Zhaoyue trying to pull her hand back and hurriedly held on. "Sister, my wildness and pollution levels aren't low anymore. Can I book a home guidance session with you?" Jiang Zhaoyue opened her eyes, looking at Lylon curiously. "Home guidance?" Lylon's almond-shaped eyes sparkled with a smile, forming a slight crescent shape. "Yes, many guides accept home guidance requests. Home guidance means going to the Sentinel's home for guidance. The fee is 5 times that of the guidance room. Plus, merit points are calculated as usual." Lylon held Jiang Zhaoyue's hand and rubbed it against his cheek. "I don't really like crowded places. So, can you give me home guidance, sister?" Jiang Zhaoyue opened her light brain and indeed found the booking interface for home guidance. However, it seemed that Baiyu had closed that booking channel for her. So, Jiang Zhaoyue selected the available booking option. "All right, just apply directly, and I'll be able to come to your home for guidance another day." Lylon pouted. His request for Jiang Zhaoyue to come for guidance was actually just a way to ask for some privileges. He also wanted Jiang Zhaoyue to come to his home and get to know him better. But as Jiang Zhaoyue directly opened the entire permission, he wouldn't be the only one. However, when Lylon thought that in the entire Silent City District 13, only a few homes should be equipped with guidance equipment, he felt a bit more at ease. Lylon was relieved, but Baiyu immediately received a notification. He couldn't help but frown. Didn't Jiang Zhaoyue go out to dinner with Christina? Why did she suddenly open the home guidance option? Baiyu stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in the apartment, the cold lens reflecting the dazzling colors of the hover cars below. He tapped on the light brain screen. Looking at the notification, Jiang Zhaoyue has opened home guidance permissions, his brows furrowing deeper as he fell into thought. When his gaze swept to the annoying red-haired figure below, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Baiyu turned around, his figure silently merging into the blue glow of the descending elevator. When Jiang Zhaoyue got out of the car, she also saw the red-haired Lu Ran. He leaned against the landscape pillar in front of the apartment, his red hair like a restless fire in the sunset. When the eye-catching gray-blue-pink hover car came to a stop, Lylon courteously helped Jiang Zhaoyue out of the car, and Lu Ran's gaze instantly turned icy. He quickly walked over and grabbed Jiang Zhaoyue's hand. "Why did you come back with this guy?" Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Lylon and shrugged. "It's a long story. There was a little mix-up." She raised an eyebrow, watching as the glaring sunset light illuminated Lu Ran, making his red hair even more striking. with his red pupils resembling jewels. Noticing the sweat on his fair nose, she couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing here?" "I couldn't have dinner with you today. I'll treat you tomorrow as an apology." Lylon stared at Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist held by Lu Ran, wishing he could chop off Lu Ran's hand. Lu Ran also noticed Lylon's gaze, tightening his jaw, and his smile turned cold. "I was waiting for you. Afraid you didn't eat enough," Lu Ran said, naturally lowering his hand from Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist, his strong fingers sliding through her palm and interlocking their fingers. After doing this, Lu Ran directly raised an eyebrow at Lylon. "Thank you for bringing my Zhaoyue back." Lylon narrowed his eyes, the murderous intent swirling in his blue-golden almond eyes almost becoming tangible, his exquisite features instantly covered in frost, like a pearl clouded with dust sinking into an icy pond. But just as he turned to Jiang Zhaoyue, all the coldness vanished, his long lashes fluttering, his lower lip trembling slightly, and his clear eyes quickly brimming with a layer of moisture. "Sister, Captain Lu Ran is glaring at me. What is his relationship with you? Why is he being fierce to me?" Lu Ran's eyes widened, his red pupils slightly trembling. His handsome, well-defined features were filled with shock. "What? What are you doing? It's been a few days since we last met. Where did you learn this attitude?" Lu Ran's clear voice sounded slightly sharp due to his surprise. Lylon stepped forward, grabbing Jiang Zhaoyue's other hand. "Sister, look at him." Jiang Zhaoyue looked at this brother who was 3 years older than Lu Ran, yet was on the verge of tears, then glanced at the furious real brother beside him, her temples throbbing slightly. She couldn't possibly persuade Lu Ran to give way to Lylon, could she? She cleared her throat, looking at Lylon, and was pondering her words when the sensor door of the apartment building slid open silently. Baiyu walked out in a white shirt with silver embroidered lace on the upper half and black dress pants on the lower half. His steps calm as the sunset cast a gentle glow on his handsome, superior features. He wore a flawless, gentle smile that seemed to encompass all mischief. Yet his gaze precisely fell on Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist being tugged by 2 men. Jiang Zhaoyue cleverly seized the opportunity to pull her hands back, raising both hands to greet Baiyu. "Hi, Baiyu." Seeing Baiyu, Lu Ran looked as if he had seen an enemy. Just as he wanted to rush towards Baiyu, he remembered that there was still a scoundrel fixated on his Zhaoyue, so he retracted his foot and turned to Jiang Zhaoyue to complain. "Zhaoyue, I can't have dinner with you tomorrow. Vice Commander Bai is so bad. He used his position to assign all the members of his 3rd team to me. Made me take them on a mission." Lu Ran blinked and looked at Lylon, pitifully seeking recognition from Jiang Zhaoyue. "He's just jealous that you want to be with me every day. You said these old single men are so scary." Baiyu approached with calm strides, still wearing a gentle, nearly perfect smile, his gaze behind the lenses quietly sweeping over the 3, ultimately landing on Jiang Zhaoyue as he slightly nodded. Back? That indifference, which ignored the surrounding turmoil, was a kind of silent pressure in itself. Jiang Zhaoyue became a fake smile girl. "Yeah, just got back." When she saw Baiyu reaching out to her, her mind screamed, "Don't come over." Chapter 33. What a left embrace and a right embrace. Baiyu clearly felt the resistance transmitted from Jiang Zhaoyue's fingertips, that subtle struggle like a needle prick, piercing through the long-maintained warm facade he had. The usual smile at the corner of his mouth, gentle as a spring breeze brushing the willow, was now slowly freezing, sinking, ultimately solidifying into a chilling arc that made one's heart palpitate. Just this morning, she had been in his arms like a satisfied cat, nuzzling against him, asking for hugs and cuddles, and now he could hold one with his left hand and another with his right. The warm and jade-like facade in Baiyu's heart finally cracked open a clear gap in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, a hint of his true nature, filled with strong possessiveness and coldness, quietly leaked out. Not only did he not let go, but he also tightened his grip on Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, which was trying to withdraw, his knuckles slightly whitening. His voice remained calm, and the smile at the corner of his lips became even more perfect. "Zhaoyue, it seems there is a problem with my spiritual entity at your place." He furrowed his brows slightly, his light gray eyes, illuminated by the setting sun, showed a hint of obvious anxiety, and the look of fragmentation on his face instantly captured Jiang Zhaoyue's attention. "It seems it ate something bad at your place." "What?" Jiang Zhaoyue's attention was completely seized by this absurd statement, her eyes widening in disbelief, her dark pupils filled with incredulity. Wait, spiritual entity. Doesn't Tia not eat anything? She even forgot to struggle, her mind filled with this question that broke common sense. Beside them, Lu Ran, who had been burning with rage, was momentarily choked by Yu's shocking claim about his spiritual entity eating something bad. His crimson pupils contracted slightly, staring intensely at the hands clasped together, his anger tinged with suspicion about what this old man was up to. Lilon, with her beautiful blue-golden almond eyes, narrowed dangerously, the corners of her pink lips curling into a cold and mocking arc. She sneered inwardly. Bai, so you're this kind of vice commander, Bai? You can come up with such nonsense? Are you really willing to do something as self-destructive as saying your spiritual entity ate something bad just to steal my sister away from him? Bai's lips trembled slightly, the color draining from his face like fragile porcelain. He pretended to struggle to press his lips together, adding a touch of frailty to his already pale face, his voice so soft it was almost blown away by the draft in the corridor. I cannot bring the spiritual entity back to the spiritual sea. Usually, I keep it tied at home. He looked up at Jiang Zhaoyue, his usually gentle eyes now filled with confusion and a hint of barely noticeable shyness. Did you not tie it up after waking up this morning? Jiang Zhaoyue frowned slightly. Without hesitation, she tightly grasped his cold palm, almost dragging him along. Her steps hurried as she rushed toward the apartment's entrance. Let us go in and check first. However, Bai's light-hearted words fell on Lu Ran's ears like a thunderclap. Bai's spiritual entity slept with Zhaoyue at night? This realization struck Lu Ran's mind like a poisoned ice pick, freezing his blood in an instant, and igniting an overwhelming rage the next second. The spiritual entity shared a connection with its owner, and if it was in Zhaoyue's bed, what was the difference from Bai himself lying there? This was simply. Lu Ran felt a violent flame surge to the top of his head, making his vision turn red. He glared at Bai, who was being pulled by Jiang Zhaoyue, his slender back appearing even more fragile, his teeth clenched, his jawline tight as a blade. Bai, this cunning old man, didn't he know the boundaries that should exist between a guide and a sentinel's spiritual entity? Zhaoyue had not guided many sentinels before. Perhaps she was unaware of the ambiguity and taboos involved. But what about Bai? Why didn't he clarify? He clearly. The surging anger was about to erupt as a roar, Lu Ran's tightly clenched fist showing the veins bulging. But just as the accusation was about to escape his lips, a weak thought, like a cunning vine, unexpectedly wrapped around his burning nerves. Zhaoyue seemed to really like fluffy, spiritual entities. Every time she saw those fluffy little creatures, her eyes would light up, as she couldn't help but reach out to touch and tease them, her smile particularly radiant. Then, Lu Ran's anger deflated like a punctured balloon, replaced by a more chaotic and heated thought. If he left his own spiritual entity here with Zhaoyue, let her hold it while sleeping, let her kiss and touch it, imagining Zhaoyue's soft hands gliding over the glossy fur of his spiritual entity, feeling her spiritual power gently enveloping it. What would that be like? Boom! Lu Ran's furious expression instantly froze, followed by an uncontrollable warmth rushing up to his ears, quickly coloring the entire oracle red. Lilon watched Lu Ran coldly, wondering how this foolish sentinel became a captain. Being in the same captain ranks seemed to lower her standards for no reason. Lilon could guess what ridiculous idea Lu Ran was cooking up with just the toes of her feet. She certainly didn't want to walk with Lu Ran. What if his stupidity infected her? Lilon quickened her steps, catching up with Jiang Zhaoyue. Sister, don't worry. Maybe it's nothing? Jiang Zhaoyue pursed her lips tightly, her expression serious as she nodded. I hope so. She paused, her gaze sweeping over Bai beside her, carrying a hint of apology. Actually, I sense that your spiritual entity might be a bit off. I checked some information on the Star Network. Sorry for not asking your permission. In the elevator, the usual warm smile at the corner of Bai's mouth seemed to warm slightly. He shook his head gently, his voice soft. You check because you care about me. How could I blame you? Jiang Zhaoyue ignored the intimacy in his words and directly cut to the core issue, her tone carrying a hint of confusion and insistence. Then why didn't you come to schedule a session with me? Baiyu lowered his eyelids slightly, the long lashes casting a small shadow under his eyes, his voice infused with a hint of barely noticeable loneliness and helplessness. I am the Vice Commander of District 13. So many sentinels are stuck at the critical value, unable to get guided. The list is also something I'm helping you filter. If I put my name at the front. He paused, smiling bitterly. The impact on both you and me wouldn't be good. What kind of nonsense was this? Jiang Zhaoyue was utterly dumbfounded and speechless, her voice involuntarily raising a few pitches. Sentinel spiritual seas need guidance, in my eyes. It's just like being sick and needing treatment. When you're sick, you need to be treated in time. Your idea. She looked at Baiyu's expression, swallowing the rest of her words, waving her hand. Forget it, forget it. And it will officially start tomorrow. You don't need to avoid anything. Come to my guidance room tomorrow. I'll guide you. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Lu Ran frowning, as if he wanted to speak, and immediately preemptively cut him off, her tone resolute. The moment Lu Ran received me, I guided him. What's the problem with that? Problems need to be addressed promptly. Ding! The crisp prompt sound rang out, and the elevator steadily stopped at the 8th floor. As she opened the door, her heart was anxious. What a mess. Chapter 34. The weak and helpless Baiyu the sofa was torn apart, its stuffing resembling exploded snowballs, with pale corpses scattered everywhere, covering almost the entire carpet. In the center of this chaos, the small white fox sat on the carpet, its body twitching in pain, gagging as if it were ruminating. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyue's figure, the little fox immediately let out a weak and pitiful whimper, desperately clawing forward with its front paws, trying to get closer to her. However, its hind legs dragged oddly on the ground, motionless, as if it had lost all sensation. Xiaobai, Jiang Zhaoyue exclaimed, ignoring everything else, and rushed over to kneel beside the little fox. As she quickly checked the small creature that was continuously whimpering in pain, she anxiously looked up at the stiff Baiyu at the door. It seems like there's a big chunk of sofa stuffing stuck in its throat. Baiyu's pupils suddenly constricted, shocked to the point where his breath paused for a moment. Before he could react, he saw Jiang Zhaoyue frowning, her expression unusually determined, as she unhesitatingly reached out her finger and cautiously probed deep into the twitching throat of the little white fox. The little white fox finally let out a cry and spat out the troublesome chunk of sofa stuffing, collapsing limply in Jiang Zhaoyue's arms. At the same time, Baiyu covered his mouth, his face pale as he staggered into Jiang Zhaoyue's bathroom, followed by the sound of him violently vomiting while holding onto the toilet. Lu Ran looked at Baiyu's disheveled back, his brow furrowed. This time, it didn't seem like an act. He couldn't help but shout towards the bathroom. Hey, Baiyu, your situation is too tricky. Hurry and go to Zhaoyue for some guidance. His tone carried genuine concern, and he turned to Jiang Zhaoyue to add, if the spiritual entity is out of control for too long, the mental link with the main body will weaken. If this continues, not only will you lose control, but you might even lose consciousness. Then it will really become wild. At the very least, it could lead to a split personality. At worst, it could directly affect the Sentinel's frenzy. Lylon watched everything coldly, a sneer almost solidifying in his heart. Huh. What a joke. A top-tier 2S grade Sentinel would be so weak in controlling his own spiritual entity that it goes crazy chewing on a sofa in someone else's home, dragging himself into violent vomiting? This clumsy self-pitying act could only fool someone simple-minded like Lu Ran. Lylan's beautiful blue-gold eyes narrowed slightly, scanning the closed bathroom door like a predator before landing on Jiang Zhaoyue, who was holding the little fox and looking worried. He quickly calculated in his mind, is now the time to expose him? That would be too cheap for him. Besides, who knows if Sister would believe it? More importantly, he wanted to see how much weight Lu Ran and Baiyu held in Sister's heart. A faint, cold curve appeared at the corners of Lylan's pink lips. He was not like Lu Ran, that idiot who had no grasp of his position in Sister's heart. What he wanted was to take the lead, and naturally, he needed to understand his opponent's depth before delivering a fatal blow. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, the fatigue that had been building up in her chest almost overflowing. She watched as the floor-cleaning robot received its instructions and silently glided into the room, beginning to tidy up the mess. as if it also took away her last bit of strength. Her gaze swept over the two bothersome figures at the door, without hesitation. She issued an eviction order. "All right, that's enough commotion for today. I'm tired. You can leave." Lu Ran was aware of how much work Jiang Zhaoyue had today, so even though he was reluctant, he had no choice but to give in. He swallowed the words he wanted to say back down and almost instinctively lifted his foot to leave. However, Lai Lan, with an obedient and understanding demeanor, slightly nodded his head, his voice soft and pretentious like a spoiled green tea younger brother. "Then, sister, please rest well. Captain Liu and I will help Deputy Commander Bai back. He must need a good rest after vomiting so painfully. Bai just a door away." Heard this and closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. When he pushed the door open, he had already put on a standard, sickly beauty look. His face as pale as paper, dark circles under his eyes, slightly damp hair on his forehead, and looking weak as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Lu Ran's alarm bells rang in his head. Jiang Zhaoyue was the easiest to soften. He absolutely couldn't let her keep Bai Yu in her home. He suddenly pulled Bai Yu over, half carrying him, and rudely interrupted Lai Lan. "Yes. Let's go quickly. Don't disturb Zhaoyue. We'll take him back and look after him." As he forcefully dragged Bai Yu out, he shot a fierce glare at Lai Lan. Lai Lan stumbled as he was pulled, internally cursing Lu Ran for ruining his plans. After all that build-up, he was just about to suggest that Jiang Zhaoyue take Bai Yu's little white fox with him. Now it was all ruined. Bringing up the fox now? Not only would it seem intentional, but it would also make him appear calculating and scheming. Lai Lan quickly glanced at Jiang Zhaoyue, who was frowning at Bai Yu, and suppressed his anger. He put on a wronged yet obedient expression, submissively lifting Bai Yu's other arm, his tone still that soft and harmless pitch, even carrying a hint of urgency. Okay, Captain Liu." He lowered his head, hiding the fleeting gloom in his eyes. It's fine. If he couldn't get rid of his rival this time, there would be next time. He was willing to play the innocent and harmless person for Jiang Zhaoyue, who simply liked him, as long as he could achieve his goal. What was a little disguise? Lucius had been keeping an eye on Jiang Zhaoyue's movements. He hadn't been idle these past few days either, buying a black market brain account, guiding the Silent City Star Network forum to smear Jiang Zhaoyue and inciting opposition between the Sentinels and Jiang Zhaoyue. Just when he thought success was within reach, he received a piece of bad news. Jiang Zhaoyue was going to provide guidance for the A-level Sentinels. After working hard for a week and a half, his achievements dropped to -0.5. Lucius was almost going crazy. He was about to report the situation to his contact when his hand froze in midair while dialing. If Jiang Zhaoyue could provide group guidance, what did that mean? It meant that her guidance for S-level and even A-level Sentinels in the past few days had gained recognition from Silent City, S District 13. And all Lucius had been working for was to get a proper guidance session from a high-level guide. So why didn't he just ask Jiang Zhaoyue to guide him? No, he needed to talk to those Sentinels who had received guidance from Jiang Zhaoyue. If Jiang Zhaoyue had stopped abusing the Sentinels, he would use the secrets he knew to exchange for a proper guidance session from her. Jiang Zhaoyue must want to find out who she had blocked to be sent to the notorious District 13 of Silent City. Chapter 35. Bai Yu. Xiaoyu has me in her heart. Jiang Zhaoyue was unaware of Lucius's schemes. She was gently cradling the sick little white fox in her arms, her fingers tenderly rubbing its fluffy little head. Seeing the little creature's listless appearance, she couldn't help but lower her head and gently kiss its soft forehead. "Be good and get better soon," she murmured softly. Bai Yu, receiving the transmitted feelings, felt his ears flush slightly. He immediately shed his clothes and stepped into the bathroom for a cold shower. He felt that continuing like this made him unsure whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. After settling the little white fox, Jiang Zhaoyue placed an order for some simple home fitness equipment on the StarNet. Once she completed this task, she walked into the bathroom, ready to wash away the fatigue of the day. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, observing everything through the fox's eyes, tilted his head slightly. His gaze focused on the notebook that Jiang Zhaoyue had casually placed on the table. On the open page, beneath the words fitness plan, the phrase black market was clearly written. Bai Yu frowned slightly and squinted, wondering in his heart, why did Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly want to get fit? And why mention the black market? Could it be, as he suspected? The next morning, Jiang Zhaoyue woke up feeling energetic, in a good mood. She mischievously woke the still sleeping little white fox. Taking advantage of the little creature's drowsiness, she pressed down on its soft limbs and then, poof, buried her entire face into the little white fox's warm, fluffy belly, rubbing against it in satisfaction like she was petting a cat. The little white fox emitted a sound of discontent and helplessness, its four little paws flailing uselessly in the air. After enough cuddling, Jiang Zhaoyue lifted her head and planted a loud kiss on the little creature's cheek before happily humming a tune to go wash up. She actually cared a lot about how Baiyu felt, because it was said that dopamine secretion was slightly lower when a person was doing something bad than when winning the lottery. So, if this was a bad thing for Baiyu, then that would be just great. On the other end of the shared feelings, Baiyu felt as if all his strength had been drained. He breathed slightly heavier, his cheeks flushed, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. His usually cool eyes were now glazed with a shimmering light, staring dazedly at the cold ceiling as if he had just recovered from an invisible plunder, feeling weak and bewildered as if his essence had been sucked dry. But what did this have to do with a satisfied and refreshed Jiang Zhaoyue? However, her good mood quickly dissipated after she began executing her fitness plan. After just 3 sets of crunches, she felt like half her life had been pulled away. Her abdominal muscles ached as if someone was tearing at the fat under her belly. Jiang Zhaoyue lay on a yoga mat like a salted fish who had lost its dreams, unable to get up for a long time. No, gritting her teeth, she persisted through another 100 burpees, only to feel her vision darken, her ears buzzing, and her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. She gasped for air, sweat streaming down her forehead like a small creek, soaking her completely as she collapsed onto the carpet, unable to move. Heavens, this body is too weak, right? She lay on her back, facing the ceiling, despairingly wailing, feeling as if she had seen her great-grandmother. 00544 couldn't help but send a message. You can order strength-enhancing supplements and muscle stabilizers on the StarNet. This isn't your primitive apocalypse. This is the interstellar era. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes lit up. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since you came here, you've basically been offline, and Haven T acted as my life mentor to teach me some daily common sense. I think you're doing pretty well. Besides, if I'm detected, we both will be finished. All right, today's 15 seconds are up. Bye. Love you. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes widened, nearly cursing in her heart. What kind of 15-second Needleman is this? Forget it, forget it. After getting herself together and ordering the supplements recommended by 00544, she instantly felt revitalized. Jiang Zhaoyue specially went upstairs and knocked on Baiyu's door. When the door opened, Baiyu stood there, his hair still dripping with water, a few damp strands casually sticking to his forehead. A towel hung loosely around his neck, and his long fingers unconsciously twisted the corner of the towel, rubbing the remaining water droplets at his temples. Did you just wake up? Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow slightly, her tone carrying a hint of barely noticeable surprise. Baiyu's flawless smile remained unchanged, but the motion of his fingers twisting the towel paused for just a moment. MHM, he replied, his voice hoarse from just waking up, just washed up. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a bit disappointed. So Baiyu's connection with his spiritual body wasn't that clear? Was it because his mental sea was too polluted, causing him to have no connection with his spiritual body? But that didn't make sense. Yesterday, when she had poked the little fox's throat, didn't Baiyu also vomit? Could it be a distance issue? Meanwhile, Baiyu was anxious in his heart. Did Jiang Zhaoyue find out about the connection between sentinels and their spiritual bodies? Did she come this morning specifically to test him by kissing the little fox? It was when he vomited after she poked the little white fox's throat that Jiang Zhaoyue began to notice. But did she already know? No matter when she found out. As long as she knew, then her actions were teasing him, right? However, neither of them intended to bring this matter to light. When Baiyu realized that Jiang Zhaoyue had intentionally brought his spiritual body, the little white fox, to take him to the guidance room, all his swirling doubts and anxious speculations about testing and teasing instantly became trivial and dissipated. Her first thought upon waking in the morning was him. It was the concern to quickly address his nearly collapsing mental sea. This silent yet tangible worry struck at the deepest part of his heart like a warm current. At this moment, He understood that no matter how beautiful a confession or how ambiguous a flirtation, in the face of her heavy concern for his safety, they all seemed so pale and powerless, like morning mist meeting the scorching sun. After dinner, when the two arrived outside the guidance room villa, Lucius, walking from a distance, immediately turned 180 degrees and headed back. He couldn't look for Jiang Zhaoyue in front of the deputy commander of Silent City. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, walking along the street while falling into deep thought. After a moment, he couldn't resist sending Jiang Zhaoyue a message on his light brain. Do you want to know the truth about your assignment to Silent City District 13? If you help me with proper mental guidance without mistreating me, I'll tell you, but you must choose a time when there are no other sentinels around. What I tell you cannot be known by anyone else. Chapter 36, Xiao Yet Don't. When Jiang Zhaoyue received the message, she raised her eyebrows slightly. She replied to Lucius, "Okay, come over at 1:30 for lunch. I'll guide you." Jiang Zhaoyue frowned, mentally asking the system, "Come on, look how good Lucius is. He knows I'm slow with tasks, and send me a message. You, as a system, unbelievable. 00544. Whether out of sulkiness or for some other reason, read the message but didn't reply. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't provoke 00544 again, as Baiyu had already obediently taken off his upper clothing and secured the bindings on his lower body. Jiang Zhaoyue raised her eyebrows, opened the device, and reached out to check if the bindings on him were secure. As she checked the bindings around his waist, her fingers naturally brushed against his skin. Baiyu's skin was as white and delicate as milk, and when Jiang Zhaoyue's fingers grazed over his abs and the lines of his body, his muscles twitched slightly. She leisurely reached out to secure the cross bindings on his chest, and then bound his arms and wrists. Each time her fingertips and pads lightly traced Baiyu's muscular lines. He couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. However, Jiang Zhaoyue maintained a professional and calm demeanor, appearing as if she was focused only on Baiyu. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was preparing to put the bite restraint on Baiyu, he pressed his lips together, his usually gentle voice now hoarse. "You should bind me more tightly. I'm afraid I might hurt you." Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze involuntarily lingered on Baiyu's face. His cold white skin, the handsome yet slightly soft contours, and those features that could be described as a masterpiece of the creator. Her throat inexplicably felt dry, and while pretending to clear her throat, she quietly swallowed, nodding to feign calmness. When she turned to fetch the additional binding straps, she noticed that the perfect curve of Baiyu's lips deepened imperceptibly for a moment, and a faint glimmer of pleasure from being appreciated flickered in his eyes. Indeed, he clearly caught that Jiang Zhaoyue had been lost in thought while looking at his face for a full 2 seconds. This discovery made a hidden joy climb silently up the corners of his eyes, although he maintained a composed exterior. Jiang Zhaoyue meticulously applied the double bindings to Baiyu before finally fastening the cold bite restraint. "Shall I begin?" Her voice was very soft, carrying a soothing tone. Before her words faded, her mental threads had already skillfully pierced into the depths of Baiyu's mental sea. The sight before her made her gasp. This was not a mental sea at all. It was clearly a wasteland that had been completely ravaged, drained, and was on the brink of death. A thick, inescapable gray-black, polluted mist rolled and spread, nearly obscuring everything. Under this murky sky, a once brilliant planet had twisted and deformed, as if it had been violently crushed. Crooked and ugly, its surface covered with dried, cracked lines, lifeless, with not a hint of vitality. Even more shocking was that the meteor belt surrounding it was not fragments of stars, but rather the huge scars and shattered bones from the constantly crumbling, peeling planet. Sharp debris floated silently, colliding, whispering of unspoken destruction. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart tightened, her brows knitting together. She cautiously divided her mental threads into several strands, like the gentlest tips of mental threads, tentatively touching the cold, rough surface of that ruined planet. With just one touch, the feedback made her scalp tingle. Don't mention sorting the surface. Every inch of this mental sea seemed to be tightly entwined with countless filthy vines, solidified and hardened. It was not just a clump every 3 to 5 steps. It was like trudging through a swamp filled with thorns and stubborn stones, every step incredibly difficult. She took a deep breath, a mental intention, suppressing her shock, and began to concentrate, painstakingly peeling away the filthy clumps like the most patient archaeologist cleaning ancient fossils. At the same time, she unhesitatingly increased the output of her guiding force, the pure and gentle power flowing like a clear spring, continuously pouring into this dead, desolate wasteland. However, just as she was fully pouring in her guiding force, an unexpected discovery jolted her spirit. When the concentration of her guiding force reached a certain wonderful critical point, something miraculous happened. Those pure guiding forces not only dissipated part of the filthy black mist like sunlight, her guiding force even began to actively devour and transform a portion of the pollutants like the most greedy scavenger. The devoured filth rolled, clamored in the black mist, and then bizarrely got purified and refined, transforming back into pure energy that she could absorb and utilize, flowing back to her mental source. This feeling was like throwing 10 star coins into a magical purification furnace, and instead of being consumed, she could get 7 brand new star coins back from the furnace. My goodness. A huge surprise coursed through Jiang Zhaoyue's entire body like electricity. This was not a war of attrition at all. This was simply a sustainable feedback loop. This groundbreaking discovery nearly made her want to jump up in excitement on the mental level. Wow. This discovery thrilled Jiang Zhaoyue. She began to pour all her mental strength into it, splitting off several more strands of mental threads. Cuckoo was just working hard. Jiang Zhaoyue was having a blast discovering a new continent, but it was torturous for Baiyu on the other end. Initially, the continuous, fine, rain-like needle-poking sensation in his mind began to slowly recede. Baiyu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed slightly, but the next second, a completely different, maddening sensation suddenly engulfed him. His soles. It felt as if countless of the finest, lightest feathers were frantically scraping at his most sensitive soles from the most awkward angles. The feeling was excruciatingly intense, making his soul tremble with itchiness. His toes curled instantly, the top of his feet tightened, and the muscles in his calves twitched uncontrollably. However, this was just the appetizer. Almost simultaneously, as Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads began to peel away and pry at those stubborn black clumps in his ruined mental sea, a more bizarre, unbearable sensation exploded from the depths of his mental core. That feeling was reminiscent of when he scraped his knee as a child, and the scab was forming. It was painful, that sharp pain of new flesh being torn. It was itchy, that kind of deep itch that made him want to scratch his skin off. And it was mixed with a hint of the twisted, morbid satisfaction of forcibly tearing off the scab. These sensations, the crazily itching soles and the painish satisfaction from the scab being torn, did not alternate, but rather surged together like a violent tide, mercilessly piling on top of each other. What was worse was that all these sensations were instantaneously magnified 100-fold by an invisible force. Ugh! Baiyu could no longer suppress it. A broken groan escaped from between his tightly clenched teeth. But this was far from enough to vent the overwhelming torment. His heavy breaths turned into the hissing sounds of a dying beast, each inhalation carrying a painful tremor. Beads of sweat like peas gushed out from his forehead, temples, and neck like a floodgate bursting open. His cold white skin instantly turned a flushed, hot red. His body arched like a bow pulled to its limit, suddenly bending backward. The curve of his spine was strained to the breaking point. The muscles under the bindings spasmed wildly, bulging, and the dark blue veins twisted like contorted worms, protruding grotesquely on his taut forehead, neck, arms, and calves. Ugh! He let out a suppressed, primal roar from his throat, like a trapped beast, his legs and arms thrashing and kicking with all their might within the tiny range allowed by the restraints, tearing and struggling. The sturdy binding device creaked as he fought against it, as if it would shatter at any moment. Xiaoya, don't do this. Tears finally streamed down the corners of his eyes. He felt as if he had gone insane. Chapter 37. Woman, you have caught my attention. The monitoring data on Baiyu's side fluctuated violently, refreshing almost every 8 to 10 seconds. His frenzy value had sharply dropped from a dangerous 93 to 71, and the pollution value also fell from 90 to 74, continuing to decline. At the same time as this data plummeted, Bayu's body entered a state of integration heat. The suppression ring on his wrist, connected to the light brain, instantly captured this abnormal physiological signal, and the sharp alarm information silently yet swiftly penetrated the star network, reaching its target. Beep, beep, beep. The light brain screen of Ran Yuan suddenly lit up with glaring red alarms. His long fingers, which had been casually resting on the table, paused, and his narrow peach blossom eyes, always holding a hint of mischief and playfulness, instantly narrowed. The soft and affectionate lines replaced by a cold sharpness. Bayu's frenzy and pollution values. Such a significant fluctuation? Ran Yuan murmured to himself, his tone carrying a rare gravity. His naturally striking face combined the deep, three-dimensional bone structure of Europeans and the delicate, jade-like skin of Asians. But at this moment, the usual charm and wickedness were nowhere to be seen, replaced by an expression of icy seriousness. The cold white skin, smooth as fat jade, appeared even more distinct in the reflection of the alarm's red light. The strong lines not softened by his top-notch features, but instead exuding an undeniable sense of oppression. Ran Yuan suddenly stood up. He was wearing a well-tailored white shirt, paired with a deep blue suit vest, and the tightly fitted cuffs clearly outlined his strong and powerful muscle lines. He grabbed the coat, draped over the chair, and was about to stride out when, beep, beep, the sharp, piercing alarm suddenly exploded from the drawer of his desk. The source of the sound was the white electronic detector, which was only the size of a biscuit. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, opened the drawer, and took out the white electronic detector, preparing to track its location when the device fell silent again. Ran Yuan narrowed his dangerous eyes, his deep and elegant voice laced with a hint of intrigue. Ha! It seems things have become more interesting. He tapped the light screen with his fingertips, bringing up Bayu's latest data. Just one glance, and the playful smile at the corner of his mouth completely froze. Not only had Bayu's suppression ring alarm been lifted, but the reason for the release was astonishingly displayed. Sentinel level promotion. 3S level. 3S level. Ran Yuan's pupils contracted sharply, and a storm surged in his heart. This, impossible. He understood better than anyone the state of Bayu's mental sea. It was a broken ruin that had long been sentenced to death. Such a degree of collapse could only lead to a vegetative state like Bayu's or direct death. For Bayu to regain a life, even to recover to a 2S level to handle affairs, was already a medical miracle, a testament to his extraordinarily strong will. But that was it. The mental sea was the foundation of a sentinel's power, and also the furnace for promotion. Bayu's battered and crumbling mental sea was like a dilapidated house filled with cracks, unable to withstand the terrifying energy impact and the reshaping of the mental sea when promoting to 3S level. This was also the fundamental reason why Bayu could not return his spiritual entity, the little white fox, to the mental sea for nurturing. Nor could he step on the front lines to endure the pollution impact. Any additional pressure could become the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Bayu to completely go berserk or his mental sea to collapse. Guides could alleviate frenzy and clear a small amount of pollution, which was common. But repairing a damaged mental sea, a name long sealed away in his mind, flashed through Ran Yuan's thoughts like a legend. The only guide in the entire Interstellar Alliance with such extraordinary power. That existence that had long since vanished without a trace. Who else could achieve this? This thought thundered in his mind. Could it be? She has returned? No, that is impossible. Who could it be? Bayu could not possibly gain the immense energy required for promotion out of thin air, nor could he repair that broken foundation by himself. The only explanation. Ran Yuan's gaze sharpened like a knife as he suddenly pulled out a document. The S-level guide punished a silent city by the Central District, Jiang Zhaoyue. Interesting. This is too interesting. Ran Yuan's lips curled into a smile once more, but this time it carried an unprecedented sense of inquiry and seriousness. He grabbed his coat, moving decisively. He had to meet this S-level guide, who could create miracles in person immediately. He wanted to see what kind of divine being could break the iron law and pull Bayu from the edge of despair, forcibly bringing him to the peak of 3S level. And just 2 minutes ago, Jiang Zhaoyue, immersed in the joy of energy feedback, was concentrating on sorting out Bayu's mental sea. She had to continuously release mental power and guide elements, carefully controlling the ratio. Only then could she function like the most efficient purification furnace, devouring and transforming that filthy black mist. She did not realize that she was pushing herself too far. The accumulated pollution in Bayu's mental sea was being cleared at an astonishing speed by her. However, Jiang Zhaoyue was too focused, her mental power and guide elements pouring out like a flood, while simultaneously engaging in rapid energy recovery. This extreme mode of intake and output was placing an unbearable burden on her already relatively fragile body. Cold sweat instantly soaked her back, and her vision began to darken. With a sharp pain and a sense of weakness coursing through her limbs, her body was sounding a strong alarm of overdraft. Warning. The cold electronic voice of System 00544 cut into Jiang Zhaoyue's mind with unprecedented urgency. Host, immediately stop the overload output. Your body is approaching the critical point. The guidance has continued for 15 minutes, simultaneously detecting abnormal fluctuations in the core of target sentinel Bayu's mental sea. Stability is rapidly declining. Emergency repair instructions. 1. Immediately retract the output of guide elements. Slow down the energy recovery speed. 2. Mobilize mental threads. Attempt to draw the core fragments from the outer asteroid belt of the mental sea. Goal. Pull them back and stabilize them to the core planet. Otherwise, the host's mental power may be severely damaged by the backlash from Bayu's failed promotion and mental sea collapse. 00544 did not pause for a moment, immediately projecting precise operation diagrams and energy flow dynamic demonstrations into Jiang Zhaoyue's consciousness, providing detailed explanations in sync. Pay attention to the energy wrapping form at the end of the mental thread. Make contact with the fragments using minimal pulling force. Perceive the residual gravitational pull between the fragments and the core planet. Use the planet's rotational inertia for calibration. Gradually apply stable pulling force. Avoid fragment collisions. Upon hearing how serious 00544's words were, Jiang Zhaoyue quickly gathered her spirits and began to help Bayu manage his mental sea. Ran you on. Bayu, you suppressed your instincts for her? Bayu was deeply immersed in the scorching waves of integration heat, his consciousness blurred, and his senses were infinitely amplified. However, at the edge of this chaos and instinct, a more immense, purer sense of power, like the dawn's light, pierced through the fog and clearly surged in the depths of his mental core. Promotion. And it is 3S level. This thought thundered like a bolt, instantly dispelling some of the haze of integration heat, bringing an overwhelming sense of disbelief. How is this possible? He instinctively questioned his perception. This is too absurd. He knew better than anyone the paradox within. Jiang Zhaoyue is an S-level guide. Her guiding level was lower than that of her sentinel. Helping him to cross levels for promotion, though rare, was still theoretically possible, somewhat acceptable. But he, Bayu, was a 2S level sentinel. The distance to 3S level seemed 2 steps away, but in reality, it was like a chasm. How many extraordinarily talented individuals spend their entire lives stuck at the threshold of 2S, unable to advance even an inch? He had long prepared himself mentally. Being able to promote from 2S to 2S is already quite good. How could a guide of a lower rank become the one to help him break through the barriers? This completely subverts the ironclad rules of the Sentry Guide power system. Therefore, when that clear sense of 3S power surged, Bayuning would rather believe that he was confused by the combining heat, resulting in a fatal deviation in perception. He had no doubt whatsoever that it would fall upon Jiang Zhaoyue, who was currently guiding him and seemed weak. He would never have thought that it was her miraculous operation that not only pushed him to the peak, but also almost dragged both of them into the abyss of mental collapse due to her reckless abandon. Those who did not know thought Jiang Zhaoyue was showing off her skills, but in reality, Jiang Zhaoyue was crying out for help. Help me, save my life. The wave of combining heat surged like magma, flowing through his veins, with every heartbeat carrying a scorching pain. Bayu gritted his teeth, and before his consciousness was completely engulfed by the tide of emotions, he desperately clung to a fleeting moment of clarity. Steady. He must stay steady. He almost self-torturedly roared in his heart, mobilizing every remaining ounce of willpower to crazily suppress the rampaging, roaring, and yearning sentry elements within him. He absolutely could not let this combining heat drag him into an unbearable quagmire. A thought so clear it tightened his chest was nailed firmly in his mind. Jiang Zhaoyue. Such a good color. He couldn't bear to show his most primal and hideous side as a sentry in the combining heat in front of her. Muscles uncontrollably bulging and twisting. Veins crawling like ugly vines all over his cheeks and neck. Sweat pouring down like a trapped beast just pulled from water, and a heavy, beast-like roar escaping his throat. Just imagining this scene filled him with a sense of overwhelming shame. He had no doubt that if he appeared before her in that state, all he would be met with was her instinctive frown and possibly even a hint of disgust and retreat that she might not even notice herself. After all, when Lu Ran last guided him, she hadn't even raised her eyelids at his bulging veins and struggling, ugly appearance. Jiang Zhaoyue's indifferent avoidance at that time pierced like a thorn in Bai Yu's heart. He didn't want to be disliked by Xiao Yu. Bai Yu believed that in terms of appearance alone, Lu Ran was far inferior to him. His face was too rigid and straightforward, lacking the deep and intriguing charm that lingered in Bai Yu's brows. But Lilon was different. That guy was like a meticulously crafted jade figure by the creator. His features were flawless, and his temperament was as pure as fresh snow. What was even more frightening was that he knew exactly how to leverage this natural advantage. Lilon, in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, was actually willing to suppress his arrogant temper and would appropriately reveal vulnerability with his moist, starlit eyes, silently showing weakness, easily capturing her attention and pity. Lilon's existence made Bai Yu feel for the first time the tremendous threat that beauty could bring. Thus, Bai Yu's teeth were nearly ground to dust. Cold sweat mixed with physiological tears streamed down his face. He felt like a lonely mountain on the verge of eruption, desperately sealing the volcano's mouth, using the last bit of strength deep within his soul to keep those frenzied sentry elements firmly suppressed inside. He absolutely could not allow himself to become a completely uncontrollable, hideous beast in the eyes of Jiang Zhaoyue during the combining heat. He had to maintain his last semblance of dignity in front of her, even if that dignity required excruciating torment to obtain. However, Bai Yu did not know that his desperate suppression was, in an invisible way, relieving Jiang Zhaoyue of an immense burden. With Bai Yu's desperate repression, Jiang Zhaoyue could finally focus more on controlling the mental threads, dragging back the uncontrolled stones in Bai Yu's mental sea asteroid belt to their rightful places one by one. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly returned these mental sea remnants to where they originally belonged, thinking it should be settled now, right? Jiang Zhaoyue endured the intense pain of mental exhaustion and called out again in her consciousness. 00544. Have the loose stones returned to their places, can I? Exit Bai Yu's mental sea now, but 00544 turned into a dud and disappeared. At that moment, the little white fox, which had been quietly lying in the guiding room's hall, suddenly vanished and instantly returned to Bai Yu's mental sea. Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads saw this familiar little figure, and her heart paused slightly. Perhaps it worked. She waited for a moment and saw that the little fox was now safe and sound. Looking around, Jiang Zhaoyue guessed, the crisis has been resolved. The moment her consciousness withdrew from the mental sea, a strong sense of dizziness and weakness suddenly seized Jiang Zhaoyue. Her body softened, and even her fingertips couldn't move. Then, a warm liquid surged from her nasal cavity, a thick black-brown blood trickling down. Bai Yu immediately sensed Jiang Zhaoyue's withdrawal and urgently turned his head. When his gaze fell upon Jiang Zhaoyue's pale, weak face and the glaring nosebleed, his heart felt like it had been tightly squeezed, aching unbearably. The surging combining heat almost swallowed him, but this bone-deep heartache transformed into an incredible willpower. Bai Yu gritted his teeth, the specially made bite block in his mouth, producing a faint metallic friction sound, forcefully suppressing the wild agitation within him a little. He wanted to speak, to call her name, to confirm her safety, But the cold bite block restrained his mouth, and all his concerns were stuck in his throat, turning into a suppressed growl. Almost at the same time that Jiang Zhaoyue withdrew, Ran Yuan confirmed the end of the guidance and suddenly burst open the door of the guiding room. The scene that met his eyes filled his face, which combined European deep-bone structure with Eastern delicate features, and was known as an angelic face unaffected by praise or blame, with an expression of disbelief. His gaze locked onto Baiyu's eyes, which were filled with pain and restraint, but still fixed on Jiang Zhaoyue, then swept over Jiang Zhaoyue's exhausted, blood-stained appearance, and an absurd yet shocking thought struck him, causing him to exclaim, Are you serious?" Ran Yuan's voice trembled with rare fluctuation for this S-level little guide. "You actually can forcibly suppress the combining heat." Baiyu's cold gaze shot towards Ran Yuan, neither admitting nor denying it. Jiang Zhaoyue had paid such a heavy price. Being this weak, how could he shake his head and deny her sacrifice? That would be a desecration of her sincere heart. But to have him admit it? Ran Yuan's sudden intrusion made it hard to know what this unpredictable guy was thinking. Chapter 39. Ran Yuan TSK. That little look in your eyes. Ran Yuan stepped forward, each step exuding a calm and powerful presence. Baiyu's temples throbbed with veins beneath his fair skin, like a nearly snapped string on a violin. His joints creaked slightly from exertion as he fiercely suppressed the tumultuous heat of fusion within him, which felt like it was about to burn him alive. His unique silver-gray eyes at this moment were like a cold, sighting scope, locking onto Ran Yuan with unwavering focus. As Ran Yuan approached, he felt the almost palpable hostility directed at him and shrugged nonchalantly. "TSK, what are you so nervous about? I'm just taking the little guide out to feed her some recovery agent." "What S with that look?" He tilted his head slightly, his deep, dark purple eyes, swirling like a nebula, carried a hint of mockery, precisely landing on Baiyu's tightly clenched bite block. "Are you afraid I'll swallow her whole?" Baiyu's Adam's apple rolled violently up and down, as if he were swallowing invisible flames. Sweat beads trickled from his temples like melting moonlight, sliding along his silver-gray hair that clung to his cheeks, leaving a sticky and cold trail. His nearly divine, perfect face was slightly twisted with restraint, his pale pink lips bitten until they were white, pressed firmly against the bite block that was already covered in spiderweb-like cracks, the hard material almost breaking under his grip, making faint creaking sounds. Jiang Zhaoyue's long eyelashes trembled like fragile butterfly wings, struggling to regain consciousness from a brief faint. Her vision was still somewhat blurry, and she instinctively looked in Baiyu's direction, the first thing she caught being his slightly weak and hurried breaths, reminiscent of a dying beast. The sound pierced through the chaos like a cold needle, making Jiang Zhaoyue fully recall the thrilling brush with death she experienced in Baiyu's mental sea. Knowing Baiyu was still alive, but still feeling uncertain, she turned to the stranger in front of her, her hoarse voice weak with exhaustion. "Baiyu, are you okay?" Ran Yuan's thick, ink-like eyebrows raised slightly, his long, affectionate peach blossom eyes glinting with amusement as they turned towards Baiyu. What did he see? The man nearly drowned in fusion heat and pain, yet deep within his silver-gray pupils, there seemed to flash a hint of a very faint, very quick, yet undeniably real smile, as if he silently curled the corners of his mouth behind the fractured bite block. This discovery deepened the interest in Ran Yuan's eyes. "He can't die." Ran Yuan's deep, magnetic voice carried a strange, soothing power, yet also an undeniable certainty. "You should worry about yourself first, little pity." He ignored Baiyu's nearly murderous gaze and directly walked up to Jiang Zhaoyue, his movements natural and assertive. He bent down, his arms slipping around her back and behind her knees, lifting her effortlessly as if she were a feather, drenched in blood and sweat, and easily carried her into the adjacent restroom. The light in the restroom was soft. Ran Yuan took an ice-blue cooling patch from a space button and gently placed it on her burning forehead, like handling a fragile treasure. Then, he turned to wash a towel. The sound of running water was soft as his distinctly articulated hands, like a work of art, carefully scrubbed the towel. When he returned, he sat at the edge of the bed, the warm, damp towel carrying a refreshing scent as he meticulously wiped the dried, dark blood from her face and neck. After doing this, he adjusted his position. One strong hand, calloused yet powerful, steadily slipped around her slender neck, the broad, warm palm fully supporting the back of her neck, causing her head to tilt slightly forward. The other hand produced a vial containing a strange dark green recovery agent. His long, strong fingers easily popped the cork open with his thumb. A terrifying smell, indescribable and mingling with rotting herbs, bitter bile, and fermented herring, immediately filled the air. "Open your mouth and drink it." Ran Yuan's voice was low, his dark purple eyes focused on her, carrying an irresistible allure. Ran Yuan poured the entire vial of liquid into Jiang Zhaoyue's open mouth. The smell hit her hard, and her face instantly crumpled in disgust, her stomach churning violently, instinctively wanting to reject it. Just then, the hand supporting the back of her neck moved, Ran Yuan's thumb pressing down with irresistible force and a strange warmth, precisely and dominantly against her soft lips, stopping her from spitting it out. "Don't vomit." He leaned in closer, his face combining European three-dimensional bone structure with delicate Eastern features magnified before her. His angelic yet mischievous smile, strangely not greasy, but rather dangerously attractive. Although the taste was like chewing on overnight phlegm, his deep, magnetic voice resonated in her ear, maliciously describing, "But this is special good stuff. Once you finish drinking, you'll feel energized. Trust me." EW. The thought made her want to vomit even more. Jiang Zhaoyue felt the taste explode in her mouth, making her so nauseous that tears were almost streaming down her face. But the thumb pressing against her lips, with its burning heat and undeniable dominance, forced her to hold back her tears and endure this hope of vitality. Jiang Zhaoyue's chest rose and fell, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at Ran Yuan. In her mind, she shouted at 00544 in frustration. "Give me this person's information within 3 seconds. I want to know who this man is. How dare he? This is more disgusting than snot. How dare he feed this to me? You better not fall into my hands. He has dead meat." But 00544 was as silent as the grave, giving no response. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, noticing Jiang Zhaoyue's tear-filled glare at him. Yet she still hadn't swallowed, and directly poked her neck near the collarbone with his long fingers holding the recovery agent. Jiang Zhaoyue's almond eyes widened in shock. Because she had swallowed that disgusting liquid. She had swallowed it. She felt unclean. About to cry, when Ran Yuan removed his thumb from Jiang Zhaoyue's lips, she immediately glared and tried to bite his finger. Hey, at Ran Yuan's speed. It was impossible for Jiang Zhaoyue to bite him. His stunning face looked down at her without a hint of warmth, his thumb stroking her neck, seeming flirtatious yet more threatening. "You see, I told you it was true, right?" Jiang Zhaoyue's lower eyelashes held a large teardrop, hanging there on the verge of falling. She bit her lip, her breathing becoming heavy. Ran Yuan's smile carried a hint of wickedness. "Good. There's still half a vial left. We can't waste it." Jiang Zhaoyue gasped, shaking her head slightly, but Ran Yuan used his warm hand to gently pull her neck closer to him. Jiang Zhaoyue pressed her lips tightly together, her almond eyes clearly expressing, "I want to open my mouth. What can you do to me?" Chapter 40 Jiang Zhaoyue. Today it's either you die or I live. The wicked and enticing smile on Ran Yuan's lips remained unchanged, as if he were admiring her current triumph. His voice, deep and melodious like a bass, carried a heated breath, deliberately lowered to nearly brush against Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, like a feather charged with electricity, gently scratching at the most sensitive nerves. TSK. That little look in your eyes makes one really want to. He didn't finish his sentence, leaving behind a meaningful pause filled with imagination. His black-purple peach blossom eyes glimmering with a mischievous and dangerous light. The warm, large hand that had been steadily supporting the back of her neck began to slowly move downward with undeniable strength. The rough pads of his fingers grazed her delicate skin at the back of her neck, igniting a flurry of tiny shivers. Finally, his long and powerful thumb pressed down precisely, with a hint of punishment, on the trapezius muscle at the base of her neck, an area prone to soreness. Ugh! The sudden, deep, Bone-deep soreness shot through her body like electricity, causing Jiang Zhaoyue to instinctively arch her slender, fragile neck, fully exposing her beautiful collarbone. And a cry of pain uncontrollably spilled from her throat, only to be partially stifled by subsequent sobs. Just as her lips parted slightly, Ran Yuan's eyes flashed with a glint, and his movements were as quick as lightning. He raised a wrist, holding the nutrient solution, the cold bottle mouth pressing forcefully against her soft lower lip with a nauseating, horrific scent, tilting his wrist to mercilessly pour the remaining dark green, viscous liquid, like a living thing, into her mouth. Cough! Ugh! Jiang Zhaoyue was choked by the brutal pouring, her physiological tears finally breaking through her defenses, rolling down her wet lower eyelashes like pearls on a broken string, hot and large, leaving damp traces on her pale cheeks. Ran Yuan's gaze locked onto her, watching her pained frown and tear-filled eyes. His free hand naturally raised, his fingertip gently brushing over her burning tear-streaked face with a near-pitying tenderness. His gentle action created an extreme contrast to his earlier brutality, the warmth of his fingertip branding itself on her sensitive skin. However, this tenderness was fleeting. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was stimulated to the point of instinctively wanting to spit out the disgusting substance due to its thick, phlegmy texture and burning sensation, Ran Yuan's hand that had just wiped her tears shot down like lightning. His long fingers once again pressed down precisely, with an undeniable force, heavily on the acupoint on the side of her neck. Ugh! Jiang Zhaoyue trembled violently, as if her lifeline had been grasped, her forced upward neck forming a graceful yet fragile arc. The mixture of extreme pain and strange numbness from the pressure instantly interrupted her gag reflex, forcing her throat to involuntarily roll as she swallowed all of the hopeless dark green liquid without leaving a drop. Throughout the process, Ran Yuan's black-purple eyes remained fixed on her, observing her moist lips that parted slightly in pain and forced swallowing, watching her exposed, fragile, pulsating carotid artery as she tilted her head back, and the additional tears that were forced from the corners of her eyes. The wicked smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to deepen in satisfaction when he saw her finally swallow it all, carrying a sense of fulfillment as if he were controlling his prey. The air was thick with a bizarre fishy bitterness of the nutrient solution, the slight saltiness of Jiang Zhaoyue's tears, and the aggressive, sharp, and domineering aura of a sentinel emanating from Ran Yuan. In the cramped space, only Jiang Zhaoyue's hurried and fragmented breaths, like someone who had survived a disaster, and Ran Yuan's deep, almost chest-resonating, barely audible chuckle remained. Jiang Zhaoyue recovered, her eyelids lifting, like a cheetah ready to pounce. She sprang up and tackled Ran Yuan onto the soft bed across from them, gripping his neck and sitting on his waist, gritting her teeth as she questioned, "You could have just given me the nutrient solution. Why did you have to feed me this disgusting thing that even dogs wouldn't eat? Don't you know how awful it tastes? It's really awful." Ran Yuan allowed Jiang Zhaoyue to pin him down on the bed like a furious cat, and there was even a hint of amusement in his eyes. Ran Yuan nodded. "I know it tastes bad, but the nutrient solution is cheap. Wouldn't it be better if I give you the expensive stuff?" However, this time, no matter how pleasant his deep voice was, it couldn't sway Jiang Zhaoyue at all. Jiang Zhaoyue glared at him fiercely. "Do you have any more?" Ran Yuan blinked. "None left." "You do? Really none left?" Jiang Zhaoyue's breathing grew heavier as her mind raced to figure out how to immediately retaliate to calm her emotions. Ran Yuan raised his hand in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, his eyes filled with more interest. "How about you take a good bite? Don't be angry anymore." He remembered how the tabby cat he used to raise would bite him hard when it got angry, and after a few minutes of kicking his hand with its little paws, it would calm down. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Ran Yuan, thinking he was a sentinel and treating her like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum, completely oblivious to any mistake she made, which only made her angrier. A surge of rage shot straight to her head. She directly grabbed Ran Yuan's hand and bit down on the pad of his index finger. Ran Yuan let out a short, ambiguous sound, neither a cry of pain nor more of a perfunctory response to her rage. But that sound only fueled Jiang Zhaoyue's anger. She was furious. Her teeth sank deeply into his warm flesh, using all her strength, even clearly feeling the hard touch of bones beneath the skin as she pressed down. Still not satisfied, like a little beast completely enraged, she clamped down on his finger and ground her teeth vigorously side to side, as if she wanted to crush his finger bones. Even when she tasted blood, she didn't let go. At that moment, a scheduled sentinel walked over, seeing the door to the resting area ajar, and stepped inside. A hesitant and uncertain male voice rang out at the door of the resting room. Jiang, instructor. He was dumbfounded, staring at the extremely shocking and easily misinterpreted scene inside. Jiang Zhaoyue, her clothes slightly disheveled from the earlier struggle and feeding, her face flushed with anger and exertion, was aggressively kneeling on the abdomen of another tall man, one hand tightly gripping the other's wrist, while the other hand firmly held his index finger. With her head deeply buried down, her shoulder slightly heaving from the effort. This posture, this action, it was as if they were. Chapter 41 by Yu Dai. Abyss. The sentinel's gaze instinctively followed Jiang Zhaoyue's movements and shifted downward. When he saw the face of the man pinned beneath her, it was as if a thunderclap had exploded in the sentinel's mind. His pupils dilated to the extreme, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. His body stiffened, blood rushing to his head, then draining away completely. "See, Commander?" He almost screamed, his voice cracking. "WH, what did he just see?" Did he interrupt the commanderess? Some kind of special interest? A wave of immense fear and embarrassment washed over him like a bucket of ice water, instantly sobering him up. The sentinel sharply inhaled, nearly choking himself. With reflexive instinct, he summoned all his strength, snapped his heels together, and performed a textbook-perfect military salute. His voice booming enough to almost lift the roof. "Report. I'm very sorry. I apologize for the interruption. I take my leave." After shouting, he turned 180 degrees as if chased by a ghost, moving in sync with his arms and legs, his actions stiff as a rusty robot. Stumbling and rolling out of the lounge, his speed leaving only a blur and the sound of a heavy door slamming shut. That loud address of Commander was like thunder, instantly waking up Jiang Zhaoyue, who had been clouded by anger. "See, Commander?" She gasped, as if scalded, forcefully flinging away the finger of Ranyuan, which had been smeared with her saliva and blood. The rich metallic taste in her mouth, and the sentinel's terrified expression flooded back to her. A tsunami of shame and social death overwhelming her. She scrambled down from Ranyuan's waist, her movements so frantic she nearly fell off the bed. Once on the floor, she didn't even dare look at Ranyuan's face, feeling her cheeks burning and her ears so hot she could fry an egg. Bowing her head, she turned towards Ranyuan, stiffly and slightly bending at the waist, her voice so thin it was barely audible, trembling uncontrollably. "Teach, thank you for the recovery agent. I'll go get busy now." After saying that, she dashed towards the door like a startled rabbit, not looking back, her speed rivaling that of the sentinel's earlier escape. Bang! The door slammed shut again, leaving the lounge in complete silence. Ranyuan slowly sat up, looking down at the clear bite mark still oozing a bit of blood on his index finger, then raised his eyes towards the still shaking door. He extended his tongue, leisurely licking the small amount of blood that might have splattered on his lips. On his face, which blended the traits of both an angel and a devil, there was not a trace of anger. Instead, a slow, deeply pleasant, and delightfully predatory smile unfolded, undeniably charming. A low, magnetic chuckle echoed in the empty lounge, carrying an unsettling resonance. The little guide runs quite fast. Baiyu, lying in the #1 guidance room, had quietly heightened his auditory senses since Ranyuan took Jiang Zhaoyue away to the lounge. Initially, the intermittent snippets of conversation between Ranyuan and Jiang Zhaoyue had already tightened his nerves. When Jiang Zhaoyue's pained, muffled sounds reached his ears in Baiyu's amplified hearing, it was akin to the most direct accusation that Ranyuan was doing something beastly and unspeakable to the fragile little Yu. No way. Baiyu tightly shut his eyes, his knuckles turning white as his nails dug into his palms. He used all his willpower to convince himself. Ranyuan could be a bit of a jerk, but shouldn't he? Not seeing had become his last fragile psychological defense. barely maintaining the string named reason. However, when the shocked shout of the sentinel arriving to guide them clearly crashed into his eardrum, snap. The last string completely snapped. Ran Yuan, how dare he? How dare he lay hands on the precious little you? Just because Ran Yuan often clashed with him. Did he have to take revenge in such a despicable way on the little you, whom he treasured? Die. Abyss. A roar filled with raging fury tore through the air. Baiyu suddenly opened his eyes, his silver-gray irises instantly filled with bloodshot veins. The muscles in his jaw tightened. His sharp canine teeth, under tremendous pressure, actually bit through the sturdy bite block with a crunch. The restraints dug deeply into his flesh, instantly leaving blood marks. But he was completely unaware as all his strength erupted. Snap! 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 Several ear-piercing sounds of the restraints breaking rang out. The restraints, powerful enough to confine a strong sentinel, were forcibly broken by him with extreme force. Almost at the same moment, the restraints snapped. The guidance room door was elegantly pushed open. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, as if he had long anticipated the chaos before him. He leisurely adjusted his deep blue vest, embroidered with exquisite silver thread starry patterns, and stepped inside with seemingly calm yet rapid strides, closing the door behind him. He looked at Baiyu, who was bloodied and covered in shocking bruises on the guidance chair, slightly clicking his tongue, stretching his tone. Oh, look at you. How did you end up like this? Before he could finish, a fist, wrapped in a gust of wind, surged towards him. The air was compressed into a sharp explosion. Run Yuan's deep black-purple eyes suddenly narrowed, a cold light flashing. He reacted as swiftly as a ghost, his palm darting out precisely to seize Baiyu's lightning-fast wrist. The force of their bodies colliding was almost visible to the naked eye. Ran Yuan did not pause for a moment. Using Baiyu's momentum, he moved fluidly, executing several exquisite grappling techniques to fiercely pin the frenzied Baiyu back onto the guidance chair. He even had the leisure to grab a spare high-strength restraint from the side, tightening it around Baiyu with astonishing calmness and speed, securing him even more firmly than before. After doing all this, Ran Yuan raised his hand, gently wiping away the blood that had oozed from the corner of his mouth from that punch. He moved his slightly numb jaw and let out a low, pleasant chuckle, mixed with a hint of dangerous admiration. Ha! You kid, you really hit hard. Baiyu's eyes were about to burst with rage as he wanted to accuse him of his crimes. However, Ran Yuan seized the moment Baiyu opened his mouth and directly shoved another bite block back into his mouth. After doing all this, he leisurely clapped his hands, raised an eyebrow at Baiyu, and displayed a malicious intent. Oh, you weren't trying to talk to me just now, were you? Chapter 42. Baiyu, is the source bullying you? In the number 2 counseling room, the atmosphere was so delicate it felt almost frozen. Jiang Zhaoyue and the S-level sentinel who had made an appointment for counseling were staring at each other, their eyes wide open, exchanging glances. This sentinel was a burly man with a buzz cut and a stylish circle of facial hair. At this moment, he blinked his golden-brown eyes cautiously. Quickly scanning Jiang Zhaoyue's face, his lips moved, but he didn't dare to say a word. Clearly, the shocking roar of Deputy Commander by that had echoed through the hallway. The sound of Commander Ran Yuan shutting the door as he entered the counseling room. And the scene he had witnessed earlier had left this strong man feeling embarrassed and pressured in front of Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a rush of heat rising to her head, her toes awkwardly curling inside her shoes. She tried hard to lift the corners of her mouth, forcing out a standard, awkward yet polite smile that revealed 8 teeth. Oh no, can I apply to change planets now? Would the Interstellar Federation approve it in a second? The thought flashed through her mind. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, encouraging herself internally. Life is short. Just 30,000 days. Whether it's embarrassing or not, it's still just one day. As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others. The powerful mental construction was completed in an instant. The smile on Jiang Zhaoyue's face remained unchanged, but her gaze suddenly became calm, all outward emotions receding like a tide, leaving only the coolness and focus of a professional guide. She slightly nodded and said to the sentinel in front of her in a steady and clear voice, "Please be prepared. If there are no issues on your side, We can start the counseling now. The burly sentinel was taken aback by her sudden change in aura, clearly stunned. The guide who had been enveloped in embarrassment just a second ago now radiated such a calm and reliable presence. He instinctively straightened his back, inspired by her professionalism, and hurriedly walked toward the changing area. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly adjusted her breathing, remembering how she had been less proficient in controlling the release of guiding energy when counseling by you earlier. She immediately focused all her attention on the counseling work about to begin. Jiang Zhaoyue stretched her body, feeling the abundant energy within her. Even she found it incredible. After all, counting by you, she had already counseled 3S level and above sentinels in one morning. Yet she felt no fatigue at all. Suddenly, her eyes widened as a clear thought struck her. The disgusting recovery agent that Commander Ranyuan had forced her to drink must be quite a remarkable treasure. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was about to click on her light brain to check messages, a visibly weak figure approached the door. It was Baiyu. He leaned against the door frame, as if he needed support to stand, wearing a champagne-colored shirt that exuded an elegant British charm. The most eye-catching feature was the delicate ruffled collar design and the slightly puffed sleeves. This soft color and intricate details, along with his flowing silver-gray long hair, clear light gray eyes, and almost bloodless, flesh-colored thin lips, strangely blended together, not appearing feminine, but instead highlighting a near-transparent, sickly warmth like fragile glass. A layer of unresolved worry shrouded his brows, his gaze fixed tightly on Jiang Zhaoyue, his voice a bit hoarse as he reached out. Xiaoye, are you okay? His cold fingertips seemed to want to touch her, yet held a hint of hesitation. Jiang Zhaoyue was slightly taken aback, looking at his worried expression, subconsciously pondering, is he worried that cutting in line affected my subsequent work? After all, counseling by you did consume a lot of my energy and time. It's fine. She immediately raised a reassuring smile, taking a few steps closer to him, her tone light. Look, I'm perfectly fine, right? The counseling this morning went completely smoothly. You can rest assured. She tried to use a relaxed demeanor to dispel his worries. However, Baiyu's gaze did not relax because of it. He remained leaning there, and when she got closer, he reached out his cold hand to gently grip her shoulders. His movement was light, filled with a careful sense of cherishing as he meticulously examined her from head to toe, confirming her rosy complexion and vibrant spirit, indeed unharmed. Yet that worry did not dissipate. He took a deep breath, his light gray pupils locking onto Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes. Ultimately asking the question that had been circling in his heart, his voice lowered, carrying a hint of barely perceptible tension. Ranyuan, did he do anything to you after taking you to the lounge? Jiang Zhaoyue's heart skipped a beat, her gaze instinctively drifting away. Her small ears instantly tinged with a light red. Due to what? Her voice faltered a bit. Ranyuan had not done anything to her. Rather, she had done something to Ranyuan. Thinking carefully, he really did force me to drink a particularly terrible recovery agent. His attitude was a bit harsh, and the way he fed it to me was somewhat rough. She tried to define Ranyuan's behavior to shift the blame away from herself, but Jiang Zhaoyue's tone involuntarily weakened. With a sigh, Jiang Zhaoyue decided to tell the truth. I found out later that the recovery agent actually works quite well. Look, I'm completely fine now. And, she paused, her voice lowering again, tinged with a bit of embarrassment. I even bit him. She looked at Baiyu with a hint of childlike guilt. A bit shy, yet seeking confirmation, and softly asked, He complained to you? But wasn't it Baiyu who seemed to have lost control and shouted at Ranyuan? Jiang Zhaoyue finally remembered. When Ranyuan had taken her to the lounge, he seemed to have left the door open. Now she understood why Baiyu had suddenly yelled Ranyuan's name. It turned out Baiyu was worried about her. Jiang Zhaoyue gazed intently at Baiyu, and Baiyu, after hearing her words, was also stunned. The complex emotions surged in his light gray eyes. He looked at Jiang Zhaoyue's slightly flushed cheeks, his lips, which had almost no color, parted slightly. In the end, he slowly said, with a hint of relief yet residual fear, No, he didn't complain. I just thought he was bullying you. Baiyu's tense shoulders silently slumped, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, making his already pale complexion appear even more fragile. Seeing Bai Yu swaying, about to fall, Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes widened, and she quickly stepped forward, securely wrapping her arms around his slender waist. I'll help you to the lounge. Her tone was filled with concern. Bai Yu gently rested his chin on her shoulder, his arm quietly wrapping around her back, as if drawing warmth from her. However, when faint footsteps approached from the hallway, the narrow, light, gray eyes hidden in the shadows suddenly lifted, accurately targeting the source of the sound, his gaze instantly turning cold as ice. Just then, Anna, who was bringing the meal ordered for Jiang Zhaoyue by Lai Lan, suddenly halted her steps. Her eyes met Bai Yu's emotionless gaze, and she immediately turned around nonchalantly, naturally carrying the thermal box back toward the hall, mumbling to herself, "Well, it's not necessary to deliver Captain Lai Lan's meal right now, right?" Chapter 43. Bai Yu. Wanting to devour Xiaoyu, Bai Yu leaned against Jiang Zhaoyue's soft body, greedily absorbing the warmth that could soothe his soul, but could only let out a low sigh. "It's fine. I can go on my own." His voice carried a hint of barely noticeable hoarseness in an effort to maintain calm. After saying this, as if to prove something, he forced himself to sit up straight and attempted to walk to the lounge by himself. However, just taking a step, the suppressed weakness and the dizziness brought on by the heat of the bond surged back, causing his body to wobble uncontrollably, and he was about to fall. "Be careful." Jiang Zhaoyue's heart tightened, and she swiftly grabbed his arm, without hesitation wrapping his sturdy arm around her slender neck, resting it on her shoulder. At the same time, her other hand tightly wrapped around his lean yet heated waist, almost lifting him with her petite body. "Don't push yourself. I'll help you over." Bai Yu's body was scorching hot. Through the thin fabric of his shirt, the heat was almost burning Jiang Zhaoyue's palm that was holding him at the waist. He leaned most of his weight against her, each step feeling unsteady, and his breathing grew heavier. Jiang Zhaoyue could clearly feel his muscles trembling slightly as he restrained himself. Finally, they staggered to the bed by the second lounge, and Jiang Zhaoyue carefully helped him sit down. Just as she was about to pull away, Bai Yu nearly exhausted all his willpower. A strong instinct as a sentinel surged in his blood, crazily urging him to pull Jiang Zhaoyue back. He wanted to lock her delicate waist tightly with his arms, confine her in his scorching embrace, bury his face in her neck, and never let her leave again. He had just endured the most intense wave of the bond's heat, and the burning embers were still igniting in his veins, licking at his rationality. The guiding pheromones emanating from Jiang Zhaoyue were right beside him. This temptation was almost driving him mad, but the remaining clarity was like a cold needle stabbing sharply into his mind. Xiaoyu dislikes actions without restraint. He absolutely could not frighten her, could not make her dislike him. Bai Yu bit down hard on the soft flesh inside his mouth, using pain and the little rationality he had left to forcefully suppress the uncontrollable sentinel instinct and the surging desire. He forced himself to sit like a well-behaved puppet on the edge of the bed. Jiang Zhaoyue had already turned around, but her gaze inadvertently swept over his hand hanging at his side. That hand was tightly gripping the bedding beneath him. The long and distinct fingers turned pale from exertion, and the faint blue veins on the back of his hand were clearly visible. She paused her steps, sighed silently, and turned back. She walked in front of Bai Yu, leaned down, and naturally slipped her arms around his chest muscles, wanting to help the weak and powerless him lie back and adjust his position. But this action almost wrapped Bai Yu's upper body loosely in Jiang Zhaoyue's embrace. "Don't rush. Let me get you settled first." Her soft breath carried a soothing meaning, gently brushing past Bai Yu's ear. In that moment, the sweet and pure scent of guiding pheromones, akin to a freshly blossomed white pear, mingled with the mysterious and rich fragrance of ylang ylang, completely enveloped Bai Yu. Ugh! Bai Yu felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his whole body suddenly freezing, his fair skin visibly flushed, spreading from his neck up to his ears and cheeks, rapidly turning into an enticing light pink. His originally clear light gray eyes were now like embers thrown into a blazing fire, the color shifting dramatically. His gaze uncontrollably fixated on Jiang Zhaoyue's plump, glistening earlobe. Bai Yu's Adam's apple bobbed violently. A primal urge clamored within him, to taste that delicate skin with his tongue. He used all his self-control, his jaw muscles tightening painfully to suppress the low moan that was almost breaking free from his throat and any more dangerous actions. Meanwhile, Anna, sitting in the lobby, looked on lifelessly as the 3,000 star coins flashed on the holographic screen, receiving a barrage of messages from Lylon. Did you send it to my dear guiding sister? Does she like to eat? Is she tired? Does she want a drink? I don't know which one to get her. Can you be smart and ask her? Anna took a deep breath, holding the thermal box with a sense of impending doom, and walked towards the second lounge. Standing in front of the door to the second lounge, Anna heard the deep, sexy breaths of a male sentinel. Looking at the wide-open door, Anna inhaled deeply. Just as she was about to step forward to knock, she heard her boss Jiang Zhaoyue's sweet voice. By you. Can you put in a little more effort? Anna, it's not necessary to deliver it right now. Just as Anna turned to leave, she heard her boss Jiang Zhaoyue's voice again. All right, you lie down first. I'll go order some food. If you're not asleep later, I'll bring it to you. Anna hurriedly turned around, carrying the thermal box, and knocked on the door. Jiang Zhaoyue was slightly surprised, and Anna quickly reported, "This is the lunch ordered for you by Captain Lylon. Also, Commander Ran Yuan asked me to tell you that he saw you were busy, so he left first. There will be a meeting at the administrative building next Monday at 10 a.m. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and took the picnic basket-sized thermal box, politely asking, Anna, have you eaten? Anna nodded. I've already eaten. Also, Captain Lylon transferred me 3,000 star coins, asking me some personal questions about you, and I have already refunded the star coins to him, but he transferred them back to me again. Jiang Zhaoyue waved her hand. If he transfers it to you, just accept it, but especially private questions should not be told to him. Especially questions like who the sentinels being guided are cannot be said. Anna nodded and left. Jiang Zhaoyue brought the thermal box to Bayu's bedside, moved the table over, and began to unpack the food. As Bayu smelled the guiding pheromones from Jiang Zhaoyue, though the meal was torturous, it was much more comfortable than when he couldn't smell her pheromones. Bayu put down his chopsticks and looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. Zhaoyue, your guiding pheromones are very special. Did you know that? Jiang Zhaoyue pretended to look confused. My guiding pheromones are special? Bayu pressed his lips together and nodded, pondering how to phrase his request so that Jiang Zhaoyue wouldn't feel he was making unreasonable demands of her. In fact, when Jiang Zhaoyue was guiding Bayu, she had already clarified with 00544 that the core secret of her ability lies in efficient transformation and feedback. She could combine the guiding pheromones she released with the pollutants in the sentinel's mental sea and transform them into pure energy. This process was not without its costs. But the miraculous thing was that she could recover up to 70% of that energy to replenish herself. This gave her almost the endurance of a perpetual motion machine. Moreover, she could leave treasures for the sentinels she guided. The 30% of pure energy that she couldn't recover did not disappear, but remained in the mental sea of the guided sentinels, imbued with her unique guiding pheromone scent permanently. This energy was an excellent nourishment and supplement for the sentinel's own power and pheromones. This was the important secret of why the sentinels she guided could frequently advance. Many sentinels had long been forcibly suppressing the pollution in their mental seas with their own pheromones, like a tightly wound spring, their potential trapped under high pressure, unable to break through their bottlenecks. Jiang Zhaoyue's guidance removed the pressure of pollution, instantly decompressing their pheromones. They believed this was their potential bursting forth, leading them to advance naturally. In fact, it was thanks to the 30% of pure energy left behind in the mental sea by Jiang Zhaoyue that directly nourished and strengthened the source of the sentinel's pheromones, creating extra fuel for them, resulting in their energy surplus that triggered their advancement. Therefore, it is not surprising that all the sentinels guided by Jiang Zhaoyue have successfully advanced one after another. Jiang Zhaoyue, upon realizing how special she is, couldn't help but feel a bit secretly pleased. However, in reality, Bayu had noticed this uniqueness in Jiang Zhaoyue's abilities much earlier and more clearly than anyone else. He just didn't know as much as 00544 did. Bayu took a deep breath and said, If I hope that you will guide all sentinels strictly for only 5 minutes in the future, can you do it? Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue staring at him with her big, watery eyes, Bayu quickly added, I want to protect you. At the same time Baiyu spoke, Jiang Zhaoyue also spoke up. You want to protect me? Chapter 44. Lylon. Can you live in a more useful way? Baiyu listened as the two spoke in unison, almost identical words, and it felt as if a soft feather had gently brushed against his heart. He could clearly sense his ears quickly heating up, the warmth even spreading to his cheeks. He dared not meet Jiang Zhaoyue's bright, sparkling eyes and could only lower his gaze, softly responding with a slight hm. There was a hint of shyness and secret joy that he himself was not even aware of. Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze fell on Baiyu's current appearance, his warm and handsome features enhanced by a faint blush, and the small beauty mark under his left eye, against the slightly reddened skin, exuded a breathtaking charm that seemed fragile, like a smudge on delicate glass. Her fingertips almost uncontrollably curled slightly. A strong impulse to reach out and pinch that flushed cheek surged up. No, stop, Jiang Zhaoyue harshly warned herself internally, forcefully suppressing this wicked thought. After all, this was the vice commander of District 13 in Silent City. Her superior. The last time in the gym was an accident, taking advantage of someone else's vulnerability. Now both Baiyu and she were clear-headed. She couldn't just bite her superior and then turn around to tease the vice commander. Could she? Was she looking to complicate her career in this comfortable District 13? Thinking of this, Jiang Zhaoyue immediately straightened up, her face full of utmost seriousness and concern. Vice Commander Bai, please take good care of yourself. Her words came out quickly, as if she were rushing, and without waiting for Baiyu to respond, she swiftly opened her light brain and almost flew out of the lounge, even kindly closing the door behind her. The soft sound of the door closing seemed to carry away the last warmth in the room. Almost the moment Jiang Zhaoyue's figure disappeared, the thin blush on Baiyu's face receded like a tide, replaced by a gloominess that felt like an approaching storm. He suddenly clenched the sheet beneath him tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. The remnants of warmth still burned at the nerve endings, amplifying the feelings of abandonment and anxiety about the unknown, twisting them into a strong desire for possession and jealousy. Who was she messaging? This thought slithered into his mind like a venomous snake, gnawing at his reason. The previously docile sentinel seemed to become restless, screaming in the mental sea, urging him to rush out, catch her, and find out who was occupying her attention. That violent impulse nearly broke through the dam he had forcibly constructed. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue had already flown out of the lounge, her heart racing as she focused on her light brain, her fingers anxiously clicking on the contact list. Lucius, the key figure who held the truth about why she was exiled to District 13 in Silent City. Their agreed time was approaching. However, when she clicked on the familiar chat box, what greeted her was the accusatory 4 words. You betrayed me. Jiang Zhaoyue's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, her eyes widening in disbelief as she repeatedly confirmed those 3 words. A wave of absurdity surged to her head. No, for heaven's sake. She hadn't told anyone about her conversation with Lucius, except for the system. 00544. You didn't betray Lucius, did you? Jiang Zhaoyue tried to inquire in her mind. 00544 suddenly resurrected. Host, you completed the task. It benefits both you and me. So why would I stop you from gathering information? My factory settings do not allow betrayal of the host. If I did that, I would enter self-destruct mode. 00544 seemed anxious to get to the point, not waiting for Jiang Zhaoyue to ask further, and directly revealed what it had found. Lucius's light brain was implanted with a listening virus. It was the words he shared with you that harmed him. He is already dead, right near the black market. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned. The person listening to Moon T also want to kill me, would they? 00544. They might want to, but sometimes it's like a chasm between us. You have already shown your value. As long as the commander of District 13 in Silent City is not a fool, they will protect you. Because having you means having the ability to disregard sentinel potential and promote limitless upgrades for sentinels. Oh, don't say such terrifying things. I lack knowledge about the interstellar world. Having such a special ability is no different from a child holding a gold brick in a bustling market. You have a trump card to save your life, right? Right, system? Jiang Zhaoyue had a foreboding feeling. but she still stubbornly called out to 00544 a few more times in her mind. However, all she received in return was silence. The system mysteriously went silent again. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, her expression weary as she began to refresh her knowledge of the Interstellar Alliance on her light brain. By the time Jiang Zhaoyue finished her work for the day, Baiyu had completely calmed down. Baiyu looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, who had a worried expression, and subtly probed. "Is there something on your mind?" Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Baiyu pitifully. "If I get into danger, will you protect me?" Baiyu swallowed hard. Looking at Jiang Zhaoyue in such a state, wishing he could hold her in his arms right now and protect her for life. Seeing Baiyu gaze deeply at her, Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't help but sigh. "Let's go home." Baiyu opened his mouth. He thought for a moment and seemed to have missed the best moment to respond. But it didn't matter. Baiyu smiled faintly, and he would prove it to her with his actions. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue had already begun to lower her head in thought. It's more reliable to protect herself. If all else fails, maybe try to seduce the Yin Yuan? Oh, forget it. That guy looks like a tough nut to crack, right? Better rely on Lilon. That guy seems like a well-connected second-generation heir. Baiyu was willing to deal with Lu Ran, but when he saw Lilon, there was a hint of caution in his eyes. But how to approach this guy? Sigh. He said he would schedule a counseling session, but didn't fill in a specific time, and now there's no news. Seriously, I didn't see it coming. This kid is quite the player. After Jiang Zhaoyue and Baiyu left together, Anna shook her head and sighed before replying to the light brain. "Captain Lilon, I accidentally fell asleep just now, and my boss has already left. Sorry, you want to be able to take my boss home today. Lilon, can you live in a more useful way? Lilon also, if you don't tell me about my sister's counseling arrangements, how can I schedule my sister's home counseling? What if she is already busy, and I schedule her home visit? What if my sister gets exhausted? Lilon, ugh. Can you live in a more useful way?" After reading Lilon's barrage of messages, Anna took a few deep breaths. She was really bearing it all to keep her boss from falling into a hellish situation. Chapter 45 is really about the struggle between men and women. Jiang Zhaoyue was so busy that she completely lost track of time, until the sunlight on Monday morning seeped through the curtain gaps, and she suddenly realized that a new week had begun. After finishing her morning workout, she stepped out of the bathroom, still steaming and dripping with water. Just as the doorbell rang, she casually draped a towel over her damp hair and shuffled in her slippers to open the door. As soon as she opened it, Baiyu's gaze fell on Jiang Zhaoyue, and he paused imperceptibly. She was wearing a loose, deep blue t-shirt that barely covered her thighs, revealing her smooth, straight calves. The post-exercise flush had not yet completely faded from her cheeks, and a few drops of water occasionally rolled off her wet hair tips, sliding down her graceful neck into her collar. The whole person exuded a refreshing and lazy aura, as if she had just bathed and was completely unguarded. This scene made Baiyu's heart skip a beat, and a strange, warm illusion quietly took root in his mind, as if he were not a guest visiting in the morning, but someone who had just gone out to buy breakfast, now returning to the cozy home of his exclusive guide. There's a meeting today. All the team leaders will be present, so you don't need to be nervous. I will be right by your side. Baiyu reassured Jiang Zhaoyue while arranging the black chicken, shrimp, ginger porridge, and cold dishes for her. Jiang Zhaoyue nodded and smiled sweetly at Baiyu. In fact, she was not nervous at all. She even felt a hint of anticipation. The reason was simple. Through continuous mental guidance during this time, her mental strength not only grew steadily, but more importantly, she had successfully received some of her original memory fragments. To her, the significance of this meeting was quite simple. It was like a new employee in an important position finally passing the probation period, coinciding with the team leaders who had long been on missions returning to the city to report. All she needed to do was to formally meet these team leaders, get familiarized with them so it would be easier to recognize them in the future. That was all. Jiang Zhaoyue and Baiyu arrived early at the large conference room, where 7 or 8 team leaders were already seated. Lu Ran, with his bright red short hair, stood out particularly. His 188 centimeters tall figure walking over with his hands in his pockets. Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue and Baiyu coming side by side, a surge of unnamed anger flared up in his heart. But rationality suppressed the impulse. Losing his temper now would only push Zhaoyue further away. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressed his emotions, and sat down next to Jiang Zhaoyue with a voice that carried a hint of weariness. I just got back at midnight yesterday, so I didn't team message you on the light brain. How have you been these 3 days I was away? I saw on the records that you had a group guidance session yesterday. His concerned words were interrupted by a voice that was both delicate and aggrieved. Sister. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart jumped, and her eyes instantly sparkled. She had been waiting for this moment. The main character she had been looking forward to finally made an appearance. What a master of baiting, Lylon. She was eager to see what this team leader, with a pink wolf tail dyed in dazzling blue and a face that even the creator favored, would use as bait today. Without saying a word, Lylon, like a fragrant breeze, quickly breezed to Jiang Zhaoyue's other side and sat down next to her. His blue-golden gradient eyes were now shimmering with evident grievance and accusation, his thin lips pouting in displeasure as he began to complain to Jiang Zhaoyue in a spoiled manner. Your new assistant, Anna. She is simply a fortress. I asked her about your daily schedule, and she wouldn't reveal a single word. I didn't even dare to set an appointment, afraid of disturbing your rest, afraid of tiring you out. I wanted to invite you to my home for guidance, but couldn't find the right opportunity. Sister, are you exhausted? You don't even want to reply to me on the light brain anymore. His voice was soft and sticky, carrying a tentative tone and a deep longing. I miss you so much, really. Sister, do you miss me? Boom! Lylon's words exploded in Jiang Zhaoyue's mind like a precise bomb. She froze, her hand caught in the act of brushing her hair, her brain going blank. Wait, what is going on? So, it wasn't because he was playing a game of teasing. It was all because Jiang Zhaoyue had Anna guarding her closely, not giving him any information about her schedule. He didn't know Jiang Zhaoyue's plans, wasn't sure if she was busy, and was afraid she would be tired, which was why he hadn't made an appointment for guidance. And Jiang Zhaoyue's deliberately cold and indifferent replies on the light brain, in his eyes, had all turned into evidence that his sister was too tired from work to pay attention to him. So, Jiang Zhaoyue's self-assured counterbaiting tactics had not only failed to hook him, but had instead led him to believe even more firmly that his sister was exhausted and was carefully avoiding bothering her. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively pressed her lips together. An indescribable mix of complex emotions surged in her heart, mingling with a great sense of astonishment and a touch of absurdity. And a hint of unexplainable guilt. Oh my God! Jiang Zhaoyue held her forehead. With her ability to overthink, it was a waste not to write scripts. He was just being kind, worried she might be tired, and here she was, in her mind, labeling him as a manipulative scumbag. Feeling pleased with herself and preparing to counter him. The clown was actually herself? How embarrassing. It's okay. No one knows about this? Lu Ran frowned, clearly disapproving and worried, directly reaching out to hold one of Jiang Zhaoyue's small hands. His voice deep and serious. Do you know that having a guide come for a session is very dangerous? There have been precedents of guides getting into trouble in the guidance room, and you actually opened the appointment function for home visits. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, suddenly leaning forward, glaring fiercely at Lylon, who was looking innocent. Zhaoyue has very little experience in guidance. It's one thing not to understand these things, but don't you understand either? What if you lose control? Lu Ran's voice trembled with fear. Have you considered Zhaoyue's safety? Being called out, Lylon immediately reacted. He hurriedly pretended to be anxious, grasping Jiang Zhaoyue's other hand, while looking up with his beautiful blue-golden gradient eyes filled with mist, gazing pitifully at Jiang Zhaoyue, his voice soft and sticky, trembling with a hint of grievance. No. Sister, don't listen to him trying to scare you. I promise, I will never lose control. Really, I've prepared a home, with over a dozen of the sturdiest restraints. You can tie me up tightly. I absolutely won't hurt you. Tied up tightly. Lylon's pitiful yet strangely submissive request burrowed into Jiang Zhaoyue's ears, making her earlobes flush. Her mind uncontrollably flashed with some strange images. Just then, in this subtle, slightly awkward and heated atmosphere, the door of the conference room was pushed open again. Ran Yuan walked in with a leisurely pace. His gaze was almost instantly drawn to this tug-of-war triangle situation, and following Bai Yu's nearly freezing cold stare, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in interest. Jiang Zhaoyue immediately felt two intensely present gazes, as if they could penetrate her soul. One from the newly entered Ran Yuan, carrying a playful scrutiny. The other from directly in front of her, the terrifyingly low-pressure Bai Yu. In an instant, Jiang Zhaoyue subconsciously straightened her body, trying to withdraw her hands and act as if nothing had happened. Unfortunately, both hands were tightly grasped by the two men beside her, and no matter how hard she pulled, she couldn't budge. Jiang Zhaoyue silently wailed in her heart, only able to brace herself and maintain a face devoid of expression, appearing as if she were detached from the situation. She forced herself to stare straight ahead without glancing sideways, pretending not to notice the two humanoid pendants beside her and the two piercing gazes. She inexplicably felt a sense of guilt, as if her real boyfriend had caught her cheating. Chapter 46. Diabis Zhao Zhao, come and greet everyone. Before they knew it, the large conference room was filled to capacity with the 27 combat teams from the 13th district of Silent City, along with the logistics and medical teams, and their captains and vice-captains. Diabis glanced at the time on the holographic wrist device on his left wrist, no longer waiting, and directly announced the meeting start. With a swish, everyone stood up in unison, saluting Diabis and Bai Yu at the podium. Jiang Zhaoyue was startled by the sudden formality and hurriedly stood up, mimicking the salute, then quietly sat down after everyone else did, her heart still racing slightly. Diabis did not engage in excessive pleasantries. He succinctly reviewed the task performances of each team over the past few months. Then, with a flick of his fingers, he activated the holographic projection, and a striking set of comparative data charts appeared before everyone. Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze was immediately captivated by the data, growing more familiar the longer she looked. This was clearly a record of her guiding effects, but the presentation was drastically different from her actual, astonishing single-session reductions. For example, Lu Ran, madness value from 89 to 80 to 73, 3 records. Pollution value from 87 to 82 to 77, 3 records. For instance, Diamond, madness value from 86 to 76 to 71 to 66, 4 records. Pollution value from 84 to 82 to 81 to 79, 4 records. The data had been cleverly manipulated, diluted. Jiang Zhaoyue instantly understood this tampering. It showcased significant results while preventing her from appearing too special, thus avoiding suspicion or envy. Even so, the Sentinel captains present widened their eyes and gasped upon seeing the data, even if it was polished. Such reductions were miraculous for those who had long struggled on the edge of madness and pollution. The conference room erupted with suppressed exclamations and whispers. Diabis wore his signature, slightly mischievous yet refined smile, raising his hand to gesture for silence. His gaze precisely landed on Jiang Zhaoyue, directly signaling, "I won't keep you all in suspense. This exciting data is thanks to our new S-Class guide, Miss Jiang Zhaoyue from Silent City." His voice was low and pleasant, carrying an undeniable affirmation. "Zhao Zhao, come, stand up and greet everyone." Jiang Zhaoyue, who was just about to take a sip of water to calm her nerves, nearly choked upon hearing the overly familiar address. Bai Yu beside Diabis instantly turned his head, his silver-gray eyes glinting like blades infused with ice, unreservedly sharp and warning, piercing directly at Diabis. Lilon's lower eyelid twitched involuntarily, while Lu Ran was left confused, wondering what the boss meant by suddenly addressing Zhaoyue so intimately. Jiang Zhaoyue, ignoring her cough, hurriedly put down her cup and stood up. Under Diabis's smiling gaze, she forced herself to turn around, facing the crowd of captains and vice-captains sitting behind her, and made a slight bow in acknowledgement. She could clearly feel over 100 eyes focusing on her, filled with inquiry, astonishment, and curiosity. She straightened her back as best as she could, maintaining a calm expression, but her ears burned uncontrollably, and she felt a thin layer of sweat form on her back when she sat down. Lilon looked at her feigned calmness, but flushed ears and found it unbearably cute, with a smile in his blue-gold eyes that clearly expressed his fondness. Lu Ran's red eyes shone brightly, filled with unabashed pride and admiration, as if Jiang Zhaoyue's glory was his own. Diabis's fingers, elegant and rhythmically tapping on the table, brought everyone's attention back. Everyone, he said steadily, with a tone that carried the weight of stating facts, as an S-Class guide. Miss Jiang Zhaoyue is currently charging only the standard price we offer S-Class guides in Silent City for her guiding services. He brought up a clear price list. For guiding A-Class Sentinels, 8,000 star coins for each point reduction in madness value. For guiding S-Class Sentinels, 10,000 star coins for each point reduction in madness value. He paused, his voice taking on a serious tone. As for pollution value, we hadn't even given the guide a quote before. Why? Diabys's gaze swept across the room, carrying an understanding. Because we all know very well, almost no guide is willing to take the huge risk of their spiritual threads being polluted to expend massive amounts of mental and physical energy to help sentinels clear pollution sources. It's a thankless task. Wouldn't it be better to reduce the madness values of more sentinels during that time? But Diabys's voice suddenly rose, filled with powerful conviction. Our guide Jiang Zhaoyue has never cared about these. She goes all out for every sentinel she guides, not only reducing madness values, but also tirelessly and proactively clearing pollution values. Hearing Diabys's series of meticulous, selfless praises, Jiang Zhaoyue was completely stunned. Who was he talking about? Her? The one who treats money like dirt? She clearly didn't understand. A newcomer who had just started a few days ago didn't know the market and had no idea that pollution values could be charged extra. She hadn't even had time to learn the tricks of those seasoned guides on how to work while slacking off. Goodness, Diabys. The little person inside Jiang Zhaoyue was about to jump up. He was praising her like a saint in front of everyone. Wasn't this putting her on the spot? Even if she learned how to slack off later, she couldn't now. Wasn't this bullying a good person? Diabys caught a glimpse of Jiang Zhaoyue's tight-lipped expression and could roughly guess what she was thinking. He suppressed the smile in his eyes, rubbed his fingertips, and directly proposed a heavy suggestion. Therefore, I declare, from today onwards, sentinels receiving guidance from Miss Jiang Zhaoyue will not only need to pay for the reduced madness values, but also for the reduced pollution values. Because his tone was firm and powerful. When you buy calming agents, they can only suppress madness values and are powerless against pollution values. The market is filled with agents that effectively reduce pollution values. Not only are they shockingly expensive, but more importantly, they are hard to find, whether they can be bought. The captains here know best. All right, this is how it should be done. Exactly. We can't let outsiders say that the sentinels of the 13th district take advantage of guides. Support. Sentinels who bully guides are not real heroes. As soon as Diabys finished speaking, the entire conference room erupted in thunderous applause and unanimous agreement. All the sentinel captains excitedly expressed their support, and the atmosphere was exceptionally warm. Diabys looked at everyone's reactions with satisfaction, raised his hand to signal for silence. His smile instantly vanished, replaced by solemnity, his dark purple eyes sharp as an eagle's, slowly scanning the faces of every captain in the room. The temperature in the conference room seemed to drop suddenly by several degrees. There's one more thing. Diabys's voice turned cold and full of warning. Keep a close eye on every sentinel under your command. Recently, a traitor has infiltrated our silent city. It is the sentinel Lucius who brought guide Jiang Zhaoyue here. He leaked important information about Miss Jiang Zhaoyue and even intended to harm her. Unfortunately, this traitor didn't get the chance to act before he was silenced by his own people in an internal conflict. The well-informed captains should already know, right? Jiang Zhaoyue felt a jolt in her heart as Diabys looked deeply at her. Did he find out something? Why was he looking at her like that? Chapter 47 Bayou. What does Ran Yuan really mean? Ran Yuan's gaze swept over Jiang Zhaoyue, then looked at the other squad leaders. His voice paused for a moment, and the oppressive feeling in his eyes intensified. I don't care which family stands behind you, which power you seek benefits for, or what little thoughts you have. Listen clearly. Ran Yuan enunciated each word with undeniable authority. As long as Jiang Zhaoyue is in Silent City for a day, her guidance quota includes one from each of your teams. Go back and ask the members of your team who have received her guidance how effective it really is. Ran Yuan once again pulled up the holographic projection, this time showing the detailed data report from the last group guidance session. He pointed at the prominent diagnostic results. of the 15 A-class sentinels who received guidance. 13 entered the promotion heat on the spot. This is undoubtedly a natural result of their own potential being stimulated and the pollution levels decreasing, allowing sentinels to no longer be suppressed. His gaze swept across the shocked faces, throwing out a soul-searching question. But you are all experienced squad leaders. Every year, many high-level guides are sent from the Central District, and they have conducted numerous group guidance sessions. Tell me, which group session has ever allowed nearly 90% of sentinels to directly fall into promotion heat on the spot? Has there been one? The conference room fell into dead silence, with only the heavy breathing of the crowd. This fact was too shocking for them to ignore. Ran Yuan's final words were not loud, but they struck each person's heart like a heavy hammer. I say all this just to make you weigh in your hearts what is truly important. Your own lives and those of your brothers behind you. Or a few star coins. If you have your life, you can still promote. Earn more star coins. You can even climb up the ranks through the Sentinel competition every 3 years. So, think it through, take care of your people, and don't do anything stupid that would destroy your own foundation. Ran Yuan paused in silence for a moment, leaving an impression of every person's expression in his heart. Then he stood up. All right, that's all for today. Everyone can disperse. Ran Yuan gestured downwards with 2 fingers towards Jiang Zhaoyue, beckoning her to follow him. The usual gentle smile on Bai Yu's face finally cracked open a tiny gap at the moment Ran Yuan's fingertip moved. In the depths of his silver-gray pupils, a chill surged like an undercurrent beneath the polar ice. The elegant and composed aura around him seemed to be drained by an invisible force, replaced by a heavy, cold sense of oppression. Ran Yuan seemed completely oblivious to the icy gaze behind him that almost pierced through him. He withdrew his hand, tucked it into his pants pocket, and turned to walk towards the office, leaving behind a light remark that fell like a feather but carried the weight of 1,000 pounds. Shattering Bai Yu's dark suspicions, Vice Commander Bai will also come. This sudden addition made Bai Yu frown slightly, his footsteps pausing for a moment. The overwhelming jealousy and vigilance ignited by Ran Yuan's private summons of Jiang Zhaoyue were stirred into confusion by this unexpected remark. He instinctively glanced at Ran Yuan's tall and cold back. Could it be? Not as he thought? This inscrutable commander. Did he not have any different thoughts towards Jiang Zhaoyue? Jiang Zhaoyue keenly caught the stiffness in Bai Yu's momentary demeanor and the subtlety in Ran Yuan's words. She suppressed her inner thoughts, wearing a perfectly relaxed expression, casually waved her hand to Lu Ran and Lilon, who were looking at her eagerly. With light steps, she walked to Bai Yu's side, even slightly tilting her head, giving him a reassuring smile with a hint of reliance, as if to say we are together. Watching Jiang Zhaoyue disappear behind the door, Lilon's innocent expression, tinged with a hint of coquetry, quickly receded like a tide. He raised his hand. His well-defined fingers forcefully rubbed his cheek muscles, which were dyed with light blue highlights, as if trying to erase the stiffness he had just deliberately maintained. When he lowered his hand, only an age-inappropriate coldness and severity remained on his exquisitely beautiful face. He turned to Lu Ran, his blue-gold eyes devoid of any clarity, replaced by cold scrutiny and a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. Hey, redhead, his voice lost its sweetness, becoming low and hoarse. You're that monster's #1 follower. What does he want by calling his sister in at this time? Lu Ran was already extremely displeased with Lilon's face-changing skills and his sarcastic tone, and the flames in his red eyes flared up again. But he suppressed the impulse to throw a punch, his jawline tightened, and he scoffed unhappily, but still based on the facts. He gave a judgment. What else can he do? That fool Lucius from the Central District died under suspicious circumstances. The main entrance to Silent City has high-precision identity scans. Even a mutated rat can't sneak in. He could be killed in his hotel room without triggering a single alarm. Lu Ran's red eyes swept over the closed door of the conference room, lowering his voice with a cold certainty. He must have used some rat hole from the black market, and some dirty thing must have gotten in. He paused, his tone tinged with a hint of barely noticeable worry. The commander called Zhaoyue over, most likely to clarify what Lucius said to her before he died, and then remind her to be careful. Those rats hiding in the sewers, having killed Lucius this time. Who knows if the next target will be? Lylon, after hearing this, curled his lips into a cold, emotionless smile, making his handsome face appear particularly sinister. His blue-gold eyes, like poisoned gems, slowly swept over the silhouettes of law enforcement officers in different uniforms still lingering in the corridor behind the conference room. His voice dropped even lower, carrying a chilling insight into conspiracy. A reminder to be careful? It's probably too late to allow the dirty thing to precisely locate Lucius and sneak in without a sound. Our commander's law enforcement team. I wouldn't be surprised if a house mouse with ulterior motives has long been mixed in. Lou Ran, upon hearing this, quickly averted his gaze, avoiding Lylon's cold eyes that seemed to see through him. His throat rolled, but in the end he said nothing. He suddenly turned around, filled with uncontainable frustration and heaviness, striding toward the other end of the corridor where his deputy awaited him. He needed to start checking his own team. Lylon, meanwhile, stood in place, raising his hand to adjust the signature pink highlight in front of his forehead, and then resumed his nonchalant, yet subtly sharp, playboy expression before striding towards his silently waiting adjutant. In the corridor, only the low hum of pressure and the silent undercurrents remained. The heavy metal door to the office slid open silently, revealing a luxurious and minimalist style inside. The pure white alloy walls and the massive floor-to-ceiling windows framed the lead gray sky unique to Silent City, with several patrol ships silently passing by, casting fleeting shadows. The air was filled with the scent of high-grade cleaning agents and a faint hint of the sentinel essence belonging to Ran Yuan. With his back to the door, Ran Yuan was taking off his dust-covered standard combat uniform jacket. As his arms moved, the taut muscle lines across his shoulders and back bulged under the black vest, every inch containing explosive power. He did not turn around, his voice low and melodious, carrying a hint of lazy casualness. Sit down. Chapter 48. Game by you. Silver-gray pupils subtly contracted as he stepped into the room. Almost instinctively, he sidestepped half a step, using his tall figure to cleverly block Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze directed at Ran Yuan's back. The smile lingering at the corner of his mouth remained warm, but the temperature in his eyes had dropped to freezing point, as if covered by a layer of never-melting frost. He silently guided Jiang Zhaoyue towards the sofa area, his posture elegant, yet bearing an undeniable protective meaning. Jiang Zhaoyue was much more open. She seemed oblivious to Bai Yu's small action, her gaze unabashedly sweeping over Ran Yuan's exposed, well-defined back muscles and narrow waist, which even bore a few fresh battle scratches. There was no shyness or panic in her eyes, only pure and calm appreciation, reflecting an admiration for the aesthetics of strength forged in the ruins of the apocalypse. It was only when Ran Yuan leisurely picked up an expensive-feeling black velvet shirt that she nonchalantly withdrew her gaze and took a seat on the single sofa deliberately separated by Bai Yu. Ran Yuan's motions as he buttoned up his shirt were unhurried, his knuckles sharp, exuding a sense of control over the situation. The dark velvet fabric covered his muscular body inch by inch, yet it could not completely conceal his imposing aura. He walked to the front of the sofa, casually rolling up his sleeves to reveal his well-defined forearms. He did not look at anyone, long fingers lightly tapping a few times on the holographic interface. Buzz! A ghostly blue holographic projection instantly unfolded in the center of the three of them. Cold words hovered in the air, revealing the last two messages Lucius sent to Jiang Zhaoyue before he died. You betrayed me. Ran Yuan's finger flipped upwards lightly. Want to know the truth about your demotion to the Silent City District 13? Help me with proper psychological counseling. Don't torture me. And I'll tell you. The collar of Ran Yuan's velvet shirt was slightly open, revealing a sharply defined collarbone that glimmered like jade under the cold light. He slightly lowered his head, his black-purple eyes resembling an unfathomable cold pool, locking onto Jiang Zhaoyue on the sofa with a heavy gaze. Yet the corners of his lips held a hint of a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown, carrying a playful yet cold scrutiny. Explanation? His voice was neither high nor low, deep and pleasant, like the tail end of a cello, yet with an invisible sense of oppression that spread through the silent room. Jiang Zhaoyue, Lucius' lieutenant, before he died, used his last bit of strength to accuse you of betraying him. He deliberately slowed down on the word betray, as if savoring the weight of the term and the betrayal it implied. Jiang Zhaoyue met his seemingly affectionate yet truly cold black-purple pupils. Her body slightly sinking into the soft sofa, her posture relaxed, and even carrying a hint of innocent confusion. She picked up the bone china teacup that Baiyu had timely handed over, feeling the warmth against her fingertips, gently took a sip, then raised her eyes. Her clear gaze calmly returning Ran Yuan's stare. Explain what? Explain baseless accusation from a dead man? Her voice was calm, even carrying a touch of just the right amount of fatigue and confusion. Should I explain how I betrayed someone I didn't even get a chance to meet? Ran Yuan's smile deepened slightly, but did not reach his eyes, instead making his black-purple peach blossom eyes appear even more profound and inscrutable. He leaned slightly forward, resting his elbows on his knees, a posture that made his strong upper body seem even more imposing, the lines of his waist subtly visible beneath the shirt. He stared at Jiang Zhaoyue, his tone persuasive yet every word sharp as a knife. Accusations require evidence, but death itself is the biggest point of suspicion. He asked to meet you, using the truth as bait. Tell me. His gaze was like a probe, trying to pierce through Jiang Zhaoyue's calmness. This transaction, besides yourself, who else knows? For instance. His gaze naturally shifted with a hint of playful guidance towards Baiyu, who was like a perfect jade sculpture beside him, someone who has maintained a balance of internal frenzy and contamination levels, suddenly needing your counseling and assistance. Baiyu sat as still as a pine tree, his silver-gray hair shimmering with a moonlight-like luster under the cold light. The eternal warm arc at the corner of his mouth showed no signs of change, as if Ran Yuan's pointed gaze merely brushed through the air. His long fingers gently rested on the edge of the teacup, his posture elegant and composed, but the silver-gray eyes behind the lenses at the moment Ran Yuan's words fell, subtly contracted so quickly that it was almost imperceptible. He met Ran Yuan's gaze, his voice smooth like fine velvet, steady and pleasant, yet carrying just the right amount of detachment. Commander, you jest. If Xiaoyu truly had such an important private agreement with Lucius Lieutenant, with her caution, how could she easily disclose it to others? Moreover, he slightly tilted his head, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue, his eyes revealing just the right amount of understanding and helplessness. Regarding her safety and future, I would never let her take risks. It is only now that I learned of this so-called transaction from you. He clarified the private agreement and the points of risk, clearing himself of any suspicion while placing Jiang Zhaoyue in a potentially endangered victim's position. His thoughts were indeed meticulous. Ran Yuan seemed unsurprised by Baiyu's impeccable response, letting out a low chuckle. There was a hint of his expected in that laughter, as he leaned back against the sofa, his posture lazy, yet his eyes grew sharper, like a hawk locking onto its prey. He no longer looked at Baiyu, but refocused his gaze on Jiang Zhaoyue. Ran Yuan threw out a more core question. All right, even if you keep your mouth shut. So, Jiang Zhaoyue. His voice deepened, carrying an undeniable forcefulness. The truth Lucius used to bait you. The true force behind your being nailed to the pillar of accusations and sent to this hellhole. You must have some idea, right? He paused, leaning forward again, his perfect, highly aggressive features magnified before Jiang Zhaoyue, his black-purple pupils swirling like a vortex, exuding a strong sense of oppression and a barely detectable interest in scrutiny. Which god did you offend? What matter tore apart the skies of the Central District? The corners of his mouth curled into a malicious smile, his tone carrying a hint of cynical cruelty. Don't tell me you, this S-level guide who can make sentinels lose their minds, don't even know how you died. That would be too boring and too dangerous. Jiang Zhaoyue quietly looked at the angelic face of Ran Yuan, which at this moment revealed a devilish curiosity. She did not answer immediately, but set down the teacup, her fingertips swiftly sliding across the holographic interface. Her movements were composed, even carrying a hint of detached calmness. Buzz! A blinding red light suddenly exploded in the holographic projection between the three of them. It was no longer a simple record, but a dynamic, shocking playback of vital signs monitoring. On the screen, the green waveform representing Jiang Zhaoyue's heart rate had been steadily beating. Suddenly, at a precise moment down to the millisecond. That green line was as if cut in half by an invisible scythe of death, instantly collapsing into a straight, dead, motionless scarlet line. The glaring red line spanned the entire projection, and the cold data beside it flashed wildly, triggering alarms. A cold electronic voice seemed to come from hell. Warning: vital signs have disappeared. Cardiac arrest. 00407. Brain wave activity critical. Diagnosis: sudden large-scale irreversible damage to hippocampal neurons cause. Unknown toxin. Mental shock. Correlation: extremely high. That blinding red line lasted for a full 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Jiang Zhaoyue's voice rose in the silence, calm without a ripple, yet it felt like an ice pick piercing the heart. What idea? She lightly tapped the glaring red line with her fingertips, her voice carrying a nearly cold self-mockery. My score ends here. Chapter 49 by you. Ran Yuan, don't say anything. She raised her head and met Ran Yuan's shocked and scrutinizing black-purple eyes directly, glancing at Bayu's face beside her, which had instantly lost its color, warm and jade-like. Who did I offend? What for? She repeated Ran Yuan's question, her lips curling into a faint, bitter arc. I want to know, too. Unfortunately, the part of my memory that could tell me the answer is gone. Her gaze returned to the red line, symbolizing death. Her voice as light as a sigh, but heavy as 1,000 pounds. I lost a significant portion of my memory, probably along with that 4 minutes and 7 seconds of heartbeat, left at the bridge of forgetfulness, fed to the waters of the oblivion. The office fell into absolute silence. Ran Yuan's body slightly stiffened, his lazy posture completely vanished, and his black-purple peach blossom eyes, usually filled with playful amusement, were now fixed on that bright red line. His perfectly shaped lips pressed tightly into a cold, hard line. Bayu, in a state of panic, knocked over the teacup beside him, the scalding tea spilling onto the expensive carpet, yet he remained oblivious. His typically gentle facade shattered completely, and his silver-gray eyes churned with turbulent waves, staring intently at the projection. In the air, Ran Yuan's sharp and domineering sentinel aura, Bayu's momentarily chaotic wooden amber scent, and the faint, almost imperceptible fragrance of white pear from Jiang Zhaoyue intertwined silently, colliding, solidifying into a suffocating coldness filled with conspiracy and unknown fears. In this heart-pounding silence, Ran Yuan was the first to break the quiet. It seemed he suddenly remembered something, turning his black-purple eyes toward Bayu, a malicious arc forming at the corner of his mouth as he unhesitatingly betrayed him. No wonder this guy, Bayu came to tell me back then, that you might have been rather lazy in your guidance, so everything seemed like you were learning it on the spot. So the crux of the matter lies here. Bayu abruptly looked at Ran Yuan, his narrow silver-gray, peach blossom eyes widening slightly, his perfect crescent lips pressed tightly together, a flicker of anger flashing beneath his warm demeanor. Why does this guy choose this moment to sabotage me? However, Ran Yuan completely ignored Bayu's attempts to explain to Jiang Zhaoyue. His long, fair fingers leisurely rubbed his smoothly contoured jaw, his gaze returning to Jiang Zhaoyue, with a playful insight. So, you lost a piece of memory. Therefore, when that guy Lucius said those mysterious words to you, you were genuinely in the dark, completely clueless. He leaned in slightly, his black-purple pupils glinting with malicious light. Naturally, at that time, you didn't tell this guy next to you. The often two-faced vice commander right? Jiang Zhaoyue blinked, opened her mouth to say yes. She didn't tell him precisely because she knew Bayu acted one way in front of others and another in private. How did someone with such a malicious personality become a commander? Alarm bells rang in Jiang Zhaoyue's mind, but her expression immediately switched to a look of sympathy. Her full petal-like lips slightly pouted, her voice carrying just the right amount of grievance and worry. Commander, you misunderstood. I was worried that those who could bully me like this might have a deep background. I was afraid that telling Vice Commander would bring him trouble, even danger. That's why I didn't dare to say anything. She lowered her eyelashes, the thick lashes casting a small shadow under her eyes, appearing fragile yet understanding. Oh, Ran Yuan immediately exaggeratedly nodded, a look of understanding on his face, his tone filled with pity. Zhao, you such a gentle and kind little guide, are just too considerate of others. It's easy for you to suffer losses and get hurt. He shifted the topic, pointing directly at Bai, his smile bright to the point of being infuriating. This is something you really should learn from our vice commander Bai. Look how thoughtful he is. The apartment you live in was specially arranged by him right below his place, under the pretense of convenient care, TSK. He never thought about whether you'd want to see his face every time you open the door. Right, little Bai? Commander. Bai took a deep breath, trying to maintain a steady voice, but the perfect, almost invisible arc at the corner of his mouth was close to breaking. His silver-gray eyes suppressed turbulent anger and a hint of barely detectable panic. When he made these arrangements, the situation was worlds apart from now. Those selfish concerns and protections, now revealed in such a malicious way by Ran Yuan. How would Jiang Zhaoyue view him? She would definitely build a wall against him in the future. Ran Yuan paid no attention to Bai's anxious gaze, as if the previous heart-wrenching conversation was merely casual chit-chat. He looked back at Jiang Zhaoyue, the playful glint in his black-purple eyes fading, replaced by a hint of seriousness. But speaking of which, it's fortunate you didn't recklessly go looking for Lucius. Otherwise, he paused, his voice lowering. I really don't know what would happen. Jiang Zhaoyue slightly shook her head, her expression filled with genuine confusion. We had agreed that he would come for guidance and then tell me what he wanted to say. But he broke his promise and didn't come. I don't know where he went or where to find him. Ran Yuan's elegant brows furrowed slightly, his black-purple eyes fixed on her. Wait, little guide, what you mean by that? He leaned slightly forward, exuding a strong sense of pressure. You're not saying that if you knew where Lucius was, you would go look for him, right? Seeing Jiang Zhaoyue pursing her lips, though she didn't directly admit it, she also didn't deny it. Ran Yuan's frown deepened. He gently tapped his well-defined jaw with his long fingers, letting out a low TSK, his previously lazy demeanor shifting to an undeniable assertiveness. No, it's too easy for you to get into trouble this way. He looked directly into Jiang Zhaoyue's clear almond eyes, his tone sounding like a negotiation. Yet his gaze firmly locked onto her, filled with an undeniable force. You are the only S-Class treasure guide in District 13 of Silent City. A living treasure that can't be found anywhere else in the entire Federation. There can't be any room for error. In the past, Bai had earnestly reminded Ran Yuan about Jiang Zhaoyue's incredible guidance efficiency and the rarity of enhancing sentinel abilities. But the problem was that Ran Yuan had deep-seated grievances with certain forces in the Central District, which made him instinctively wary and suspicious of everything coming from there. In Ran Yuan's view, those politicians in the Central District who were at odds with him, wishing he would disappear, would never hand over someone like Jiang Zhaoyue, a strategic-grade weapon capable of mass-producing high-level sentinels, to his territory in Silent City, District 13. This was as absurd as an enemy severing their own arms and then smilingly asking if you were afraid. It completely contradicted the most basic political logic and principles of interest. Chapter 50. Ran Yuan. Besides me, you can choose 5 more. As astute as Ran Yuan is, he leans towards the belief that either Bai's observations have deviated, or that Bai, this guy who is both his enemy and friend with a subtle stance, is playing a game against him that he is unaware of. He even suspects this could be a trap set by the Central District targeting him. However, through this period of covert observation and analyzing some small moves from the Central District regarding Silent City District 13, especially concerning himself, an astonishing fact gradually comes to light. The people in the Central District seem to have no idea what kind of extraordinary abilities Jiang Zhaoyue possesses. They merely treated her as an ordinary S-rank guide. This discovery not only did not make Ran Yuan lower his guard, but instead sparked an unprecedented and intense interest in this seemingly delicate yet mysterious little guide who claims to have amnesia. What secrets does Jiang Zhaoyue hide? What are the memories she has lost? The lazy and carefree aura around Ran Yuan quietly recedes. He looks at Jiang Zhaoyue, his tone sounding inquiring, yet as long. Narrow, black-purple peach blossom eyes flash with an undeniable strong light. How about this? I'll assign you 6 guard sentinels, even if they have other matters to attend to. It's unlikely that all 6 would be absent at the same time. Jiang Zhaoyue's delicate mountain-like brows furrow slightly, the deliberately maintained charm and sweetness instantly fading away. Her apricot eyes meet Ran Yuan's gaze, filled with scrutiny. Are you trying to arrange for people to monitor me, Commander? Ran Yuan continues to support his perfectly sculpted jaw with his palm, his handsome face, which blends the advantages of both Eastern and Western features, has clear black-purple eyes that seem capable of reflecting a person's shadow, yet carry a highly aggressive focus, if you insist on thinking that way. He shrugs, his tone a bit rogue. I can't help it. Bai Yu, standing beside them, furrows his brows tightly, but does not immediately refute Ran Yuan. Instead, he turns to Jiang Zhaoyue, trying to explain in a gentle tone. Xiaoye, this isn't entirely about monitoring. It's mainly to minimize the risk of something happening to you. In fact, Xiaoye, as long as I am. His light pink lips move, but his words are ruthlessly interrupted by Ran Yuan. TSK. Ran Yuan's face turns cold. His elegant brows raise sharply, and his piercing gaze shoots towards Bai Yu, his tone filled with mockery. Deputy Commander Bai, could you not wrap your selfish motives in such grandiose terms? After saying this, Ran Yuan leans back casually into the wide sofa. His long legs, proportioned to perfection, are crossed casually, his right hand lazily resting on the sofa's back, while his long fingers on his left hand pinch his high nose bridge. His tone softens unusually, carrying a hint of helplessness as he explains to Jiang Zhaoyue, Zhao, Lucius, is dead. We didn't catch the murderer. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart tightens. Aren't there surveillance cameras everywhere on streets? How could? Ran Yuan releases his grip on his nose, his black-purple pupils locking onto her, his voice lowering. There are several possibilities. The other party either has high-tech equipment that can evade surveillance, or they have tampered with the surveillance records. There's an even worse scenario where there are ghosts within Silent City, working in collusion to both alter the surveillance and precisely divert the law enforcement patrol from the incident area. He leans slightly forward, his posture exuding a sense of readiness, his expression unusually serious. That's why I insist on assigning you 6 top-tier guard sentinels. How about this? Besides me, you can choose the other 5 yourself. How about that? Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively nods, then suddenly reacts, her apricot eyes wide with shock as she looks at Ran Yuan. Huh? You, Commander, you also want to be one of my guard sentinels? Her full smile parts slightly in disbelief. Of course. Ran Yuan nods matter-of-factly, a very natural smile appearing on his angelic face, as if this were a matter of course. I'm the strongest, after all. Just try to choose the remaining guards with strong abilities. His tone is relaxed, as if he is merely arranging a trivial matter. Bai Yu at this moment is completely certain that Ran Yuan has definitely set his sights on Jiang Zhaoyue. His warm and gentle facade can no longer be maintained. His silver-gray eyes instantly freezing, the lines of his brow and nose appearing harsh. He almost grits his teeth, growling each word. Ran Yuan. Ran Yuan seems startled by this voice full of anger, immediately shifting his body slightly towards Jiang Zhaoyue, adopting a pitiful look seeking refuge. His black-purple peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. Deputy Commander Bai, what are you doing? Scaring me like this is one thing, but what if you frighten our Zhao? Bai Yu, furious to the point of laughing, the corners of his mouth curving into a cold smile, his silver-gray pupils fixed on Ran Yuan. What do you mean, by our Zhao? Xiaoye shouldn't be dragged into the grievances between you and me. Ran Yuan, don't you think your actions are too despicable? Ran Yuan's stunningly handsome face reveals just the right amount of confusion, his brows slightly furrowing, his clear and innocent black-purple eyes appearing as if he has suffered a great injustice. Grievances? You mean, I want to be Zhao's guard sentinel to settle scores with you. No, wait. He pretends to ponder in distress. Between you and me, what personal grievances could there be? I'm just the highest-ranked and strongest sentinel in District 13, and it's only natural for me to take on the role of the guard captain for the most precious S-rank guide. I assent to it. He pauses, as if suddenly recalling something, his tone carrying a hint of realization. Oh, are you worried about the time? Before Bai Yu can respond, Ran Yuan nods to himself. his tone casual yet slightly teasing. Of course, I have time to protect Zhao Zhao. Moreover, he shifts his focus, his gaze sharp, piercing by you, Deputy Commander Bai. Your mental C is now perfectly fine. You wouldn't naively believe that under the premise of having no physical burdens and being fully capable of working, I would still allow you to use your precious work hours to run off and bother our Zhao Zhao, would you? Ran Yuan leans back, returning to the sofa, arms spread wide, his face wearing an exaggerated expression of disbelief. Previously, when your mental C was damaged and you couldn't handle the heavy workload, I was carrying nearly 2 people's work. Now that you're full of energy, you actually expect me to continue taking on all the tasks so you can. He deliberately elongates his tone, then clicks his tongue, looking by you up and down, his expression one of disdain as he concludes. TSK. I've truly never seen such a shameless person. Ran Yuan. Bai Yu interrupts sharply, anger causing his chest to rise and fall slightly. The small beauty mark at the corner of his left eye seeming to twitch. He has never lost his composure like this, especially in front of Jiang Zhaoyue. Chapter 51 Jiang Zhaoyue. Ran Yuan, don't let me catch you. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Bai Yu, who was so furious at Ran Yuan that he was almost about to explode, yet helpless. She sighed inwardly, realizing that relying on Bai Yu to help her reject this guardian plan was futile. Taking a deep breath, her full chest slightly heaving, she turned to Ran Yuan, her expression regaining calmness, her almond eyes carrying a hint of resignation and final confirmation. So, it's necessary to arrange for these 6 guardian sentinels? There's no room for negotiation? Ran Yuan reined in the mockery on his face, nodding seriously, his black-purple eyes deep as a chasm. Yes. However, he shifted his tone, seemingly considerate. You have absolute autonomy. At any time, if you feel you don't need their company, you can order them to leave and maintain distance. Of course. A faint, slightly malicious curve appeared at the corners of his mouth. If you firmly believe you don't need any form of protection, that's fine too. As long as you sign a disclaimer for me. He leaned slightly forward, his gaze locking onto Jiang Zhaoyue, clearly enunciating. The statement must clearly state, I, Ran Yuan, the highest commander of the 13th District of Silent City, solemnly request your protection. However, you, Miss Jiang Zhaoyue, have firmly refused. Therefore, all consequences that may arise, whether good or bad, will be solely borne by you, Zhaoyue. Do you understand? His tone carried an irresistible pressure. Ran Yuan, Bai Yu suddenly stood up, his gentle facade completely shattered, revealing only urgency and anger. Don't bully her. Xiaoya just yearns for freedom. Why do you have to scare her like this and force her to comply? His silver-gray eyes were filled with protectiveness for Jiang Zhaoyue and disdain for Ran Yuan's methods. Ran Yuan spread his bony fingers, a near helpless grievance on his handsome face. Where am I forcing her? I just want a disclaimer to protect myself. His black-purple peach blossom eyes swept over Bai Yu, then returned to Jiang Zhaoyue. His tone exaggeratedly self-deprecating with a hint of barely perceptible coercion. I'm so incompetent that I can't even root out a dirty thing that infiltrated. I'm scared. Scared that our precious S-guide will have another incident. I kindly sent guards, and she's unwilling. What can I do? I can only clear myself first. Otherwise, if the people from the Central District keep having incidents on my territory, those old guys will use it as an excuse to get rid of me. Who will I cry to? He shrugged, presenting himself as the victim. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Ran Yuan's superb performance and almost laughed in anger. This guy is simply a master at manipulating emotions. Sometimes distant and polite like he's dealing with a stranger, sometimes affectionately calling her Zhao Zhao. One moment he forcefully wants to assign guards to her. The next he threatens her with a disclaimer at her slightest hesitation. He really enjoys this feeling of controlling others' emotions and reactions, doesn't he? Fine. Very good. Bai Yu's face turned pale, just about to retort. But Ran Yuan suddenly retracted his nonchalant demeanor. He turned serious, his black-purple eyes like ice, sharply piercing Bai Yu, his voice low and filled with pressure. Bai Yu, don't waste my time. I just have one question for you. Can you protect Jiang, the guide, all by yourself? He deliberately paused, emphasizing his tone. Between the two of us, who is disregarding her safety for personal desires. What if you get busy and overlook her? Ran Yuan's long fingers suddenly pointed at Jiang Zhaoyue, but his gaze remained locked on Bai Yu, each word deliberate, like a heavy hammer striking. She will die. Enough. Jiang Zhaoyue abruptly waved her hand to interrupt, her full smile tightly pressed, her brows furrowed, her face showing unmistakable irritation. You're giving me a headache. Can't you hope for something good for me? She took a deep breath, suppressing her surging emotions, her almond eyes turning to Ran Yuan, carrying an almost scrutinizing calmness. Commander, being my guardian sentinel wouldn't be unpaid labor, would it? What substantial benefits are there? Jiang Zhaoyue emphasized the word substantial heavily, believing that Ran Yuan didn't set up this position just to get close to her. This rotten superior must have ulterior motives. Ran Yuan's handsome brows raised high, a fiery light igniting in his black-purple eyes, as if he had discovered a fascinating prey, the corners of his mouth curling into a playful arc. Oh, Zhao is negotiating for benefits for me? His perfect face, combining Eastern and Western features, was filled with malicious teasing. Jiang Zhaoyue finally deeply understood why Bai Yu often suffered losses in front of Ran Yuan. This shamelessness and deliberate misinterpretation were not something ordinary people could handle. She simply chose not to engage, instead using her clear, black grape-like eyes, now filled with a chilling aura, to calmly watch Ran Yuan, as if observing a poor performance. Ran Yuan shrugged at her gaze, the lines of his body subtly relaxing with the movement, his tone hinting, "It seems you already have a suitable candidate in mind. This is for them to fight for benefits." While speaking, he didn't forget to glance at Bai Yu. Bai Yu lowered his eyes, his silver-gray pupils hidden under thick eyelashes, the corners of his mouth still maintaining that almost imperceptible but completely cold arc. Jiang Zhaoyue decided to take the initiative. She leaned slightly forward, elegantly resting her elbow on the sofa armrest, her right hand supporting her beautifully contoured chin, a full smile curling her lips with a hint of provocation, her gaze directly meeting Ran Yuan's. "Commander, let us hear it. Without attractive enough benefits, who would be willing to wholeheartedly protect me at beck and call?" Her posture was composed, her words piercingly direct. Ran Yuan's brows barely moved. He detected an extremely strong sense of wariness and distrust in Jiang Zhaoyue's words. This girl is far more clear-headed and difficult than he imagined. He stopped wasting words, his long fingers quickly tapping on the holographic screen, a clear benefits list projecting in front of Jiang Zhaoyue. The Star Federation has ready templates for Sentinel Guardian benefits. Take a look. Ran Yuan's voice returned to a business-like steadiness. I believe an extra monthly subsidy of 500 merit points, along with a 100,000 star dollar allowance. And he paused, his black-purple eyes meaningfully glancing at Jiang Zhaoyue. Priority for 2 paid counseling sessions each month. This condition should be attractive enough, right? What do you think? Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the enticing numbers and privileges on the projection, and even though she had mentally prepared herself, she couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Let alone sentinels. Just looking at it made her tempted. This guy, his fundamental purpose in proposing guardianship couldn't just be to rightfully obtain these benefits. Could it? Chapter 52. Ran Yuan Zhao, I'm doing this for you. Not only did Jiang Zhaoyue think so, but even Bai Yu beside her couldn't help but raise her eyes. A cold light flickered in her silver-gray eyes, passing over a hint of suspicion that was strikingly similar to Jiang Zhaoyue's. After all, just a moment ago, when Ran Yuan forced Jiang Zhaoyue with a disclaimer, he showed a cold, ruthless demeanor that didn't resemble that of suitor at all. Bai Yu could clearly see Ran Yuan's icy, scrutinizing gaze. From what Bai Yu knew about Jiang Zhaoyue, this girl was quite vengeful. If Ran Yuan was trying to anger her in hopes of making her like him, he was definitely kicking a steel plate. Just imagining the scene of Jiang Zhaoyue retaliating against Ran Yuan in the counseling room sent chills down Bai Yu's spine. There was also a hint of unexplainable anticipation. What was going on? Jiang Zhaoyue suppressed her internal grievances, nodded, and spoke in a tone as flat as a frozen lake. All right. Now, as for the selection of the bodyguards, her gaze swept over Bai Yu, finally nailing down on Ran Yuan's excessively handsome face. I want Vice Commander Bai Yu, Captain Lylon, and Lu Ran. She paused and added, her voice clear and deliberately distant. Because I haven't interacted much with the others, these three I am familiar with at least. For now, they don't seem to have any malice towards me. She emphasized the word for now, as if drawing a line on a blank sheet of paper that could be erased at any time. Then, her full smile curved into a temperatureless arc, and her apricot eyes stared directly at Ran Yuan, the sarcasm in her gaze almost solidifying into icy spikes, stabbing at him fiercely. As for you, Commander, with so much on your plate, catching the murderer must be your top priority, right? There is no need for you to concern yourself with this idle position of guarding me, is there? After all, once you bring the murderer of Lucius to justice, my need for protection will naturally be resolved. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Zhaoyue's words were laced with hidden needles, but it seemed she had picked the wrong opponent. Ran Yuan's perfect smile remained unchanged, and instead, it became even more radiant, as if basking in the warm spring sun, completely unaffected by her icy jabs. He leaned slightly forward, his dark purple eyes flashing with an undeniable light, like a searchlight locking on a prey. Of course, the murderer must be caught, but protecting you is equally urgent. We can tackle both issues simultaneously. He skillfully evaded Jiang Zhaoyue's rejection, like a slippery fish, instantly shifting the topic. All right, besides the four of us, there's still 2 slots available. How does Zhao Zhao plan to decide? Wasn't up to me to choose. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath. The air around her filled with the faint, sharp, and domineering scent of Ran Yuan's unique sentinel aura, along with the anxious, woody amber aura from Baiyu's side, making her feel even more stifled. Jiang Zhaoyue genuinely wanted to know what kind of scheme Ran Yuan was concocting. Just give me the detailed information of the qualified sentinels, and I'll pick. She silently gritted her teeth and vowed, Ran Yuan, just wait. When the day comes that you end up in my counseling room, I will make every bit of your restlessness in the sea of your mind taste the sweetness of gentle comfort. If I don't make you beg for mercy, I won't carry the surname Jiang. However, Baiyu's brows were becoming increasingly furrowed, a deep crease forming between them. He suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a barely perceptible chill. There can't be many single 2S level sentinels left in District 13 of Silent City, right? Those who already have partners naturally have to balance family commitments, making it hard for them to be available at any time. He abruptly looked up, his silver-gray eyes sharp as knives, enveloped in a chilling aura that pierced through everything. He questioned each word. Ran Yuan, you wouldn't be planning to take this opportunity to recruit more 2S level sentinels, would you? Ran Yuan spread his hands, his posture casual, yet carrying an invisible pressure. The power struggles in the Central District have created trouble that needs to be resolved in our Silent City. And then I'll be blamed for the failure to control it. I can't just lay back and let others manipulate me, can I? If the pot is thrown onto my head, I must at least take it down and cook something to eat, right? Baiyu's knuckles turned white as he squeezed out a voice between clenched teeth. Have you considered that the 2S level sentinels you recruit? He suddenly stopped, as if struck by a terrifying thought. His silver-gray eyes fixed intently on Ran Yuan. You have already cultivated 2S level sentinels to insert into Silent City. Just waiting for this opportunity, haven't you? Ran Yuan shook his head, his expression perfectly displaying surprise and grievance. His dark purple peach blossom eyes blinking innocently. I wouldn't dare to say such things. How could it be slander from the get-go? Vice Commander Bai, it would be a pity if your imagination didn't go into writing interstellar novels. His voice suddenly rose, filled with a sense of accusation. Is it solely my failure that Lucius was killed in the city? Silent City is facing both internal and external troubles. The Central District is eyeing us covetously, and Zhao Zhao has completely forgotten who brought her to Silent City and for what reason. He abruptly turned to Jiang Zhaoyue, his gaze intense, as if trying to pull her into the same camp. If the charges listed against her on the Star Network are merely to destroy Jiang's pharmaceuticals, then sending Zhao Zhao to the Silent City should have been the end of it. There was no need to send someone to use a pawn hidden in Silent City to kill Lucius and silence him. Was there? Finally, he turned to Baiyu, his eyes suddenly sharp as a hawk's, his voice low but each word hammering. Now, Zhao Zhao's safety should be the top priority, right? Is Zhao Zhao just a useful tool to you? So you still have a spare time to slander me here? Listening to Ran Yuan's words, Bai Yu felt as if he had been doused in cold water, instantly calming down. He straightened his back, the warm jade-like mask covering his face again. His steady tone, sounding completely different from when he spoke to Jiang Zhaoyue, carrying a cold metallic quality. Ran Yuan, you don't need to quibble. I would never be someone who only uses Xiaoyu. Saying such things is merely a case of the pot calling the kettle black. Try to obscure the focus with dirty water. Ran Yuan seemed unfazed. Instead, he appeared to have heard a funny joke, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He didn't bother to prove his innocence, but, like an experienced hunter, threw out an unavoidable question. Isn't it only natural to recruit more 2S level sentinels to enhance our defense? Should we really wait until the next attack happens when we are powerless to retaliate, watching important people fall in pools of blood, before we think it's a good time to expand our ranks? He shifted his tone, instantly adopting a familiar, almost conspiratorial manner as he looked at Jiang Zhaoyue, his dark purple eyes carrying a hint of depth, coaxing. When selecting bodyguards for Zhao Zhao, we naturally need to choose the strongest and most reliable. If the existing single 2S level sentinels are not enough, why would those pampered, family-backed 2S level sentinels come and join us, who are struggling and could face a crisis at any moment? He lowered his voice, implying that they were on the same side, but some unstable 2S level sentinels who can't get advanced guides to comfort them are different. They are at their wits' end, and being absorbed by us would be like sending coal in the snow. Wouldn't they be grateful to us and loyal? He looked at Bai Yu, wearing an expression of great magnanimity. At the very least, the new recruits can be reviewed and managed by you. So you won't always think I have ulterior motives, and a black pot will fall on my head. Finally, he turned to Jiang Zhaoyue, instantly switching to a pitiful appearance, his dark purple peach blossom eyes watery, as if misunderstood by the entire world. I'm exhausting myself. Senti it all for your safety. Zhao Zhao. Chapter 53. Ran Yuan versus Bai Yu. Jiang Zhaoyue wins completely. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath. The mixed scent of the domineering pheromones and the wooden amber scent of the sentinel pheromones seemed to always stir her guide pheromones, making her feel a throbbing at her temples. If you two like to bicker, please continue, but I won't accompany you. I have a guiding task to attend to today. Jiang Zhaoyue said, getting up to leave. Bai Yu immediately stood up as well, moving so quickly that it created a gust of wind. Ran Yuan also slowly got up, his posture lazy, yet exuding a calmness of someone in control of the situation. He leisurely opened his light brain, tapping a few times on the virtual screen with his fingertips, sending Jiang Zhaoyue a sentinel authorization contract. Following that, a series of glaring red-highlighted task compression packages dinged into Bai Yu's light brain inbox. Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow and spread his hands, a malicious smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Oh dear, it seems that Deputy Commander by 1T be able to escort you today. Here, these little troubles will keep him busy until late at night. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at Bai Yu, her gaze carrying a hint of reliance and worry that she didn't even realize. Bai Yu met her gaze, his heart tightening. How could he be at ease letting Jiang Zhaoyue be alone with Ran Yuan, who was acting unpredictably and seemed particularly agitated at the moment? He hurriedly said to Ran Yuan, "There's no rush. I'll safely escort Xiaoyu to the guiding room door and then immediately come back to handle this." Ran Yuan raised an eyebrow, as if he had heard something extremely absurd, and slowly raised his wrist, pointing to the time displayed on his light brain. "Are you sure? The review process for the guide sentinel data in Silent City is a strict rule that must be submitted before noon every Monday, or will be too late." He paused, watching Bai Yu's face instantly stiffen, and then slowly uttered the last few words. Right now, it's 11:29. There are 31 minutes left. Submitting 4 slots today also adds an extra layer of security for Zhao Zhao, doesn't it? Bai Yu's face changed drastically. The color drained from his face, leaving only a cold pallor. This madman, Ran Yuan, always making things up as he went along, creating rules on the fly. His throat tightened as if swallowing a burning coal, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles making soft cracking sounds. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, but ultimately felt drained of all strength unable to utter a single word. He knew that Ran Yuan had calculated the time perfectly and held the soft spot of his unwillingness to risk Jiang Zhaoyue's sentinel qualifications. Ran Yuan looked at Bai Yu, who was rendered speechless by anger, a glimmer of satisfaction and almost childlike joy flashing in his eyes. He naturally extended his arm, loosely wrapping it around Jiang Zhaoyue's shoulders, adopting a possessive and guiding posture, leading her unrefutably toward the office door. Upon reaching the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and flashed a victorious smile at the frozen Bai Yu, then provocatively winked at him. Inside the hovering car, Ran Yuan casually controlled the vehicle with one hand, as if the earlier silent battle had never occurred. He turned his head to look at Jiang Zhaoyue, who was silently staring out the window from the passenger seat, and broke the silence with a relaxed and casual tone, even carrying a hint of secret anticipation. He chuckled softly, his voice sounding particularly magnetic in the enclosed space. Just now in the office, I saw your little eyes darting around. Were you already planning in your heart for the day I lie on your precious guiding chair to show me some unforgettable color? He deliberately emphasized the words unforgettable, making the phrase about lying on the guiding chair sound unnecessarily suggestive. Jiang Zhaoyue's neck stiffened for a moment, her gaze becoming more focused on the rapidly passing scenery outside, completely ignoring Ran Yuan. As long as she refused to admit it, he wouldn't be able to grasp any evidence. Ran Yuan's dark purple eyes held a knowing smile as he leaned slightly closer to her, his warm breath, carrying the unique, domineering, restrained, and steady scent of a sentinel, brushed against her ear. He lowered his voice, adopting a tone that was both intimate and teasing. Not admitting? Stubborn? He chuckled softly, his chest vibrating slightly. No worries. As long as you want to do so, with your personality, you'll act on it sooner or later. I'll be waiting. He shifted his tone to a playful warning. But Zhao, I have to remind you my mental sea, is rather lively and active, quite different from those obedient little babies. Don't let it be that when you can't handle the situation, I end up influencing you. Jiang Zhaoyue finally couldn't help it, quickly glancing at him, her eyes full of I can't be bothered with you. Whatever was said now was meaningless. Only when they reached the mental guiding station would this arrogant sentinel understand how foolish it was to provoke a vengeful guide. I know what you're angry about. Ran Yuan's voice suddenly became a bit more serious, though his expression remained calm. The playful tone slightly diminished. You're angry that I just scared you with that disclaimer, right? He looked straight ahead, his profile appearing particularly deep and three-dimensional in the flowing light and shadow outside the window. Bai Yu was right. You love freedom, like a bird unwilling to be caged. However, his tone grew heavier. But Zhao, the waters in Silent City are much murkier and deeper than we see. Lucius's death is likely just the tip of the iceberg, the first wave stirred up by the storm. He paused, his voice carrying a rare seriousness. I would rather you be angry with me, resent me, even hold a grudge against me, than see you get into trouble. Not even the slightest risk. Getting you to sign that was to make you clearly see the heavy price of refusing protection. Heavy enough for you to take it seriously. Heavy enough for you to abandon any sense of luck. As for the protection, he turned to look at her, his dark purple eyes filled with absolute promise. Don't worry, the people I choose, including myself, will remember your boundaries. If you tell them to stay far away, they will immediately disappear from your sight, far, far away. He shifted his tone to that of a ruthless killer. Of course, once outside, if they put you in danger, that is their dereliction of duty. If they fail to protect you, it will be their end, and I will personally strip their skin, showing no mercy. Ran Yuan keenly sensed that Jiang Zhaoyue's tense shoulders seemed to relax a little, her look of resistance also easing slightly. He immediately seized the moment, sending her the information of a few individuals through his light brain. Here, it's these few. His tone returned to its previous ease. As for their backgrounds, I personally led my trusted aides to investigate layer by layer. I guarantee they are as clean as can be, absolutely not associated with any of the messy affairs in the Central District. As for their strength, they're all tough characters who can stand on their own. He shifted his tone to one with a hint of salesmanship. It's just that, they may have been out executing those unspeakable secret missions for a long time. Their mental Cs are somewhat neglected, and their condition is a bit below peak. Isn't this just perfect? With you around, helping them to nurture and recover their energy will also indirectly enhance our overall combat effectiveness in District 13, a win-win. He spread his hands, wearing an expression that said, "Look how well I've arranged this." Chapter 54 Anna. Help. Jiang Zhaoyue has finally seen through it. Ran Yuan probably has little interest in those so-called benefits that were applied for. What he truly cares about may just be one or two people on this list. Or rather, these people are all part of the core team he has secretly cultivated. Ran Yuan has said so much, and this morning he executed so many intricate combinations, perhaps with the intention of targeting Pei Gong. What he wants is for her to provide legitimate psychological guidance to these people, right? Jiang Zhaoyue. Ran Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, calling her full name. This is extremely rare coming from him. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively looked at him. She saw his dark purple eyes, deep as the cosmos, all previous mockery, laziness, and calculations completely withdrawn, leaving only pure, unmasked appreciation, along with a hint of highly aggressive curiosity. "You're very special." He spoke slowly, every word clear and powerful. "I don't know what you were like before your memory loss, nor do I want to know. What I see is the current you, clever like a little fox, guarded like a bristling hedgehog, sharp claws that can scratch. And it hurts quite a bit." A genuine curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Very interesting." Jiang Zhaoyue immediately flared up, giving him a fierce glare. "Don't describe me as an animal without my permission. I really hate that." Ran Yuan looked at her pouting expression and instead chuckled softly. His laughter deep and pleasant, tinged with a hint of indulgent amusement. Ran Yuan wanted to reach out and tuck a strand of hair away from Jiang Zhaoyue's lips. "Look, you're all puffed up right now." Jiang Zhaoyue angrily grabbed his fingers and twisted them towards him. She was using all her strength while gritting her teeth. "I told you, even if you were my superior commander. But if you compare me to a little animal again, I'm going to get angry." Ran Yuan, instead of resisting her grip, deliberately relaxed his strength, allowing her to do as she pleased. He watched her slightly flushed cheeks from exertion, his eyes filled with deeper amusement, quickly conceding, Okay, I promise." He raised his other hand in a swearing gesture. "Ran Yuan, swear I will never compare you to a cute kitty, a puffed-up squirrel, or any other furry or non-furry little animals. Is that okay? Can you calm down, Zhao Zhao?" Ran Yuan's tone was sincere, but the sly smile in his eyes betrayed him. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger and the feeling of helplessness from being teased by him, forcefully shaking off his fingers, pointing to the village gate of the guidance room. Each word squeezed out. "I have arrived at the destination." She was about to reach for the car door. "Zhao Zhao." Ran Yuan's voice rang out again. She paused her movement. Ran Yuan looked at Jiang Zhaoyue's back, his dark purple eyes like the deepest universe, swirling with unmasked, intense interest and curiosity, even more. "I'll come pick you up later." Jiang Zhaoyue was utterly exasperated with Ran Yuan. A phrase as ordinary as "I'll come pick you up in the evening," spoken from his lips with that deep voice, playful tone, and unmasked aggressiveness. It was as if it had been coated with a layer of flirtatious golden light that made her ears burn and her heart race. That feeling was akin to saying, "I'll come tonight to eat you." Jiang Zhaoyue almost immediately pushed open the car door and walked towards the villa without looking back, as if behind her was not a luxurious hovering car, but the center of a whirlpool that had just dropped a depth charge. Ran Yuan watched her retreating figure that seemed to carry the meaning of fleeing. His dark purple eyes sparkling with laughter like ripples spreading in a deep pool after a stone was thrown, eventually settling into an unfathomable glow. When Anna saw Jiang Zhaoyue, her face flushed, holding a cup of hot water, she was just about to ask how the meeting went, if there was anything she needed to improve or adjust. She saw Jiang Zhaoyue rush past her like the wind. Anna blinked, holding the hot water cup, then returned to her desk, sitting down comfortably. But just a few minutes after she sat down, Jiang Zhaoyue poked her head out from the corridor. "Anna, can we have the sentinels start coming for guidance now? Let's take in more sentinels today. We need to make money. Be proactive." Anna opened her mouth, thought about it, and decided against arguing, just nodded vigorously. "All right, I'll have them come right away." Jiang Zhaoyue returned to the guidance room, pressing against her chest. She really didn't want to let Ran Yuan's few words stir her emotions. So she opened the Star Network to study the combination heat of the guides, seeing all the posts saying that guides don't level up as easily as sentinels. She felt a bit relieved. This sense of relief wasn't unfounded. Recently, she felt that she could produce 2 more strands of mental thread. And every time she used guiding essence and mental threads to guide sentinels, that feeling of being full, even a bit bloated, was growing stronger. But System 00544 had been unusually quiet these days, peaceful as if it had passed away, and with her mental sea in this state, she could only turn to the Star Network for answers. After guiding 8 sentinels, when she stood up, she felt a bit dizzy. As soon as the door of the guidance room opened, her gaze was instantly captured by a figure leaning against the wall opposite. It was a striking beauty, a deep and three-dimensional bone structure of a European and American person, wonderfully blended with the delicate and gentle appearance of an Asian. A pair of narrow, elongated peach blossom eyes naturally contained tenderness, but at this moment they held a hint of wicked charm and malice. This smile was not greasy at all. Instead, it was like a tempered blade, dangerous yet alluring. The facial contours were as firm as if carved, yet the top-notch features astonishingly neutralized the aggressiveness. The skin was as good as fine jade, fair and moist. Beneath the angelic face of strong features lay a devilish body. The golden ratio of his head and body, a tight waist, and long legs wrapped in dress pants were straight and lean, silently conveying a sense of strength. Most captivating were those black-purple eyes, unfathomable. He had shoulder-length wavy hair, the ends lazily cascading down. At this moment, he casually had his hands in his pockets, his posture relaxed yet exuding an aura. Dressed in a well-tailored black shirt, a few buttons casually undone, revealing defined collarbones and a hint of enticing chest muscle contours below. The white base color of the shirt contrasted sharply with the deep black, intricately embroidered with delicate white silver lines, exuding a sense of nobility in its understated elegance. The sleeve cuffs wrapped around his arms not only looked meticulous, but also clearly outlined the powerful muscle lines of his arms under the shirt. He stood there quietly. The wicked smile at the corner of his mouth seemed to carry invisible hooks that directly pierced into her eyes, dangerous and soul-stirring. I already said I would come to pick you up. Why did you still make an appointment with Lilon? Ran Yuan's naturally affectionate gaze locked onto Jiang Zhaoyue as he walked towards her. But when his eyes fell on her weak figure, barely steadying herself against the door frame, his lips instinctively pressed together, revealing a hint of displeasure and worry. Jiang Zhaoyue instinctively stepped back as soon as her toes moved half a step. A wave of weakness surged up her legs, causing her to sway uncontrollably, nearly toppling over. Be careful. Ran Yuan's heart tightened, and in one step he crossed in front of her, his sturdy arms instantly wrapping around her slender waist, securely lifting her up. The warmth of his body seeped through the thin fabric. He looked down at her pale and resistant face. A barely audible sigh escaped his throat, his voice low and tinged with hurt and confusion. Zhao Zhao. His breath brushed past her ear. Don't resist me so much, okay? Clearly, when you were with me that day, you didn't hate me this much. The sound of a shoe heel retreating and hitting the ground echoed. Anna held the hot water cup with both hands, looking at Ran Yuan and Jiang Zhaoyue. Chapter 55, Jiang Zhaoyue. Ran Yuan. You did it on purpose. Anna almost instantly shot out towards the bathroom. Her mind felt like it had exploded, filled with the chaotic collision of the words riding and commander. She even uncontrollably sketched out some indescribable, highly impactful images. I didn't mean to overhear. She screamed in her mind with her hands raised high, her cheeks hot enough to fry an egg. But after the shock, a wave of genuine admiration surged up. No wonder she yes the boss. Even the commander can. Woohoo! Jiang Zhaoyue watched as Anna's figure disappeared at the end of the corridor, her mouth slightly open, her whole body stiff. She suddenly turned back, her almond-shaped eyes wide with shock and anger, her chest heaving violently, her finger trembling as she pointed at Ran Yuan. You. How can you? You. At that moment, Jiang Zhaoyue was already incoherent, her mind blank, just wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in. But Ran Yuan looked completely innocent. On his handsome face, which combined the strengths of both Eastern and Western features, his pale skin glistened under the light like jade. Beneath his short, dark blue hair, his sharp brow bones and thick eyebrows were slightly raised. His signature long, soft peach blossom eyes were now filled with pure helplessness and a hint of barely noticeable grievance, as if a mist was gathering in his dark purple eyes. Focusing intently on her, I was just stating the facts. His voice was low and pleasant, with just the right touch of confusion. She overthought it. How can this be your fault? It definitely can't be mine. Jiang Zhaoyue was so angry that smoke seemed to be rising from her head. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Ran Yuan suddenly let out a muffled groan, his body tensing ever so slightly. A layer of fine cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead and straight nose, particularly noticeable against his pale skin. The arm that had been comfortably holding her also slightly tightened, as if resisting some sudden pain. Jiang Zhaoyue's immense anger deflated like a popped balloon in an instant. The news that he was the strongest and Lucius's tragic death uncontrollably flashed in her mind. She furrowed her elegant brows, her full lips tightly pressed together. Her voice suddenly tinged with an urgency she didn't even realize. You. Put me down. Are you feeling unwell? Don't push yourself. I'll call Anna. We'll take you to the hospital. Ran Yuan took a deep breath, that breath seemingly carrying a trace of barely noticeable tremor. He shook his head, a hint of suppressed darkness passing through his dark purple eyes. It's nothing. An old problem. When emotions fluctuate too much, it can be like this. He explained it lightly, but the arm holding her remained as steady as a rock. Striding out of the counseling room villa with his long legs in perfect golden ratio. The hover car sensed its owner, and the front passenger door silently slid open. Ran Yuan carefully placed Jiang Zhaoyue inside, his movements gentle as if handling a fragile treasure. The car door slowly closed, shutting out the outside world. Only then did Ran Yuan lean against the cool hovercar body, his long, strong fingers clearly defined but devoid of lines like exquisitely carved jade. Pressing forcefully against the car body, the knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. It appeared both tense and filled with restraint. He tilted his head back, his chiseled jawline taut, gazing at the gray sky, his Adam's apple rolling up and down laboriously, as if trying to suppress something. Just now, when Jiang Zhaoyue was filled with shame and anger, the originally elegant sweet pear scent of her guiding pheromone suddenly became incredibly rich, mixed with a highly alluring ylang fragrance. This scent was like a spark thrown into hot oil, instantly igniting the nearly uncontrollable sentinel pheromone within him. The dormant mental entity in his mental sea began to roar wildly, restless, almost tearing apart his sanity. At this moment, he felt abandoned by the entire world in a cold wasteland, powerful yet fragile to the point of making one's heart ache. Jiang Zhaoyue waited in the car for a while, not seeing Ran Yuan get in, her heart inexplicably anxious. She couldn't help but open the car door and stick her head out, just in time to see this scene. The man's perfect profile in the dim light looked like a cold, hard sculpture, exuding an aura of isolation that repelled others. The curiosity in her eyes was quickly replaced by scrutiny, and then, that fleeting sense of vulnerability strangely evoked a hint of pity deep in her heart. Wonder and longing? She was startled by this thought. Ran Yuan seemed to sense her gaze, abruptly retracting his chin and turning his head. Upon seeing Jiang Zhaoyue sitting in the car, her expression fluctuating, it finally settled into a mix of wonder and awkward scrutiny. The smirk at the corner of his mouth, which had a hint of mischief, instantly lifted, and the previous loneliness and fragility seemed merely an illusion. His black purple peach blossom eyes once again filled with soft light, carrying a trace of scarcely noticeable joy. Sorry, I wasn't feeling well just now. His voice returned to its usual deep and pleasant tone, carrying a soothing charm. I feel much better now. He stepped closer, slightly leaning down, his striking mixed-race features making a powerful impact on Jiang Zhaoyue's senses. His 1:11 golden head-to-body ratio created an overwhelming sense of pressure that took her breath away. Want to grab a bite? They'll take you back, okay? His tone was gentle, yet carried a hint of undeniable authority. No, Jiang Zhaoyue was just about to refuse, but her stomach betrayed her with a series of loud growls, sounding particularly clear in the silent air. I've been counseling too many sentinels. It must be that. Jiang Zhaoyue's face instantly flushed 2 shades of light pink, spreading all the way to her petite earlobes. She awkwardly cleared her throat. Trying to cover up? Ahem. I thought you were really unwell. That is why I wanted to see how you were doing. Since you're fine. Then, let us go. Jiang Zhaoyue's voice grew smaller, tinged with a hint of embarrassment and anger. The smile in Ran Yuan's eyes deepened, his affection almost overflowing. His gaze felt like warm fingers gently brushing against her reddened cheeks. He turned around and opened the back door, smoothly sliding into the car. His movements fluid as he transitioned from the back seat directly to the driver's seat, showcasing the flexibility and strength of his physique. Jiang Zhaoyue watched as his distinctly knuckled hand lightly tapped on the main control screen, followed by a series of subtle mechanical sounds. A mechanical steering wheel rose up in front of the driver's seat, like a transformer, and a manual gear lever and handbrake also emerged between the front and back seats, instantly filling the cockpit with a raw and wild sense of control. Ran Yuan's lips curled into that signature smile that was a bit wicked, yet incredibly charming. His gentle black, purple peach blossom eyes locked onto Jiang Zhaoyue, his body slowly leaning towards her in an aggressively intimate manner. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart instantly felt like it was being squeezed tightly, then suddenly raced wildly. Was it because of his sudden, offensively close proximity? Or because of this flawless, overwhelming top-tier appearance right before her? She felt her cheeks heat up again, almost burning. However, Ran Yuan merely reached out, carefully checking her seat belt buckle, confirming it was secure before contentedly returning to his seat. Ran Yuan's actions were gentlemanly, but his eyes held a mischievous triumph. Ran Yuan, Jiang Zhaoyue, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, angrily raised her voice. The hover car's seatbelt automatically locks after sitting for a minute. You definitely did it on purpose. Ran Yuan turned his face, extending a long finger towards her, gently shaking it, a mysterious light flickering in his black-purple eyes. Don't worry, you'll know why in a moment. He casually rested his left hand on the powerful steering wheel, while his right hand firmly gripped the cold metal gear shift. Turning to look at her, a wild and charming smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Are you ready? We're off. Chapter 56 Jiang Zhaoyue. Huh? You even prepared the ingredients? The moment the last syllable fell, he suddenly yanked the handbrake back with his right hand, with a crisp sound at the same time. His right foot pressed the energy accelerator all the way down. A violent feeling of being pushed back slammed against Jiang Zhaoyue's back like a giant hammer. The scream got stuck in her throat. Jiang Zhaoyue felt as if she was being firmly pressed against the seat, the scenery outside the window instantly turning into a blurred streak of light. Her heart seemed to be left behind, and her mind went blank. The feeling of weightlessness and the noise of the wind brought by the extreme speed instantly overwhelmed her. However, in the midst of this crazy speed, an indescribable sense of familiarity surged through her body like an electric current. After a brief pause and a rapid heartbeat, her heart bizarrely adapted to this rhythm. The bizarre sights before her were no longer pure fear, but a flashback. The shattered images rushed into her mind like a flood breaking a dam. In the memory, it seemed she was holding a rough steering wheel covered in sweat and unknown dirt. When the accelerator was pressed to the floor, the stiffness in her ankle made her memories clearer and clearer. Outside the cracked windshield lay a twisted and ruined street. Several twisted creatures, moving awkwardly with decaying gray skin, stumbled along. Further away, there were gigantic, grotesque beasts with bloodthirsty red eyes jumping among the ruins. The air was filled with a nauseating stench of decay, mixed with the smell of blood and gasoline, and the acrid odor of burning, violently assaulting her sense of smell through the barrier of memory. The roar of the engine nearing its limit filled Jiang Zhaoyue's eardrums. The sharp screech of tires against the ground. And Jiang Zhaoyue herself was screaming hoarsely, filled with endless panic and determination. Hurry up! Faster! What kind of broken car is this? Catch up with that car in front. An invisible hand tightly clenched her heart, filled with overwhelming panic and a sense of nearly desperate urgency. In that car, it seemed there was someone as important to her as life itself. She had to catch up at all costs. Creak. The piercing sound of brakes yanked Jiang Zhaoyue abruptly back from the bloody and cruel post-apocalyptic illusion into reality. The hover car came to a steady stop. Ruan Yuan immediately unbuckled his seatbelt, leaned over, and swiftly, yet gently, unbuckled Jiang Zhaoyue's seatbelt as well. The next second, she was irresistibly pulled into a wide, strong embrace that smelled faintly of mint. Ruan Yuan's heart sank. He could clearly feel the delicate body in his arms trembling uncontrollably, like a leaf shivering in the cold wind. Her face was inexplicably streaked with cold tears, her gaze hollow as she stared ahead, as if her soul was still trapped in some terrifying fragment of memory. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ruan Yuan's voice was low and hoarse, filled with regret and heartache, devoid of any previous harshness. His warm, calloused hand carefully patted her back with endless tenderness, as gentle as if he were cradling the most fragile dream. His other hand gently wiped away the cold tears on her cheek, the warmth of his fingertips trying to dispel the chill in her memories. It's my fault. I won't drive so fast again. Don't be afraid, Zhao Zhao. I'm here. I'll protect you. Forever. His deep voice whispered in her ear, like the most steadfast vow. Jiang Zhaoyue's vacant gaze gradually focused, struggling to emerge from the nightmare's abyss. What came into view was Ruan Yuan's handsome face, close at hand, filled with worry and tenderness. He was holding her gently, soothing her in a tone that was almost reverent. The overwhelming panic and despair from the memory fragments seemed to be oddly soothed by this warm embrace and steadfast promise. However, she still couldn't remember the key information. Who was she trying to chase? She felt, based on her understanding of herself, that it was likely a woman. But her mother had passed away a long time ago. Jiang Zhaoyue vaguely felt a headache coming on, fearing that her current mental state was not enough to recall more things. If she continued to force herself to think, it might make her head ache unbearably. After pulling away from her memories, Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly became aware of their overly intimate position, her face turning bright red, hotter than any previous time. She instinctively pushed against his solid chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, filled with a dazed weakness and intense embarrassment. No, weren't we supposed to? Eat. I'm really hungry. Her stomach seemed to validate her words, emitting a loud growl that sounded particularly clear in the quiet car. Without a word, Ruan Yuan tightened his grip, steadily carrying Jiang Zhaoyue out of the hover car, striding towards a standalone villa that was simply designed, yet exuding understated luxury. Held in his arms, Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze swept over the unfamiliar building, blinking in confusion. Her brows furrowing like distant mountains, her voice tinged with a hint of alertness. Wait, didn't you say you were taking me to eat? Ruan Yuan did not stop his steps, holding Jiang Zhaoyue and a princess carry with one arm, while pressing a button on the smart door lock with the other, and the door opened with a click. He looked down, his dark purple peach blossom eyes glimmering with an obvious smile. Of course. How can the food outside compare to what I cook myself? Jiang Zhaoyue's full smile turned into a straight line, her almond-shaped eyes wide open, looking at him with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" Ruan Yuan gently set her on the large, comfortable black leather sofa in the living room, his actions filled with undeniable care. He leaned down, affectionately brushing his calloused fingertip against her small, delicate nose, leaving a slightly cool touch. His dark purple eyes focused on her, carrying a hint of coaxing. "I know you're starving. Don't worry, it'll be ready soon. I'll whip up some simple seafood noodles and stir-fried seafood. I promise it will be faster than eating out. Okay?" Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily stunned by his affectionate gesture and confident tone. It wasn't until she saw him turn around, neatly rolling his shirt sleeves up to his elbows, revealing his smooth, strong forearms, that she snapped back to reality. "Wait," she called out, her voice filled with incredulous curiosity. "You even prepared the seafood ingredients in advance? So, everything that happened since the meeting today was all part of his plan?" You're kidding, right? Huan Yuan's footsteps paused for a brief moment, and although he didn't turn back, Jiang Zhaoyue felt she could see that confident smile of his at the corner of his mouth. He didn't answer, simply walking calmly into the warmly lit kitchen, leaving behind a figure exuding control. However, the scene of Huan Yuan carrying Jiang Zhaoyue out of the car and into his villa clearly fell into the suddenly cold gaze of someone across the street. Chapter 57. Diabyss by you. You should change your light brain. Lylon stood in the shadows. His face, a masterpiece worthy of N.Wa's craftsmanship, exquisite and beautiful like a work of art, was now shrouded in dark clouds, all the soft and delicate lines seemingly frozen and twisted in an instant. The warm-toned pink hair, resembling a wolf's tail, lost its vitality in the dusk, resembling an ominous omen. Those eyes, usually shimmering like the sun on a spring day, glowing with warm golden light, had now completely transformed into a deep-sea blue, dark and engulfing everything like the calm before a storm. His beautifully sculpted features now appeared cold and somber, like a vengeful statue meticulously polished in the underworld, exuding a chilling malice. His long fingers swiftly operated on his personal light brain, sending the captured image to Baiyu. Diabyss holding a picture of Jiang Zhaoyue. JPG, the cold text followed. Is this the result of your desperate attempt to have Anna stop me? I remember their essay life between you and Diabyss. ISNT there? The last sentence, each word like a poisoned ice needle. What? Is the relationship starting to ease? So good that. You plan to be one of my little Zhaoyue's suitors? After sending the message, a faint cold laugh escaped Lylon's throat. This laughter spread in the silent air, more piercing than the northern wind of winter. On his dark, ink-like handsome face, a nearly tangible, horrifying killing intent subtly surfaced. His deep-sea blue eyes were locked onto the villa across the street, illuminated by warm lights, as if he wanted to pierce it with his gaze. He suddenly yanked open the car door and got into the hovering vehicle parked in the shadows. The Sentinel driver felt a bone-chilling cold sweep through the cramped space, causing cold sweat to instantly pour down his forehead. Lylon did not look at him, his gaze still glued to the villa's window, his voice eerily calm, yet containing a storm. Did the captured one say anything? And no, boss. Heh. Lylon's lips curled into a temperatureless arc, a cruel interest flickering in his deep-sea blue eyes. Just right. He slowly withdrew his gaze, finally looking forward, and that gaze made the Sentinel driver feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. I'm not in a very good mood today. Lylon's voice was soft like a lover's whisper, but the content was chilling. Go meet them. Let's chat in a pleasant way. The hovering vehicle glided silently like a ghost in the dark night, swiftly sliding into the driveway and driving away. However, just before the car completely disappeared around the corner, Lylon's gaze remained like thick venom, firmly glued to that illuminated villa. Meanwhile, on the other end, ding, the notification sound echoed in the quiet study, appearing especially abrupt. Baiyu was sitting behind a large desk, dealing with documents. The lines of his brow and nose appeared gentle and warm under the soft lighting, and his light pink lips habitually held a curve that was like a refreshing spring breeze. The small beauty mark at the corner of his left eye added a touch of fragile melancholy to his nearly divine, perfect features. He elegantly picked up his light brain and opened the message. When that glaring image in Lylon's cold text came into view, time seemed to freeze for a moment. The comforting arc at the corner of Baiyu's mouth instantly froze, as if it had encountered absolute zero. His fingers holding the light brain turned pale with a chilling hue as they suddenly exerted force, and a slight tremor transmitted through the smooth screen. He took a deep, deep breath, forcibly suppressing the rising and falling of his chest to a minimum. However, this breath felt like inhaling scalding magma, burning through his internal organs. Crack! A very slight, yet heart-stopping crisp sound. It was the edge of the innocent paper document in his hand, crushed by that bony hand that had once only been used for writing elegantly or performing healing abilities. The paper crinkled in a radiating pattern, with tiny tears appearing at the edges. Those narrow peach blossom eyes, usually filled with gentle spring water, now had their silver-gray pupils rapidly contract, like frozen mercury beads. cold without a trace of warmth. That crescent-shaped smile still maintained its upward arc, but now it held no warmth, only a chilling, mask-like, eerie smile. Every word from Lylon was like a red-hot branding iron, searing into the most painful old wounds of his heart. His brother's life. Who said his brother would die? He would definitely be able to save his brother's life. Suitors? Diabys's interest in Jiang Zhaoyue? That must be merely coveting her abilities. As for Lylon, how dare he refer to her as my little Zhaoyue? Heh, did he disguise himself too well? Was his gentle and warm exterior too perfect, leading others to mistakenly believe he was a gentleman as upright as jade? The accumulated lava finally broke through the surface. Beneath the mask, named gentle and refined, a volcano named possessiveness erupted violently with the sparks precisely thrown by Lylon. The scorching magma surged with the determination to destroy everything. Baiyu stared at the 3 unresolved folders projected on the light brain, quickly devising a countermeasure with remarkable calmness. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue was already seated at the dining table, looking at the 5 dishes and 1 soup, unable to resist swallowing. Picking up her chopsticks, she didn't even have time to look at Diabys and directly buried her head, throwing out a sentence. It smells so good. Thank you for the hospitality. I'm going to eat now. Diabys watched Jiang Zhaoyue enthusiastically devouring her food, a smile of indulgence and satisfaction unconsciously tugging at the corners of his mouth. It seemed she was really starving. Under Jiang Zhaoyue's rapid and fierce assault, the bowls and plates in front of her were quickly cleaned out. Diabys looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. Are you full? Jiang Zhaoyue, a bit embarrassed, touched her nose. Aren't you full? I think I might have eaten a bit too much. The indulgence in Diabys's eyes seemed to solidify. He picked up a napkin and wiped Jiang Zhaoyue's lips. I'm full. Just worried you might not be full. Do you want to eat some fruit before you go? Just as Diabys finished speaking, the doorbell rang. The smile on his lips faded a bit because he already guessed who had come. Sure enough, when Diabys opened the door, he saw the sunset illuminating Baiyu's silver-gray hair, casting a faint orange glow over him. The setting sun on the left side bathed half of Baiyu's face in afterglow, while the other half remained hidden in shadow. This made his brow and nose, originally gentle and warm, yet not lacking in heroism, appear half still warm and upright, while the other half seemed cold and sharp. That light pink lip, under the interplay of light and shadow, appeared half like a transcendent being, holding a compassionate smile, while the other half hidden in shadows revealed an uncontrollable, obsessive arc. Diabys looked at Baiyu with a half-smile. Did you finish your work so quickly? Baiyu, seeing Jiang Zhaoyue's head peeking out behind him, revealed a pure and harmless warm smile. Not yet. Just that there are some inaccuracies in the information in 3 folders, and I wanted to ask the commander about it. Diabys raised an eyebrow playfully, intending to expose Baiyu's lie in front of Jiang Zhaoyue. Oh, it seems your light brain is broken. You need to fix it quickly. Come in. I'll take Zhaoyue back first. Chapter 58. Contest Overtime. Baiyu seemed to completely ignore Ran Yuan's subtle mockery about the light brain. His entire attention was focused on Jiang Zhaoyue, and his silver-gray eyes instantly filled with just the right amount of surprise and pure concern, as if this one person in the world was the only one worth his worry. Has Zhaoyue not come home yet? He furrowed his brows slightly, the warm and jade-like concern appearing extremely sincere. It must be tough to still be here at the commander's place working overtime at night. He bit the words working overtime lightly, yet it felt like a feather, gently scratching at the awkwardness. Jiang Zhaoyue indeed felt embarrassed, being in a single man's home so late. With a lingering aroma of seafood noodles in the air, the scene itself was imbued with ambiguity. A faint blush rose on her fair, oval face, and her full smile under the delicate nose parted slightly, but she ultimately chose to be honest. I finished my counseling work, and I was too hungry. So the commander brought me to his house to make me a meal. Jiang Zhaoyue's voice carried a hint of unintentional softness, but she didn't realize that this sentence was like an ice pick infused with lemon juice, sharply piercing into Baiyu's heart. The sourness and sting spread instantly. He lived right above Jiang Zhaoyue. He had once brought her the carefully prepared breakfast, using the gentlest tone to offer it to her, only to be met with a polite refusal. It's too much trouble for you. And Ran Yuan had only known Jiang Zhaoyue for a few days. She followed him home so unguardedly, just because he said he would cook. The warm and jade-like lines between Baiyu's brows tightened imperceptibly, and a hint of betrayal flickered across his flawless face, as if something deep within his silver-gray eyes was shattering. Jiang Zhaoyue caught this subtle change and recalled how Baiyu had once brought her breakfast and how she had pretended to be polite and turned him down. An inexplicable feeling of guilt surged in her heart, as if she had truly been caught treating them differently, and a sense of unease quietly grew. Ran Yuan accurately sensed Baiyu's sadness and Jiang Zhaoyue's fleeting guilt. The malicious curve at the corner of his lips deepened instantly, like a beast capturing its prey. His well-defined, powerful arms naturally lifted, loosely wrapping around Jiang Zhaoyue's delicate shoulders, forming a protective and possessive posture. His dark purple peach blossom eyes locked on Baiyu, the triumph within them almost materializing, and his voice carried a lazy tone of victory. Of course, it's only right for me to take care of my little guide. He paused, directly targeting Baiyu. As for you, Vice Commander Bai, don't keep assigning so many sentinels to her in the future. What if you wear my Zhao Zhao out? Ran Yuan deliberately emphasized the sense of belonging in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, each word piercing into Baiyu's heart. He gave Jiang Zhaoyue no chance to refute his claim, effectively blocking any possible retaliation from Baiyu. Changing the subject, he returned to Baiyu's purpose, his tone carrying a condescending tolerance. About those 3 documents you mentioned that have errors, you can send them to my light brain. He deliberately waved his wrist with a light brain, his posture casual, or he elongated his tone, a sharp glint of insight flashing in his dark purple eyes. You wait for me at my house? After I send Zhao Zhao back, I'll come back to deal with these important document issues with you. Baiyu's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment. Ran Yuan was using the important documents that Baiyu might be looking for regarding why his brother was severely injured in the spiritual sea as bait. He fell silent for a moment, and the perfect mask seemed to show a crack. Suddenly, he made an unexpected move, stepping forward, his white, jade-like hand, with an irresistible force, directly grasped Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist. He looked straight at Ran Yuan's suddenly darkened face, his voice still steady, but like an undercurrent beneath ice. Commander Ran. Baiyu directly exposed Ran Yuan's previous deliberate provocation. Even if your house may contain clues about the truth behind my brother's severe injury. He paused, pain and determination swirling in his silver-gray eyes. I don't want to stay in your house. Then he slightly turned his wrist, the movement smooth and forceful. Sliding down Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist, firmly holding her hand. Their fingers did not intertwine tightly, but the gesture was filled with an undeniable sense of possession. I could just take Zhao Zhao home, he announced, turning his gaze to Jiang Zhaoyue, instantly switching to a reassuring gentleness. As if the previous pain was merely an illusion. The errors in those 3 documents involve the early data calibration of the Watcher's project, which is quite sensitive. He looked back at Ran Yuan, his silver-gray pupils like frozen mercury beads, and relate to some records of my brother's campaign against your father back then. Each word of this sentence struck like a heavy hammer on Ran Yuan's old scars. I think it's more prudent to confirm this face-to-face during the day tomorrow. The crescent-shaped curve at the corner of his mouth carried a cold mockery. The remnants of mockery on Ran Yuan's face instantly vanished without a trace. His chiseled face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice. His dark purple eyes were no longer a deep pool, but rather a thundercloud brewing a storm of destruction. The sharp gaze like a solid blade, locking onto Baiyu. The overwhelming pressure belonging to a top sentinel, with a sharp mint lemon scent, erupted explosively. The lights at the entrance flickered, as if disturbed by this invisible aura. He narrowed his eyes dangerously, his deep voice like sandpaper scraping against steel, filled with an unmistakable warning. Baiyu. But Baiyu ignored Ran Yuan's warning. He tightened his grip on Jiang Zhaoyue's hand even more, as if it were the only lifeline amidst the turbulent waves. He met Ran Yuan's stormy gaze, his voice clear and firm, carrying a kind of obsession for protection. Right now, Zhao Zhao's safety is the most important thing to me. The work will never be finished. I'll take her home first. He pulled Jiang Zhaoyue closer to him. Ran Yuan watched their joined hands, the ice in his eyes instantly replaced by blazing fury. He almost acted simultaneously, his large, warm hand, with an undeniable strength, grabbing Jiang Zhaoyue's other free hand. Today, I said I would be Zhao Zhao's guardian sentinel. Ran Yuan's voice was low and firm, filled with gunpowder. He stared at Bai Yu, as if fighting for ownership of a rare treasure. How could I trouble Vice Commander Bai? The two tall and strong men, one on each side, were tugging at Jiang Zhaoyue in the middle like a tug of war. Jiang Zhaoyue was pulled off balance, and although her wrist wasn't hurt, she didn't like this feeling at all. Her full smile turned into a straight line, her elegant brows furrowed tightly, and anger ignited in her almond-shaped eyes. What did these two men take her for? Just as she was about to speak, her voice filled with suppressed anger. Ready to support Bai Yu and let Ran Yuan taste the discomfort she had felt today. It's fine, Bai Yu just. Creak. The ear-piercing screech of a hovering car slamming to a halt tore through the tense air like thunder. Chapter 59. The Rivalry of the White Dying. Lylon, a sleek hover car, came to a halt at the entrance of the Ran family with an extremely showy drift. The car door swung open. Sister, a clear, soft voice filled with youthful exuberance rang out with exaggerated surprise. Lylon jumped out of the car like a light pink-furred fox. His signature pink hair swayed gently in the night breeze, presenting an almost dreamlike brilliance under the mixed lights of the porch and the car headlights. His blue-gold almond-shaped eyes, like two priceless gemstones, sparkled with pure innocence and curiosity. On his artistic face, reminiscent of a creation by Enwa, his sword-like brows were slightly raised, and his beautifully contoured thin lips curved into a playful, yet slightly confused smile. He ran over, clearly aiming for Jiang Zhaoyue at the center of the storm, as if he didn't see the two terrifying men beside her. Sister, I saw what looked like your back from far away. It really is you. He stopped in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, tilted his head, pink strands of hair falling across his forehead, his gaze innocently darting between Ran Yuan and Bai Yu. Then, in a tone so naive it was almost cruel, he pointed at the two and said to Jiang Zhaoyue, Sister, why do they look like they want to catch a cheating spouse? He blinked his blue-gold mismatched eyes. Did you do something wrong? They look so fierce. The last fierce was dragged out long, with a deliberate tremble, as if genuinely frightened. Jiang Zhaoyue looked down at her left hand, tightly held by Bai Yu, then at her right hand firmly grasped by Ran Yuan, a surge of anger flaring up as if she were being treated as an object of competition. Her full smile was tightly pursed, and icy flames burned in her almond eyes as she nodded vigorously. Her voice clear and laced with biting sarcasm. I think they look fierce too. With a sudden force, she broke free from both hands. It's not like they want to send me home. She took a step back, creating distance, her icy gaze sweeping over the suddenly pale-faced Ran Yuan and Bai Yu, her tone dripping with mockery. They look like two childish fools fighting over a toy they think is useful. It's disgusting. After saying that, she turned without hesitation, facing the now innocent-looking Lylon, her tone resolute. Lylon, you take me home. Lylon's blue-gold eyes instantly burst with brilliant light. The innocence and timidity on his face receded like a tide, replaced by a radiant smile filled with extreme possessiveness. His mouth stretching into a grin that revealed a hint of sharp little canine teeth as he replied clearly and loudly, with an undeniable promise. Okay, don't worry, sister. He stepped forward, naturally adopting a victorious stance, wrapping his arms around Jiang Zhaoyue's shoulders, separating her from the other two men. His voice sweet to the point of being cloying. I will definitely get my sister home safely. No one can stop me. The last sentence, he slightly tilted his head, his blue-gold eyes sweeping over the ashen-faced Ran Yuan and the completely frozen Bai Yu, his gaze deep down, unreservedly provocative. Ran Yuan watched as Lylon drove off, leaving a trail of steam exhaust. He then turned to Bai Yu, his purple-black narrow eyes looking at him with a half-smile. He squeezed out a sentence through clenched teeth. You, such a skilled schemer, actually let him benefit from your scheme? Bai Yu maintained a flawless, perfect smile, his silver-gray eyes coldly meeting Ran Yuan's gaze. I'm not as calculating as Commander Ran. Aren't you also getting outmaneuvered by someone else? Ran Yuan was so exasperated he laughed. He reached out a jade-white hand to ruffle his hair. Looking at Baiyu, are you still going to my house to study your 3 broken documents? Baiyu opened his light brain. The external display projected into the air. It's already past 8. I'm going home to rest. Goodbye. Ran Yuan watched Baiyu's departing figure, tightened his grip on the door handle, his jawline tensing before he gently closed the door. He took out a small detector the size of half a palm, staring at it for a long time, murmuring, could it not be her? Why is there not a single sound? Ran Yuan put the circular detector back in his pocket. No matter whether it's you or not, I will protect you, little Zhao Zhao. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue sat in Lailan's car, feeling slightly drowsy. Lailan bit his lip, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue with concern, adjusting her seat to a comfortable angle. Lailan's car stopped under Jiang Zhaoyue's apartment building. He stepped out with his nearly 1-meter-long legs, and as he leaned down to hug Jiang Zhaoyue, she suddenly opened her eyes, instinctively wanting to attack Lailan, until she realized it was Lailan. Her hand, which was tensed and almost poking Lailan's throat, quickly changed its trajectory and wrapped around Lailan's neck. In a place Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't see, Lailan's blue-gold almond eyes widened with a hint of shock. He had indeed sensed Jiang Zhaoyue's killing intent just now, but all of it passed in an instant, as if he had imagined it. Jiang Zhaoyue, afraid that the level 2S Lailan would notice something was wrong, quickly wrapped her arms around Lailan's neck, allowing him to lift her. She even obediently rubbed her forehead against Lailan's neck to dispel his vigilance. Lailan instantly comforted himself. His little guide is so fragrant and soft. How could she possibly have such strong killing intent? It must be that he was too anxious to press for a confession tonight and imagine things. And this scene just happened to be witnessed by Baiyu. His warm smile cracked inch by inch. His long hands, resembling works of art, gradually clenched, fingertips turning red, veins slightly bulging on the back of his hands. His jade-white fingers curling into a fist, restrained yet enduring. Baiyu was thinking about whether he should go down and steal Jiang Zhaoyue into his arms. Clearly, in the morning, their atmosphere together was so flirtatious like a couple. How could she be so intimate with Lailan at night, rubbing against his neck? Even though a guide can match multiple sentinels, he couldn't help but want to be the one special to Zhaoyue in her heart. Baiyu's chest heaved as he watched Lailan carry Jiang Zhaoyue into the apartment building, quickly analyzing what allowed Lailan to intercept Jiang Zhaoyue today. However, as Lailan carried Jiang Zhaoyue upstairs, he was already starting to sweat. Nervousness, joy, disbelief. These emotions turned into little voices chattering away in Lailan's mind. Nervous Lailan paced back and forth. Don't hold sister too tightly. Don't suffocate her. Joyful Lailan spun in place. The first thing sister did when she opened her eyes was to hug my neck. Does sister like me? She instinctively hugged me. She must really like me, right? Incredulous Lailan supported his left elbow with his right hand, resting his chin on his palm. Sister usually doesn't contact me or pay attention to me on the light brain. But has she been unable to suppress her feelings for me? So she's rubbing against me. Rational Lailan sat on his throne. I say, sister hasn't given you guys a title. Are you thinking too much? Chapter 60 Lailan. I don't want to know. I am jealous. Lailan only felt 2 factions of little people arguing loudly in his head, one shouting to hold on tighter to his sister and not let go, while the other roared to be reserved. Steady. Don't act like a young fool. They argued until his temples throbbed. He carefully held Jiang Zhaoyue, as if cradling a rare treasure, taking each step very steadily, afraid of jostling her. When they reached Jiang Zhaoyue's doorstep, he was just about to let go when the guide in his arms moved slightly, seemingly wanting to get down and walk by herself. Lailan's heart tightened. His blue-gold eyes instantly darkened a few shades, and instead of loosening his arm, he stubbornly held her tighter like a protective young wolf. His chin unconsciously rubbing against her soft hair, muttering, Sister, you're too tired. Let me carry you inside. There was a hint of barely perceptible grievance in Lailan's voice, as if letting go would be a huge injustice. Jiang Zhaoyue was momentarily taken aback by his childish gesture and looked up at his tense, beautiful profile. The line of his jaw tightly drawn, the delicate Adam's apple nervously rolling up and down, as if he was trying hard to suppress his anxiety. A sly smile involuntarily crept to her lips as she allowed him to carry her to the sofa in the living room. Just as Lylon leaned down and carefully set her down, at the moment they were closest, Jiang Zhaoyue inadvertently raised her hand, her delicate, cool fingertips lightly brushing against his wildly rolling Adam's apple. Lylon's whole body suddenly stiffened, as if struck by electricity. His clear almond-shaped eyes widened in shock, and the tips of his ears, already flushed, could no longer hide the surging heat, a pink blush rapidly spreading across his cold, white face, giving it an alluring layer of soft color. The pink strands of his wolf-tail hair seemed to tremble with his disordered breath, and the woody, milky scent of the sentinel uncontrollably wafted into the air, carrying the unique youthfulness and panic of a boy. Sister, I. Lylon stood up straight, flustered, his heart racing as if it would break through his chest. He wanted to stay, to look at her a little longer, even for just a second. But reason screamed, it's rude not to leave after bringing her home. Too offensive. She will hate you. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, anxiously pacing in place, wanting to sit down, then jumping up as if burned, wanting to leave, but his feet were nailed to the spot. After going back and forth twice, he finally mustered his courage, his voice trembling slightly, almost shouting, I safely brought you home. I'm leaving. He took a deep breath, his blue-gold eyes shining brightly under the light, flashing with undeniable determination. The whole city is searching for those who have come into contact with or seen the sentinel who killed Lucius. Sister, please be careful. I will come and pick you up tomorrow. I swear, I will protect your safety with my life. I will never let down your trust and affection. The last few words trailed off, his voice lowering with a hint of shyness, but incredibly serious. I'm going back. Sister, remember to think of me. Before the words had even left his mouth, he seemed afraid to see Jiang Zhaoyue's surprised or mocking gaze, and he abruptly turned around, almost tripping over his own feet as he hurried to the door, slamming it shut with a bang that sounded especially abrupt in the quiet hallway. Jiang Zhaoyue leaned back on the soft sofa, watching his panicked retreating figure, unable to help but chuckle softly. The sensation of his Adam's apple rolling and his burning body temperature seemed to linger on her fingertips. This little wolf cub, so innocent that it made her feel a twinge of guilt for teasing him too much. But more than that, it was a kind of indescribable novelty and pleasure. As Lylon rushed to the elevator, he was still regretting. Was the sound of the door closing a bit too loud? Would Sister think he was too nervous and unstable? But he usually didn't act like this. He irritably raked his fingers through his pink wolf-tail hair, the heat in his cheeks still lingering. Just then, with a ding, the elevator door slowly opened in front of him. Caught off guard, Lylon bumped into a pair of narrow, scrutinizing silver-gray eyes. It's by you. The warmth and shyness that had yet to fade from Lylon's face froze the moment he recognized the visitor, as if encased in extreme cold. His sword-like brows furrowed slightly, and his blue-gold eyes instantly turned to cold, deep sea blue, the pleasant scent of the sentinel around him receding, leaving only a silent wariness and distance. He stood tall and blocked the elevator door without a sound, his voice deep and stern. Sister is very tired. She needs to rest. Disturbing a guide at this late hour is very rude behavior. What do you think, Deputy Commander, by use narrow? Peach blossom eyes precisely captured the lingering blush on Lylon's face, the slightly disheveled pink hair, and the unique milky scent of sentinel that had yet to dissipate in the air. The smile that had always graced his lips remained unchanged, warm as jade. But the silver-gray pupils suddenly constricted. In his heart, he kept telling himself, this short of a time, nothing could happen. This little brat, is he in heat? Releasing such a strong scent, what does he want to do? Bayou calmly nodded, his gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the corridor behind Lylon. His voice still gentle and pleasant, carrying just the right amount of apology. Captain Lylon is right. It was my oversight. He paused, his crescent-shaped lips curving into a perfect arc. I just got used to pressing this floor every morning to wake Zhaoyue up. I didn't expect it to cause you unnecessary misunderstandings. I'm truly sorry. Lylon's right hand, hanging at his side, suddenly clenched tightly, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure, his nails almost digging into his palm. The little person in his heart was already in a frenzy, roaring. Does sister need you to wake her up? Huh, liar. You're just saying to make me jealous of how close you live. Am I jealous? Oomph. Ah, I'm so jealous. The sourness surging in his chest nearly drowned him. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions, slightly raising his elegantly contoured chin, letting out a very soft, heavily sarcastic scoff. Oh, I see. His blue-gold eyes coldly swept over Bayu's flawless face. Appleite Sentinel shouldn't disturb a lovely guide's precious sleep time. No wonder sister looked so tired today, as if she didn't rest well. Turns out she was habitually woken up early by certain people. Bayu's smile deepened, and even the vigilance in his eyes quietly faded a bit, replaced by a hint of excitement at discovering Lylon's secret weapon to getting close to Jiang Zhaoyue. He shrugged slightly, his movements elegant and composed. There's no helping it. Zhaoyue just loves the breakfast I make. His voice was soft, as if sharing a sweet little secret. She's so light when I carry her. It makes my heart ache. So I make her nutritious breakfasts every day, just hoping she'll gain a little weight. He smoothly changed the subject, readily agreeing. However, Captain Lylon is right. I will pay attention in the future. Let her sleep a bit longer, and call her to get up later. Lylon's jaw instantly tightened, the muscles in his cheeks slightly twitching. Bayu was bragging that he had held sister before him. Right? Right? Did he say he wanted to know? He won't listen. Not listening. Not listening. Lylon struggled to suppress the impulse to punch this perfect smiling face, casting a cold glance at Bayu, letting out a short, sharp snicker. Then I really should thank Deputy Commander Bai for carrying my sister before. He deliberately mimicked Bayu's warm tone, but it was full of sarcasm. But sister should still prefer me carrying her. As he reached the last sentence, an uncontrollable image of Jiang Zhaoyue's soft body nestled in his arms surfaced in his mind. The tingling sensation when her hair brushed against his neck, sending shivers down his spine. The blush that had just faded quietly crept back on his pale cheeks, and a hint of warm gold flashed in his blue-golden eyes. He slightly raised his chin, adopting a posture that seemed to proclaim victory, his tone carrying a hint of impatience as he urged, Deputy Commander Bai should head upstairs quickly. Occupying the elevator to chat with me is delaying other neighbors' use. It seems a bit lacking in public spirit. Just at that tense moment, his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated. He looked down and saw a voice message from Jiang Zhaoyue on the screen. Chapter 61. Lylon, Sister's Favoritism. Lylon's heart skipped a beat, and he almost clicked with reverence and ecstasy. Jiang Zhaoyue's voice flowed out, slightly lazy yet incredibly clear, echoing in the quiet elevator. Lylon, I've seen your test data. Your frenzy value is 91, and your pollution value is 87. Pick a night when you're free for the guidance session and book an appointment with me in advance, so I can clear my schedule for that day. I'll go to your house to give you guidance. Go to his house for guidance. These words were like celestial music, instantly lifting Lylon from the depths of jealousy to the clouds. The earlier feelings of frustration, jealousy, and anger vanished, replaced by an overwhelming joy and pride that almost drowned him. He suddenly lifted his head, looking at Bayu, who was smiling but had a somewhat stiff expression in the elevator. The frost on his face melted instantly, blossoming into an incredibly bright smile that even held a hint of provocation, his blue-golden eyes shining astonishingly bright, as if filled with the starlight of the entire galaxy. You see, sister not only likes me to hug her, he shook his wrist with the light brain, declaring word by word, she also particularly cares about me. Ding! The elevator doors slowly closed in front of Lylon's victorious smile, completely isolating the inside from the outside. The moment the doors shut, Bayu's eternally gentle smile began to crack like fragile porcelain. In his narrow peach blossom eyes, the silver-gray pupils darkened like lead clouds before a snowstorm, thick with an unshakable chill and hostility surging forth. He leaned against the cold elevator wall, his long fingers unconsciously rubbing the tear mole at the corner of his left eye, the woody amber scent of the sentinel silently permeating the small space, bringing a sense of impending pressure like a mountain rain about to fall. He let out a very low, emotionless laugh from his throat. It seemed his previous strategy needed adjustment. Zhaoyue seemed particularly forgiving towards this occasionally weak, slightly reckless, and even somewhat clumsy young sentinel? It turned out that showing weakness would make her lower her guard that was always tightly wound. Baiyu lowered his eyelids, thinking hard about how to make Xiaoyu look at him more often. His silver-gray eyes flickered in the shifting light of the ascending elevator, a complete, distinctly styled new script draft quickly taking shape in his cool and ruthless mind. The corners of his crescent-like lips slowly curved into an excited arc. For several days, Jiang Zhaoyue felt that Baiyu was a bit dazed. This morning, seeing him dozing off again over his bowl of porridge, she couldn't help but furrow her brows in concern. Baiyu, what's wrong? You haven't been looking well in the mornings lately. Baiyu's sword-like eyebrows furrowed slightly, his glass-like bright eyes hazily looking at her. Jiang Zhaoyue clearly saw the small tear mole at the corner of his left eye tremble slightly with his blinking, and he seemed to react slowly. Huh? He hurriedly took a bite of the vegetable and lean meat porridge, then a bite of the oil cake. Finally feeling reassured, I thought this pot had sugar instead of salt in the porridge again. Sorry, I haven't been sleeping well at night lately. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a bit guilty. From Baiyu's words, it seemed the porridge she ate was tasty, not a one-time success. Instead, he had made a mistake earlier by putting in sugar, tasted it himself, and then made her another portion. No wonder he was not only in poor condition, but also came late. Jiang Zhaoyue watched Baiyu start to peck at the porridge again, his chin nearly poking into the bowl. She immediately reached out, nimbly pulling him up. Baiyu took the opportunity to rest his head in her neck, like a large pendant dangling with his hands. His warm breath mixed with a faint woody amber scent brushing against her skin, and his head unconsciously rubbed against her neck. Jiang Zhaoyue clearly felt his light pink lips brush against her shoulder and neck, and the delicate, sensitive contours of her ears instantly flushed. This position just happened to allow him to lean comfortably, and Jiang Zhaoyue gently supported Baiyu's smoothly contoured shoulder and back. Asking with concern, what have you been busy with at night lately? Baiyu seemed to suddenly realize what he had done. He froze, abruptly withdrawing from Jiang Zhaoyue's neck. Turning his head away, his warm, jade-like ears completely red. He held onto the bowl, his silver-gray peach blossom eyes quickly scanning Jiang Zhaoyue's face, which was usually cold and distant, but now only showed pure concern, without any anger. He cleared his throat. I've been searching for the sentinel who killed Lucius at night. I made some progress. Those who have dealt with that sentinel have all appeared in the black market. So, I've been patrolling and investigating around the black market at night. I might not have rested well. Sorry for making you worry. Baiyu rubbed his eyes, the tear mole under his slightly reddened eye appearing even clearer, like a well-behaved, dazed big boy. Jiang Zhaoyue's full lips pressed into a straight line, her dimples disappearing. She didn't know if this arrangement by Ranyuan was reasonable. Since that day, she had only seen Ranyuan twice, although his gaze seemed to want to devour her. His behavior was overly proper, with the most he did being to advise her not to go out at night. She raised her hand, her fingertips brushing through Baiyu's soft, cool hair, softening the slightly distant lines on her face. Next time I see Ranyuan, I'll tell him not to push you so hard. But Baiyu immediately grabbed her hand, intertwining their fingers. His narrow peach blossom eyes focused on her. I'm not searching diligently because of him. I'm doing it because I'm worried about your safety, which is why I'm voluntarily working overtime. He nuzzled Jiang Zhaoyue's hand with his jade-like cheek. Don't worry. We'll catch these people soon and find out what forces are behind them. After appropriately releasing her hand, Baiyu tidied up the dining table and sent Jiang Zhaoyue to the guidance room. Sitting in the guidance room, Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the time on the light screen. Her full smile tightly pressed, her dimples disappearing, revealing a determined firmness. She decided to go to the black market tonight. The hard training during this time had not been in vain. Strong physique, muscle enhancers, high-intensity training, plus 00544 secretly helping her block the training building records every day. In the half-hour full holographic combat mode, she activated. The power hidden in her golden ratio body was no longer that weak guide from before. The smooth and firm muscle lines were hidden beneath her clothing, and both explosiveness and endurance had undergone a qualitative leap. Although there was still a gap from the apocalyptic peak, she remembered, she had definitely reached the physical strength of an ordinary C-class or D-class sentinel. In the black market, she could wear a mask. She wanted to see if she could gather information about the group that killed Lucius or any news about the original owner's mother. She had to check the situation. So, that day she efficiently completed her guidance work and let Anna leave early. Seeing Lylon waiting outside the hover car, Jiang Zhaoyue couldn't help but ask after sitting in. I haven't seen Lu Ran for a long time. Isn't he my guard sentinel too? Lylon's exquisitely flawless face immediately showed a hint of grievance, his jewel-like colorful eyes darkening from warm gold to a somewhat dissatisfied deep blue, his beautifully contoured lips slightly pouting. Sister didn't even see me yesterday, nor did she miss me. When she saw me, she asked about other sentinels. Sister is really biased. Chapter 62. By you it's over. I like her, but I'm getting delusional. Jiang Zhaoyue was amused by his blunt jealousy, her smile curving her lips upward, revealing shallow dimples. Unable to resist, she reached out her slender, yet strong fingers to pinch the pink earlobe peeking through Lylon's porcelain-white skin, while her other elbow rested on her leg, supporting her elegantly contoured oval face as she looked at him. Can't I just ask? Then I won't ask you anymore. I'll go ask by you. Lylon's pink wolf-tail hair seemed to explode for a moment, his sword-like brows furrowing as he turned his head away from Jiang Zhaoyue's hand and said sulkily, Captain Lu Ran and his deputy are currently inspecting the floating cars outside the city. So only me, whom Sister doesn't like so much, can diligently accompany Sister. At 185 centimeters tall, even sitting in the car, he appeared upright, deliberately turning to the side like a big dog throwing a tantrum. Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow, her distant brows lifting slightly, her smile deepening with dimples as her slender fingers teasingly hooked Lylon's long, fair pinky. Are you angry? Lylon quickly glanced at her sweet face with a smile and dimples, his blue-golden eyes losing a bit of their depth, but deliberately nudging her hand away with his pinky. But when he saw Jiang Zhaoyue truly about to pull her hand back, he immediately reversed his hand and tightly held her small hand, the grip just right, neither allowing her to escape nor hurting her. He buried his head into Jiang Zhaoyue's shoulder in extreme grievance, his pink hair brushing against her neck, the scent of wood and milk instantly enveloping her. He mumbled in a muffled voice, Can't Sister be a little more patient with me? Sister, can't you pamper me a bit? You ask me about other people as soon as we meet and when I get a little angry. Sister doesn't want to coax me anymore. Sister, will you coax me? At 185 centimeters tall, he now resembled a large dog seeking affection, curling into her embrace. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her heart tremble at the way he called her sister with a nasal tone, and the blush that had just faded from her ears crept back up. She couldn't help but clear her throat. Actually, I'm younger than you. Lylon slightly raised his head, his blue-golden eyes showing a hint of astonishment, quickly scanning Jiang Zhaoyue's more voluptuous and graceful figure due to her training, then pressed his face back against her shoulder, his warm breath brushing against her sensitive skin as he murmured, Not young, I think just right. Jiang Zhaoyue instantly reacted, her oval face flushing bright red, her distant brows furrowing, her full smile tightly pressed, and she angrily slapped Lylon's sleek back. Lylon, are you looking for a fight? The strength she'd gained from training made the sound crisp. Lylon immediately exaggeratedly exclaimed, his entire face wrinkled, his jewel-like eyes filling with tears. It's fine if Sister doesn't coax me. But why hit me for other sentinels? Jiang Zhaoyue was amused by his appearance, a glimmer of mischievous light flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she leaned in, and when Lylon was completely unprepared, her full lips parted slightly and lightly bit down on his earlobe, which was porcelain white with a hint of pink. Lylon's whole body trembled, his face and neck instantly flushing a deep crimson, especially the bitten earlobe and cheek, which looked as if they could bleed. His blue-golden pupils suddenly constricted, then flowed out a thick sheen like melting gold. He deliberately slurred his words, his hot breath and suppressed gasps whispering in her ear, Sister wants me. Then can't abandon me, okay? The word want was deliberately elongated, filled with endless ambiguity and testing, his warm breath drilling into her ear. Jiang Zhaoyue was pierced by this sentence, her heart shivering as the fluttering emotions instantly froze into ice. She almost immediately pressed her full smile lips tightly, making the dimples that could melt hearts completely disappear. Her oval face taut, revealing a sense of distance that kept others at bay. She gently pushed away the Lylon who was clinging to her, her actions deliberately cold, turning her head to avoid looking at his blue-golden eyes that might be shimmering with grievance at that moment. "We're home. I'll go back first." Lylon stood frozen in place, the pink wolf-tail hair seemingly dimming a bit. He didn't understand why just one sentence could make Jiang Zhaoyue turn so cold in an instant. Was he too anxious, exposing his desire for a definite relationship, causing her disgust? Lylon seemed somewhat at a loss at this moment, his thin lips tightly pressed, confusion and hurt swirling in his blue-golden eyes. But he didn't dare to ask. He could only watch as her slender figure disappeared behind the apartment door. Back in the apartment, Jiang Zhaoyue sighed silently at the smooth wall, the imprint of an exclusive guide. That meant after she left, Lylon's mental sea would forever be closed off to her, unable to accept guidance from other guides, which was tantamount to declaring a death sentence for his mental collapse. This heavy responsibility made it impossible for her to respond to that fervent test. She couldn't help but ask the system in her heart, moving, "If I complete the task quickly and seriously, can the sentinel who has been imprinted by me in the mental sea be taken away?" 00544 quickly popped up. "Yes. If the host is willing and they are willing, you could be together. The host should pay attention to safety." I prepared a visual collar for the host in the spatial button. Wearing this collar, others will see your face and body as the form you create when they use visual interference. This can provide an extra layer of security for the host's identity. "Good luck, host." 00544 spoke as fast as a machine gun, afraid of wasting a second. Jiang Zhaoyue reached out and took out a seemingly ordinary black collar from the spatial button, unable to resist asking, "How should I use this thing?" However, all she received in response was silence. 00544 vanished as usual, its appearance never exceeding 15 seconds, as if staying 1 millisecond longer was a desecration of the system's dignity. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, her full chest rising and falling, struggling to suppress the impulse to drag this broken system out and give it a beating. Fine, she would figure it out herself. The night quickly enveloped the silent city like ink. Jiang Zhaoyue changed into a beige long dress, looking as relaxed as if she were going downstairs to buy some snacks. However, she followed a small path and slipped into a dirty alley near the black market that had no surveillance. In the dim light, she activated the black collar. After a faint wave of energy, the figure standing there was no longer the beautiful oval-faced woman with striking features and a proportionate figure. Instead, it was a very thin male figure, looking as if he had suffered from malnutrition for a long time. His once healthy black hair had turned a grayish purple, becoming dry and frizzy, tangled like weeds. His cheeks were deeply sunken, cheekbones protruding, and his skin carried an unhealthy, waxy yellow. At 168 centimeters tall, he appeared even smaller due to his deliberately hunched posture, the loose black clothing draped over his frame, empty and as if a gust of wind could blow him down. The only thing that had not changed was those sharp and vigilant eyes hidden beneath the messy hair. She cautiously used the guide suppressor, completely erasing the unique scent of white pear and orchid from her body, replaced by the scent of sweat and dust belonging to the struggling lower class. Jiang Zhaoyue immediately got into character, her gaze shrinking, her steps unsteady, turning back to glance 3 times as she moved toward the entrance of the black market, the entrance of a deafening, dazzling bar. And as Jiang Zhaoyue's figure disappeared into the bar, not far away, Baiyu, hidden behind cover, couldn't help but frown slightly. He shook his head. It must be that he likes Jiang Zhaoyue too much and is getting delusional. How could a short man remind him of her? It must not be her. Chapter 63. Black Market entrance. 2 muscular sentinels stood guard at the bar's entrance, their eyes scanning the gaunt figure that seemed to have just crawled out of a slum. One of them frowned, his thick black eyebrows knitting together in undisguised disdain. The gaunt figure shrank his neck, his bony fingers nervously twisting the hem of his clothes, resembling someone who had long been using low-quality activators without activating sentinel or guide factors, instead saving every penny to buy activators, appearing hollowed out as he couldn't even afford a meal. However, This was precisely the most common and inconspicuous type of customer in the black market. The guards, clearly accustomed to such characters, let out an ambiguous cold snort from their nostrils, showing no interest in questioning him, and waved him through. Their attention quickly shifted to the next target, which appeared to have more potential for profit. Inside the bar, heavy metal music throbbed, making hearts race, while the air was thick with the smells of alcohol, cheap perfume, sweat, and various sentinel factors. The gaunt figure kept his head down, like a slippery fish, striving to avoid the throngs of people dancing and squeezed into the dimly lit front desk. A woman with heavy makeup and an indifferent expression sat at the front desk, her crimson nails tapping on the surface, signaling him to fill out a form. The gaunt figure picked up a pen, his frail fingers trembling slightly, and began fabricating a reasonable yet inconspicuous identity in the provided and demanded sections. Just as the gaunt figure hunched over, focused on attempting to write with shaky handwriting. A loud bang. Thud. The dull sound of a body colliding and a sudden, high-pitched scream pierced through the deafening music and the floor beneath, crashing violently into Jiang Zhaoyue's eardrums. The sound came from right below her, so close. The floor beneath her seemed to shudder slightly with a heavy impact. Jiang Zhaoyue's hand holding the pen stiffened abruptly, her pupils constricting in an instant behind her messy hair, but she couldn't show that she noticed the anomaly here. In the room below her, which was isolated from the noise, the orange light did not bring warmth, but instead felt like a thick, suffocating grease, smeared on the cold metal walls and floor. 2 B-grade sentinels were kneeling on the ground like 2 puddles of mud. They had bruised faces, their eyes swollen to mere blood-seeping slits. Their mouths were torn, blood mixed with saliva dripping continuously, staining their dirty fronts. One of their arms was twisted at an extremely unnatural angle. Please spare us. We really don't know where that person went. Cough, cough. One sentinel coughed out blood. His voice was intermittent due to pain and fear, hoarse like a broken bellows. We just took him in for one night. He was alone, we swear. We never saw him again, nor anyone else. He was at least a 2S level sentinel. The other sentinel shook like a sieve, his swollen lips trembling. We really couldn't stop him. He burst into our shared apartment like a ghost. We really couldn't resist. Really. A very special voice suddenly rang out. Even in the deliberately lowered tone, filled with cold ferocity, one could still detect a natural allure in his voice. But at this moment, there was not a hint of seduction in that voice. Every word felt like an ice pick piercing through the nerves. Oh, the voice elongated, carrying a chilling playfulness. So you're saying, at that time you had no way to resist. Then, footsteps echoed in the silent room. Polished black leather boots crunching on the blood-stained cold ground, making clear and oppressive clacking sounds as they approached the 2 trembling masses of flesh. After the city-wide wanted notice was issued, you still chose to remain silent out of fear. The owner of the voice seemed to lean slightly forward, the shadow completely enveloping the people on the ground, and chose not to report to the enforcement team. The air seemed to freeze, leaving only the heavy breaths of the 2 sentinels filled with fear and the dripping sound of blood. Thud. Thud. Even the voice suddenly turned sharp, like a blade cutting through the air, if it weren't for having served you this satisfying flesh and pain. Accompanying this sentence, a hand clad in black tactical gloves suddenly yanked at the remaining few strands of hair on one sentinel's bloodied face, forcing him to look up. Are you still planning to keep this secret to yourselves? The grip tightened suddenly, knuckles turning white from the force, as the sentinel let out a dying whimper. You really had no way, did you? The last 2 words fell like a heavy hammer, laden with a mocking and chilling murderous intent. Under the orange light, the back of the gloved hand revealed smooth and explosive muscle lines beneath. Meanwhile, the 2 sentinels, overwhelmed by extreme fear and pain, had their pupils dilate, their bodies completely collapsing, as if their souls had been crushed by that voice and pressure. Right above them, Jiang Zhaoyue handed the filled form to the bartender at the front desk. The bartender, with scarlet nail polish on her fingers, glanced lazily at the form, a mocking curve appearing at the corner of her mouth. Her gaze swept over the gaunt figure's cheap clown mask. and she casually tossed a complexly patterned underground level badge on the bar. Jiang Zhaoyue picked up the badge, feeling a slight chill on her fingertips. Without needing words, an expressionless waiter appeared like a ghost, leading her toward the end of the corridor. 3 elevator doors stood silently, like the throats of giant beasts. Jiang Zhaoyue suppressed the unfamiliar feeling inside her, mimicking the posture of a regular customer, quickly scanning the other tightly closed elevator doors with her peripheral vision. When one of the elevators emitted a dull ding and opened, she naturally blended in with the 3 others wearing similar badges and squeezed inside. Those 3 clearly belonged to the same group, their masks resembling prominent mahjong tiles, 8 bamboo, 1 dot, and 6 characters. The cramped space was instantly filled with the excited, high-pitched voice of the 8 bamboo. Brothers, who are we betting on today to win for sure? 1 dot crossed his arms, his chubby body nearly taking up half the elevator, his voice dripping with heavy disdain from beneath the mask. Duh. Of course we bet on Tank. Win 1 more round, and I'll have enough star coins for the awakening potion. The 6th character, a tall and thin fellow, immediately began to nervously shake his head upon hearing this. His voice dropped low. Don't bet. Winning 9 times in a row is cursed. It feels like we're being set up. As he spoke, his gaze quickly darted to the Sentinel guard in black combat gear, almost blending into the shadows in the corner of the elevator. His face was covered by large night vision goggles, which occasionally reflected a cold, ghostly green light under the dim ceiling light, resembling a lifeless statue, with only the steady sound of breathing proving he was alive. Jiang Zhaoyue tried her best to act nonchalant, because the fragmented information she possessed was all gleaned from the gambling forum recommended by Diamond. There was no black market guide here. No one would kindly provide her with a map. Once inside, she had to remain vigilant and explore on her own. With a ding, the elevator door closed and started up. Chapter 64, Jiang Zhaoyue. The elevator did not go straight up and down, but slid eerily in the darkness, turning at odd angles. Jiang Zhaoyue could clearly feel her body being thrown against the cold wall of the cabin by inertia, while the harsh screech of the tracks echoed underfoot. The exposed pipes above groaned under the strain with every turn. This labyrinthine path precisely stripped away any sense of direction for the intruders. It was quite cleverly designed. It increased the difficulty of making a quick escape after a heist. When the elevator doors slid open once more, a strong wave of mixed odors, sweat, low-quality tobacco, blood, rust, chemical agents, and the musty scent from deep underground hit Jiang Zhaoyue like a solid punch to the senses, nearly making her gag. The cacophony of noise instantly engulfed her. The scene before her suddenly opened up, only to be filled with chaos. The ceiling was about 5 meters high, but the thick black pipes and rusty steel beams overhead made the space feel oppressive rather than spacious. The glaring white fluorescent lights and hissing gas lamps were the main sources of illumination, casting large patches of light and even denser shadows in the murky air. In the distance, for fighting rings bathed in high-intensity spotlights emitted the dull thuds of flesh colliding, the brittle sound of bones breaking, the beast-like roars, and the frenzied screams and curses from the audience, all reverberating throughout the space. Jiang Zhaoyue squeezed out of the elevator behind a trio of mahjong players, her feet landing on the greasy, reflective floor. The area before her was not open, but rather a winding canyon formed by countless vendor carts and roaming peddlers. The crowd moved slowly like thick sludge, pushing and shoving. Various light sources hung from stalls, tied to carts and carried by vendors, casting eerie, flickering reflections on bottles of potions, strange beast bones, and weapon blades. The sounds of hawking, low bargaining, and excited discussions intertwined into a buzzing background noise. It seemed so weak in comparison to the massive roar erupting from the fighting rings. She moved along the edges, her gaze sharp and scanning. On this side, near the elevator, there was a row of more formal storefronts, but they only had doors and walls. The entrance of a custom weapon shop was haphazardly piled with metal scraps, the roll-up door half open, revealing the dim glow of fire and the clanging of hammers inside. A workshop processing materials emitted a sharp, acidic smell, A shop selling unregulated guiding substances and potions had dirty windows, showcasing jars filled with suspiciously colored liquids. While the shopkeeper scrutinized every person approaching with wariness, the air was consistently permeated with that nauseatingly complex odor. She quickly circled the area, observing the terrain. The enormous rectangular space had shops on 3 sides. One side was the elevator entrance, and the center was filled with the clamorous core of the fighting rings, while the gaps were filled with flowing vendors and crowds. In the 4 corners of the space, she confirmed her suspicions. 2 guards in ordinary black combat uniforms, wearing large night vision goggles, were watching over 4 storefronts that didn't seem ordinary. Those 4 seemingly abandoned shops might be emergency escape routes. Having grasped the layout of this underground lair, Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath of the murky air and fully immersed herself in this dark quagmire woven from desire, violence, illegal trade, and despair. She perked up her ears, capturing fragmented information amidst the clamor. She moved her feet like a cautious fish, navigating through the chaotic crowd and dangerous reefs. After listening to many conversations, she understood that the black market sold information privately, and it was not guaranteed to be true. However, once on the fighting stage, winning 3 matches allowed one to inquire about one piece of information from the black market, guaranteed to be true. But generally, few people stepped onto the fighting stage with the intention of asking for information. This was because those inquiring about information easily exposed their identities. And this level was filled with ordinary people who had no particularly pressing information to seek. The ordinary people coming to the black market were 80% there to awaken and become sentinels or guides. Therefore, they would opt for the high rewards for winning 3 consecutive matches, or a better quality awakening potion, or a potion to activate their mental seas. Jiang Zhaoyue observed these ordinary people on the fighting stage and found they were not as weak as she had imagined. Perhaps many of them were striving to awaken as sentinels, which meant that those who could fight on the stage were not lacking in combat skills. Moreover, there were no rules about stopping. Knocking someone unconscious or killing them was acceptable. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue was figuring out the layout of this underground lair and contemplating how to obtain information, whether to buy those hard-to-distinguish rumors or risk going up to the bloody fighting stage to win 3 matches for information, the uproar behind her suddenly escalated into a bloodthirsty frenzy. Kill her! Kill her! Tear this worthless body apart! Useless! Fight back! Kill her! Rip her intestines out! The voices were wrapped in pure malice, piercing her eardrums. Jiang Zhaoyue turned her head casually at the ruckus. Her gaze penetrated through the crowd and landed on the figure on the fighting stage that had been knocked down by a heavy blow, the cheap mask shattering and falling away. What was revealed was Anna's face, which was nearly completely destroyed. The usually timid, sweet little assistant now had a crooked and collapsed nose, blood smeared across the lower half of her face. Her left eye was swollen into a purple mass, completely unable to open. Her sports tank top was torn, exposing a horrifyingly purple-black abdomen. The most heart-wrenching sight was her left arm, twisted at an entirely unnatural angle, limply lying beside her. She lay curled on the cold fighting stage like a discarded rag, her pained groans barely audible, only her body twitching involuntarily from the excruciating pain. The referee standing in the center of the fighting stage spoke in a tone as cold as announcing the weather forecast. Last match. Is there anyone to save this lady? If not, in the last 10 seconds, life and death are up to fate. The crowd erupted into even more fervent shouts. No, no, kill her. Count faster. What are you stalling for? Jiang Zhaoyue squinted her eyes, her jaw clenching involuntarily. How could Anna be here? She had clearly paid enough wages. The referee raised his arm high and began the countdown, each number hitting Jiang Zhaoyue's taut nerves like a hammer. 3-2 Chapter 65. Her assistant has arrived? The shouts from the audience merged into a frenzied wave, urging death. Just as the moment that would determine life and death was about to be voiced, Jiang Zhaoyue let out a hoarse and rough roar, deliberately distorted through the collar. I'll save the situation. The boiling crowd fell silent for a moment, countless gazes zeroing in like searchlights on the skinny figure wearing a ridiculous clown mask. After a brief silence, there was even more unabashed mockery and jeering. Skinny ghost? Seeking death. Go! Let this trash accompany that trash on the road. Tear him apart bone by bone. Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze turned icy, like a blade tempered in frost. She ignored the venomous words and stepped onto the sticky, slippery arena, which was soaked in sweat and blood, through the narrow passage that the crowd spontaneously opened, filled with disdainful looks. The referee sized up Jiang Zhaoyue's obviously slender figure, his tone laced with a barely noticeable contempt. Speaking quickly as if he were in a hurry. New face? Do you know the rules? This woman. He casually kicked Anna's unresponsive body with his toe. She has had 2 consecutive wins. If you want to save her, you must win this match, and then win 2 more in a row. Only then can you be considered to have saved her. Are you in? Tyrannical terms. Nakedly tyrannical terms. Jiang Zhaoyue cursed angrily in her heart. But looking at Anna's mangled form, watching her slightly rising chest, Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath of the nauseating air and squeezed out a word through clenched teeth. Fight. Good. The referee's face showed no emotion, as if he were just registering a normal bet. He quickly retreated to the edge of the ring by the wire fence, swung his arm down sharply, and shouted over the noise. 3, 2, 1, begin. They were starting directly? Almost at the moment the word begin was uttered, the nearly 2-meter-tall, muscular man opposite Jiang Zhaoyue, with muscles like piled rocks, had already grinned and launched his attack. His arms, thicker than Jiang Zhaoyue's thighs, cut through the air with a howling wind, and his massive fist came crashing down on Jiang Zhaoyue's fragile temple like a battering ram. Jiang Zhaoyue's pupils constricted, her instinct of memory faster than thought. She suddenly crouched down, almost sliding past the roaring fist, the cold, sticky ground rubbing against her black clothing. The muscular man reacted quickly as well, with 1 strike missing. His massive body turned agilely, and a powerful whip kick with a sound of breaking air swept toward her waist and abdomen. Jiang Zhaoyue rolled on the spot, narrowly avoiding it, awkwardly but quickly finding her balance, ready to deliver a heavy punch to the muscular man's unguarded lower back. However, a cruel calculation flashed in the man's eyes. He didn't care about Jiang Zhaoyue's attack at all. His huge body suddenly turned direction, aiming straight for the barely alive Anna on the ground. His fist, as big as a cooking pot, bore down with immense force, about to smash Anna's skull. You dare! Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes were about to split. A surge of unprecedented rage instantly overwhelmed her reason. Like a furious black lightning bolt, she lunged forward, recklessly leaping onto the muscular man's broad back. The muscular man felt a weight on his back, roared in anger, and swung his powerful left arm backward, trying to swat this annoying bug away. Just at that critical moment, she unleashed all her strength, her legs tightly wrapping around the muscular man's waist to stabilize her position. Her right arm bent like steel, while her left knee sharply thrust upward like a battering ram. Bang! Crack! A dull thud accompanied by the sickening sound of bones shattering echoed simultaneously. The elbow strike and knee hit precisely and brutally at the joint of the muscular man's elbow. Everyone thought this was just a futile attempt. The muscular man grinned, ready to enjoy the feeling of sending the opponent flying. However, the excruciating pain at his elbow caused his grin to freeze instantly, transforming into disbelief and agony. He let out a howl that was not quite human, his left arm bending at a bizarre angle. The intense pain didn't make him retreat. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. His eyes turned blood red. Disregarding the pain of his broken arm, his massive body charged forward in a crazed frenzy, raising his intact right fist, filled with all his weight and overwhelming hatred, to smash down on Anna once more. He wanted to take this bait that caused his injury down with him. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes turned completely red. She brought her 2 fingers together like an eagle's beak, swiftly digging into the gap in a muscular man's shoulder and neck muscles that had bulged from exertion. The intense pain caused the muscular man to freeze momentarily. Taking advantage of his arm's inertia, Jiang Zhaoyue's body shot upward like a nimble monkey, her arms locking tightly around the muscular man's thick neck. Twist! Crack! The clear, crisp sound of neck bones breaking rang out, shockingly clear in the noisy arena. The muscular man's fist, aimed at Anna's head, halted just inches away from his target. His crazed expression froze in an instant, the murderous glint in his eyes extinguished, leaving only a vacant, dead, fish-like stare. His massive body swayed, like a meat mountain that had lost its support, crashing down heavily beside Anna, splattering a mix of sweat and blood. The entire underground space seemed to have pressed the pause button. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Only the distant noise from other arenas and the low hum of ventilation pipes could be faintly heard. The next second, wow, skinny ghost, skinny ghost, skinny ghost. What the hell? Did he really break it? Damn, I bet on the tank. I am ruined. The frenzied cheers, incredulous screams, and hysterical curses after losing money. Various sounds instantly drowned the arena like an explosion. The crowd erupted. Countless gazes focused on the skinny figure, wearing a ridiculous clown mask, standing beside one dead and one injured body on the ring, filled with shock, frenzy, fear, and a sense of reevaluation. I am asking for comments and votes. Meanwhile, above the arena, in a dim room isolated by one-way glass with an excellent view, a soldier dressed in black combat gear, with a huge night vision goggle covering his face, silently, yet hurriedly walked to the center of the room. There, a tall man stood with his back to the door, leisurely wiping his perfectly tailored, cold hard black leather gloves with a pure white handkerchief. His movements were elegant to the point of being lazy, forming a bizarre contrast with the brutal bloodshed below. The soldier stopped 3 steps away from him, slightly bowed, his voice low and carrying a hint of barely detectable tension. Sir, the facial recognition system just captured an unexpected target. Sir Zhang's assistant, Anna. The database shows she has appeared here for 4 consecutive days, fighting one day and resting the next, and has barely won 2 matches. Just now, she was almost killed in the 3rd match. The man's movements of wiping his gloves paused ever so slightly. Chapter 66. Let me see the purpose of this dead. Bug the man did not turn around, still focused on the non-existent dust on his gloves. The originally faint and cold oppressive atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze for a moment. A very light, seductive yet clearly impatient sigh escaped his lips. Troublesome. He slightly tilted his head, revealing a perfect jawline and the uniquely shaped night vision goggles that covered his eyes like long black sunglasses. The black-clad sentinel immediately added, "Before my subordinate reported, someone saved her. It's a newcomer, a skinny male ghost, requesting the awakening potion, wearing a cheap clown mask. He just broke Tank's neck with his bare hands in the arena." Oh, the lazy tone still lingered in his voice, but it seemed to carry a hint of barely perceptible interest. The man finally stopped wiping his gloves and slowly turned around. He casually walked to the huge one-way glass window, looking through the special lenses down at the arena, which had just concluded a battle and was surrounded by countless fervent gazes. He saw the small figure standing next to the corpse, wearing a ridiculous mask. "Interesting," he whispered, his voice soft like a lover's murmur, yet it made the black-clad sentinel behind him instinctively tense up. The man's long fingers casually tapped the cold glass, pointing to the skinny ghost below, his tone returning to that carefree laziness but carrying an undeniable command. "Tell the referee to arrange a more explosive opponent for this warrior. Open the betting to the maximum." He paused, the corners of his mouth seemingly curving into an extremely indifferent arc. "However, keep an eye on it. When he is about to be played to death, let the referee intervene. Don't let this newly emerged spark extinguish too quickly." "Yes." The black-clad sentinel immediately bowed and exited the room swiftly and silently. Only the man remained in the room. He stood quietly in front of the giant glass window, like an emperor overlooking the gladiatorial arena. The night vision goggles reflected the chaotic lights and shadows of the arena below, obscuring his blue-gold eyes and hiding all real emotions, leaving only a mysterious, dangerous, and elegant silhouette. His gaze was like an invisible chain, firmly pinned to a certain direction in the arena. His flesh-colored thin lips moved slightly, and a deep, clear voice echoed in the silence, carrying a hint of playful inquiry and cold scrutiny. "Let me see. Did you recognize Anna and help her? Do you truly want to pursue her? Or do you want to use her as a stepping stone to get closer to my family's guiding sister?" In the arena, Jiang Zhaoyue, disguised as a skinny ghost, had just narrowly won. Sweat soaked through the cheap, rough fabric, sticking to her back, cold as ice. She could clearly feel the clunky platform shoes and height-increasing insoles under her feet, which felt like two heavy shackles, causing her ankles to ache with every movement. This lady is in terrible condition. Her deliberately lowered voice was undeniably hoarse as she pointed at Anna. If you don't take her for treatment, what will happen if I win and she dies? Who will be responsible for that? The cold metal grid bored ground against the soles of her shoes, and the heavy scent of blood, sweat, and disinfectant mixed into a nauseating odor that nearly suffocated her. The referee was in a panic, having just received instructions to properly arrange for Anna's treatment. This excuse was practically handed to him. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of insight as he scanned the crowd, raising his voice to the maximum, inciting the already bloodthirsty and gambling-crazed crowd. Did you hear? This hero for the substitute match is heartbroken for his beloved. To be fair, let's give him another match. Let him trade his fists for his beauty to catch her breath in the treatment chamber. Isn't that too much to ask? Not too much. Not too much. Another match. Another match. Beat this dead bamboo pole. I lost so much I don't even have my underwear left. Kill this bamboo pole. The roar from the crowd below surged with greed and pure malice, coming from all directions, nearly drowning the thin figure in the center of the arena. The gamblers waved their tickets, their faces twisted and deformed under the dim, chaotic light, like a group of demons reveling in hell. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, the air mixed with the taste of rust stinging her lungs. The shoes on her feet felt heavy as if filled with lead, but she could imagine the consequences if Anna were to suffer another punch or kick. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only desperation remained. I accept the extra match. Take her away. The next 3 fights were a harrowing journey through hell. Each opponent was more brutal and cunning than the last. Sweat blurred her vision, and the cheap mask was brutally scraped off during a dangerous close-quarter struggle with her opponent. Luckily, she had the cheating collar given to her by 00544. She relied almost entirely on the instincts ingrained in her bones from the apocalypse, tumbling and shifting on the tightrope of life and death. Every dodge was perilous, every counterattack precise and ruthless, trading injuries for lives, using skill to overcome strength. Her frail body erupted with unbelievable resilience and killing intent, brutally knocking down 3 fierce winners to the ground. In the final match, facing the mountain-like man with 8 consecutive victories, the shadow of death loomed heavier than ever. The moment the opponent was knocked down, there was a silence akin to the calm before a storm. When the referee approached to announce the result, the body suddenly sprang up, muscles bulged, carrying a foul wind, and a massive hand, like a fan, sliced through the air with a howl, locking onto Jiang Zhaoyue's fragile throat. Every spectator's heart nearly stopped at that moment. But Jiang Zhaoyue's taut nerves never relaxed. Her body moved faster than her thoughts. At the instant the opponent leaped, she ducked like a ghost, channeling all her strength, speed, and profound understanding of a human body's most vulnerable points into her knuckles. A vicious and cunning killing move landed precisely on the giant's temple. Thud! A sound that made one's teeth ache. The giant's charging motion came to an abrupt halt, his eyes bulging with blood, staring blankly into space. Blood gushing from his mouth and nose like a fountain, and his massive body crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up fine dust. Upstairs, in front of the huge glass window, the nobleman casually had one hand in the pocket of his tailored black trousers, while the other, clad in a black leather glove, elegantly swiped across the smart glass control interface. His fingertips glided over the cold glass surface, silently magnifying the swaying figure of the skinny ghost below, again and again, in the eerie green view of the night vision goggles. The face that had just been unremarkable yet untraceable was clearly reflected. He squinted slightly, his beautifully shaped thin lips pressed into a cold, hard line. Strange. His deep voice carried a hint of barely perceptible confusion. Body, appearance, voice. Not one resembles anyone familiar to him. This should just be an insignificant, crafty bug. But why? Why did his cold heart suddenly tighten uncontrollably when he saw that skinny ghost being kicked away, crashing into the cold metal railing of the arena. That unfamiliar, intense sense of tension, even carrying a hint of panic, as if what was kicked away was something extremely important. This feeling of losing control made him extremely displeased. He furrowed his brow tightly, and the left hand that had been in his pocket finally withdrew, the black leather glove gleaming with a cold, hard sheen in the dim light. He casually extended 2 fingers behind him, lightly beckoning to the sentinel standing like a shadow. "Go. Invite that short and thin hero up from the arena below," he added, his voice laced with a chill. "Be sure to check if there's a trace of disguise on him. In this world, there are no people that can't be found, only dirty things that are hidden deep enough." The sentinel silently acknowledged the command and quickly disappeared behind the heavy door. Chapter 67. Don't stop this bug's car. When Anna stepped back onto the arena, aside from her slightly pale face beneath the mask, her body was mostly unharmed. She stood in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, her voice coming through the mask in a deep, resonant tone, carrying a formulaic cruel detachment. "I can compensate you with star coins, but I really need the reward for 3 consecutive wins." "I'm sorry." A louder, malicious laughter and ridicule erupted from below the arena. "Serves you right. Dumbass. Ha ha ha. A simp ends up with nothing. This is what happens when you meddle." The harsh sounds felt like countless needles, pricking at Jiang Zhaoyue's taut nerves. She understood now why, despite the rules for saving others in the arena, no one had stepped up to help. The reward for 3 consecutive wins was a low-grade awakening potion. The item sold in the black market had a higher success rate than the low-grade awakening potions available on the market. There was a supply-demand imbalance, making it overpriced and hard to find. Perhaps too many people had been discouraged by the lack of appreciation for their efforts, leading to no one willing to step forward to help. A sense of discomfort flickered in Jiang Zhaoyue's heart, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper calm. Her initial intention to step in wasn't for any reward. She wanted to save Anna because she was quite satisfied with Anna's assistant and didn't want to change assistants. That was all. The referee had no intention of consulting the thin ghost and directly turned to Anna, asking in a formulaic tone, "So, Miss Anna, what would you like to exchange for your 3 consecutive wins?" Anna straightened her back, her voice through the mask carrying a determined gamble that resonated clearly throughout the arena. "I want to exchange my consecutive wins for a piece of information." Wow. There was a moment of dead silence below the arena, followed by an eruption of incredulous and scornful murmurs, even louder than before. Information? Has she gone mad? A 3-win streak for a mere word? Did the medical pod mess up her brain? Silly woman. The potion is much more practical. Amidst the chaotic noise, the referee waved his hand expressionlessly. Immediately, someone stepped forward, heading towards Jiang Zhaoyue and Anna. Jiang Zhaoyue thought she would be taken away with Anna, but unexpectedly, she was firmly sandwiched by 2 tall guards who pushed her in the opposite direction from Anna. Anna turned to look back at her one last time. That gaze was obscured by the mask, but there was no hesitation as she resolutely followed another guiding soldier, disappearing deep into the passage on the other side. The cold metal handrail pressed against her palm, and the staircase lights were harsh and glaring. Jiang Zhaoyue was pushed towards an unknown room, while the distinguished man who had just given the orders was lazily leaning back in his luxurious leather chair. A soldier appeared silently at his side, reporting in a low voice, "The target has been brought next door. Full scan completed. No soldier element reaction detected. Physical data matches that of an ordinary human. No traces of disguise. Boss, do we need to?" The soldier made a swift gesture across his throat. The man was leisurely smoothing his meticulously styled black, slicked-back hair with his gloved hand. As he did so, 2 strands of mysterious black-purple hair slipped down onto his forehead, adding an untamed danger to his perfect coldness. Upon hearing the report, his hand paused slightly, and a cold, playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Huh. Nothing." He chuckled lightly, as if he had heard an amusing joke. "Don't touch him." He lowered his hand, his gaze turning towards the bloody stage outside the one-way glass, his eyes unfathomable. "Ask him one question. Do you regret saving that ungrateful woman?" No matter how he answers, whether he is stubborn, angry, or truly foolish enough not to regret. He paused, his fingertips gently tapping on the smooth handrail. "Give him everything." His voice was light, yet carried a playful tone. Reward him with a bottle of the lowest grade awakening potion. He slightly tilted his head, the black night vision lenses reflecting a cold light, the curve of his mouth becoming deeper and more dangerous. In this world, who can truly be untraceable? There are only dirty things that have yet to show their true colors. Don't scare him away. He brought us millions in revenue tonight. I want to see. He stared in the direction of the next room, as if he could see through the wall to that thin figure, the blue-gold eyes behind the lenses flashing with a hunting light. This little mouse that has recklessly intruded. What hidden motives does it have behind this elaborate hero saving the beauty act? With that, he elegantly stood up, the hem of his expensive black coat cutting a sharp arc tonight. I have an important appointment. His voice instantly regained that absolute indifference that looked down on everything, as if the interest he had shown to that thin ghost was merely a trivial pastime. Keep an eye on the place. Whatever information Anna wants to ask. He walked towards the door, his steps unwavering. Send it directly to my light brain. The door closed silently behind him. Jiang Zhaoyue was brought into the room, and the two soldiers who had taken her upstairs left. She instinctively reached for her wrist, which was empty. Her light brain had been carefully stored in her spatial button, but she desperately wanted to know what time it was. She had to reach the Lilon family for counseling within the designated time. This was her only legitimate reason to prove she wasn't present. If she was late, or even detained here, she didn't dare to think of the consequences. Time seemed to tick loudly in her ears, each sound hammering against her taut nerves, making her restless. Just as Jiang Zhaoyue thought of countless escape plans, frantically debating them in her mind and rejecting each one, a soldier entered expressionlessly, only asking her if she regretted it. After receiving her answer of not regretting, he nodded slightly like a machine, his voice flat and emotionless. You can rest here, or continue to do what you want to do. Walking out of the black market bar without any danger, the air mixed with the smell of cheap alcohol and rotting garbage filled her lungs. And Jiang Zhaoyue finally felt alive again. She greedily took a deep breath, the cold night wind momentarily clearing her chaotic mind. Just then, her gaze suddenly locked onto a street corner where a sleek, understated luxury pure black hovercar was slowly starting up, and the distinguished, upright figure walking towards the driver's seat looked so much like Lilon. Jiang Zhaoyue quickly hailed an old driverless hovercar and followed that black hovercar. At the same time, Baiyu, who had been lurking like a cheetah in the shadows of the black market streets, instantly captured this bizarre scene with his sharp gaze. He instinctively felt he should follow to see what was going on. So, he also hailed an old hovercar and quickly pursued. Lilon sat in the black hovercar and noticed the thin ghost tracking in the rearview mirror. He revealed a cruel smile, forced him to stop in the alley at Sunset Lane. I want to see what kind of bug has the audacity to be so bold. Chapter 68, Jiang Zhaoyue. Wow. Handsome guy strike. In an instant, the black hovercar roared like an enraged beast, its engine emitting a deep growl as it suddenly accelerated. It no longer followed a smooth route, weaving through the narrow streets like a ghost, making extreme lane changes. The tires screeched against the ground, the powerful airflow nearly toppling nearby small hovercars. The old taxi, under such a violent car maneuvering tactic, swayed like a small boat in turbulent waves. Forced to rock left and right, its alarm blaring madly. Finally, with an extreme maneuver of sharp turn and sudden brake, the taxi was violently pushed into a narrow, dimly lit dead end, Sunset Alley. The vehicle crashed uncontrollably into the garbage bin at the alley's entrance, producing a dull thud, and came to a complete stop. Lilon calmly got out of the car, still maintaining his disguise from the black market. A meticulous black, slicked-back hairstyle and dark night vision goggles covering the upper half of his face. Before getting out, he leisurely fastened a grotesque black gas mask over the lower half of his face, exuding a chilling and deadly aura. He walked with an elegant yet oppressive stride to the old, smoke-emitting, dented taxi. Under the gas mask, his deep voice was cold and stern, like a hammer striking a coffin lid. Come out. There was no response. Lilon lost his patience, bent his knuckles, and with a commanding arrogance that dictated life and death, he pounded heavily on the cracked window glass. Thud, thud, thud. The sound echoed in the silent alley like a death knell. The window remained tightly shut, Lylon's gaze sharpened, and he suddenly reached out to pull open the driver's side door. The car was empty. Only the twisted seatbelt hung limply. Lylon's movements instantly froze. A surge of rage for being mocked shot up. "Boss!" The soldier who had followed Lylon immediately stepped forward, his face pale as he activated the hover car's built-in rear camera recording. He quickly retrieved the footage, his fingers sliding rapidly across the screen. Freeze frame. Then he projected a clear video image holographically in front of Lylon. In the footage, just as their hover car violently shoved against the taxi, pushing it towards Sunset Alley. The rear window on the right side of the taxi was silently pushed open a crack. A small, agile figure slipped out like a boneless loach, darting through the gap like lightning. His movements were so quick that only a blurred afterimage remained in the night vision footage. "This little bug has escaped." The soldier's voice was filled with disbelief, pointing at the disappearing corner in the projection. Lylon stared fixedly at the disappearing afterimage in the holographic image, the blue-golden pupils behind the night vision lenses suddenly constricting. His jawline tightened to the extreme. A furious rage from being toyed with mixed with a cruel interest in discovering a new toy surged violently in his chest. As the black hover car crazily shoved against the old hover car Jiang Zhaoyue was in, her peripheral vision had already caught sight of the outline of a sneaky pursuing vehicle further away, playing the game of Mantis stalking the cicada, while the yellow Oriole waits behind. Then she would teach them a trick. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Anyway, next time she could pinch another face. And next time she would pinch the face of an ordinary woman. As for the person in that black hover car, was it Lylon? The answer would soon be revealed as long as she arrived at Lylon's house on time. Her earlier tracking was purely a spur-of-the-moment curiosity, not expecting the other party to be so vigilant. She didn't know what the person who resembled Lylon was doing in the black market, witnessing the thrilling street chase. Bayou decisively gave up on direct tracking. Experience told him that getting involved in such a level of conflict was unwise. He quickly changed lanes, choosing a more covert route to encircle and observe the situation. However, when he circled back to that area, the black hover car happened to brush past the vehicle he was driving at the intersection. The windows were tinted dark, making it impossible to see the people inside. But the old taxi that had been in an accident and was emitting white smoke made Bayou's soldier instincts tense up instantly. Bayou opened his light brain and saw the message Jiang Zhaoyue had sent him a minute ago. "I'm on my way to Lylon's house. After I finish directing traffic, I'll let you know right away." Only then did he feel slightly relieved. He thought, she must be imagining things, seeing shadows of herself on others. Changing back into her signature beige long dress, Jiang Zhaoyue stood in front of the intricately designed iron gate of Lylon's villa. The slightly cool night air helped to settle her chaotic thoughts. She instinctively looked towards the understatedly luxurious villa across the street, where Ran Yuan lived. It was completely dark. Not a single light was on, like a silent giant beast lurking in the night. A hint of unrecognizable disappointment, like tiny vines, quietly wrapped around her heart. What was he busy with? Jiang Zhaoyue was alarmed that she was starting to speculate about what Ran Yuan was doing. After that day, he had used a series of tactics, and afterward, he seemed to be playing hard to get with her. She immediately alerted herself, "Damn, this guy's a master at fishing." She squinted her eyes, forcibly suppressing that little ripple in her heart, and decisively pressed the doorbell. A crisp electronic sound rang out. Unexpectedly, the door lock almost opened in response, as if it had been waiting for her arrival. Across the street, in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window of Ran Yuan's villa, his blue-black hair blended almost seamlessly with the thick night. Only his pale skin outlined a vague yet upright silhouette in the darkness. His purple-black eyes, like ghostly flames ignited in an abyss, penetrated the glass, precisely capturing the slender figure in front of the opposite villa and her. That hurried glance she instinctively cast. Ran Yuan's long fingers were gently placing a glass of amber liquor on the low table beside him, the bottom of the glass making an extremely faint but clear sound as it touched the glass surface. The corners of his perfect lips silently curved up, a pleasant and inevitable arc blossoming in the shadow. A low, magnetic laugh echoed in the empty, silent room, carrying a hint of satisfied amusement. My little guide instinctively took a glance this way. It was as if he were savoring this small victory. You're waiting for me to take the initiative, right? That tone was laced with an extreme tenderness, as if he had already seen the fish hovering tentatively around the carefully crafted bait. I'm asking for votes and comments. Pushing open the heavy villa door, warm, humid air rushed toward her, along with the rich, unique scent of Lylon's wooden milk fragrance. As Jiang Zhaoyue adjusted to the dim light of the entrance, the moment she raised her eyes, boom, her brain felt as if it had been precisely hit by a nuclear bomb named Beauty. In the soft light of the living room, Lylon stood a few steps away, like a vividly beautiful image of a person stepping out of the bath, unexpectedly crashing into her view. He had obviously just finished showering. His pink wolf-tail hair was still wet, and a few strands of dyed blue-purple tips were still dripping water, refracting tiny shards of light under the illumination. Crystal-clear droplets slid down his elegantly contoured neck, disappearing into the slightly open collar of his bathrobe. The upper half of his body, with large areas of fair and delicate skin exposed to the air, radiated an alluring pink hue due to the hot water and the current coolness. The tight and beautiful outline of his chest muscles was clearly visible, containing a sense of vigorous strength, while his skin was as delicate as fine warm jade. He casually wore a loose pair of gray wide-leg pants on the lower half, accentuating his slim waist. The most contrasting detail was the pair of fluffy cartoon shark slippers on his feet. The enormous shark mouth faced her, inexplicably carrying a touch of silliness and cuteness. Chapter 69. Jiang Zhaoyue. Speak properly. Don't be so awkward. Jiang Zhaoyue felt as if she had been hit by a paralysis spell, her breath stalling for a moment. A few seconds ago, her thoughts about what Lylon was doing at the entrance of the black market bar were instantly blown away by the shocking scene before her. She almost mechanically cleared her throat, trying to regain her voice, but her gaze uncontrollably lingered on the beautiful lines of his chest for 2 seconds longer. Cough. If I had come a bit earlier, wouldn't you have still been washing? Lylon seemed to have his little secret exposed, his eyes immediately darting away in panic. Not daring to look at Jiang Zhaoyue again, his ears turning red and quickly spreading to his cheeks, even his neck flushed a rosy hue. His fingers gripping the towel unconsciously tightened, his voice became stammering. Well, not really, just finished washing. That innocent yet suggestive look, combined with his wet eyes and nearly bare upper body, had an exponentially increasing impact. Jiang Zhaoyue felt her ears starting to heat up, a rush of warmth flooding her cheeks. She forced herself to look away, but couldn't help but sneak a few glances. Internally screaming, coming in and getting this level of visual feast? This is too generous. It makes one feel embarrassed to look directly, but so pink and tender is really beautiful. The air was filled with a woody, milky scent, mixed with the fresh steam from his recent shower, as if carrying some invisible hook, silently disarming her defenses and rationality. Lylon slightly raised an eyebrow and tilted his head, his blue-golden eyes appearing particularly clear and deep in the soft light. Does sister blush too? Sister looks so beautiful when she blushes. Lylon's naive and adorable words carried a hint of awkwardness, as if the ending of the latter half concealed his desire to keep her blushing. Jiang Zhaoyue closed her eyes and opened them again, shaking off her fanciful thoughts. Where is your guidance room? Lylon felt a hint of frustration. He had been trying so hard to tempt her, but she, aside from showing a fleeting hint of indulgence in her eyes when he called her sister, there was no further ripple. Her appreciation was as pure as admiring a fine piece of art, without any impurities. There was no admiration for his powerful Nyx family behind him, no fear of top-tier power, nor any desire to cling to him and earn his favor. He even wanted to directly ask her, "Don't you want to have me?" Lylon was the sole heir and ruler of the powerful Nyx family. If she could become his sentinel, she could rise to the top in one leap, jumping from the masses to become part of the top 10 elite that holds most of the wealth in the Interstellar Alliance. It is important to note that the wealth of the Interstellar Alliance is highly concentrated in the hands of 20 of the elite, and the Nyx family is among the top 10 of that elite, standing at the very top of the pyramid. As the third princess of Jiang Pharmaceuticals, Jiang Zhaoyue could not possibly be unaware of the Nix family, but her indifference only made Lailan's curiosity and desire for conquest grow wildly. Her lack of interest in his wealth and fame precisely indicated that what she loved in her eyes was just Lailan himself. Realizing this, a pure joy and excitement surged in Lailan's heart. However, even if Jiang Zhaoyue knew about Lailan's psychological activities, at most, she would only be momentarily amazed by his immense wealth. First of all, she genuinely did not know these winding secrets of the wealthy and the details of wealth hierarchy. Secondly, her mind was not focused on finding the whereabouts of this body's mother, and then having the system send her back to her own world. That was the most important thing. So, whether Lailan was as rich as a country or wealthy in the interstellar realm, what does it have to do with her? Lailan suppressed the joy in his heart and naturally reached out, his warm fingers gently wrapping around Jiang Zhaoyue's cool wrist, leading her upstairs. His palm was slightly sweaty. With a clear touch, the guidance room in Lailan's villa was cleverly hidden in the partition of his master bedroom. The connecting door was one he had specifically sealed from the original corridor entrance, opening a new side door from inside the bedroom. This was so that at this moment, he could naturally hold her hand, leading her through his most private and unguarded territory, making her pass by the enormous bed covered in top-quality velvet. Inhaling the unique scent that belonged to him in his bedroom, Jiang Zhaoyue's curious gaze swept over the large bed, then quickly skimmed past the understated yet luxurious decorative details in the bedroom, her footsteps not stopping as she followed Lailan into the adjacent guidance room. Lailan's guidance room was a tranquil and peaceful light blue. Only the central guidance chair, the guide chair, and a few precision guidance instruments nearby were a soft beige color. Even the rack for the bike guard was uniformly matched in light blue. Jiang Zhaoyue's inner doubts dissipated even more. How could the fierce man with a slick-back black hairstyle from earlier possibly be Lailan? Jiang Zhaoyue let Lailan take off his robe and lay down on the guidance chair. Lailan obediently complied, with a hint of unnoticeable tension. His pale ears were already reddened, and his cheeks flushed a light pink. His long fingers slightly curled at his sides, the muscle lines in his forearms appearing somewhat stiff due to tension, even trembling slightly. Jiang Zhaoyue helped Lailan secure the restraint straps while comforting him. "Don't be nervous. Have you never undergone guidance before?" Lailan pressed his lips together, a flash of murderous intent quickly passing through his blue-golden eyes, vanishing in an instant. Lailan decided to tell the truth. "I did a long time ago, but that guide was terrible. He not only attacked my spiritual entity, but also wanted to plant a mark in my spiritual sea." When he spoke the last few words, he tightened his grip on the edge of the guidance chair, the veins in his pale arm bulging prominently, clearly visible. Jiang Zhaoyue's movements paused slightly as she looked at his tense profile and arm, understanding in her heart. She continued to bind Lailan while softly reassuring him. "Don't be nervous. I won't do that. If I did, you could have those two robots in the guidance room take me down immediately." Lailan bit his lip, his atoms apple bobbing. "I believe you, sister. Those two robots want to intervene while you're guiding me. What I'm afraid of is, if I enter the bonding heat, break the restraints, they could effectively subdue me, preventing me from harming you in the slightest." Jiang Zhaoyue smiled, not speaking. However, Lailan couldn't help but laugh at Jiang Zhaoyue's actions. "Sister, my waist is very sensitive. It has ticklish spots." Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow, mischievously running her fingers lightly over Lailan's side. Lailan couldn't help but grasp Jiang Zhaoyue's wrist, his blue-golden eyes shimmering with moisture as he looked at her. "Sister, please, don't do that." Jiang Zhaoyue watched Lailan show an innocent yet alluring expression. Her cheeks slightly heated, she cleared her throat and mumbled, "Just speak properly. Why make it so awkward?" Jiang Zhaoyue lightly patted Lailan's pale hand, encouraging him to release her wrist before continuing to bind his upper body. But Lailan slightly furrowed his brows, looking at Jiang Zhaoyue with concern. "Sister, are you hurt? Why is there a faint smell of blood?" Chapter 70. Lailan, don't be like this, sister. Jiang Zhaoyue's heart skipped a beat as she looked down at the lace and mesh long-sleeve overlay of her off-white dress coat, hurriedly pretending to be shy as she cleared her throat. Well, women have a few days of bleeding every month." Lailan was taken aback for a moment before realizing, and immediately blushed as she said to the robot, "Go swap the ice cream prepared for my sister with ginger tea." A robot quickly walked out of the room. Jiang Zhaoyue shrugged. "It's fine. Open your mouth. I'm going to put the bite guard on you." Lilon looked at Jiang Zhaoyue. Her eyes filled with longing and a hint of pleading. "If I happen to fall into the heat of bonding later, you can go downstairs with the robot to have tea and wait for me. I just need to get through the toughest 10 minutes. Then I'll come down and take you back. Don't have anyone else take you. I can do it. Trust me, okay?" Jiang Zhaoyue pinched Lilon's delicate cheek, not saying whether it was good or bad, but directly put the bite guard on him. If Lilon fell into the heat of bonding, she wouldn't be able to spend much time here with him. She was tired today and needed to go back to rest early. Saying it outright would be a bit hurtful, but not saying it could still keep his mood up. So, Jiang Zhaoyue chose to remain silent. She turned and walked towards the guiding instrument, her fingers quickly operating the cold control panel. When she sat in the comfortable guiding chair, she immediately held her breath and focused, releasing her powerful and pure mental energy in an instant. The mental threads wrapped around her unique guiding essence, which carried the sense of white pear and ylang ylang, flowing like gentle tides into Lilon's mental sea without any obstruction. The scene before Jiang Zhaoyue made her spirit shudder, her brows furrowing deeply. Lilon's mental sea was not like that of others, which had a stubborn vitality amid dirtiness. Instead, Lilon's mental sea resembled a desolate planet enveloped in endless darkness and filth. The surface was strewn with charred, dead branches and logs, a dead silence pervading, and the air seemed to be filled with the scent of sulfur and ashes of despair. If other Sentinels double 90s were like bottles filled with settled filth, Lilon's double 90 was like a bottle where the filth had been compacted tightly. The dirt settled so densely that it was airtight. Jiang Zhaoyue sighed and began to clean Lilon's mental sea. Her mental threads worked diligently because she discovered that removing the black stains on the ground revealed a vibrant purple color beneath. This stark contrast was like a vibrant secret garden buried beneath a dead wasteland. As Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads focused on cleaning the surface, a round, plump shadow stealthily approached. It was about 5 meters tall, moving with a slight clumsiness and curiosity. Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads turned to look, and her heart skipped a beat. It was a robust black bear. Jiang Zhaoyue's mental threads did not startle it. Instead, she split off 3 finer and softer mental threads, tentatively and gently grooming the black bear's tangled and dirty fur. It turned out that grooming it revealed a problem. The black mental entity in a mental sea was indeed not necessarily its original color. Look at what she discovered. Beneath the black fur, the cleaned portion surprisingly revealed pure white. She immediately directed her mental threads towards the bear's furry round ears, cleaning them more vigorously. However, no matter how hard she tried, the black dirt on those round ears was exceptionally stubborn and wouldn't come off. She had a strong premonition churning in her heart. As a human flowing with traditional Chinese blood, she had a genetic love for pandas. She lost track of the time, forgot that Lilon had only booked 5 minutes, and even forgot where she was. After all, the reward was calculated based on reduced pollution and frenzy values. Moreover, the strength disguise that Dan Yuan had helped her with before gave her some confidence. She had to see if this mental entity with a floral-like big face was the national treasure she longed for. Jiang Zhaoyue was full of enthusiasm, while Lilon on the guiding chair felt a stark contrast. Lilon's frenzy value dropped from a terrifying 90 to 78 and continued to decline. This brought a refreshing sensation, like having thick earwax that had been clogged for years completely cleared out, allowing a breeze to flow unobstructed into the ear canal, making him feel utterly comfortable. But at the same time, the forcibly stripped stubborn dirt also brought about an amplified, sharp pain hundreds of times over. The extreme comfort and extreme pain intertwined and amplified, crashing wildly against the nerve endings in Lilon's body. The alluring pinkness peeked through his fair skin, his muscles tensed, and sweat soaked his bangs. Under the restraints, his body began to tremble uncontrollably, every breath filled with a hot breath, and he clearly felt himself being pushed to the edge of the heat of bonding. He was ready to embrace that violent tide, gritting his teeth and making suppressed groans beneath the bite guard. At that critical moment, the force that had been bringing him extreme sensations in his mental sea suddenly disappeared. Lylon abruptly turned his head, looking through the gap in the bite guard at Jiang Zhaoyue on the guiding chair. Just one glance, and it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen instantly. Jiang Zhaoyue curled up in the wide guiding chair, her entire being resembling a boiled shrimp, her skin presenting an abnormal crimson. She bit her lip tightly, a thin line of red blood trickling down, shocking to behold. She still had some residual consciousness, her arms tightly hugging herself, her fingers convulsively tugging at the neckline of her lace overlay, as if desperately trying to prevent something from slipping away. That posture was filled with fragility and an absolute self-protection instinct. Was she injured? Who hurt his little Zhaoyue? In an instant, a faint smell of blood flashed through Lylon's mind. A thought crossed his mind without time to ponder. At this moment, what shattered Lylon's heart was the mental energy wave she emitted. It was a uncontrollable, violent energy storm far beyond S-level. S-level, she unexpectedly advanced during the guiding process. This sudden surge of energy directly pushed her into the heat of bonding as a guide. Lylon's mind went blank, soon overwhelmed by immense panic. The heat of bonding for a guide. He had only seen descriptions of it in the data. What should he do? He let out a sound muffled by the bite guard, his mental energy violently crashing against the restraints, while he frantically connected to the light brain, issuing commands to the robot to rescue him. Cough, cough. Lylon regained his freedom, immediately flipping off the chair and rushing towards Jiang Zhaoyue. He didn't even glance at the waiting robot beside him, roaring in anger out of fear and anxiety. Useless. Immediately searched the Star Network for emergency handling plans for guide bonding heat. Jiang Zhaoyue curled up even tighter. She felt as if she had been thrown into a furnace or tossed into an ice cave. The surging energy within her was like an uncontrollable flood, causing her cells to be forcibly torn apart and then forcibly repaired with excruciating pain. This intertwined sensation of comfort and pain continued to intensify. The remaining rationality she had left was only enough for her to desperately protect the secret of her scars. At that moment, a rich, irresistible woody and creamy scent of sentinel essence, like the deadliest temptation, forcefully invaded her nostrils. It was Lylon. He had come closer. She unconsciously moaned, almost instinctively grasping at him like a drowning person grabbing onto a piece of driftwood, suddenly reaching out her arms and tightly clinging to Lylon's neck. Lylon fumbled to grab a spare guiding bite guard. Looking at Jiang Zhaoyue's bloodied lower lip, his heart nearly shattered. His voice was extremely gentle, carrying a coaxing tone. Sister, could you please wear this? I beg you, don't hurt yourself anymore. But at that moment, Jiang Zhaoyue seemed to think that the guiding pheromones in the air were not enough. The arm clinging to his neck tightened suddenly, and her hot, soft lips unconsciously brushed against the skin of his neck, her heated breath spraying over his sensitive glands, while she let out a satisfied yet pained sigh. This deadly contact made Lylon gasp sharply, his muscles tensing like iron, and a storm brewed in the depths of his blue-gold eyes. He couldn't help but hoarsely plead, Sister, please don't do this. My willpower and morals will collapse. Chapter 71 Jiang Zhaoyue. Lylon, I'm going to hurt you. Jiang Zhaoyue is now caught in a feverish, crazed desire that devours everything. What did Lylon's voice say? Who cares about those buzzing words? Jiang Zhaoyue seems to be hallucinating, hearing the sound of blood flowing through her body, the cracking of bones, and every cell screaming. Not enough. Not enough. More. More. What does Lylon mean by hurting herself? Ah, how ridiculous. Lylon, why would she want to hurt herself? What she wants to hurt is Lylon. Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze is like a wolf in the night, focused on the location of Lylon's scent gland on his neck. That's the spot, the source of the woody, milky scent that continually tempts her to lose her sanity. Without a second thought, Jiang Zhaoyue bites down. She feels the sensation of her teeth breaking through the skin, accompanied by slight resistance. Lylon's blue-gold eyes widen, his body instantly stiffening. His 2S level sentinel physique isn't afraid of Jiang Zhaoyue's little bite. To Lylon, Jiang Zhaoyue's biting force is like a cat getting overly excited. just a little scratch on the skin. However, what Lylon cannot withstand is that Jiang Zhaoyue has bitten into his sensitive neck. Stimulated by emotions, Lylon can't help but release more sentinel pheromones. He can't bear to push Jiang Zhaoyue away, so he allows her to wrap her arms around him, clinging to him. Jiang Zhaoyue feels like a burning furnace, desperately pressing against Lylon, and he feels his sanity being burned away inch by inch. Jiang Zhaoyue's body's instincts are faster than her thoughts. Her dominance over the gland seems no longer satisfying. She can't help but suck harder. Boom! Lylon's body trembles violently, as if struck by a high-voltage current. A wave of woody, milky sentinel pheromones, several times more intense than before, explodes, crashing into Jiang Zhaoyue's senses like an invisible tidal wave wrapped in scorching vitality. Ah, this rich, intoxicating scent makes Jiang Zhaoyue sigh, like a desert traveler finally drinking from a sweet spring. Lylon, you smell so good. This unfamiliar, charming voice is full of endless greed. Jiang Zhaoyue is startled by her own words. Lylon struggles, try to push Jiang Zhaoyue away, but his slightly trembling arm feels to Jiang Zhaoyue like a game of cat and mouse. Sister, don't do this. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Lylon's hoarse voice, suppressed to the limit, scratches at Jiang Zhaoyue's heart like a feather, stirring up her stronger desire to conquer. Deep down, Jiang Zhaoyue emerges with a wicked expectation. What a wonderful picture it would be if this pink wolf-tailed sentinel, who looks like a heavenly being refined to perfection, were to show a broken expression. Jiang Zhaoyue can't help but shift from sucking pheromones to biting. She discovers that every time she stimulates Lylon, he releases even more potent sentinel pheromones, like an octopus releasing ink. Jiang Zhaoyue's guiding pheromones act like a hungry pack of sharks, madly devouring the released sentinel pheromones in the air, forcibly dragging them back to her glands, greedily consuming and transforming them. However, the brief relief is like drinking poison to quench thirst. Jiang Zhaoyue seems to be an insatiable demon, wanting more sentinel pheromones. Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly flips over, sitting on Lylon, firmly imprisoning him. Lylon's body stiffens like a sculpture. She can clearly feel his astonishing changes and scorching temperature. Lylon panics, wrapping his arms around Jiang Zhaoyue's waist, moving her to his abdomen. Oof! Jiang Zhaoyue voices her dissatisfaction, grabbing Lylon's wrist, which tries to stop her, and presses it down on the bedspread with all her strength. The veins bulging on Lylon's restrained arms lose their graceful beauty, filled instead with wild tension, which excites Jiang Zhaoyue even more. Jiang Zhaoyue leans down, once again aiming for the gland that has turned purple and bears a ring of bite marks, biting down with a sense of near-destructive possessiveness. Ugh! Lylon lets out a muffled groan of both pain and pleasure from deep in his throat. He could trap Jiang Zhaoyue in his embrace, making her unable to move, but he can't bear to resist her. Jiang Zhaoyue grinds her teeth on his neck, enjoying it like a cat gnawing on a chewing stick, listening to his breath, which is pushed to the limit, and watching his knuckles turn white as he clutches the bedspread. Jiang Zhaoyue feels a secret joy. Sister, do you really think I want to do anything to you? Lylon's slightly trembling voice hides an oppression that seems to have reached its peak. Yet, Jiang Zhaoyue, like a protective little beast, bites down on the flesh of Lylon's neck, angrily mumbling, "You smell like a little cake. Why don't you let me eat you? Hurry up and give me some." Lylon hears from Jiang Zhaoyue's voice a sense of grievance, petulance, and insatiable restlessness. For a moment, he really wants to take the opportunity to induce Jiang Zhaoyue to plant a mental mark on him, and then he would also plant a sentinel's mental mark on her. But he really likes Jiang Zhaoyue. He has been trying his best to suppress himself, fearing that he wouldn't be able to resist taking advantage of her vulnerability. The moment Lylon feels this dangerous thought, he immediately forces himself to calm down. If he does anything to her while Jiang Zhaoyue is out of her mind, he fears she would hate him. However, Jiang Zhaoyue does not appreciate Lylon's restraint. The fading scent of the sentinel transforms Jiang Zhaoyue's thirst into dissatisfaction and anger. She releases her bite, her hands no longer satisfied with holding Lylon's wrist, but searching him like a burglar looking for answers, trying to squeeze the woody, milky scent of sentinel pheromones hidden on him out of his glands like squeezing toothpaste. In Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes, Lylon is like a toy that can explode coins with a shake. If he doesn't obey, what should she do? Then she must find more ways to get those coins. Sister, please don't do this. Lylon's voice carries a hint of crying, a mix of extreme pleasure and pain pushing him to the brink of collapse. He trembles and dodges beneath Jiang Zhaoyue's hands. Just as Lylon's blue-gold eyes begin to narrow, unable to suppress dangerous thoughts any longer, Jiang Zhaoyue's gaze meets his. The impulse within Jiang Zhaoyue to crazily seize the sentinel pheromones slightly retreats with their diminishing scent. However, the sudden display of a domineering and greedy expression on Lylon's face, one she has never seen before, jolts her awake for a moment. Jiang Zhaoyue regains the last shred of her rationality and immediately screams in her mind. 00544. 00544. What is happening? I'm going crazy. I'm about to swallow him alive. Hurry, think of a way. Help me stop. This isn't right. When Jiang Zhaoyue calls out for the second time, 00544 responds urgently. Host, you're out of control due to the heat of fusion. Quick, mark him. Directly mark him. Only by completely merging and making his sentinel pheromones the foundation for your advancement can you calm down. The Nyx family is very powerful. They can also help you complete the task quickly. Little master, after all, you were always. The system's voice suddenly cuts off, as if it has clocked out. Jiang Zhaoyue feels something is off, but she has no time to think about it, as her rationality has completely collapsed, leaving only the instinctual thirst for sentinel pheromones. However, at the moment when Jiang Zhaoyue regained her senses and was in a daze, Lylon seized the opportunity, suppressing her ruthless thoughts, and delivered a knife-hand strike to the side of Jiang Zhaoyue's neck. Just as Lylon looked down greedily at the unconscious Jiang Zhaoyue, the urgent sound of the doorbell came from outside the villa. Chapter 72. Ran Yuan, damn it. Lylon placed Jiang Zhaoyue on his large bed and opened his light brain, only to see that the visitor was actually Ran Yuan. Ran Yuan was playing with a disc-shaped detector at the entrance of Lylon's villa, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lylon frowned, his expression darkening for a moment, before he took out a high-necked black sleeveless t-shirt from the space button. Ran Yuan stood in the living room of Lylon's villa, looking at Lylon, unable to help but raise an eyebrow. I saw you had an appointment for a consultation. Where's Zhaoyue? Lylon's voice was slightly hoarse. She's resting. A hint of bad premonition flashed in Ran Yuan's deep peach blossom eyes beneath his thick brows, causing his voice to drop a degree. Resting? Lylon slightly pressed his lips together. He didn't want Ran Yuan to get involved in matters between him and Jiang Zhaoyue. He had already sent over the special heat suppression agent for guides. So, Lylon crossed his arms and looked at Ran Yuan with a frown. Commander, Xiaoye is tired from the consultation with me. Is there a problem with her resting? Seeing Lylon's resistant expression, Ran Yuan felt even more that something was wrong. He coldly stared at Lylon. I am also Zhaoyue's guardian sentinel. I have the right to inquire about her condition. Why are you so nervous? Lylon's lips curled into a smile devoid of warmth. I had a pleasant time with Xiaoye. She's tired and needs to rest. Do you understand what I'm saying? When Lylon saw that Ran Yuan still had no intention of leaving, he lifted his black t-shirt, revealing mottled red marks and bruises on his fair skin. How about this? Can you understand now? A flicker of fury crossed Ran Yuan's handsome face, which was undeniably striking. More than half an hour ago, when Jiang Zhaoyue entered Lylon's house, she had looked back at his house. If Jiang Zhaoyue valued Lylon more than him, how could she have had the thought to glance back at his house before going to Lylon's? Did you force Zhaoyue? Where is she? I want to see her. Ran Yuan's jawline tightened, his usual calm demeanor disappearing, replaced by a fierce gaze directed at Lylon, unleashing powerful sentinel pheromones and mental pressure. Yet, Lylon stood firmly in front of Ran Yuan, slightly raising his sword-like brows and looking at Ran Yuan with a smile that was neither warm nor cold. I heard Commander Ran Yuan is a 2S level sentinel. Is this your 2S level strength? Lylon's change of topic was quite lethal. Concealing or misrepresenting strength violates the laws of the Interstellar Federation. I believe Commander Ran Yuan knows this, right? Ran Yuan not only did not retract his release pressure, but his momentum intensified. His beautiful face was now filled with aggression. He looked at Lilon. Delaying time won't help. I command you to step aside in my capacity as the commander of the 13th District. I suspect you are a danger to Jiang Zhaoyue. Lilon also lowered his brows, revealing a fierce side to his exquisitely painted face. Commander Ran Yuan, your tone is no longer sweet and charming as it is when you face Jiang Zhaoyue, but cold and bloodthirsty. If Xiaoye is fine here with me, will you take responsibility for your slander? Ran Yuan's jaw clenched, resembling a poised black panther. If she is fine, why hasn't she made any sound until now? I need to see her to ensure her safety. Every minute you delay, you are endangering an S-level guide. Yet Lilon remained unyielding, emitting a woody, milky scent of sentinel pheromones wrapped in the fragrance of Jiang Zhaoyue's white pear orchid, as if the two had just engaged in something indescribable. Ran Yuan's eyes widened in shock, and his anger surged even more. He believed that Lilon had certainly forced Jiang Zhaoyue, even imprisoning her. His concern for Jiang Zhaoyue instantly overwhelmed his rationality. If he hadn't insisted on flirting with Jiang Zhaoyue, how could she have come to Lilon's house alone? If Jiang Zhaoyue had come to Lilon's house with him, she definitely wouldn't have encountered any bad situations. Lilon, Ran Yuan's voice seemed to squeeze out between his teeth. Just as he was about to say the next sentence, Lilon's robotic butler on the second floor played Jiang Zhaoyue's moaning voice. Lilon, you bastard. It hurts so much, you jerk. Just wait. At that moment, Ran Yuan's heart felt like it had fallen into an ice cellar. All his worries turned into a joke. The jealousy and unwillingness in his heart almost made it impossible for him to maintain his composure. Deep down, he still denied it, unwilling to believe that Jiang Zhaoyue was really together with Lilon. However, Ran Yuan's expression remained unchanged, and he retracted all his mental pressure and domineering sentinel pheromones. He casually spread his hands. I'll make a video call to Zhaoyue. You have no objections, right? Lilon put his hands in his pants pockets, shrugged slightly, tilted his head, and the smile at the corner of his mouth remained unchanged, as if to say, do as you wish. Ran Yuan's heart sank little by little. He wore a facade of indifference as he opened the video call on his wrist light brain. After Jiang Zhaoyue answered, the background behind her was her sitting on Lilon's bedside, with a dim bedside lamp beside her. Ran Yuan's mouth twitched, desperately suppressing the thoughts that were driving him insane. Rush upstairs. Snatch Jiang Zhaoyue back home, hold her tightly, and erase every trace and scent left by Lilon on her. Is there something wrong, Commander? Jiang Zhaoyue's voice was low and hoarse, as if she hadn't had water after exhausting herself. Ran Yuan felt his heart bleed. If only he hadn't wanted to take a break from his progress with Jiang Zhaoyue a few days ago. What if they had only known each other for a few days? In just a few days, he wanted to have her and to be her first sentinel husband. Was that a problem? Well, now it's good. Jiang Zhaoyue was gently rubbing her neck on a video call, tears at the corners of her eyes, her nose red, as if she was in pain, and let out a hissing sound. Commander? Jiang Zhaoyue was curious why Ran Yuan was calling her, only to find him staring at her in silence, the turbulent emotions in his dark eyes making her feel somewhat perplexed. Lilon couldn't help but kindly explain, Sister. Commander Ran Yuan saw you doing consultations here for so long and wanted to check on you. A trace of panic flashed in Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes, and she hurriedly waved her hand. No need. Thank you, Commander. Let. Jiang Zhaoyue was about to mention by you, but recalling how she had bullied Lilon in various ways and asked by you to come pick her up, it felt a bit strange. So, Jiang Zhaoyue said, Lilon can take me back. Ran Yuan felt his heart shatter into pieces. His long fingers curled slightly, smiling lightly, but there was no trace of mirth in his eyes. If you two are together, you need to report for genetic matching. Otherwise, Jiang Zhaoyue frowned slightly, looking confused. Huh? What do you mean? But Lilon reached out to push open the door behind Ran Yuan. Then you don't need to worry, Commander. Thank you. Take care. Chapter 73 Leland. By you. Did you see the strawberry mark? Ran Yuan looked at Jiang Zhaoyue and Leland's reactions and instantly realized that nothing had probably happened between the two. Just as the lazy and carefree smile on his lips began to rise, a response from Jiang Zhaoyue came through the light brain. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath and nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. The smile on Ran Yuan's face suddenly froze. What do you mean by okay? I understand. A surge of jealousy mixed with anger and irritation suddenly surged up, and the arc of his lips was instantly stained with a hint of rampant malice. He spoke softly and slowly to the light brain, deliberately using a gentle tone. Zhao Zhao, go home and rest early. The communication was cut off. Ran Yuan took a deep breath and turned to disappear into the heavy night. He had to immediately suppress the agitation of the frenzy and pollution values within him. The high-risk values could not withstand such emotional fluctuations. Ran Yuan pressed his porcelain-white fingers hard against his heart, repeatedly chanting, Zhao Zhao knows nothing. There is not a trace of any aftermath of an affair on her. Leland? Huh. That guy is definitely not as harmless as he pretends to be in front of Zhao Zhao. If Leland really... Ran Yuan pressed down on his heart again, forcefully suppressing the surging thoughts. Right. Zhao Zhao must be doing this on purpose to make him jealous. Otherwise, why would she have looked at him that way before going to Leland's house? It seems that his plan needs to accelerate. Ran Yuan's footsteps became firm again as he walked directly toward his villa. On the other side, Leland had just closed the door and rushed back to the bedroom in 3 quick steps. He sat on the edge of the bed, slightly tilting his head, his blue-golden eyes carrying a hint of barely perceptible anxiety as he secretly peeked at Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue was rubbing her neck, and upon seeing him, she felt that spot hurt even more. She raised her foot and kicked at Leland's waist, her voice full of reproach. Why did you hit me so hard? Leland instinctively wanted to reach out and touch her neck, but was met with Jiang Zhaoyue's sharp slaps on his forearm. It hurts. It must be bruised. Do you have a grudge against me? I was wrong, sister. Please don't be angry. Leland quickly grasped her wrist, which was still trying to slap him, his warm fingertips gently rubbing her slightly reddened palm. What if your hand hurts? As he softly coaxed her, his other hand carefully brushed aside Jiang Zhaoyue's long hair. Sure enough, as Jiang Zhaoyue said, on her milky white skin, the spot where Leland's hand had struck was marked with a glaring bruise. Jiang Zhaoyue pouted in anger, lowering her brows and glaring at him fiercely. Can't you just give me an injection directly? Why do you have to knock me out first? It hurts so much. Leland's blue-golden eyes were filled with regret as he looked at her pitifully. I'm sorry, I wasn't prepared. I had the robot by the guide suppressor at the last minute. I won't do it again, sister. Please forgive me. Leland's voice was pleasant, and his gentle tone, mixed with a hint of pleading, made Jiang Zhaoyue immediately forgive him. Seeing that Jiang Zhaoyue was no longer angry, Leland quickly took advantage of the situation. Sister, can you stay with me tonight? I'll take care of you. Jiang Zhaoyue looked at the distance between her and Leland, and suddenly remembered everything she had done to him. Jiang Zhaoyue reached out to pull down Leland's black turtleneck, looking at the deep purple marks and bite marks on his neck, feeling deeply apologetic. Does it hurt? Let me apply some medicine for you. Leland shook his head, holding Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, his gaze revealing a desire to be close to her, but also a fear of upsetting her, quickly explaining that he didn't want her to feel guilty. Actually, I have a medical cabin at home. Lying in it for 5 minutes would make these injuries disappear. But I want to keep them. Jiang Zhaoyue frowned slightly, a bit confused. Leland traced her palm with his finger in a disordered manner, his long, thick eyelashes fluttering. I want the marks you left on me to stay a little longer. This time, not only did Leland's cheeks flush with embarrassment, but Jiang Zhaoyue also felt her ears burning and her cheeks heating up. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath and was about to speak when a light brain on her wrist began to vibrate incessantly. However, Jiang Zhaoyue ignored it. She looked earnestly at Leland. Leland, if you choose to be with me, will you come with me when I leave? Leland was stunned. He had never thought such a huge surprise would hit him, fearing that Jiang Zhaoyue would misunderstand his hesitation while waiting for an answer. He quickly grasped her hands tightly and excitedly kissed her. Yes, I will go with sister. But we can't rush this. Sister, let me arrange things first, okay? Leaving the city without permission during the sentence is a serious crime. If we sneak out of Silent City, his expression turned serious. The Galactic Federation won't immediately punish us openly, but secretly, countless laboratory bases will immediately send people to hunt us down. At that time, we would have no legal protection. It would be too dangerous. We absolutely can't proceed without a thorough plan. Jiang Zhaoyue took a deep breath, shaking her head. I'm not talking about leaving Silent City. I'm saying 00544 suddenly emitted a sharp alarm sound in Jiang Zhaoyue's mind, causing her ears to ring and her mind to go blank for a moment. In an instant, Jiang Zhaoyue felt a surge of rage, but she suppressed her expression and, in Leland's puzzled gaze, cupped his exquisitely beautiful face and gently dropped a fleeting kiss on his lips. Jiang Zhaoyue stood up and said in an undeniable tone, "Take me home first. I need to handle some things before I can discuss this in detail with you. There is no need to rush this." Leland frowned for a moment, but when Jiang Zhaoyue looked over, he instantly returned to a well-behaved and obedient expression. "Okay, sister." However, when the two arrived at the villa's entrance, they saw a blue-gray hover car outside, with Bayou leaning against the car door, arms crossed. The evening breeze lifted his seaweed-like silver-gray hair, and a strand brushed against the tear mole below his left eye, sweeping across his flesh-pink lips, adding a layer of brilliance to his divine-looking face. Bayou stepped down from his left leg, which was crossed over his right, wearing a gentle smile as he slowly opened the car door, kindly saying to Jiang Zhaoyue, "I saw you didn't reply to my messages and was worried about you, so I came to pick you up." Leland bit his full lips, tightened his grip on Jiang Zhaoyue's hand, and tilted his head to look at her, elongating the line of his neck to reveal the strawberry mark and bite marks that had been left on him. "Sister, since Deputy Commander Bai is on your way, let's have him take you home. You've worked hard today. Make sure you rest early and go straight to bed when you get home." Leland looked at Jiang Zhaoyue with some concern in his eyes, anxiously reminding her. Bayou noticed the marks revealed by Leland. He knew that Leland was deliberately provoking him, and if he got angry, it would mean he had fallen into Leland's trap. However, Bayou took a deep breath and looked at the starry sky. He couldn't contain the surging jealousy in his heart. The smile on Bayou's lips turned cold and formulaic, and his voice involuntarily dropped a notch. "I am also one of Xiaoyu's bodyguard sentinels. Protecting her is as important to me as my life." Leland, however, ignored Bayou's possessive declaration, lowered his head to wrap his arms around Jiang Zhaoyue's waist, his blue-golden eyes revealing a dog-like expression of reluctance, softly whining. "Sister, can I have a good night kiss before you go?" Chapter 74. Bayou, where did these bruises come from? Bayou watched as Jiang Zhaoyue kissed Leland on the cheek in front of him before getting into his car. The moment Jiang Zhaoyue ducked into the hover car, Leland's expression towards Bayou turned into a half-smile, directly declaring war. Bayou's mouth twitched, but he still maintained his smile as he closed the car door for Jiang Zhaoyue. Jiang Zhaoyue remained silent, her head lowered, looking serious as if she had something heavy on her mind. Bayou didn't force a conversation with her. The night breeze slipped through a crack in the window, creating a silent commotion inside the hover car. Jiang Zhaoyue's mind was filled with the oddities of 00544. It had initially urged her to complete tasks, but now it was silent every day, only appearing with a time limit of 15 seconds. Moreover, what it said also concerned Jiang Zhaoyue. Originally, 00544 always referred to her as the host. What did it mean by calling her Little Master later? Lost in thought, Jiang Zhaoyue didn't pay attention to the distance between the hover car and the ground when she got out, and she twisted her ankle. Bayou immediately closed the car door and picked Jiang Zhaoyue up horizontally. What was he thinking? He desperately tried to keep his voice from sounding like a question. "Changing, are you thinking of me? To what are you thinking about?" Jiang Zhaoyue leaned against Bayou's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat, and asked without context, "If you were deceived to a completely unfamiliar place, how would you handle it?" Bayou's lips curled into a convincing smile, his voice gentle. "First, I would do everything possible to ensure my survival. Then, I might choose revenge." Bayou suddenly thought, was the little you in his arms deceived to Silent City? So, she contacted Leland for revenge, intending to use the immense power of the Nix family to pave her way for revenge. Bayou's smile became more genuine. His little you really did put him first. She would let him know everything. Bayou kissed Jiang Zhaoyue's forehead, gently sniffing the unstable, guiding pheromones on her. He instantly thought of the bite marks on Leland's neck and couldn't help but ask, You've advanced S-level guide. Haven T you? No wonder you're so tired. I'm sorry. I should have come and pick you up earlier. Jiang Zhaoyue shook her head, jumped out of Baiyu's embrace, opened the door, turned around, and wished Baiyu good night, her face showing exhaustion that couldn't be hidden. Once home, Jiang Zhaoyue directly issued a final ultimatum to 00544. I've figured it out. If you can't appear properly and clarify things with me, then I'll take this as a free chance at life. You and your tasks can go to hell. Jiang Zhaoyue waited for a long time, but 00544 still didn't respond. Then there came a knock at the door. Jiang Zhaoyue thought 00544 had borrowed a physical robot to come negotiate with her. However, when she opened the door, it was Baiyu. Baiyu was holding a bag of granules and 2 tubes of recovery agents. He projected the explanatory page from his light brain in front of Jiang Zhaoyue, closed the door with his foot, and walked straight to the kitchen in Jiang Zhaoyue's room. What you're experiencing now is a small stage of advancement, but it also needs to be taken seriously. If I hadn't noticed your unstable guiding pheromones, I might have let you spend such a weak night alone. Baiyu subtly took a jab at Lilon while placing the items in the kitchen and then returned to the door, picking Jiang Zhaoyue up and placing her on the bed in her bedroom. I'll go prepare calming granules with the recovery agent for you. You should take off your coat and get ready for bed. As Baiyu turned around, he softly informed Jiang Zhaoyue, you should have just finished the guide suppressants not long ago. You wouldn't feel heavy yet, but your spirit is high. About an hour after the injection, such symptoms will gradually appear. However, drinking the water made with calming granules and recovery agents will alleviate such conditions. Before Baiyu finished speaking, Jiang Zhaoyue quickly closed her light brain, took off her outer clothing, and burrowed under the covers. Jiang Zhaoyue was already starting to feel the aftereffects of the injection, feeling as uncomfortable as if she had a recurring fever and cold. Lilon said, she gave me something to help me sleep. Will it conflict with what you're cooking? Jiang Zhaoyue wrapped herself tightly in the quilt like a silkworm. Baiyu paused for a moment in the kitchen, his gentle voice unchanged. It won tea. The one I'm cooking for you is a versatile calming and sleep aid recipe. As Baiyu fed the prepared soup to the tightly wrapped Jiang Zhaoyue, she was so obedient that he wished time could freeze at that moment. Jiang Zhaoyue lay in bed, her big eyes blinking continuously. I think I'm starting to feel what you said, very tired and sleepy, but I can't fall asleep. Jiang Zhaoyue asked Baiyu in a spoiled manner, am I going to have a fever? Baiyu reached out to touch Jiang Zhaoyue's forehead. No. The discomfort in her body made Jiang Zhaoyue feel a bit attached to Baiyu. She murmured, can you stay with me? Baiyu then sat on the floor by Jiang Zhaoyue's bed, resting his arms on his knees, softly coaxing Jiang Zhaoyue, if you don't mind. I can stay here with you, okay? Jiang Zhaoyue bit her lip, feeling a bit guilty. Can you take off your combat suit and get a blanket from the cabinet by the wall and lie next to me? Baiyu suppressed his joy and lightly agreed, then went to the bathroom to change. He hesitated for a moment, wondering whether to take out a spare change of clothes when he heard Jiang Zhaoyue seemingly talking to someone. Baiyu steeled himself and came out wearing only a pair of gray long pants. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhaoyue had just sent a message to Lilon to report her safety and didn't forget to thank Ranyuan for his concern. When Jiang Zhaoyue looked up, she saw Baiyu's pale skin and defined lines, capturing all her attention. She couldn't help but swallow hard, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Her mind was filled with soft pink waves, no longer calm. Stop staring. You're usually not this reserved. Show me. But when Jiang Zhaoyue looked up again, Baiyu had already covered himself with the quilt and lay down next to her. Jiang Zhaoyue's eyes widened slightly. So fast. Baiyu, just like Jiang Zhaoyue, wrapped himself up like a silkworm and looked at Jiang Zhaoyue sideways. Sleep now. Do you need me to tell you a bedtime story? Jiang Zhaoyue pouted, a bit dissatisfied. My eyelids are heavy. I think I have a fever. How can you take care of me with your hands wrapped in a quilt? Baiyu's elongated silver gray pupils trembled slightly, his smile deepening as he reached out to cover Jiang Zhaoyue's forehead, softly explaining in a slightly hoarse voice, I'm afraid you'll think I'm frivolous. I've only been alone with you in the bedroom. I don't know what to do. Jiang Zhaoyue didn't dare take her arms out from under the quilt because she had bruises on her body and wasn't sure if the recovery agent had helped reduce them. She nestled closer to Baiyu, finding a comfortable sleeping position and felt her drowsiness surge as she was accompanied by Bayu's sentinel pheromones. Well, now tell me a bedtime story. After Bayu coaxed Jiang Zhaoyue to sleep, he saw her turn over and kick off the quilt, revealing a patch of shallow bruises not covered by her white camisole. Chapter 75 Bayu. Can I be your only one? Bayu took a deep breath, a storm brewing in the silver-gray pupils of his narrow eyes. He cherished her so much that even the overwhelming heat of their bond could be forcibly suppressed because he didn't want her to see his grotesque side. When the bond heat backfired, he desperately held down the evil thoughts invading his heart, not even touching her with a single finger. However, during the moments he wasn't by her side, someone actually hurt her. Tell me, was it Lylon? Bayu endured the heartache while suppressing the jealousy surging in his chest. He gently embraced Jiang Zhaoyue, looking at her sleeping face, and whispered in her ear, "How can you like Lylon? He is not at all what you think he is." His long, white fingers lightly brushed the hair off Jiang Zhaoyue's cheek, caressing the contour of her chin. His thumb grazed her slightly parted lips. Just thinking about the moment he went to pick up Jiang Zhaoyue and saw Lylon affectionately asking for a kiss. "Lylon, has he kissed you?" Bayu's thumb pressed against Jiang Zhaoyue's lips, trembling more and more. He hated it to the core, yet he still couldn't bear to hurt her. Bayu lowered his head, his breath warm against Jiang Zhaoyue's red lips, softly asking, "If you don't stop me, I'll take it as your consent." Bayu gently kissed Jiang Zhaoyue's lips, but stopped immediately. His rationality. Would he allow him to do such an outrageous thing? He felt like a mad pervert. He pressed his lips together, lying beside Jiang Zhaoyue, lifting her fingers and brushing them against his lips. His voice hoarse with a hint of despair. "Why do you like Lylon? Is it because he knows how to pretend? His affection for you doesn't even compare to how much I love you." Bayu turned to his side, resting his forehead against Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, whispering, "You don't know how much I want to hold you, kiss you, cherish every inch of your skin. Do you think I'm a coward, loving you so much, yet not expressing it?" Bayu murmured softly, slightly raising his head, his nose brushing against Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, unable to resist lightly biting her earlobe. "I don't want to tell you. I'm afraid my affection for you will be too obvious. It might lead my family to make unreasonable demands on you. They will surely demand that you go all out to save my brother right now, although I also want you to help me save him. But you're not capable enough right now. You need at least an S-level guide ability. When you reach that level of power, I will ask you to help me save him. But my family, if they find out you have such potential, they will use moral coercion and all sorts of means to pressure you. I don't want you to see the parts of me that don't match up to you, and I can't cut ties with them." Bayu kissed Jiang Zhaoyue's ear, whispering, "I'm sorry. I really love you, but right now I can't express my love for you." Bayu took a deep breath, softly confessing to Jiang Zhaoyue, "And I'm also afraid that if I show my affection for you, that bastard Ranyuan will come after you. I'm even more afraid that in your eyes I'm not good enough. You will reject me. If that happens, I want to even have the chance to be by your side. I'm such a coward. Do you still like me?" As Bayu spoke, he kissed Jiang Zhaoyue's earlobe, even unable to resist biting it. "Lylon Nix hasn't touched your ear, has he? Then I'm the first." Bayu couldn't help but leave a strawberry mark on Jiang Zhaoyue's neck, murmuring, "Can you let me be the only one?" Bayu couldn't help but plant another strawberry mark, his voice hoarse and filled with a hint of pleading. "I know it's impossible, but can you allow me to think about it?" In her dreams, Jiang Zhaoyue felt someone humming in her ear, as if it were a little fox. She turned over, wrapping her arms around Bayu's head, leaning down to kiss the top of his head, murmuring, "Little fox, don't make trouble." Bayu's earlier desperate and bitter expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a brightened face. So, in her dreams, it's all about him, right? Little fox, that damn spirit form of his. But it doesn't matter. That's still him. Bayu excitedly tightened his embrace around Jiang Zhaoyue, even leaving strawberry marks on her still slightly bruised skin. Bayu didn't dare to think about what Jiang Zhaoyue would look like if the restorative didn't make these marks disappear. Would she hit him or question him? Or would she ignore him completely? Bayu paused, his crumbling rationality finally returning. He pressed his lips together, gently applying cooling ointment to the strawberry marks on Jiang Zhaoyue's body, until Bayu noticed something strange. He suddenly sat up, frowning as he stared at a large area of purplish black on Jiang Zhaoyue's waist and abdomen that was fading. This is not the mark left by a binding strap during a Guide S advancement. It couldn't possibly be the bruise left by Lylon when he restrained Jiang Zhaoyue to calm her down. This is a mark left from a fight, based on the abrasions on her skin. This is a mark left by a whip kick. Bai Yu's anger surged instantly. Who did this? Why didn't Xiaoyu say anything? How could such a thing happen in Silent City? He immediately opened the action trajectory map accessible to the guard sentinels. His little Yu only went out for dinner tonight, and then went to Lylon's house for guidance. Could have been from yesterday. Bai Yu was just about to review yesterday's records when his trembling fingers suddenly froze. He clicked on a location where Jiang Zhaoyue had dinner tonight. He zoomed out the map, seeing the entrance to the black market 2 streets over, pondering for a moment. Bai Yu already had a clue in his mind. A page from Jiang Zhaoyue's notes about the black market flashed through his mind. She mentioned that there were things she wanted to buy in the mall. So she didn't want to waste merit points, and she even asked him if there were any purchase records in the merit mall. And he saw so many figures he thought were Jiang Zhaoyue's at the entrance of the black market bar. One of them must be Jiang Zhaoyue. Bai Yu held Jiang Zhaoyue close, whispering softly with a hint of a secret they both understood. Xiaoyu, we truly have a telepathic connection, no matter what you become. I can still recognize you. Jiang Zhaoyue felt a bit hot, reaching out to press Bai Yu's face, pushing him away a little, turning over and mumbling. Bai Yu, don't make trouble. Bai Yu hugged Jiang Zhaoyue from behind again, kissing her shoulder, looking at the purplish marks gradually fading due to the restorative, then kissing Jiang Zhaoyue's ear. Am I in your dreams too? Then I will go find you in your dreams. As Bai Yu fell into a sweet sleep, Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 76 Bai Yu. The scabs on my lips are all sweet. Because 00544 has finally revived. It hurriedly sent an anonymous audio message to Jiang Zhaoyue's light brain. These are the words Bai Yu said to you while you were asleep. He even stole a kiss from you. 00544 tried to report Bai Yu to highlight its own goodness. It quickly explained to Jiang Zhaoyue, Host, I disappeared because if I stay online for more than 15 seconds, someone who has a detection device will catch me. I don't know whether that person's intention is good or bad. To make a long story short, Host, you cannot tell anyone about our ability to traverse. It won't benefit you at all and could even bring unnecessary trouble. That's why I alerted you at that time. Host, I will go offline now. I can appear for 15 seconds every 6 hours. You need to be wary of Ran Yuan. I suspect that the one detecting me is very likely him. Because every time I sense that some code is trying to locate me precisely, that guy shows up. Jiang Zhaoyue finally understood why 00544 kept crashing. She was silent for a moment, wanted to share part of this with Lylon, partly because she wanted to use Lylon to help her, and partly because if Lylon was marked by her mentally, she would die as soon as she left. Forget it. Fortunately, the dog system interrupted her at that time. At this moment, she leisurely clicked on the audio message from Bai Yu that the system sent her. After listening, Jiang Zhaoyue's face turned red. Bai Yu actually did these things while she was asleep. However, didn't she also take advantage of Bai Yu when he was suffering from the backlash of the fusion heat? Jiang Zhaoyue speechlessly pinched Bai Yu's cheek. Her liking for Lylon was a choice made after careful consideration. Rather than saying she liked Lylon, it would be more accurate to say she needed Lylon. But under her unintentional flirtation, this guy actually liked her so much that he keenly discovered her secret. She was still thinking that the recovery potion could prevent anyone from discovering her injuries. However, she was curious whether Bai Yu would help her or stop her after learning her secret. Jiang Zhaoyue raised an eyebrow, admiring Bai Yu's sleeping face. She pinched Bai Yu's pink crescent lips and couldn't help but bite down lightly. She didn't intend to bite hard, just to retaliate against him for daring to steal a kiss while she was asleep. Even if his appearance was to her aesthetic liking, that didn't give him a right to be so perverse. It was terrifying, but Bai Yu let out a muffled hum and tilted his head back. In a moment of panic, Jiang Zhaoyue accidentally bit his lip. Bai Yu was just about to open his eyes when he felt Jiang Zhaoyue's small hand pressing on his stomach. He greedily wanted to know if Jiang Zhaoyue liked him too, so he pretended to be confused and pulled her into his arms, tightening his little arm, leaning down to kiss her hair, mumbling ambiguously, Xiaoyu. Jiang Zhaoyue suddenly went still. Bayu's heart was filled with anticipation, nervous as if it might jump out of his throat. Time passed second by second, and after waiting for a long time, Bayu finally heard Jiang Zhaoyue's soft snoring. Bayu licked the spot where Jiang Zhaoyue had bitten his lower lip. It had already formed a scab, but he found that the sting was an irreplaceable sweetness. Bayu held Jiang Zhaoyue in his arms, not daring to hold her too closely for fear of doing something even more offensive. He kissed the side of Jiang Zhaoyue's sleepy face and entered into a second beautiful dream with a smile. "I'm asking for votes." When Ran Yuan saw Bayu with the scar on his lips, he knew what the guy was up to when he came to report his work. Ran Yuan's lazy and unrestrained smile faded a little. "I see you're in pretty good shape. If your own team doesn't step up to do their tasks, morale will scatter." Bayu's smile remained unchanged as he nodded slightly. "I'm here for that." He had messaged Bayu last night to ask him to bring Jiang Zhaoyue from Lailan's villa. Ran Yuan didn't want Bayu to use the pretense of taking Jiang Zhaoyue away to get close to his little guide. Ran Yuan was holding back a fire in his chest, and his sentinel instincts seemed to be loosening a bit, but he still maintained a nonchalant expression. "What do you think?" Bayu directly took out his team as promotion data from this period. "I plan to take Xiaoyu out on a mission." Ran Yuan's jaw tightened involuntarily, but he still kept smiling, his purple-black eyes fixed on Bayu. Bayu sat across from Ran Yuan, a warm smile on his lips, even more genuine than before. However, the words he spoke made Ran Yuan even less inclined to listen. "You may not know Xiaoyu as well as I do. She has been training herself. Through her training, I've noticed a problem. The stronger her physical fitness, the more resilient her mental strength will be." Ran Yuan's European descent features raised an eyebrow slightly. "So what? What does that have to do with Deputy Commander by sending my precious guide out on a mission?" Bayu projected a document from his light brain for Ran Yuan to see. "Commander Ran, aren't you looking to recruit some strong sentinels for the 13th District of Silent City? Look at the requirements for the guide competition and the benefits for guides in their regions after winning." Ran Yuan glanced at it briefly, his purple-black eyes continuing to look at Bayu. "The competition is held every 3 years. What's so special about that?" Bayu's smile deepened. "This time, participating units are allowed to recruit sentinels and guides on their own. You really aren't the least bit interested?" Ran Yuan's arms rested on the table, lazily tapping his fingers on the surface, his gaze deep as he looked at Bayu without speaking. Bayu let Ran Yuan think for a moment before presenting an even more enticing condition. "This year, as long as the recruits have a clean background, I won't block high-level sentinels from entering the 13th District. But," Bayu clicked on some moving images of Jiang Zhaoyue during her workout. "Xiaoyu must go on missions with my team. I don't trust leaving her with others." Ran Yuan took a deep breath, leaned back in his chair, interlocking his fingers in front of his abdomen, slightly lowering his head, raising his brows. And the smile on his lips became even more mischievous. "Tizke, going around in circles just to monopolize Zhao Zhao." Ran Yuan used Bayu's past arguments against him. "Deputy Commander Bai, I can't just make decisions on this. I'm not a dictator. The 13th District belongs to everyone. The matter of Zhao Zhao having to go out on missions with your team still requires all the team leaders to participate in a vote." Bayu's smile faded a bit, but he still kept smiling. "Then it seems that the high-level sentinels you want to recruit already have a satisfactory place to go?" Ran Yuan's interlocked fingers opened for a moment, shrugging and giving Bayu a guess as you wish expression. Bayu nodded slightly and politely bid farewell. Meanwhile, it was Lailan's turn to pick up Jiang Zhaoyue today, but at that moment, he received a message from Ran Yuan. Lailan squinted his eyes, parked the hover car, and when he saw Jiang Zhaoyue, he immediately pounced over with a pitiful expression. "Sister,